Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
Brother, I don't go to die, no. Dear, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't hit you that hard. How did this happen? I hate you. Go away. Get out. Xiao you. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Mom and dad are dead. Now my brother is dead too. I don't have a brother anymore. You're all bad people. Bad people. Wah. In a daze, Chen Wang heard the sobbing and crying of a little girl. The sound seemed to come from far away, at first faint, crying gradually growing clearer and clearer, until it was right beside his ear. Brother, please don't die. I don't want you to die. Please wake up, okay? Please. The girl's childish voice was filled with tears and hiccups, breaking anyone's heart who heard it. Who is this brother? Wait, wasn't I supposed to only have a younger brother, not a sister? Chen Wang's consciousness slowly returned, and with great effort, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a wooden ceiling. The beams were high and old, something he, a post-1980's native, had never seen before. Where am I? Chen Wang tilted his head slightly. Ah, a ghost. The room exploded into chaos. There were 7 or 8 people in the room, all strangers. What caught Chen Wang's attention most was the woman standing beside the little girl. She had a classic oval face, delicate and beautiful features, and a pair of bright, clear almond-shaped eyes beneath willow leaf eyebrows, as if holding a pool of autumn water. She had glossy black hair, simply braided into a thick braid, giving her a gentle and graceful aura. The woman was clearly shocked too, her face showing surprise, then quickly turning into joy and concern. Brother, you really came back to life. Haha, this is so good. Brother. The little girl, who had been sobbing beside the bed, after a moment of shock, burst into joyful tears and threw herself onto him, calling him brother repeatedly. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a flower-patterned cotton jacket and twin pigtails, quite cute and lovable, though a bit too thin. From Chen Wang's memory, kids this age were usually chubby and the cutest they'd ever be. For some reason, Chen Wang felt an instinctive sense of closeness toward this girl. At that moment, his head throbbed slightly, and strange memories began to surface in his mind. Meanwhile, everyone in the room exchanged glances in confusion. Goodness, he really came back to life? That's great. I told you I didn't hit him that hard. He couldn't have died from that. This foolish Wang really scared me to death. Old Wang, don't think you're off the hook yet. Hitting someone over the head with a pole was way too much. Village chief, I really didn't mean to. It was already dark. I thought someone had broken into the house. How was I supposed to know it was him? And don't think it's all his fault. Village chief. Who told foolish Wang to sneak around our yard at that hour and try to steal chickens? Could it be a misunderstanding? Wang may be a bit slow, but everyone in the village knows he's a good kid, would never steal chickens or do anything like that. Amidst the noisy chatter, Chen Wang slowly pieced together what had happened. In short, had been reborn. Yes, exactly like in those online novels. Chen Wang, born in 1995, lived until the year 2025, 30 years old, working diligently as a corporate cog at an internet company. Now his soul had taken over the body of this recently deceased foolish Wang. Strange as it was, their names were even the same. Back when he was a child, Wang had been struck by lightning during a storm and developed a high fever that damaged his brain. His mental age had remained stuck at around 7 or 8 ever since. His parents were poor farmers. His father was a mountain hunter who spent his free time hunting and gathering wild herbs. Thanks to his father's skills, the family had lived a decent life, better than many of the poorer households in the village. They even arranged a marriage for the simple-minded Wang, finding him a wife. That very pretty woman standing by the bed. Her name was Lin Xiuqin, a gentle and virtuous woman. Unfortunately, she was mute. That was precisely why she ended up marrying Chen Wang. Otherwise, with her looks, the matchmakers would have worn out their shoes trying to set her up. 2 years ago, his mother had suddenly fallen ill and needed a rare medicine to prolong her life. His father had packed his medicine basket and gone into the mountains. As everyone knows, many precious herbs grow on cliffs, and harvesting them comes with great danger. A few days later, villagers found Chen's father's cold body at the bottom of the cliff. Overcome with grief and guilt, his mother's condition worsened quickly, and she passed away soon after. From a happy family of 5, only a fool, a newlywed mute woman, and a 2 or 3-year-old little girl remained. In those days, every household was poor. Without a strong male worker, life would be hard. Luckily, Chen Wang's parents had left behind some money. Lin Xiuqin was gentle by nature, but deep inside, she was strong-willed. She refused her parents' suggestion to return home, silently shouldering the burden of the family, taking care of her foolish husband and young sister-in-law, and managing all the household duties by herself. As the 2 sets of memories merged in his mind, a new Chen Wang was formed. He accepted this new life calmly. In his past life, he had lived in a big city. Everything was more convenient. Although his company made him work long hours, the pay was decent. He had saved up a lot of money, planning to work a few more years, then retire back home to relax. But an urgent company project had kept him working non-stop for days, and he ended up dying of exhaustion. In the end, he was still exploited by capitalism. Now, reborn into this era, Chen Wang actually felt relieved as if he had finally broken free from some kind of bondage. From today on, he was no longer that corporate workhorse. He was now this village's foolish Wang. Village chief, I remember what happened now. This isn't Uncle Wang's fault. Chen Wang patted his little sister's head and said to an elderly man in the room, about 50 years old. His words stunned everyone in the room. Wang you. Chen Weiguo looked at him in shock, his mouth opening and closing without words. Chen Wang smiled and casually lied. Chief, I don't know if Uncle Wang knocked some sense into me with that pole, but I feel like my mind is clearer now. Chen Weiguo and the others exchanged another stunned glance. Brother, are you really smarter now? Really? That's great. Chen Xiaoyu clapped with joy. Beside her, Lin Xiuqin looked at Chen Wang with a complex expression, full of doubt. Seriously? I have this kind of power? Wang Fuqiang scratched his head in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't ever do something like this again. What if someone really dies next time? Wang's wife scolded him fiercely. Right. Won't happen again. Won't happen again. Wang Fuqiang chuckled nervously, nodding repeatedly. Chapter 2. A life of poverty. After exchanging a few more words, the village chief and others departed, reassured that Chen Wang was indeed untroubled. Their astonishment and bewilderment regarding Chen Wang's sudden lucidity persisted, and they engaged in continual discussion as they walked. Due to inadequate medical facilities, low educational attainment, and a general lack of awareness regarding mental health issues, many villages are home to individuals with cognitive impairments. In Chun Family Village, which comprises just over 300 residents, there are several such guardians. It had never been heard of that someone could regain their wits simply by a blow from a shoulder pole. Yet, the extraordinary had undeniably transpired before their eyes. Wang indeed seemed to have shed his former dullness. The night had fully descended. Lin Xiuqin had gone to the back kitchen to prepare dinner. Chen Wang got out of bed and meandered aimlessly around the room, while his younger sister chattered incessantly. Her curiosity piqued by her brother's newfound clarity. The house appeared somewhat aged, likely built when the simple-minded Wang's parents married. Constructed primarily of pine, the modest abode was a single story, with the front serving as the living quarters, comprising a main room and 3 bedrooms. Through a threshold, the back housed the kitchen. There was also a yard and a pig pen behind the house, where Lin Xiuqin had cultivated various seasonal vegetables, yet the pig pen stood empty. Perhaps due to his earlier cognitive limitations, the memories that belonged to the simple-minded Wang were mostly hazy. Xiaoyu, didn't we feed the pigs? Chen Wang inquired of his younger sister, who stood nearby. Chen Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes and pouted in complaint. Brother, have you forgotten? Sister-in-law bought the piglet not long ago, but you took it to roast before we even had a bite. Sister-in-law cried for quite a while that day. Roasted it? Chen Wang paused in astonishment. Yes, neither sister-in-law nor I got to taste it. You finished it with brother Jie from next door, Chen Xiaoyu replied, her expression rife with grievance. Next door? Chen Wang furrowed his brow, the visage of a sharp-featured young man surfacing in his mind. The household next door belonged to the Qiao family, newcomers to the Chun family village, predominantly inhabited by those bearing the Qin surname. His sister referred to Jia, whose full name was Qiao Jijia, a peer of his and notoriously known for his idle ways. Recalling this Qiao Jijia, Chen Wang remembered that the recent troubles stemmed from this individual. In these times, everyone struggled to make ends meet. The Qiao household was hardly affluent, especially with the burden of supporting a wayward young man like Qiao Jijia, who was expected to save for a bride. Their living conditions were more dire than even those of Chen Wang's family. Though Xiao Jijia possessed quick wits, he seldom applied them to anything productive, instead preoccupying himself with schemes to swindle and steal for his own gain. The villagers were well aware of his character and shunned interactions with him, often advising their children to keep their distance from the Xiao lad. Consequently, Xiao Jijia turned his attention to the simple-minded Ah Wang. The roasted piglet incident was merely the first of several misdeeds, with Ah Wang unwittingly serving as an accomplice on multiple occasions without detection. Until now, when Xiao Jijia had set his sights on the rooster from old Wang's household, coaxing the simple-minded Ah Wang into joining him in theft. Foolish A Wang was initially reluctant, but Xiao Jijia chuckled, suggesting it was all in jest, merely a loan, assuring that he would repay old Wang when he had the means. He then waxed lyrical about the delectable taste of beggar's chicken, its aroma enticing beyond measure. A Wang, captivated and salivating, ultimately acquiesced. According to their scheme, he stealthily entered old Wang's yard to pilfer a chicken while Xiao Jijia kept watch outside. Alas, Chen Wang was swiftly struck on the back of the head by old Wang's shoulder pole, while Xiao Jijia had long since vanished from sight. Indeed, brother, you must cease associating with him. He is not a good person, Chen Xiaoyu remarked, lifting her little head. Chen Wang couldn't suppress a chuckle, ruffling her hair and inquiring, "How do you know he is not a good person?" "The villagers all say so, and I am not foolish." "Brother, you are not foolish either. Let us avoid him." "All right, I shall heed your words," he replied with a smile. "Now let us make a pact." "Yes, pinky swear. For 100 years, we shall not change." After the siblings sealed their promise, Chen Wang suddenly sensed something amiss and turned towards the back door, where Lin Xiuqin stood, her eyes glimmering with gentle affection as she quietly observed them. "Is dinner ready?" Chen Wang inquired with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded. "Wow, is it time to eat? Sister-in-law, I can smell the savory meat. Are we having meat today?" The little one joyfully rushed over, eagerly taking Lin Xiuqin's hand. With a warm smile, she led the child inside. Observing this scene, Chen Wang felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, women of this era were far superior. In the time before his rebirth, one could exhaust their family's savings to marry a wife, only to be treated like an ancestor, perpetually anxious over potential mother-in-law and sister-in-law conflicts. Moreover, if it were known that there was a little sister in the family, most would likely decline the marriage altogether. In this current era, while such issues were not entirely absent, they were significantly diminished. A simple wooden table, surrounded by 4 long benches, served as the family dining area. Although it was said that there was meat, it amounted to little more than a few slices of cured pork stir-fried with chili, accompanied by 2 bowls of garden greens, a bowl of pickled radish, and 3 bowls of mixed grain rice. The dishes appeared rather bland, seemingly devoid of oil. Chen Wang said nothing, picking up his chopsticks to serve 2 pieces of cured pork to both his sister and wife, followed by a mouthful of greens which he chewed slowly. Ah, quite insipid. Indeed, no oil was used. Born in 1995, he had only heard from elders about the hardships of this era, but now he truly experienced it. It was no wonder the little one, at her tender age of 5 or 6, looked so frail and emaciated. Could it be due to prolonged deprivation and inadequate nutrition? He needed to devise a plan swiftly to earn money and improve their living conditions. His wife likely had some savings, but probably not much, and she would hardly part with it to enhance their lives. Supporting this family with 2 dependents while economizing as much as possible was crucial. Otherwise, they would struggle to survive. Thus, Chen Wang understood he had to rely on his own ingenuity. "Why are you all staring at me? Eat." Seeing the 2 of them staring blankly at him, Chen Wang smiled and urged, "Brother, you've improved." Chen Xiaoyu praised him with a sweet smile. The foolish brother of the past would never have thought to serve her food, let alone meat. When it came to eating meat, he would merely bury his head in his bowl, oblivious to whether others had any. "Really?" "Yes. Hurry up and eat." "Are you thinking I want to snatch it from you?" Chen Wang pretended to reach for the preserved meat. "No, I'm eating it right now." The little girl quickly lifted her bowl, shoveling a large mouthful of coarse grain rice with the preserved meat, her cheeks puffed out in blissful delight. "Wife, you should eat too. Don't let her eat it all." Chen Wang chuckled at Lin Xiuqin. A rosy hue crept onto Lin Xiuqin's delicate face as she shyly lowered her head to eat her vegetables. Chapter 3. A Fool's Blessing After Dinner. Lin Xiuqin began to tidy up. Chen Wang intended to help, but Lin Xiuqin gently pushed him away, signaling him that it was unnecessary. Considering she was now his wife, there was no need to be overly formal, so he instructed his sister to assist with some tasks, and he went to the front room to fetch a wooden chair, sitting at the door to ponder life. To be honest, the meal was devoid of richness, and even after 2 bowls, he still felt little sense of fullness. The coarse texture of the grain rice was hard to swallow, far from the kind of low-fat grain diet he occasionally indulged in after growing weary of extravagant feasts. Having just been reborn, Chenwang found this lifestyle rather intriguing rather than burdensome. Of course, he knew that if he had to endure such meals for several more days, he would undoubtedly struggle. Reflecting on how his sister and wife had just savored a few pieces of preserved meat, their faces glowing with happiness, Chenwang felt an even stronger urge to earn money. As a modern man, he once believed that one person eating well was enough to keep the family from hunger. But now, with such a lovely sister and a virtuous, beautiful wife, he only wished for them to enjoy a good life alongside him. Remembering how silly Ao Wang's father often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, Chenwang began to contemplate whether he should give it a try as well. Yet, he realized he knew nothing about it. Even if he stumbled upon rare medicinal materials, he wouldn't recognize them. Perhaps he could hunt in the mountains? Strangely enough, that seemed like a viable idea. In his previous life, Chenwang was an enthusiast of shooting, having been a distinguished member of an archery club for many years. In his spare time, aside from gaming at home, he would frequent the shooting range. Additionally, during a business trip abroad, he had even taken the opportunity to experience live-fire shooting, hunting black bears alongside local hunters. While he spent quite a bit of money, it was indeed thrilling. In summary, Chenwang possessed considerable skill in shooting. However, hunting in the deep mountains required more than just shooting expertise. It demanded extensive knowledge. What excited Chenwang the most was that, in this era, firearms were not yet completely banned, and it seemed that double-barreled shotguns could be purchased at the local supply and marketing cooperative or sporting goods store. "Brother, what are you doing?" came his sister's voice from behind. Chenwang turned to see the little girl tugging at the wall switch, turning on the light in the main room. Last year, the village was finally electrified, yet power outages remain frequent. The villagers have grown accustomed to conserving energy. They seldom turn on the lights unless necessary. Most families have yet to acquire a television, and after nightfall, entertainment is scarce, leaving little to do but sleep. "Come here, I need to ask you something." Chenwang beckoned with a smile. The little girl scampered over, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "What is it? Didn't Dad often go into the mountains? Did he leave anything behind?" I don't know. I can barely remember what Mom and Dad look like." At the mention of this, the girl's smile faded, replaced by a look of sorrow and desolation. Chenwang raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I'll inquire with your sister-in-law later." The little girl squinted her eyes slightly and obediently nodded. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiuqin, having finished tidying up the kitchen, approached. "Sister-in-law, did my dad leave anything?" the little girl eagerly asked. Lin Xiuqin paused, her beautiful eyes turning towards Chenwang. "Well, I was thinking of going into the mountains to hunt. Dad used to go often, and I thought there might be something that could help me," Chenwang explained with a smile. Upon hearing his intention to venture into the mountains, Lin Xiuqin's face turned pale, and she shook her head vehemently. "Brother, don't go to the mountains. It's dangerous." The little girl, panic-stricken, clutched his sleeve tightly. Chenwang understood all too well. The sudden loss of their parents had left both of them with psychological scars. All right, I won't go. It's a bit chilly. Let's head indoors." He could only concede and comfort them for the time being, planning to discuss the matter further with Lin Xiuqin once the little girl had fallen asleep. A few days ago, winter officially began, and the nights had turned quite cold. They hurried inside after shutting the door. In the countryside, most households still used wood-burning stoves to prepare dinner, quickly boiling water for bathing afterward. Lin Xiuqin took the little girl to bathe first, while Chenwang returned to his room to rest for a while. He only got up when he heard his sister's voice calling from the back room. The little girl had already returned to her own room. When their parents were alive, they had never held the traditional bias against daughters prevalent in many rural families. On the contrary, they doted on her, buying her numerous fairy tale books. Now, those books had been read countless times, nearly worn out. Yet the little girl insisted on reading a few stories every night. Lin Xiuqin gestured toward a wooden chair, indicating for him to sit. Chenwang scratched his head, awkwardly complying and taking a seat. He watched as Lin Xiuqin busied herself. First, she filled a basin with hot water from the stove, then added some cold water from the well, mixing it until the temperature was just right before bringing the basin over and placing it at his feet. "Honestly, you don't have to go through all this trouble. I can manage it myself later." You should wash first, Chen Wang said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he pretended to rise. However, Lin Xiuqin frowned, placing her hands on his shoulders, shaking her head seriously, and then quickly gestured with her hands. Chen Wang did not understand sign language, but seeing her resoluteness, he had no choice but to relent. All right then, he lifted his feet, removing the handcrafted cotton shoes and socks made by Lin Xiuqin, and submerged his large toes into the water. The temperature was just right, prompting him to exhale deeply. Since his soul had unexpectedly transcended into this era, he had been taught with tension, and at this moment, he felt a semblance of relaxation. Suddenly, Lin Xiuqin crouched down, reaching into the water to gently massage the tops of his feet. Chen Wang's heart quivered slightly as he gazed tenderly at the woman before him. Her hands, hardened by years of labor, were far from the frail, delicate ones depicted in novels. They bore a certain roughness, yet soothingly calmed the anxious and unsettled spirit of Chen Wang. He inexplicably envied the simple-minded Ah Wan, truly believing that foolish people possess their own kind of fortune. From Lin Xiuqin's adept motions, it was evident that she had consistently cared for the simple-minded Ah Wan. Aside from his inability to speak, Lin Xiuqin might very well be the ideal wife in the eyes of any man. That said, if the issue of his muteness was acquired, it could potentially be remedied. If domestic medical capabilities fell short, there were always avenues abroad. The crux of it all was earning money. After Lin Xiuqin dried his feet with a towel, she fetched a basin of warm water, intending to assist him in cleansing his body. This time, however, Chen Wang insisted on doing it himself. Chapter 4. The treasures left by his father after bathing and donning the clean undergarments Lin Xiuqin provided. Chen Wang felt a stronger sense of belonging to this home. To marry such a beautiful and virtuous wife was the ultimate dream he had harbored while toiling for capitalists in his previous life. Though times were tough now, he believed that with his capabilities, he could ensure a better life for his sister and wife. Thus, he felt compelled to venture into the mountains. The skills he possessed concerning the internet and computers were of no use in this era. There was no place for him to toil like a beast of burden. Wife, please have a seat. I will fetch you some water, Chen Wang said with a cheerful smile as he pressed down gently on Lin Xiuqin's shoulder, urging her to sit down. Lin Xiuqin snapped back to reality, attempting to rise. Stay put. I'll do it, Chen Wang playfully commanded with mock seriousness. Lin Xiuqin, clutching the hem of her garment, looked at him with a hint of confusion. Swiftly, Chen Wang brought a basin of water, considering that women prefer warmer water for bathing. He added only a little cold water. Here, my wife, let me massage your feet as well. He squatted down, placing the basin at her feet, and smiled warmly. Lin Xiuqin blushed deeply, shaking her head, her feet instinctively retreating. Come on, you just wash my feet. I'm not foolish anymore. I simply want to express my gratitude. You've worked hard these past few years, my wife, Chen Wang spoke softly. Lin Xiuqin's body trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although she was mute, before her marriage, her parents and siblings had always protected her. After marrying into the Chen family, her days of happiness were short-lived, as her in-laws passed away within months, leaving her with a young sister-in-law and a simple-minded husband. She had to manage everything both inside and outside the home. Over the past 2 years, he had often reassured his maternal family that life was neither arduous nor exhausting, but in truth, it was all a fade. The days may be somewhat arduous and tiring, yet such trials are secondary. In this era, countless families endure hardships. The most grievous plight is the absence of hope. Presently, her husband has turned misfortune into fortune. Not only has he regained his wits, but he also shows genuine care for her. In this moment, she feels that all her efforts have been worthwhile. Although she harbors some doubts about her husband's transformation, she chooses not to dwell on them, attributing their fortune to the blessings of her parents-in-law from above. She allows Chen Wang to remove her cotton shoes and socks, gently placing her delicate feet into the warm water. Wife, how is it? Is it comfortable? Chen Wang inquires with earnestness, smiling as he looks up at her. Lin Xiuqin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shyly nods in response. Chen Wang's intellect resembles that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, utterly oblivious to matters of intimacy. Lin Xiuqin, merely a 20-year-old maiden, feels too bashful to take the initiative and even harbors a slight fear regarding such matters. Thus, despite being married for 2 years, they have yet to experience the essence of a marital relationship, merely sharing the same bed for sleep. Experiencing someone kneading and massaging her tender feet is a first for Lin Xiuqin. While it is indeed pleasurable, she feels somewhat unaccustomed to it, as it is quite embarrassing. Wife, may I discuss something with you? He continues earnestly. Is it possible for you to agree to let me venture into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs? I wish to earn some money to provide for you and your sister. Upon hearing this, Chenwang notices Lin Xiuqin's stern expression, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him in displeasure. Oh dear, please do not be upset. Let me finish my thoughts. Look, I am no longer foolish. As a man, I must find a way to support our family, or else you would bear the burden alone. What would the villagers think of me? I understand your fears. What happened to my father was a calamity, an unforeseen misfortune, a matter of fate. We cannot dwell on the negative. Many villagers venture into the mountains each year to hunt and gather herbs, and they return safely, right? I will find someone experienced in hunting to accompany me. As long as we are well prepared, everything will be fine. You must trust your husband. Listening to his reasonable arguments, Lin Xiuqin's expression gradually softens, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Chenwang refrains from saying more, patiently awaiting her decision. After a moment, Lin Xiuqin suddenly bends down to pick up a towel from the basin, wringing it out before quickly drying her feet and donning her cotton shoes as she heads towards the front room. Wife, where are you going? Chenwang hurriedly follows her. Upon arriving at the room where her parents once resided, Lin Xiuqin opens the cabinet inside the bed and searches for a moment before emerging with a bamboo basket woven for collecting herbs. Is this what your father left behind? Chenwang asks, astonished. Lin Xiuqin smiles and nods, handing the basket to him while indicating that there is something inside. Filled with anticipation, Chenwang turns the basket upside down, and its contents clatter onto the wooden floor. Among them are various tools for gathering herbs, a pair of scissors, a small spade, a sheathed knife, and a pair of rubber gloves. Some medicinal plants can cause injuries or allergic reactions during harvesting, necessitating the use of protective gloves. Most intriguing to Chenwang, however, is a yellowing booklet. Chenwang picked up the booklet and opened it, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. The booklet contained a record of precious medicinal herbs found in the mountains, depicted through simple sketches and text. Each page detailed a specific herb, including its main characteristics, medicinal properties, preferred habitats, and methods for proper harvesting and preservation. The illustrations and writing styles varied, suggesting that it was a compilation of knowledge accumulated by several herbalists, including his father. This discovery meant that he would no longer be at a loss when encountering valuable herbs. Wife, my father must have taken some weapons for protection when he went herb gathering, right? Don't we have a gun? Chenwang inquired once more. Lin Xiuqin hesitated for a moment, then seemed to recall something, gesturing quickly. Noticing Chenwang's puzzled expression, she pulled a small notebook and a pen from her pocket, swiftly writing down a few words for him to see. Yes, it was borrowed by my cousin from my uncle's family. Chenwang read the elegant characters aloud instinctively. Lin Xiuqin nodded vigorously. It was her habit to carry a small notebook and pen for communication when necessary. When did you lend it? And why hasn't it been returned? Chenwang asked again. Lin Xiuqin quickly penned 2 more sentences. Not long after my parents passed away. I asked for it several times, but they said they couldn't find the gun. Can't find it. Nonsense. Chenwang scoffed. In the depths of his memories and emotions, he harbored a strong aversion toward his uncle's family. They epitomized the disdain for the impoverished while favoring the affluent, always seeking to exploit small advantages. When his parents were alive, they lived quite well. Chen's father often returned from the mountains with game and valuable herbs, and his uncle's family would ingratiate themselves, seeking to reap some benefits. However, after his parents' passing, the attitude of his uncle's family flipped dramatically, as if they feared being burdened. Avoiding contact during festivals and holidays. Chapter 5. Helping out in the fields. When Lin Xiuqin finished her bath and returned to the room, turning off the lights, the atmosphere between them grew tense and intimate. Chenwang was no novice, having experienced 2 long-term relationships of over a year each in his 30 years of life. Matters of romance were not foreign to him, though he had been single for 2 years prior to his rebirth. Yet, for some reason, the feeling at this moment was entirely different. Perhaps it was due to the changed times and their altered identities. Now, he was the legitimate husband of the woman beside him, her sole source of support. Under the warm covers, Chenwang slowly moved his left hand closer. The moment Lin Xiuqin felt his touch, she instinctively recoiled as if startled. Just as Chenwang sighed internally, her hand returned, actively clasping his larger one. Let us sleep, Chenwang murmured. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and his transformation was profound. Lin Xiuqin was clearly not yet prepared. Likewise, he too needed time to adjust. She is, after all, his lawfully wedded wife, and he has resolutely prepared himself to live well in this era. There is no need to rush over trifles. Lin Xiuqin tightened her grip on his hand, feeling both touched and somewhat guilty. She is a woman of traditional values. Before her marriage, her mother had pulled her aside, whispering many lessons about being a dutiful wife and how to care for her husband. Before, when foolish A Wang was oblivious to matters of intimacy, she simply followed the course of nature, diligently caring for him and fulfilling her responsibilities as a wife. Now that A Wang has become more perceptive, the dynamics have evidently shifted. Just moments ago, after she had removed her cotton coat and trousers, A Wang's gaze upon her was fervent, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. In a flurry, she turned off the light and dove into the blankets. Amid her nervousness and shyness, there was also a flicker of anticipation. As Chen Wang spoke, she sensed his understanding of her feelings. Just give me a few more days. Once I am ready, I shall entrust myself to you, Lin Xiuqin mused inwardly, feeling the warmth of her husband's hand. After a day of toil and the shock of nearly losing him, her mood relaxed, and an overwhelming drowsiness quickly enveloped her, leading her into a peaceful slumber. Listening to the gentle, rhythmic sounds of his breathing beside her, Chen Wang also found tranquility in his heart, soon drifting off to sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Wang naturally awoke, feeling entirely refreshed and invigorated. He could hardly recall the last time he had risen so early. The long nights of overtime before his rebirth had taken a toll on his 30-year-old body, which already bore various ailments. Now, in this youthful form, he felt an inexhaustible vitality. Lin Xiuqin had risen even earlier and was busy preparing breakfast. With nothing to occupy his time, Chen Wang felt awkward merely watching, so he helped by adding some firewood to the stove and sweeping the back room. Observing this scene, Lin Xiuqin, busy at the stove, smiled faintly, realizing that life was no longer burdensome. Breakfast was simple yet satisfying: freshly steamed cornmeal buns, pickled vegetables, and cornmeal soup. Chen Wang went to the little girl's room and knocked on the door to wake her, and soon the family of three joyfully shared their meal. After breakfast, Lin Xiuqin had to head to the fields to work. Although winter had already set in, there was still much to be done. For instance, around the onset of winter, the fields needed irrigation, known as winter flooding, which directly impacts the harvest for the coming year. It was now 1982, and the early implementation of the household land contracting policy had significantly motivated the farmers. The land is the farmers' foundation, and to improve their lives, each family took their allotted land very seriously. With temperatures dropping again, they needed to complete the winter flooding before the ground froze. The irrigation period was short, and several villages shared a single irrigation channel, making this a particularly busy time. My dear wife, shall I accompany you to the fields? Chen Wang suggested. Lin Xiuqin shook her head, raising her finger to indicate a certain direction. Chen Wang understood and chuckled, saying, "It's still early. I will go to my uncle's house later to inquire about the gun." "Brother, are you going to uncle's house?" the little girl curiously asked. Chen Wang nodded. "What are you going there for?" "Brother Feng is so annoying." The little girl pouted, her expression one of disdain. Amused, Chen Wang ruffled her hair and explained, "He borrowed our father's gun, and I need to retrieve it." "Oh, I see. You must get it back." The little girl nodded seriously, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "Brother, I will go with you. If he doesn't return it, I will cry, and I won't stop." "Huh?" Chen Wang laughed, glancing at his wife, who was also smiling brightly, and reassured her, "You don't need to go. Don't worry, I'm not foolish anymore and won't be at a disadvantage." "Really? You don't need me to go?" "No, your presence is a trump card to be used at more critical moments." "Trump card? Is that a very important and powerful weapon?" "I understand." The little one nodded solemnly. "Let us go, my dear wife. I will take you to the fields first," Chen Wang said with a smile, directing his gaze at Lin Xiuqin, who nodded cheerfully. Leaving his sister to look after the house, the couple headed to the fields together. The land in Qinjia village is typically allocated according to the population, with the principle that an increase in population results in an increase in land. For instance, marrying and having children allows one to receive more land, while marrying off daughters results in less. The village holds a meeting every 3 to 5 years to reallocate land. Given that it is a mountainous region, arable land is quite limited, and no villager possesses more than an acre. At the beginning of the year, when land was distributed, The village considered the contributions made by Chun Wang's parents before their passing 2 years ago and allocated them a bit more land. Now, with Chun Wang as the head of the household, the family of 3 possesses 35 acres of land, primarily cultivating corn, wheat, rice, as well as some sweet potatoes and peanuts. Upon arriving at the fields, they had to wait for other families to finish their irrigation. Thus, Lin Xiuqin began to turn the soil with a shovel. After observing her for a while, Chun Wang thought it seemed rather simple. So he took the shovel from her and began to work himself. It turned out to be quite arduous. Lin Xiuqin smiled gently and stepped in to guide him. After adjusting his shoveling technique, he found it significantly less strenuous. Before long, villagers began to arrive in the surrounding fields. Upon seeing the affectionate couple, they were astonished and began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that silly Ah Wang? Has the sun risen in the west today? He's come to help in the fields? Who knows? But he seems to be doing it quite well. Just a fleeting burst of enthusiasm. He'll run off soon. How can a fool handle this kind of work? Sigh. Poor Xiuqin. She hasn't had a few good days and now has to take care of a fool and a little girl, doing everything herself. Haven't you heard? Silly, Ah Wang had an incident yesterday. What happened? What incident? Chapter 6. Ah Wang causes a stir in heaven on that fateful morning. The foolish Ah Wang was caught stealing chickens at Old Wang's house, an incident that quickly spread throughout the village after Old Wang gave him a thorough reprimand. Just the day before, the village chief had specifically instructed everyone not to discuss this matter, yet it proved utterly ineffective. In this rural setting, some news travels faster than the wind. While some expressed shock, many others voiced skepticism, even forming a group to visit Chun Wang's home, eager to confirm whether he had truly ceased being foolish. However, upon arrival, they found no sign of Chun Wang, only a young girl standing defiantly at the door, hands on her hips, berating them. My brother is not foolish. You are the foolish ones, all of you. Go away and stop loitering outside. Meanwhile, after leaving the fields, Chun Wang made his way to his nominal uncle's house. Several villagers greeted him along the way, to which he responded with polite smiles. His apparent transformation left the villagers astonished, as they scrutinized him with newfound respect. His uncle had built a new house the previous year, a rather impressive brick and tile structure surrounded by a spacious courtyard. It was said that the new home was intended to attract a bride for his cousin, Chen Feng. Yet no prospects had materialized, largely due to Chun Feng's reputation as a notorious idler, lazy, unattractive, and lacking in charm. Uncle. Upon entering the courtyard, Chun Wang spotted his uncle, Chen Fugui, sitting at the entrance smoking a pipe. He called out cheerfully. Chen Fugui looked up, momentarily startled. Ah Wang, what brings you here? Where's Feng? I'm here to play with him, Chun Wang replied with a grin. Chen Fugui gestured with his chin, saying, he just got up and is having breakfast inside. Although they were relatives, a semblance of decorum was still required. What surprised Chen Fugui was the veracity of the morning's news. Ah Wang truly seemed to have shed his foolishness. They had all heard about the incident with Old Wang the day before, but chose to feign ignorance and not visit. I'm going in to see Feng, Chen Wang shouted, striding past Chen Fugui into the house. Who is it? An impatient voice called from the back room. Moments later, Chen Wang saw his cousin, bowl in hand, eating noodles as he emerged into the main room. Ah Wang? Chen Feng blinked in surprise upon seeing him. Feng, are you eating? Chen Wang beamed. Chen Feng glanced at his bowl of noodles, which contained an egg and remnants of stir-fried meat from the previous day. Oh, your timing is unfortunate. This is the last bowl. He pretended to stir the noodles, hiding the egg and meat beneath the noodles. In those times, households rarely had excess food, and country folk generally avoided interrupting others during mealtime, lest they be suspected of merely seeking free food and drink. In Chen Feng's eyes, Chun Wang's visit at this hour likely hinted at such intentions. Not to worry, I've already had breakfast. Really? That's good. I was just about to consider fetching a bowl to share with you. No need. Chun Wang let out a cold laugh inwardly, directly addressing Chen Feng, Brother Feng. After my parents' departure, you borrowed a hunting rifle from my home, correct? Might I kindly request its return? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted subtly, his gaze wavering. As he thought, this fellow is no fool, so why has he suddenly brought up this matter? At the entrance, Chen Fugui could no longer contain himself and interjected. Ah Wang, what do you need a hunting rifle for? That thing is perilous, it shouldn't be trifled with. Uncle, I am fully aware of that. I am no longer naive. I cannot rely solely on my wife to support me without taking action. I aspire to follow in my father's footsteps, venturing into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs. Chen Wang replied earnestly. Wang, do not jest. Do you understand the dangers of the mountains? Chun Feng's expression hardened as he glared at him, speaking in a grave tone. There are wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds, bears, venomous snakes, packs of wolves, and even tigers. Not to mention, do you know the pathways in the mountains? Every year, hunters lose their way and perish in those woods. I am aware. I will find someone to accompany me. I have thought this through. I am determined to hunt in the mountains. You only need to return the rifle to me, Chen Wang stated with unwavering conviction. Nonsense. Chen Fu Gue suddenly shouted, his tone earnest and grave. Wang, your father has passed away. I am your only remaining elder, and I will not permit you to speak of venturing into the mountains again. Your father met his end there. He would never consent to your entering the mountains. Hearing such condescending words, Chen Wang felt a wave of disgust. Did they truly consider themselves his family? The foolish Wang of yesterday had perished, and he had not even seen this family in that room. Yes, Wang, cease this foolishness and return home. Aunt also emerged from the back room, her face stern as she issued an eviction order. If you insist on this approach, I shall no longer feign civility. Let us lay all cards on the table. Chen Wang replied with a contemptuous smirk. What do you mean, Wang? Chen Feng queried, frowning. In the 2 years since my parents' demise, how has your family behaved? The villagers are well aware. So, spare me the pretense of being a family elder. Is it not repugnant? Chen Wang spoke bluntly. Chen Fu Gue and the others were visibly outraged. I have come for one thing today, the retrieval of our family's hunting rifle. Whether you wish to return it or not, it must be returned, or do not blame me for causing a commotion that draws the entire village to witness the spectacle. Each word from Chen Wang was delivered with an unassailable authority. Do you dare? Try causing a scene if you will. Chen Feng stepped forward, glaring fiercely, attempting to assert dominance. You are too close. Your breath stinks. Back away. Chen Wang raised his hand dismissively, shoving the shorter Chen Feng, causing him to stagger and spill a bowl of noodles onto the floor. Now, splendid. A perfectly good bowl of egg and shredded pork noodles. And he hadn't even taken a bite. Chen Fu Gue and his wife looked on, pained, for they had saved the egg and pork for their son. Damn it. You're courting death. Chen Feng roared in fury, throwing a punch directly at Chen Wang's face without hesitation. Chen Wang raised his right hand, grasping Chen Feng's fist and twisting it forcefully. With a dislocating crack of his wrist, Chen Feng let out a cry of agony. The parents of the foolish Wang had long been plagued by guilt for failing to care for their son, whose mind had been damaged in his youth, and thus they endeavored to make amends in every possible way. Chen Feng's father, earning money from foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, would buy all manner of delicacies for his son, ensuring he lacked nothing during his developmental years. Coupled with the genetic advantages bestowed by his parents, Chen Feng's physical prowess far exceeded that of his peers. By the age of 16 or 17, he stood over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a muscular build. In stark contrast, Chen Feng had just surpassed 5 feet, appearing frail and diminutive beside him, akin to a mere chick. Ouch! It hurts. Let me go? Chen Feng cried out. What are you doing? Speak civilly. Don't resort to violence. We are family. His aunt exclaimed. Panic etched across her face. Family? Hand over my gun. I demand my family's hunting rifle. Wang's piercing gaze fixed on his aunt as he threatened. If you don't return it, I shall break his arm today. Chapter 7. A pig is taken away, how dare you? His aunt gasped, her face paling in disbelief. What have I to fear? Wang tightened his grip. Ouch! It hurts. Wang, I was wrong. Please stop. My arm is going to break. Chen Feng's face contorted in pain as he began to plead for mercy. One last time, return my gun. Stop. The gun is gone. Chen Fugue shouted in anger. Gone. Wang's expression darkened. Wang, I lost the gun. Please let me go and give me some time. I will certainly get you another one, Chen Feng said, his forehead slick with sweat and urgency in his voice. Speak the truth. Wang's fierce gaze bore into him. He would not naively believe that someone could misplace a firearm. It is the truth. I truly lost it. Is that so? Then there is nothing more to discuss. Wait, I'll tell you please. Chen Feng, genuinely frightened, could only grimace and concede. Soon, Wang learned the full story. After his parents passed away, Chen Feng, a ne'er-do-well, quickly set his sights on his father's double-barreled hunting rifle. He claimed he wanted to emulate his uncle by venturing into the mountains to hunt and forage. Chen Fugui and his wife were elated to hear their son express a desire to undertake something worthwhile for the first time and wholeheartedly supported his idea. The family of three soon brought a small gift to a Wang's home, where they exchanged pleasantries and requested to borrow the hunting rifle. Lin Shuqin, having only recently taken charge of the household and lacking in shrewdness, agreed to the loan, thinking the rifle would not be needed at home, especially since her in-laws had not yet changed their stance. After acquiring the gun, Chunfeng's enthusiasm waned after just 3 days. Despite making several trips into the mountains, hunting proved far more challenging than he had envisioned. Lacking any experience and possessing no marksmanship, he failed to catch even a single pheasant over several days, leaving him utterly exhausted instead. After spending a few idle days at home, Chunfeng ventured out twice more and came to the realization that hunting was not a pursuit meant for humans. Surely, lying at home was far more pleasant. Thus, he abandoned the notion of hunting altogether. In the village, the indolent often gathered to boast and play cards. Chunfeng, too, succumbed to this vice, spending a day playing cards with a few unscrupulous friends, only to find himself not only devoid of cash, but also in debt by several dozen yuan. Upon returning home, he dared not confess to his parents, knowing full well they would not assist him in repaying the debt, but rather would administer a stern punishment. Upon noticing the hunting rifle hanging on the wall of his room, an idea sparked within Chunfeng. He decided to sell it. Sell it? Did you not tell us that you lost it while fleeing from a bear in the mountains? Chen Fugui glared at his son, while his aunt wore a look of bewilderment. Clearly, this couple had been thoroughly deceived by their son. Huh, you borrowed our belongings, and now you claim to sell them? Chen Wang exclaimed. If you have no use for it, should it be given to you? That rifle belongs to my father. It is family property and has nothing to do with you, understand? Understood, understood. It is all my fault. Chunfeng chuckled awkwardly, nodding repeatedly. Originally timid before the strong, he now truly appeared cowed. Where was the once bold and defiant A Wang who was easily bullied? Chen Wang shook off his grip and turned to his uncle, saying, Since the rifle is gone, you must repay the debt. My father scarcely used that rifle, and he has always maintained it well. So let's say it is worth 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three elders changed drastically. In these times, who could boast a surplus of savings? Especially since they had built a new house last year? Even if 200 yuan could be scraped together, how would they manage thereafter? 200 yuan? Are you robbing me? I did not sell it for that much. Chunfeng shouted in anger. That is your concern. Regardless, that rifle is worth 200 yuan. Hurry and pay up, Chunwang urged impatiently. We have no money. How could we possibly have that much? Oh, my heavens, why must life be so harsh? His aunt began to wail. A Wang, consider this 200 yuan as a loan to our family. We truly cannot produce it right now. Please, return home for the time being, and we shall repay you as soon as possible, Chen Fugui said, suppressing his anger and speaking earnestly. Villagers hold their pride dearly. In recent years, they had not supported their foolish nephew's family, and now rumors circulated in the village. If his wife's cries attracted attention and the tale of the borrowed rifle spread, Chen Fugui's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Chen Wang shook his head. I am sorry, but this debt has lingered too long. I do not trust you. What do you intend to do then? Chen Fugui's face turned a deep shade of anger. Chen Wang turned to leave, saying, On my way here, I noticed your pigsty houses 2 pigs. I will take the smaller one. It surely cannot be worth 200 yuan, so I will consider it a loss on my part. No, that one is to be sold to the state. His aunt exclaimed in desperation. In these times, families with means typically raised 2 pigs, selling one to the purchasing station before slaughtering the other for the new year. The acquisition station has strict regulations. The pigs must weigh at least 130 pounds. Any less is unacceptable. A single pig may provide sustenance for a family during the new year and serve as a source of meat for the coming year. If Chun Wang were to take the smaller pig, his family would only be able to sell half of the larger one to the acquisition station, leaving them with just the other half. However, Chun Wang was unconcerned, striding directly to the adjacent pig pen. The larger pig likely weighed over 200 pounds, while the smaller one was around 100 pounds. He had roasted a pig at home, and his sister had mentioned that his wife had cried at the time. Now, it was just right to bring one back. Chun Wang, don't go too far. Chun Feng shouted threateningly from the doorway, pointing at him. Then you should repay me. Right now? Chun Wang shot him a glance over his shoulder. Chun Feng was momentarily speechless. He didn't have 200 yuan, not even 2 dimes in his pocket. Chun Wang pushed open a small door, pinching his nose as he entered the pig pen. It reeked terribly. Chun Wang, you can't do this. Auntie attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Uncle, who raised a hand. What are you stopping me for? Go and stop him. It's our pig. Forget it. Let him take it. Auntie exclaimed, exasperated. Uncle glared at her, frustration evident in his voice. What can we do? Are we really going to give him 200? Can't you see? He is no longer that foolish Ah Wang. Well, we can't just let him take a pig like this. I've raised it with great effort. This wretched child is also one you raised with care, and what has come of it? Father. Chun Feng's face twisted with bitterness. At that moment, Chun Wang emerged from the pig pen, a struggling pig cradled in his arms. A pig weighing around 100 pounds certainly put up a fight, but fortunately, the foolish Ah Wang may not be clever, yet his physical strength was formidable, holding onto the pig tightly to prevent its escape. I'm taking this pig. From now on, we owe each other nothing, and our paths shall not cross. With that, Chun Wang strode purposefully back to his home. What a sin. Auntie sighed deeply, her heart aching. Chapter 8. Catching Bamboo Slips. Wow, a pig. Brother, where did you get this pig? The little girl exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chun Wang return with the pig, dancing with delight. Brother Feng lost our family's gun, and this is compensation for us, henceforth. This pig is ours. Chun Wang replied with a smile. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. Wonderful, wonderful. We have a pig again. And there will be plenty of meat to eat during the new year. Come on, let us put the pig in the pen. You'll help feed it from now on, okay? Chun Wang advised cheerfully. Children of the 70s and 80s often experienced a childhood filled with the responsibility of cutting pig grass after school. The primary workforce in the family was engaged in production, and tasks like feeding the pigs were left to the elderly and the young. Chun Wang, having lived in a different era, had heard tales of such duties from his parents' generation. No problem, leave it to me. I promise to feed the pig until it's plump and healthy. The little girl, beaming with joy, patted her chest and accepted the task. After placing the pig in the pen, the siblings went together to gather some pig feed. Chun Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he himself did not know which grasses were suitable for pigs, yet the little girl was well aware. Previously, she had assisted Lin Xiuqin in feeding the pigs, but this year, after only a few days of feeding, he had roasted them for a meal. It seemed that while the little girl merely mentioned that her sister-in-law had cried, she too must have shed tears in sorrow. Little pig, grow quickly. I want to eat some meat. The little girl gazed at the happily munching pig and hummed a cheerful tune. Chun Wang felt both amused and a pang of heartache. In the year 2025, aside from children from remote mountainous families, who would still be in such dire need of meat, daily meals were a balanced mix of dishes. Not to mention parents chasing after their children with bowls to feed them. Suddenly, Chun Wang recalled the bamboo forest he had passed on his way to his uncle's house. In his previous life, while scrolling through short videos, he had come across a clip showcasing a relative from Annan country hunting bamboo rats. Bamboo rats have a clean diet, tender and lean meat, and exquisite flavor, making them a delicacy in the realm of wild game. He had watched that video several times, and the techniques for capturing bamboo rats were still fresh in his memory. Seemingly not too difficult. Xiaoyu, would you like to eat some meat? It's really delicious. Chun Wang inquired with a soft chuckle. The little girl looked up at him with sparkling eyes, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Then you stay here obediently, and I will bring some back for you. Brother, you're not going into the mountains, are you? The little girl's expression turned cautious. No, I'm just going to catch bamboo rats, right over by the bamboo forest. Bamboo rats? Yes, their meat is even tastier than pork. I'll dig up some bamboo shoots. Chop some potatoes and shiitake mushrooms, and stew them in a clay pot. The flavor will be divine. Although the little girl had never tasted it, she was nearly drooling at his description. Brother, hurry up. I will guard the house well. Then I shall go. Yes, yes, brother, do your best, and catch several. Encouraged by his sister, Chun Wang equipped himself with his tools and joyfully made his way to the bamboo forest. Like many animals, before winter arrives, bamboo rats stockpile sufficient food and then hibernate in their burrows. With winter just having begun, it was the perfect time for bamboo rats to be busy. However, they are primarily nocturnal, usually hiding in their holes during the day, sleeping more and eating less. Chun Wang searched diligently and finally, beneath a stone, he discovered a patch of soft soil. According to the video, this soil likely concealed a bamboo rat burrow. Crouching down, he examined the loose earth and soon spotted an entrance. Bamboo rat burrows are typically well concealed, and capturing these creatures would require considerable effort. Chen Wang first found a suitable branch to craft a Y-shaped tool similar to a slingshot, sharpening the top end. He then inverted it and inserted it above the burrow entrance to secure it. Subsequently, he fashioned a small hole above the entrance with another stick. He then created a foot trap using the rope he brought, installing a triggering mechanism at the burrow's entrance. With the noose descending through the small hole he had made above, the simple trigger trap has been successfully completed. Once the bamboo rat within encounters the trigger mechanism, the noose tightens around its neck. Chen Wang, wielding a wooden stick, gently prodded the trigger device. With a resounding bang, the bamboo above the entrance bent, and the noose was launched, successfully activating the trap, restoring the trap to its original state. Chen Wang brushed off the dirt from his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Fortunately, he recalled the video clearly, and his dexterity proved adequate. Without delay, he discovered 2 more bamboo rat burrows and set up identical traps. Just as he was about to continue his search, he heard the sound of bamboo snapping back, followed by a squeaky cry reminiscent of a mouse. He had caught one. Elated, Chen Wang hurried to inspect the first trap. Indeed, he found a bamboo rat ensnared by the noose, struggling desperately and baring its sharp yellow teeth, appearing rather fierce. One should not underestimate this creature. A bite from those formidable teeth could be quite painful. Grabbing the iron shovel he had brought, he dug a couple of shovelfuls beneath the burrow entrance, quickly extracting the bamboo rat. To his surprise, it was plump and round, resembling a small piglet. Chen Wang lifted it by the rope, estimating its weight to be around 4 to 5 pounds. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Just this one, along with some side dishes, would suffice for a hearty meal for his family of 3. The exhilaration and sense of accomplishment from capturing this wild delicacy were akin to that of his first fishing experience. Realizing that lunchtime was approaching, Chen Wang decided to cease trap-making. After waiting by the remaining 2 burrows for a while, he successfully captured another rat, though slightly smaller, still weighing around 3 pounds. The last burrow remained silent. Perhaps the bamboo rat had already relocated. During this time, Chen Wang also unearthed a considerable amount of winter bamboo shoots. These shoots are tender sprouts of bamboo still underground, boasting a delectable flavor, perfect for stewing with any meat. With 2 plump bamboo rats in one hand, the iron shovel in the other, and a basket filled with the harvested bamboo shoots slung over his back, Chen Wang returned home, thoroughly satisfied. On the way, he encountered a village auntie, who, upon seeing the bamboo rats in his hands, exclaimed in surprise, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. "Wang, impressive. These fat bamboo rats. How did you manage to catch them? Everyone knows how delicious they are, yet they are notoriously difficult to trap. Who would have thought that foolish Wang could catch 2? Haha, just lucky. Very lucky," Chen Wang replied with a cheerful grin. "Impressive indeed. I heard you had a revelation after being struck by old Wang's carrying pole. It seems to be true. Now you're bringing home wild delicacies. Your sister Shiqin must be thrilled. I owe her an apology. She should be back from the fields now, and I must hurry home. All right, go. Remember to treat her well. She is a good wife." "Understood, don't worry." Chen Wang nodded in agreement and quickly took his leave. Chapter 9. The neighbors weep with envy upon returning home. The little girl saw the 2 plump bamboo rats he was carrying, and tears of joy uncontrollably streamed from the corners of her mouth. In this day and age, it is rare to find a child who would exclaim, "Oh, how adorable the bunny is. We cannot eat the bunny." Just at that moment, Lin Xiaoqin returned and was both astonished and delighted to learn that he had caught 2 sizable bamboo rats in the bamboo grove. The fur of the bamboo rat holds considerable value and can be exchanged for money at the collection station. Chen Wang's culinary skills were limited to boiling noodles and frying scrambled eggs, and even the simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was a challenge for him. The preparation of bamboo rat was far beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqin had prior experience in handling game. She skillfully bled the bamboo rats and scalded them with hot water before deftly removing the fur and skin and cleaning out the entrails. Chen Wang and his younger sister were not idle either. The little girl assisted in washing the vegetables, which were then handed to him for chopping. The trio worked together diligently, and soon everything was ready. Chen Wang promptly ignited the fire in the earthen stove, added some firewood, and called out, "Wife, the fire is going. We can start heating the oil." Lin Xiaoqin approached with 2 baskets of ingredients, her face beaming with joy. After pouring a ladle of water into the pot for a brief rinse, she began to pour in the oil. Noticing her cautious measure, Chunwang couldn't help but speak up. Wife, it's a rare occasion to have meat. Do add a bit more oil. You and Xiaoyu are both looking rather thin. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment, glanced at the little girl beside her, and smiled as she nodded. Adding a bit more oil to the pot. Once the oil was heated, she added an assortment of spices to eliminate any gamey odor, including Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, ginger, and garlic, followed by the diced bamboo rat meat for stir-frying. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. How fragrant, sister-in-law. The meat smells divine. The little girl tiptoed, eagerly peering into the pot, clapping her hands in excitement. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Lin Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with laughter, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The few slices of cured meat they had yesterday were the only meat they had enjoyed this month, and the enticing scent of the fresh bamboo rat meat was incomparable. After adding an adequate amount of life's essence, she covered the pot and let it simmer for half an hour. Then, she included potatoes, winter bamboo shoots, and dried shiitake mushrooms, seasoning the dish with salt, soy sauce, MSG, and pepper. After a brief stir, the mixture was transferred to a clay pot for continued slow cooking, while rice began steaming in the iron pot. Today, as they were finally having meat, Lin Xiaoqin decided to indulge a little, opting for fragrant white rice. Within a mere 20 minutes, the little girl had asked several times if they could eat yet, having swallowed her saliva countless times in anticipation. At last, as the rice finished steaming, the bamboo rat meat had also reached the perfect tenderness. Chunwang used a cloth to lift the clay pot, pouring its contents into a large soup bowl, filling it to the brim with thick, glossy gravy that looked immensely appetizing. Wow, this is so fragrant. Sister-in-law, I want a big bowl for my rice. The little girl could hardly contain her excitement, loudly demanding a larger bowl. Lin Xiaoqin smiled and nodded, retrieving 3 bowls to serve the rice. The rice was steamed to perfection, each grain distinct. She carefully ladled the rice into the bowls, pressing it down firmly. Soon, the 3 of them gathered around the dining table. On the table lay a pot of braised bamboo rat with winter bamboo shoots, potatoes, and shiitake mushrooms. No other dishes were necessary. Originally, there were 2 plates of pickled vegetables left unfinished, but Chunwang had asked Lin Xiaoqin to clear them away. Before both Chunwang and the little girl stood large bowls of steaming white rice. Lin Xiaoqin's bowl, slightly less than the others, yet still more than usual. Why are you both grinning at me? Let us eat. Chunwang chuckled as he noticed their cheerful expressions. He picked up his chopsticks and served each of them a piece of meat, fully aware they were waiting for him to start first. In these times, it was customary for the head of the household to begin the meal, especially when such a luxurious pot of meat was on the table, a privilege he had earned. Thank you, brother. The little girl exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the meat atop her rice, then promptly picked up her chopsticks to eat. At only 5 years old, she was already adept at using them. You should eat too, Chunwang said with a smile to his wife, taking a piece of meat for himself. The meat was tender, stewed to perfection, and far more delicious than pork. This meat is delightful, absolutely exquisite. Chun Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, her short legs swinging back and forth in excitement. Indeed, it's delicious, dear wife. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Chunwang nodded in agreement, showering her with compliments. Lin Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed slightly. She shook her head and pointed to the remaining bamboo rat meat in the pot, indicating that it was the meat that was truly delectable. The meat is good, but your cooking is even better, my dear wife. Chunwang smiled and added another piece of meat to her bowl. Brother is right. The little girl nodded vigorously, her cheeks stuffed with food, her words muffled. Lin Xiaoqin smiled gently, feeling a warmth in her heart as the fatigue from the morning's labor in the fields dissipated. They had stewed the larger bamboo rat, saving the smaller one for later. Lin Xiaoqin was quite skilled at processing their catch. The skins of the 2 bamboo rats had been removed perfectly, ready to be sold at the collection station for money. As the 3 of them savored their meal, the enticing aroma wafted out of the house, crossing the wall to reach the Qiao family next door. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The Qiao family's lunch consisted of corn porridge, paired with fried tofu and 2 bowls of stir-fried greens. Compared to many rural households, this was quite decent, though lacking in oil. What a fragrant smell of meat. Whose house is stewing meat? Xiao Jijia exclaimed, his nose twitching. Always on the lookout for ways to improve their meals, he had a keen sense for the aroma of meat. It smells divine. What kind of meat is being cooked? Xiao's father could not help but swallow, finding his own meal dull by comparison. Could it be that foolish A Wang's family is stewing meat? Xiao's mother glanced toward Chun Wang's house, her expression one of astonishment as she murmured, "Isn't his wife being too extravagant? How will they manage in the future? I heard that foolish A Wang tried to steal a chicken from old Wang's house yesterday and got a good beating for it." Old Joe cast a meaningful glance at his son. Ahem. Xiao Jijia cleared his throat twice, grumbling, "Dad, why are you looking at me like that? It has nothing to do with me. I am your father. I am well aware of your thoughts. Without your encouragement, would that foolish Wang have engaged in such antics?" Old Joe rolled his eyes and remarked, "Fortunately, this time no one was harmed. Can you behave yourself in the future? If you ever end up in trouble, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised." "Dad, what are you saying?" Xiao Jijia forced a bitter smile and promptly changed the subject, exclaiming, "Damn it. That foolish Wang is truly fortunate to have married such a wonderful wife. Let us find you a mute wife. I believe there's one in the neighboring village." Old Joe retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Is a Wang's wife not beautiful and virtuous? What are you even thinking? Forget it." Shaking his head, Xiao Jijia gulped down his corn porridge in one go, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and stood to leave. "Where are you off to now?" Xiao's mother inquired, exasperated. "I'm heading next door to see if I can snag a meal." Chapter 10. The little girl overindulged upon stepping outside. Xiao Jijia confirmed that the mouth-watering aroma emanated from the home of foolish Wang next door. An expression of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he hurried over. The day prior, after tricking foolish Wang into sneaking into old Wang's yard, he had hidden outside, only to hear old Wang's angry shouts from within, prompting him to flee immediately. Fearing that old Wang might come after him, he refrained from returning home and instead spent the evening watching television at a friend's house in the village. By nightfall, they had learned that foolish Wang had been killed by old Wang's carrying pole. Xiao Jijia had been utterly terrified, nearly succumbing to panic and fleeing once more. He spent a restless night at his friend's house, and that morning, news arrived that a Wang had miraculously returned to life, and, moreover, had become quite astute. Only then did Xiao Jijia dare to return home. He was somewhat skeptical about a Wang's newfound clarity. Nevertheless, he believed that, regardless of circumstances, a Wang would surely recognize him as his friend. After all, he was the only one in the entire Chun family village who played with him. As Xiao Jijia entered the house, he followed the enticing scent through the main room and arrived at the back room, where he saw 3 individuals gathered around the table, dining. Chun Wang and his companions had also heard the commotion and turned to look at him. "Oh Wang, what are you eating? It smells so good. I could smell it from my house." Xiao Jijia inquired cheerfully, adopting an air of familiarity. Chen Xiaoyu eyed him warily, using her left arm to shield her bowl in a protective manner that was utterly adorable. Lin Xiuqin cast a worried glance at her husband upon seeing the visitor. "What do you want?" Chen Wang replied coolly, returning his gaze to his meal. Sensing the chill in his tone, Xiao Jijia's smile faltered. The little girl and Lin Xiuqin exchanged glances, both showing signs of delight. They were not keen on the idea of Chun Wang mingling with Xiao Jijia. "Oh Wang, what are you doing? Are you blaming me for leaving you behind?" Xiao Jijia forced a smile on his face, hastily explaining, "Brother, you have truly misunderstood me. That rascal Wang was ruthless. I was frightened myself, worrying that something might happen to you. With my slender arms and legs, I am no match for him. So I quickly sought help. When I arrived at Wang's house with reinforcements, I found no sign of you all. Then I heard from others that there had been a fatality, and I was utterly terrified. I didn't dare go home last night. Thankfully, you are all right. I heard that you turned misfortune into fortune and even became smarter. I am genuinely happy for you." By this point, Xiao Jijia had approached the dining table. As he beheld the tantalizing pot of stewed meat, his mouth watered uncontrollably, and his cravings began to stir vigorously within him. "What kind of meat is this? It smells heavenly. It's better to arrive late than to arrive empty-handed. I haven't eaten anything yet." Xiao Jijia smiled broadly, nearly ready to sit down and beg for food. Chen Wang turned to him, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Xiao Jijia's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. However, the little girl and Lin Xiuqin felt anxious. "Well, just watch us eat. Who knows, you might feel full just by watching," Chen Wang stated earnestly. "Uft." The little girl burst into laughter, fortunate that her mouth was empty. Lin Xiuqin covered her mouth, stifling her giggles, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Xiao Jijia's face turned crimson with embarrassment and indignation. "Are you mocking me?" "Oh, You're not foolish, then why do you treat me as one? Chen Wang questioned coldly. You. Xiao Jijia was momentarily speechless. Get out. Do not set foot in my home again, or I shall not be polite, Chen Wang barked sternly. Chen Wang. How dare you treat me this way? Xiao Jijia seethed with anger. Bang. Chen Wang slammed the bowls and chopsticks down on the table and stood up abruptly. His towering stature of nearly 185 meters exuded an imposing aura, instilling a strong sense of intimidation. I will say it once more, get out. All right, Chen Wang. You have guts. We shall see how this unfolds. Xiao Jijia, feeling intimidated, left with a grim expression after throwing down a parting remark. What nonsense. Chen Wang muttered disdainfully as he returned to his seat. Lifting his chopsticks, he was met with the eager gazes of two sparkling, bright eyes. The little girl looked at him with admiration, while Lin Xiaoqin shared a similar sentiment, though hers was mixed with comfort and joy. Stop looking at me like that. It makes me feel shy. Let us continue eating. Chen Wang felt quite pleased internally, yet maintained a facade of composure. Brother, you were so impressive just now. The little girl praised with a beaming smile. Ahem, it was nothing special. Really impressive. Quite handsome. Quite handsome. Listening to the banter between the siblings, Lin Xiaoqin found it utterly delightful, her laughter causing her eyes to crinkle. The lunch was a feast, leaving them thoroughly stuffed. They even mixed the leftover broth with rice. The little girl frowned, leaning back in her chair, rubbing her round belly, feeling nearly immobile. No more eating like this in the future, Chen Wang said, poking her belly with a finger, his tone somewhat admonishing. After a prolonged lack of rich food, suddenly consuming so much can truly upset the stomach. Just moments ago, Chen Wang had expressed his concern about this, urging her not to eat anymore. However, the young girl stubbornly refused, and now she was experiencing the discomfort of having overeaten for the first time. With a pitiful nod, the young girl acknowledged her plight. Lin Xiaoqin brought over a bowl of warm water with vinegar, gently offering it to the girl's lips with a tender smile. Drink up, Chen Wang said with a chuckle, gesturing playfully. The girl obediently took a sip, grimacing at the sourness, her brows knitting together in a frown. Chen Wang also took a sip, and soon felt considerably better. After sitting for a while, he began to ponder the prospect of venturing into the mountains. Bamboo rats are quite delectable, yet they cannot be caught every day. If he could hunt a wild boar or a black bear, he would be set for months without worrying about meat, and could earn a handsome sum as well. The mountains behind Qinjiao village have been known since ancient times as Bear Mountain, owing to the historical prevalence of black bears in the area. While black bears are valuable, one good bear gallbladder can fetch several $100s. Encounters with them can be perilous. Each year, several villagers from nearby settlements meet their demise in the depths of the mountains, a significant number of which are due to black bear attacks. Most animals in the wild instinctively flee from humans. Upon hearing gunshots, they scatter in panic. Black bears, however, are different. Upon hearing gunfire, they may choose to confront the danger head-on, charging towards humans in an aggressive manner. With thick skin and substantial muscle, unless a bullet strikes a vital area, a black bear can become more ferocious rather than succumb to its injuries. If a hunter finds themselves in close proximity, the situation can quickly turn dire. Chen Wang had resolved to venture into the mountains, but would proceed with caution. First, he needed to acquire a hunting rifle, and secondly, he sought a reliable partner proficient in hunting. Additionally, it would be advantageous to raise several exceptional hunting dogs to form a pack. However, finding good hunting dogs is rare, and would require time and effort. Chapter 11. Chun Paotu 1 thrives by relying on the resources of the mountains or the sea. Nearby villages boast numerous skilled hunters. Hunters, often referred to as Paotu, are distinguished by their marksmanship and experience, with the most esteemed among them known as Lao Paos. Each Lao Pao commands respect and status within a radius of several dozen miles. Qinjiao village is fortunate to have such a Lao Pao residing in the northern part of the village, closest to the mountains. His real name is Chun Jianjun, but he is affectionately known as Chun Paotu by the villagers. Interestingly, Chun Paotu shares a good relationship with Chun Wang's family. A decade ago, during a winter hunt in the forest, Chun Paotu encountered a formidable beast, a tiger. Unfortunately, his hunting rifle malfunctioned during the encounter. In a life-or-death struggle, Chun Jianjun was injured by the beast, and as he faced imminent peril, he was fortuitously rescued by Chun Wang's father, who was foraging for herbs in the mountains. Chun's father, a man of considerable courage, rushed in and fired a shot, wounding the tiger and forcing it to flee. Since that day, Chun Jianjun has walked with a limp and seldom ventures into the mountains anymore. However, his son, Chun Dazhuang, has inherited some of his skills and often goes hunting in his father's stead. Chun Jianjun, ever grateful, has not forgotten the life-saving deed from that fateful day. After the passing of his parents, foolish Wang spent the last 2 years occasionally venturing into the mountains to hunt for game, bringing back some to share with Chun Jianjun. One afternoon, Chun Wang returned to the bamboo forest and, employing the same techniques as before, captured 3 bamboo rats. He kept one at home and, carrying the other 2, set off towards the northern part of the village. In previous years, wild beasts frequently ventured into the village, posing a threat to its inhabitants, especially during the harsh winters when food was scarce. Although such incidents had diminished in recent years, they were not entirely absent. Consequently, only a handful of families dared to reside in the northernmost part of the village, with some old houses now abandoned. From a distance, Chun Wang spotted a gaunt figure at the entrance, handling some prey. It was Chun Jianjun's son, Chun Dazhuang. It was said that shortly after his son's birth, Chun Jianjun sought the counsel of a sage, who advised him to name his son Dazhuang, wishing for him to grow strong and robust. However, despite the sage's apparent wisdom, Chun Dazhuang remained thin and frequently fell ill, even though his family was never lacking in meat. Brother Dazhuang, Chun Wang called out loudly. The poor fellow had his own story. A few years back, Chun Jianjun had exhausted his life savings to marry off his son to a beautiful village girl who had come to work in the countryside. Not only was she lovely, but she was also well educated, and many eligible young men in the village had their eyes on her. With the savings he had accumulated from years of hunting in the mountains, Chun Jianjun fulfilled his son's wish. However, the joy was short-lived. As the policy of sending the youth back to the cities was enacted, the young woman seized an opportunity to leave the village secretly, never to return. Upon hearing the call, Chun Dazhuang looked up, stood, and smiled broadly. Wang, what brings you here? I came to see you and uncle. Where is he? He's inside. What did you catch? I managed to catch a few bamboo rats and brought you 2. Unfortunately, I only got 1 mountain chicken. Oh, your bamboo rats look so plump. I should have gone with you to catch those. As they exchanged banter, Chun Wang approached and handed over the 2 bamboo rats. Here, let us prepare them together and enjoy a drink later. Absolutely. It's been ages since I've had these. They look delectable. Haha, I'll leave it to you. I'll go check on uncle. Sure. Before he could enter, Chun Jianjun, hearing their voices, hobbled out to greet them. Wang, you've come. Uncle, how have you been? Chun Wang inquired cheerfully. Chun Jianjun paused, then responded with a broad smile. I heard that old Wang gave you some wisdom. I was planning to check on you. It seems to be true. Dad, it's true. Wang just spoke to me, and he is not foolish at all now. Chun Dazhuang finally grasped what was happening, looking at Chun Wang with astonishment. Who said Wang was foolish? I think it's you who is foolish. Why isn't he Wang's wife run off? Chun Jianjun shot a stern glare at his son. Country folk are particularly conscious of their reputation, and he had always valued his dignity above all else. The incident of his daughter-in-law's departure has left him utterly humiliated, and to this day, he has yet to overcome this emotional hurdle. Father Chun Dazhuang wore an awkward expression. Uncle, please do not speak ill of Dazhuang. It is that woman who is at fault. Rest assured, her life in the city may not be any better than it is here. Chun Wang interjected with a light-hearted chuckle to ease the tension. Upon hearing these words, both Chun Jianjun and his son felt a considerable lift in their spirits. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and get the meat stewing. Chun Jianjun admonished his son with a hint of irritation. Chun Dazhuang nodded with a smile and squatted down to continue processing the game. Come on, Wang, let us go inside and enjoy a cup of tea. All right. As a seasoned hunter, his culinary skills may not be exceptional, but he was quite efficient in handling the prey. By the time dusk began to settle, Chun Dazhuang had prepared several dishes. The main course featured 2 types of meat: wild chicken stir-fried with chili and the more tender bamboo rat stewed with 2 kinds of vegetables. Although it could not compare to Lin Xiuqin's cooking, it excelled in quantity and was more fragrant and spicy, making it perfect for pairing with alcohol. The liquor was a rather ordinary bulk sorghum spirit, costing mere cents per pound and readily available at the village shop. The 3 men gathered together did not require fine wine to enjoy themselves thoroughly. During their visit, Chun Wang had informed Lin Xiuqin that they would be drinking that evening and suggested she and the little girl should dine separately. After several rounds of drinks, Chun Wang seized an opportunity to express his desire to accompany Chun Dazhuang into the mountains for hunting. Of course, Wang, I wholeheartedly support your idea. Chun Jianjun replied with evident delight, casting a glance at his son beside him. This little rascal is truly quite foolish. He hasn't even learned half of what I know. Every time he ventures into the mountains alone, I can't help but worry. He glanced down at his injured right leg, a shadow of melancholy passing through his eyes. Even he, known as an old hand, had nearly lost his life. The terror of the beasts lurking in the deep mountains is something unimaginable to those who have never encountered them. Many hunters, upon facing a formidable beast for the first time, might be so terrified by its roar that they would lose all courage, and even if they returned alive, they would never dare to enter the mountains again. Especially those beasts that have tasted human flesh instill a profound fear in countless hunters. Years ago, there had been cases of such beasts invading the village and harming people. At that time, the militia was fully armed and tasked with searching the mountains to eradicate the threat. Unfortunately, that beast had long since fled into the vast wilderness. And after more than half a month of fruitless searching, they had no choice but to abandon the effort. Chapter 12. Wife, let us have 2 children. Yes, A Wong. Let us venture into the mountains together tomorrow. We shall share the spoils equally, Chun Dazhuang invited with excitement. Due to his personality, he had always been a solitary figure in the village, lacking friends. After marrying a beautiful wife, he became the object of envy and jealousy from his peers. Following her departure, he faced no small amount of gossip. A Wong was the only person he could converse with meaningfully. That sounds wonderful. What time shall we head into the mountains tomorrow? Chen Wang inquired with a smile. At 7 o'clock, I usually head into the mountains quite early. All right, I shall come to find you at 7 and accompany you to learn a thing or two. No, my father is right. I have only grasped a rudimentary understanding. Chen Dazhuang waved his hand awkwardly. It's quite all right. I am hardly even at that level. Chen Wang smiled broadly and turned to Chun Jianjun across the table, saying, Uncle, might you consider taking me under your wing and teach me the art of hunting? Chun Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. In the past, many had come to him seeking to follow him into the mountains and learn from him. However, since that fateful encounter with the beast that left him lame, such requests had dwindled. Rumors had spread through the village, suggesting that his family was cursed. His wife had passed away from illness in her early years, and his son had only recently married, yet she departed after a mere 2 years without bearing any children. Chun Jianjun's emotions were complex as he responded with a warm smile. Ah Wong, your father saved my life. If you wish to learn to hunt, I will certainly do my utmost to teach you. As for the formalities of apprenticeship, there is no need for such pretentiousness between our families. No, uncle. One matter must be separated from another. Chun Wang shook his head, lifted his wine cup, and declared, I arrived rather hastily today and brought nothing with me. I shall make it up to you another time. For now, I toast you with 3 cups of wine, and let us establish this master-apprentice bond. What do you think? Chun Jianjun felt a surge of gratitude and nodded earnestly. Master, I toast to you. Chen Wang drank 3 cups in quick succession. Chun Jianjun also took a sip, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. Excellent, let us eat. Master, would you kindly share with me the fundamentals of hunting? Chen Wang took a piece of wild chicken and remarked with a smile that not all wild game surpasses domesticated fare. This wild chicken was rather tough and coarse in texture. No problem. I shall first teach you how to locate and track prey. Very well. In fact, dogs often excel beyond humans in this regard. Every proficient hunter possesses more than one exceptional hunting dog. Uncle, have you ever raised dogs? Chen Wang inquired with curiosity. Chun Jianjun took a sip of his wine, a hint of melancholy gracing his aged features. I once had 3 dogs. During that encounter with the beast, 2 sacrificed themselves to save me, and the lead dog sustained severe injuries, passing away within 6 months of returning. Chen Wang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had never owned a dog, he understood that for a hunter, a hunting dog is the most loyal and intimate companion, akin to a comrade in battle. Let us not dwell on that. Chun Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. Good hunting dogs are hard to come by. In a few days, I will inquire around to see if I can find some good pups for you. Upon hearing this, both Chen Wang and Chun Dazhuang displayed expressions of delight. Father, you seem to be playing favorites. I have been hunting in the mountains for several years, yet you have never sought out a good dog for me. Chun Dazhuang's tone was tinged with envy. Chun Jianjun popped a fried peanut into his mouth and rolled his eyes. How can you even say that? Up until now, you have only caught some wild chickens and rabbits. What need have you for a hunting dog? But last year, I did catch a wild boar. Isn't that significant? A wild boar weighing over 100 pounds is considered substantial? That is merely a scrawny piglet. A yellow-haired pig is still a wild boar. Haha. Chun Wang quietly enjoyed his meal, secretly reveling in the lively atmosphere around him. Soon after, Chun Jianjun redirected the conversation towards the art of discovering and pursuing prey. The intricacies of this subject left Chun Wang utterly astonished. The dinner extended well past 9 o'clock. With the weakest tolerance for alcohol, Chun Wang succumbed first. Chun Jianjun and his son did not press him to drink more. Master, Zhuanggu, I shall take my leave now, Chun Wang announced as he stood to bid farewell. Is everything all right? Should I accompany you? Chun Jianjun suggested with genuine concern. No, it's fine. A breath of fresh air will clear my head. Chun Wang reassured him. Very well, do rest well. Tomorrow, we rise early. Please take the flashlight for him, Chun Jianjun instructed. Understood. Chun Dazhuang immediately sprang up to fetch the flashlight. The father and son then escorted Chun Wang to the door. Master, Zhuanggu, I'm off now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chun Wang grasped the flashlight, walking along the rural path. He gazed up at the night sky, utterly captivated by the breathtaking view he had never witnessed before. The brilliant moon hung high, stars twinkled like diamonds, and the Milky Way seemed almost within reach. Such a clear night sky would be a rarity for generations to come. Chun Wang's spirits soared, feeling immensely grateful to be living in this era. In the distance, he noticed the lights in his home were aglow. The comforting feeling of having someone waiting for you at home, regardless of the hour, was an experience he had never known. Unconsciously quickening his pace, he approached to find the front door slightly ajar. Chun Wang pushed the door open, entered, and gently closed it behind him before calling out softly to the room. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Wife, I'm back. Lin Xiuqin, clad in a thick cotton coat, appeared at the doorway, her face beaming with a soft smile. I had a few drinks with them. Tomorrow morning, I'm heading into the mountains with Zhuanggu, Chun Wang explained with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded gently, gesturing for him to step inside, while she went to the back room to fetch water for him to wash his feet. Chun Wang entered the room, picked up the small booklet left by his father, and began to read it page by page. Shortly after, Lin Xiuqin returned with a basin of warm water, setting it by his feet before sitting on a low stool to wash them. Wife, Chun Wang called softly. Lin Xiuqin looked up at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. Wife, I adore you. I truly like you a lot. Let us have 2 children together. Perhaps emboldened by the wine, Chun Wang spoke with fervor, his words surprising even himself. This was the first time he had expressed his feelings to a woman. In his past life, his relationships had always been initiated by the women whom he deemed decent enough to date. However, he never felt a genuine affection for them. The resilient yet gentle woman before him was truly his ideal, igniting his desire for a home filled with warmth, a wife, and children. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her heart racing, feeling shy at his words, yet harboring no intention of resistance. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your silent agreement. Chun Wang chuckled playfully. Lin Xiuqin lifted her head, casting a shy glance at him. Could she speak? Would she dare to? Chapter 13. The double-barreled shotgun and the slingshot. That night, Chun Wang's desires were finally fulfilled. Lin Xiuqin was inherently a traditional woman, committed to the one she married for a lifetime. The suddenness of yesterday had left her unprepared, uncertain of her husband's feelings now that he had regained his senses. Having received the answers she sought, there was little left to ponder. In the past 2 years, her inability to conceive had given rise to much gossip in the village. With a steadfast pillar now at home, and a husband diligently striving to provide a good life for her and their future child, that was sufficient. Once their union was consummated, the atmosphere between them felt even more intimate. As dawn broke, they arose from their slumber. Chun Wang washed his face and brushed his teeth, while Lin Xiuqin busied herself preparing breakfast for him. As he enjoyed his meal, she made several large pancakes, prepared a jar of her homemade pickles, and filled a kettle with warm water, placing everything into a basket meant for gathering herbs. Once she had finished her tasks, Chun Wang, having eaten his fill, took the basket from her and slung it over his shoulder. My dear wife, you have worked hard, he said. Lin Xiuqin smiled gently, shaking her head in modesty. Chun Wang leaned down to kiss her forehead, softly saying, I'm heading out now. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in response. Xiao Yu is unaware that I'm going into the mountains. If she asks, Just tell her I went out for a bit of fun. When I return with some game, I will explain everything. As he walked toward the front of the house, Chen Wang chuckled while advising her. Lin Xiuqin smiled and accompanied him to the door. Take care. Chen Wang turned to his wife, bidding her farewell once more. Lin Xiuqin gestured quickly with her hands. Despite his initial lack of understanding of sign language, Chen Wang somehow grasped her meaning. She was urging him to stay safe. Rest assured, with De Zhuang by my side, we won't stray too far. I will certainly return before nightfall. Chen Wang reassured her. Lin Xiuqin stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him. They embraced in silence for a few moments before Chen Wang finally turned to leave. Each few steps he took, he would glance back, always finding her standing there, smiling softly and waving him off. A warmth filled Chen Wang's heart, bolstering his resolve. Fishing may grant one a novice's luck. Yet as he ventured into the mountains for the first time to hunt, he could not return empty-handed. He hoped to procure some fine game, then head to town to buy gifts for his wife and sister. And for himself, having decided to pursue a life in the mountains, he must acquire a firearm. Upon arriving at Chen Dazhuang's home, he found his friend already prepared. After exchanging greetings with his mentor, the two set off together towards the mountains behind the village. Along the way, Chen Wang took hold of the shotgun that Chen Dazhuang carried. His curiosity piqued as he examined it. Regardless of age, men maintain a fervent enthusiasm for weapons. This was an old-fashioned double-barreled shotgun, a type of scattergun, the ammunition for which could be crafted by oneself. By mixing lead pellets and gunpowder in a specific ratio within a shell, it transformed into a cylindrical bullet. In this era, many hunters have either been soldiers or have undergone militia training, endowing them with formidable skills. When it comes to the finest hunting tool, the semi-automatic rifle of the Type 56 is undoubtedly the best. However, it can only be acquired in the northern regions. As the regulations in the south are significantly more stringent, such aspirations are futile. As the saying goes, a horse dies running towards the mountain. Although the mountains lie just beyond the village, reaching them requires a considerable trek, and even upon entering, one is merely at the periphery. Oftentimes, hunters venture deep into the mountains for several days in pursuit of their quarry. Once inside, the terrain becomes treacherous. This is still on paths forged by the feet of many hunters. If one were to reach the remote and untraveled depths of the forest, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for the average person. Along, how about a brief respite? Chen Dazhuang inquired, turning his head. No need, brother Zhuang. You underestimate me. My physique is far more robust than yours, Chen Wang replied with a cheerful grin. That may not be entirely true. You haven't done much labor before. After all, your wife has been the one supporting you. Who knows if you're truly capable? Come on, you're just envious. It's glaringly obvious. What of it? I'm envious and jealous, so what? Chen Dazhuang rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Both of us have married. Why is it that your wife is so exceptional? Brother Zhuang, let's not dwell on the past. Once we earn some money, we can find someone else. That's easy for you to say. Given my circumstances, having been married before, who would look my way? Don't be so disheartened. Have a bit more confidence. Chen Wang chuckled, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. All right, let us set aside these musings and see if we can spot any game. Chen Dazhuang grinned, casting his gaze around. Seeing this, Chen Wang also began to search. Following the guidance of their master from the previous day, they sought to track game primarily through their footprints, droppings, and other signs to discern their paths and habits. With no snowfall yet, the tracks of the game were difficult to detect with the naked eye. As they walked and observed their surroundings, they encountered no game, but instead discovered numerous mushrooms. Brother Dazhuang, are these mushrooms edible? Chen Wang inquired with a smile. Chen Dazhuang nodded affirmatively, saying, We are fortunate. These are indeed valuable finds. However, we must be cautious of those that are brightly colored or emit unusual odors. I understand. I'll pick a few to take back, Chen Wang replied, then crouched to begin gathering mushrooms. The area was a sprawling pine forest, an ideal environment for mushroom growth. With the fungi intertwining with the roots of the pines, commonly referred to as pine mushrooms. These mushrooms are renowned for their thick flesh, delectable taste, and exceptional flavor, earning them the title of the king of edible fungi. Furthermore, they possess significant medicinal properties. After both had gathered a substantial amount of pine mushrooms, they continued on their way. Wait. After walking for another 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Dazhuang suddenly lowered his voice and gestured with his left hand to halt. Chen Wang immediately ceased his movement, his expression filled with excitement as he asked, Is there game? Where? What is it? As a series of queries were cast into the air, Chen Wang followed his gaze, yet saw nothing amiss. Look at that tree. Chen Dazhuang gestured with his chin. Chen Wang's eyes shifted upward, and he was momentarily taken aback. There, perched upon a branch of a grand tree, was a gray flying squirrel, merrily gnawing on a wild fruit. Should we shoot it? Chen Wang remarked. If I hit it with this gun, I fear there won't be a single morsel of good meat left. He couldn't help but grumble. The flesh of such flying squirrels is quite delectable, and their fur commands a respectable price. Such a small creature, how could one possibly use a gun? Chen Dazhuang replied, as he retrieved a slingshot from his cotton coat pocket, along with a glass marble commonly played with by children. Upon seeing this, Chen Wang's eyes brightened, and he eagerly implored, Brother Dazhuang, let me give it a try. Chen Dazhuang, who had just wrapped the glass marble, cast a dubious glance his way. Are you sure you can manage? That creature is quite alert. If you miss, it will vanish without a trace. I am more than capable. I assure you. I am quite accurate. Chen Wang responded confidently. All right then, I'll let you give it a shot. Chapter 14. The flying squirrel and the black goat. The slingshot felt comfortable in his hand. Chen Wang took aim at the flying squirrel. The distance is a bit far. Chen Dazhuang cautioned. You should crouch and stealthily approach a few steps. Don't get too close or make any noise. Understood. Chen Wang nodded, advancing cautiously a few paces. Fortunately, the squirrel remained oblivious to the impending danger. Chen Wang slowly raised the slingshot, aligning it with the flying squirrel, tightly gripped the marble, drew back the elastic, and then released with a sudden snap. A dull thud echoed, and the flying squirrel plummeted from the branch. Wow, is it really that accurate? Chen Dazhuang exclaimed in surprise. Of course. I told you I am quite precise, Chen Wang replied, a proud smile spreading across his face. Impressive. Let us hurry over and see if it's done for. Don't let it escape. No chance. I hit it in the head. If it's not dead, it won't be moving. Is that true? The two hurried over and soon found the lifeless flying squirrel on the ground. Upon seeing the wound on its head, Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but marvel. You really did hit it in the head. You must have some luck. Despite having been influenced by his father since childhood and having hunted on his own for several years, he still felt uncertain about hitting the head from that distance with a slingshot. Chen Wang's accuracy on his first hunting attempt was almost unbelievable. He preferred to attribute it to luck. If you want to call it luck, then so be it. Chen Wang shrugged nonchalantly. Brother Zhuang, you handle it. I'll learn from you. No problem. Chen Dazhuang readily agreed, pulling out a small knife. He crouched down, taking the flying squirrel in hand to slit its throat and allow it to bleed out. This step is typically necessary after hunting, as otherwise, the blood within the animal would decay, fostering bacteria and compromising the meat's quality. Compared to a hunting rifle, the slingshot offers the added benefit of yielding a nearly intact hide. All right, here you go. Chen Dazhuang handed the processed flying squirrel to him. You can keep it. We'll sort it out when we return. Chen Wang shook his head. This is your catch. You should take it. It was you who discovered it. So let's stop the idle chatter. From now on, let us venture into the mountains to hunt together, and we shall split the catch 50-50. What do you think? Sounds good. No problem. Chen Dazhuang nodded with a cheerful smile in response. Under Chen Wang's astonished gaze, he retrieved a urea sack from his pocket and tossed the flying squirrel inside. I always carry one of these when I go into the mountains. Otherwise, if I accumulate too much or catch something substantial, it becomes challenging to bring it back. Chen Dazhuang explained with a grin. A commendable habit. Chen Wang nodded in a daze. Could you hold this for me? Chen Dazhuang handed him the bag. What for? To climb the tree and take a look. These flying squirrels often store food for the winter in their nests, like hazelnuts and pine nuts. Is that so? Let us go check it out quickly. Keep an eye on me and learn a thing or two when hunting in the mountains. Climbing trees is a necessary skill to master. It can sometimes be a matter of life and death. All right. Chen Wang nodded in agreement. He then watched as Chen Dazhuang removed his cotton coat and placed it on the ground, tossing his hunting rifle atop it, before swiftly climbing the tree with the agility of a monkey. Brother Dazhuang, are you part monkey? Chen Wang exclaimed in admiration, unable to resist teasing him. Chen Dazhuang did not respond and soon located the flying squirrel's nest high above. Perhaps due to the season still being early or the squirrel's laziness, there was some food stored, though not in abundance. Yet, it was better than nothing. In these times of scarcity, being able to fill one's stomach is already a blessing, and such snacks are a rare find. After gathering their things, the two continued onward. Before long, they managed to capture a wild rabbit, once again with Chun Wang using his slingshot. Wild rabbits are both edible and prolific, capable of producing several litters each year, with each litter yielding 5 or 6 offspring, resulting in a significant population in the mountains. The most commonly hunted game by those venturing into the mountains each year is indeed the wild rabbit. Rabbit meat is lean and somewhat tough, requiring good culinary skills to prepare deliciously, and their pelts hold little value. By the time the two arrived at a crystal-clear stream, midday had already arrived. After a brief discussion, they decided to have lunch and take a break. Sitting on the rocks by the stream, Chun Wang took out the large flatbread, pickled vegetables, and boiled water that his wife had prepared. "Wang, your wife treats you exceptionally well," Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, holding his cornmeal bread, his envy almost written across his face. "Isn't it only natural for my wife to treat me well?" Chun Wang replied, raising an eyebrow at him playfully. "Damn." Chun Dazhuang bit into his cornmeal bread, finding it dry and bland. "Here, have some." Chun Wang chuckled to himself and offered him a piece of the flatbread. Lin Xiuyan's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Even her pickled vegetables are exquisite. Wrapping the tangy and spicy pickled vegetables in the flatbread, they savored each bite with great satisfaction. "Brother Dazhuang, once we finish eating, let us head upstream along the stream. Isn't there a waterfall and cliff up there?" Chun Wang suddenly inquired. Chun Dazhuang, with his mouth full of food, mumbled a somewhat unclear response. "There seems to be a waterfall and cliff over there." "Why do you ask?" "My father is primarily a herbalist, isn't he? He left behind a small booklet, which I noticed contains records indicating that many precious medicinal herbs grow on the edges of cliffs. Let us venture forth and try our luck." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Certainly, I am inclined to follow your lead. Today, I feel fortunate to have you by my side. Perhaps we shall indeed discover some treasures. This phenomenon is known as the beginner's luck, Chun Wang said with a bright smile. Beginner's luck? Chun Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback. It refers to the fortunate streak that novices often experience when embarking on new endeavors. How intriguing. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two set off along the stream, ascending steadily. Before long, they realized how astute their decision was. This clear stream appeared to be a vital water source for many creatures in the mountains, as they observed numerous animal tracks and traces along its banks. The two remained ever vigilant, eager for the chance to encounter a substantial prize. "Brother Zhuang, look over there," Chun Wang suddenly exclaimed, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Where?" Chun Dazhuang's senses sharpened, and he quickly followed Chun Wang's gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, by a rock on the opposite bank of the stream, a black goat was drinking, only its head visible. The rock shielded it from their view, allowing it to remain unaware of their presence. "Shoo, don't move, be quiet." Chun Dazhuang made a hushing gesture, then raised his rifle, ready to take aim. "Brother Zhuang, are you confident? If not, let me give it a try," Chun Wang proposed. Given the rarity of such an opportunity, he preferred to trust in his own skills. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Dazhuang handed the gun over to him. "Then it's your turn. After all, you were the one who spotted it." Chapter 15. Roasted goat leg wrapped in flatbread. Chun Wang took the rifle, aiming at the black goat. The sensation was starkly different from the earlier experience of using a slingshot to hunt squirrels, and he felt a surge of nervousness. Taking a slow, deep breath, he closed one eye to focus, and as the goat lowered its head to drink once more, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot echoed, and the powerful recoil jolted Chun Wang's upper body backward. He observed the position where the goat had been, now marred by shattered rock. "Did you hit it?" Chun Dazhuang asked urgently, his own nerves fraying. Despite having hunted in the mountains for years, he had encountered such large game only a handful of times, and his marksmanship was hardly reliable. Furrowing his brow, Chun Wang was about to respond when a shadow darted from behind the rock, fleeing into the woods. "Missed. Quick, let us chase it." As he spoke, Chun Dazhuang was already in pursuit. Chun Wang hurried after him. The stream was shallow, and they waded through the icy water, which soaked their shoes and pant legs, sending a chill through them on this wintry day. Yet, they paid no heed, and once ashore, they continued in the direction the goat had escaped. The meat of such black goats is tender, flavorful, and nearly devoid of gamey taste, making it an excellent source of sustenance, with the hide also being valuable. If they could capture it, this excursion would be immensely rewarding. "Brother Zhuang, I apologize, I missed the shot," Chun Wang said as they chased after the goat. It was his first time using such a shotgun, and he was still unaccustomed to it. Otherwise, given his shooting skills, it would have been impossible to miss at that distance. No worries, who can claim to hit their target every time while hunting? Besides, there was that large boulder obstructing the view. Let us pursue it quickly. The two of them followed the traces left by the fleeing black goat. Yet it was evident that the creature, with its 4 agile legs, was far quicker. If only we had a hunting dog, Chen Dazhuang lamented, halting his steps and panting heavily. Chen Wang, surveying the surroundings, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the futility of the chase. Do you think we can catch up? Chen Dazhuang asked, casting an inquiring glance at him. Chen Wang remained silent, raising his shotgun and aiming towards a dense patch of grass not far ahead. His keen senses detected some movement within the foliage. Chen Dazhuang, momentarily taken aback, followed his gaze, and then his face lit up with sheer joy. Hurry, shoot. This time, Chen Wang did not miss. Bang! The gunfire echoed, startling a flurry of birds from the nearby branches. The patch of grass erupted, revealing something that had collapsed within. We got it. Chen Wang's face radiated confidence. Did we really hit it? Oh Wang, you're incredible, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, elated as he sprinted forward, with Chen Wang promptly following suit. There lay the black goat, likely weighing around 150 pounds, which was considered quite substantial among adult black goats. Haha. It's been ages since I've bagged such a large catch. Oh Wang, let us get to work. Brother Zhuang, I'll leave it to you. I'll gather some firewood to kindle a fire, so we can dry our pants and shoes. It's getting a bit chilly. We might as well roast a leg of goat to savor. Indeed, splendid idea. They had only consumed flatbread, pickled vegetables, and cornmeal during lunch, which had satiated them but left them longing for meat. Thus, they divided their tasks efficiently. By the time Chen Dazhuang bled the goat, Chen Wang had successfully started a fire. With deft hands, Chen Dazhuang skinned the goat and then cut off a leg, handing it to Chen Wang. How it tastes depends on your skills. Not a problem, Chen Wang replied with a grin. Although he had never prepared such a dish in the wilderness, the age of social media had endowed him with a wealth of culinary knowledge from countless cooking videos he had enjoyed in his leisure time. First, he used a sharp knife to debone the leg of goat, then found a stick to wrap the meat around, securing it with short wooden skewers. Lastly, he inserted the stick by the fire, occasionally turning it to ensure even cooking. I've never seen such a method of roasting meat, Chen Dazhuang remarked with surprise. Too bad we didn't bring any seasoning. Otherwise, you'd be in for a real treat, Chen Wang chuckled, tooting his own horn. Haha Wang. Your brain has certainly clicked. Even your speech is entertaining. Chen Dazhuang squatted beside him, tending to the fire. Once we've feasted on this roasted meat, let us take a look at the waterfall before heading back, aiming to return home before nightfall. Sounds good. Chen Wang nodded in agreement. Before long, the lamb was grilled to perfection. Chen Wang skillfully sliced the meat into delectable pieces, pairing it with flatbreads and pickled vegetables for an exquisite culinary experience. This addition imparted a delightful saltiness to the lamb. Oh, this is simply divine, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his words barely intelligible as he eagerly stuffed his mouth. Chen Wang remained silent, equally relishing the feast, feeling quite proud of his ingenuity. He appreciated his wife's thoughtful preparation, bringing along a jar of pickled vegetables. Otherwise, even the most tender and crispy lamb leg would lack flavor and not be deemed truly enjoyable. Once the entire leg of lamb was roasted, it must have weighed 2 to 3 pounds. Alongside over a pound of flatbread and pickled vegetables, the two managed to devour every last morsel. Chen Wang settled onto the ground, cradling the water jug his wife had packed, tilting his head back to savor several gulps of warm boiled water, contentedly burping in satisfaction. Feeling utterly content, Chen Dazhuang reclined in the grass. After resting for about half an hour, the two tidied up their belongings, extinguished the fire, and set off once more. The skin and meat of the black goat were stowed in a urea bag, and they took turns carrying it. Over 100 pounds on their shoulders felt quite heavy. But fortunately, people in these times were accustomed to physical labor and possessed considerable strength. Despite Chen Dazhuang's slight frame, he was surprisingly strong. Chen Wang, on the other hand, bore the sack with ease. They returned to the stream, following its course upstream. Having successfully hunted the black goat and filled their bellies, both were invigorated, hoping to encounter more good fortune. Alas, it seemed Chen Wang's novice luck had run its course. After nearly an hour of trekking, they had spotted no significant game, not even a wild chicken or hare. After a few more minutes, they finally reached the waterfall. The stream had transformed into a stony pool. Above the pool cascaded a waterfall of over 10 meters in height, and due to the absence of rain, the water flow was not particularly turbulent. The cliff beside the waterfall was steep, making climbing impractical. Chun Wang approached closer, scrutinizing the cliff for any potentially valuable medicinal herbs. "What do you see?" Chun Dazhuang inquired as he joined him. "It's hard to see clearly from here. Is there a path that leads around to the top?" Chun Wang countered. "Above the waterfall?" "Yes, there is, but it would take quite some time, and we're carrying all this meat." "It's getting late," Chun Dazhuang replied. "Let us leave it for another time then. We should head back today." Chapter 16. Return loaded with treasure. The mountain behind Chun family village, known as Bear Mountain, is famous for its abundant black bears and is also referred to as a treasure trove of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, home to a myriad of precious herbal materials. Just as they were about to depart, Chun Wang's gaze caught a glimpse of a cluster of green on two rocks by the pool, prompting him to hasten over. "What is the matter? Did you find something?" Chun Dazhuang followed, intrigued. "I've seen this in my father's records. It appears to be Acarus calamus," Chun Wang responded, pointing at the verdant cluster with a look of astonishment. "Acarus calamus? Isn't this just aquatic grass? Look ahead, there's a vast expanse of it. How much could this possibly be worth?" Chun Dazhuang wore a puzzled expression. "Wow, so much. We're going to strike it rich. Hurry and gather it all." At that moment, Chun Wang also spotted clusters of green ahead, overwhelmed with excitement. "Is it truly a treasure?" "Obviously. If it's recorded in the ancestral book by my father's herbalists, it must be something valuable. However, I'm not sure of its precise worth." "That makes sense. Let us collect it quickly. How should we proceed?" "I'll try to dig it out as intact as possible, being careful not to damage the roots." "All right." The two immediately set to work. Chun Wang retrieved a pair of rubber gloves from the medicine basket and then took out a spade to start digging. "Your equipment is quite comprehensive," Chun Dazhuang exclaimed in surprise. "It all belonged to my father," Chun Wang replied with a smile. Before long, he had harvested a cluster of sweet flag and washed it in the clear water of a nearby stone pond, taking a moment to examine it closely. It exuded a faintly peculiar fragrance. According to the records, this plant can be hung at the door to repel mosquitoes. Its slender leaves resemble fine swords, symbolizing the dispelling of malevolent spirits. In the eyes of ancient scholars, sweet flag held a prestigious status, often cultivated as a potted plant in studies. People would dry the leaves to make sachets, which could ward off insects, prevent plagues, and combat illness. Moreover, the tangled roots beneath possess significant medicinal value. When sliced and dried, they can aid digestion, clear phlegm, and invigorate the mind. Indeed, this is unmistakably sweet flag. "Hurry, let us gather it all," Chun Wang said, his face aglow with excitement. "Understood." Upon hearing this, Chun Dazhuang immediately began working with his small knife. They spent a full half-hour harvesting all the sweet flag. Part was placed in Chun Wang's medicine basket, while the remainder was stowed in a urea sack. There was simply too much to carry. Chun Wang estimated that it weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. However, since the medicinal value primarily lies in the roots, and they need to be dried, only about 20 pounds would be sellable. Chun Wang had heard of this plant before. However, by then it had already been cultivated, and wild specimens were nearly extinct. He wondered how much wild ones were worth now. "Wow, this is quite heavy," Chun Dazhuang grunted as he hoisted the bulging urea sack. "Shall I carry it?" Chun Wang asked with a light chuckle. "No worries, I'll switch with you later." "Well, let us head back. This is quite a bountiful harvest." "Not just bountiful. After years of hunting, I've never filled a bag this full." "Haha, I suppose I'm just lucky. Let us hurry back." "All right, you lead the way." As they retraced their steps through the mountains, they emerged just as the sun began to set. They encountered fellow villagers who had also ventured into the mountains for hunting. Upon seeing their bulging sacks, the villagers curiously inquired about their catch. "What? A black goat? You two young ones are impressive." Upon learning of their remarkable catch, the villagers' elder praised them with astonishment. "Hee, it's just luck, just luck." Chun Dazhuang beamed with joy, his face radiating happiness. "After several years of hunting, it was still the first time I felt so esteemed." Soon, the two arrived at Chun Dazhuang's residence. "Is that a black goat? And is this sweet flag?" "So much of it." Upon witnessing their bounty, even the seasoned Chun Jianjun was taken aback. "It's all thanks to a Wang's fortune. He has been reaping rewards since we entered the mountains," Chun Dazhuang said with a grin. "Master, you know about sweet flag?" Chun Wang inquired, somewhat astonished. Chun Jianjun nodded seriously. "Of course, it is a precious find. Do you know how much it costs per pound?" Chun Wang pressed eagerly. Hearing this, Chen Dazhuang looked at his father with anticipation. I am not entirely certain, but you can inquire at the purchasing station in town tomorrow. It should be worth a few dollars per pound at least. A few dollars per pound? Dad, are you serious? Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. To think that the wild herbs we casually picked could be so valuable, especially when pork is only about 80 to 90 cents per pound. This is a rare medicinal herb. There's no need to be so astonished, Chen Jianjun remarked, casting a sideways glance at his son. I never imagined it would be worth so much. Chen Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head and glancing at Chen Wang. Wang, thank goodness you recognized its value. Otherwise, we would have suffered a significant loss. It's good that it's valuable. Chen Wang nodded with a smile. Let us divide the goat meat, and we'll set the sweet flag aside for now. Master, could you help me dry it tomorrow morning? No problem, leave it to me. Chen Jianjun readily agreed. Subsequently, they distributed their catch. Chen Jianjun promptly declared that he would take the flying squirrels and wild rabbits. And he only needed the half of the goat leg that was missing. Our family has never been short of such game. However, your sister and wife should have a taste of it, he stated. My father is right, Chen Dazhuang chimed in with a smile. But we agreed on a 50-50 split. And since this is my first time in the mountains, I was merely following you, Dazhuang. Enough of that. If you hadn't accompanied me, would I have had such good fortune? As for the sweet flag, if you wish to be fair about it, take it all home, Chen Jianjun asserted. All right then. Chen Wang had no further objections. You should take the sack as well to carry everything back. Remember to bring it along next time we venture into the mountains. Okay. We should hurry back. It's getting dark, and your sister and wife will be worried, Chen Jianjun reminded them. Then, Dazhuang, Master, I shall take my leave, Chen Wang said, shouldering the sack filled with their catch and bidding them farewell with a light-hearted smile. Go on. See you tomorrow. After departing from Chen Dazhuang's home, Chen Wang hurried back. Xiaoyu? Xiuqin? Where are you? Upon entering the house, Chen Wang called out. Wah, brother. A small figure dashed out from the room, clinging to his leg and crying heartily. Lin Xiuqin also appeared at the doorway, looking exasperated. What's wrong? Chen Wang found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Brother is a liar, a big liar. You promised not to go to the mountains. The little girl sobbed and scolded him, her tears and snot smearing onto his trousers. Chapter 17. Is this how life should be? After much effort, Chen Wang finally managed to soothe the little girl's emotions. He felt both amused and heartbroken, but not a trace of impatience lingered. He understood the profound impact that the sudden passing of her parents 2 years ago had on her. Xiaoyu, can you guess what I've brought? Chen Wang asked with a playful smile, pointing at the burlap sack on the ground. The little girl sniffled, her curious gaze fixated on the sack. Beside her, Lin Xiuqin wore an equally curious and expectant expression. Brother, what is it? Chen Xiaoyu tilted her head in inquiry. Without further ado, Chen Wang opened the sack and pulled out the remaining half of a sheep after it had been skinned. Tada! We have mutton to feast on. Wow! Mutton! The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. Mutton is delicious. I want to eat it. The last time she had tasted mutton was during last year's spring festival when the village slaughtered several sheep, distributing the meat among the families. Lin Xiuqin gazed at the half sheep with astonishment, her lovely face lighting up with joy. Darling, today's trip to the mountains was fortuitous. We managed to catch this black goat and shared half with Dazhuang's family. We also got a wild rabbit and a flying squirrel, and I found some mushrooms too. Oh, and this bag contains the goat's offal, which Dazhuang also gave us. We can make a soup with these mushrooms later. As Chen Wang recounted his bountiful haul, he rummaged through the sack for more treasures. Brother, you're so amazing. You caught all these things. The little girl exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. Chen Wang smiled with pride and pulled out a handful of nuts from his pocket. And this, which I found in the flying squirrel's nest. Let your sister-in-law roast them for you. They make a delightful snack. Thank you, brother. The little girl joyfully accepted the nuts, stuffing them into her pockets until they were brimming. Wife, have you started cooking? I'm hungry, Chen Wang said with a cheerful glance at his wife. Lin Xiuqin gestured that she would begin right away. Ideally, the meal should have been prepared earlier, but she had been occupied comforting the little girl, and they hadn't yet had dinner. Perfect. Let us make good use of the mutton and offal, along with the mushrooms. We should prepare several dishes, Chen Wang suggested with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded in agreement. Come, let me help carry the items to the back room. Chen Wang stuffed the prey back into the sack, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he headed toward the kitchen. Previously, they had been at a loss. as it is indeed difficult for a good cook to work without ingredients. Now, with such an abundance of quality fare, Lin Xiaoqin's culinary skills could truly shine. Dinner turned out to be even more sumptuous than the previous night. The first dish was mutton stewed with white radishes, followed by braised bamboo shoots from yesterday. And finally a pot of mutton offal soup with mushrooms, accompanied by 2 stir-fried green vegetables. The flying squirrel and wild rabbit would be set aside for later, as they required time to process, and their ingredients were more than sufficient. As Chun Wang surveyed the table laden with a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, bursting with color and flavor, he remained composed, while the little girl and Lin Xiaoqin were brimming with excitement. Xiaoyu, how does it look? The elder brother ventured into the mountains for a hunt, a prospect that promised a bounty of meat on their dining table henceforth. With a smile, Chun Wang placed a piece of lamb into the bowl of the little girl. It was imperative that she acquiesce to this arrangement. Otherwise, her subsequent lamentations would be unbearable. The little girl furrowed her brow at his words, glancing at her brother and then at the delectable dishes on the table, caught in a web of indecision. Lin Xiaoqin observed her with a smile, curious about her reaction. Chen Xiaoyu was far more astute than her peers, and she was not easily deceived. Today, in accordance with her husband's instructions, she had woven a fib, claiming that Chun Wang had gone out to play. However, as the twilight deepened, the little girl began to piece together the truth, inquiring whether her brother had indeed gone hunting in the mountains. Lin Xiaoqin found it impossible to maintain the pretense and could only nod in acquiescence. Instantly, the little girl burst into tears, lamenting that her brother should not have ventured into the mountains. No amount of consolation seemed to assuage her sorrow. "Brother, I'm still scared," she said, her expression one of utter distress. "I know you are worried about me, afraid that I might encounter danger," he replied gently. "Yes, I only have you and sister-in-law left. I'm afraid of what happened to father." "Foolish child, what happened to father was an accident, do you understand? Let me put it this way. Even if I stayed at home every day, I could still face calamities or misfortunes. We cannot allow fear to paralyze us, can we? How would we live our lives that way?" As he spoke, Chun Wang served his wife 2 pieces of meat as well. The little girl remained silent. "I used to be helpless, relying on you and sister-in-law for everything. But now, your brother is no longer foolish. I have the ability to care for you both. I cannot continue to rely on you, can I? You see, as the man of the house, with our parents gone, it falls upon me to ensure that you both live well. Our parents are watching from above. If I were to drift aimlessly through the days, depending on you for sustenance while you go hungry and cold, how would I ever face them if my time comes? Woo, please don't say such things, brother." Upon hearing this, the little girl could no longer contain her tears. Chun Wang placed his left hand gently on her head, soothingly ruffling her hair. "All right, I won't say any more. I only wish to remind you that you are still a child. Do not burden yourself with worries beyond your years. If the sky were to fall, your brother would be there to support you." The chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The little girl replied earnestly, her voice still quavering. "Brother, you must promise me to come home safely. Of course, do not worry." Chun Wang replied with a hearty laugh, feeling a twinge of emotion. "Ahem, now that we are done with the talk, let us eat. So many delicious dishes, it would be a shame for them to cool." "Brother, you've worked hard today. You should eat more," she insisted, placing a piece of meat into his bowl. "All right, let us dig in," Chun Wang exclaimed, lifting his bowl and savoring the rice alongside the meat. The meal consisted of steamed white rice, and perhaps Lin Xiaoqin felt that such delightful dishes deserved to be paired with rice, lest they go to waste. With a buoyant spirit, their appetites flourished. "Brother, sister-in-law, this lamb is absolutely delicious and so tender. Let's eat our fill, but we mustn't overindulge." The atmosphere in the room is warm and cheerful. Meanwhile, just a wall away, the Qiao family is enduring their own troubles. Yesterday, Xiao Jija had hoped to join them for a meal, but was met with disdain, leaving him seething with anger. After all, who can't afford a meal of meat? Thus, today he ventured into town and splurged on a piece of pork. Xiao's mother, reluctant to consume it all, only sliced half and stir-fried it with chili peppers. The staple was sorghum rice. Just as they were enjoying their meal, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Is that the scent of stewed lamb? What is going on next door? Do they feast on meat every day? Xiao Jija looked towards the direction of their neighbors, feeling a mix of envy and confusion. Chapter 18. Lamb buns and stir-fried nuts. Lamb? Didn't you say yesterday they were eating bamboo shoots? Xiao's father, chewing on a piece of stir-fried meat, looked at him in surprise. It should have been bamboo shoots yesterday, but I can't mistake this smell. It's definitely lamb. Xiao Jijia asserted with conviction. Xiao's mother chimed in. Lamb is quite expensive and must be bought in town. His wife must be quite diligent. Surely they wouldn't he live like this? Wasn't he that bamboo shoot caught by Wang himself? Did he go hunting today? They hadn't he seen anyone all day. As Xiao's father spoke, he picked up 2 more pieces of meat. Him? Don't be ridiculous. If he could catch a lamb, I could catch a black bear. Xiao Jijia smirked derisively. Then go ahead and try. I've never tasted bear paw. I don't have a gun. That's fine. I'll borrow one for you tomorrow. Father, do you wish for me to perish in the mountains? Xiao Jijia looked at his father with an air of resentment. Bah, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao's mother retorted sternly. Then why boast? I thought you were more ambitious. Xiao's father rolled his eyes in annoyance. What am I boasting about? I simply don't believe your words. He is foolish, Wang. How could he hunt a lamb? He is not foolish anymore, don't you know? I know, but Dad, this is the meat I bought. Xiao Jijia suddenly noticed that the bowl of stir-fried meat had nearly been reduced to just chili peppers. Just because you bought it. I can't eat it. Then you might as well move out. Everything in this house belongs to me. I didn't mean that. I meant, please don't eat so quickly. Leave some for me. Didn't I leave any? Can't you eat chili? What are you? Only capable of eating meat. Xiao Jijia was momentarily speechless, casting a pleading glance at his mother. She smiled and placed 2 slices of chili in his bowl. Your father isn't wrong. Chili is delicious too. After all, it's stir-fried with meat. The next day, Wang awoke naturally. However, having gone to bed early, he found it was just past 7 o'clock. Life without a mobile phone and the internet felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. In the past, upon waking from slumber, regardless of the duration of my rest, my mind always felt clouded and unrefreshed. Now, however, I awaken with clarity and an invigorating sense of vitality. The little girl, still lost in her dreams, requires a longer sleep typical of children. Upon entering the back room, Wang discovered Lin Xiuqin already preparing breakfast. As she noticed his arrival, she greeted him with a radiant smile and gestured towards a pot steaming with something. What are you making? Dumplings? Wang observed the rolling pin on the table and inquired with a light chuckle. Lin Xiuqin nodded cheerfully, illustrating a few gestures. Nowadays, Wang could roughly decipher the meaning of simple gestures. She was indicating that there was some leftover radish and lamb stew from yesterday, which she had transformed into meat filling for steamed buns. How delightful! I have yet to taste dumplings filled with radish and lamb. The flavor must be exquisite. Wang remarked with a smile. Lin Xiuqin gestured again and pointed towards the direction behind the village. Wang comprehended her meaning and responded, Oh, we shall not venture into the mountains today. Yesterday, we collected quite a bit of sweet flag, and today we shall see if we can sell it at the purchasing station in town to exchange for some money to buy necessities. Lin Xiuqin paused at this. As sweet flag is an herbal remedy, noted in the ledger left by her father, and should hold some value. Wang explained with a smile. Lin Xiuqin's face brightened, and she gave him a thumbs up. By the way, think about anything we might need to purchase at home, and ask the little girl, jot it down for me later. Wang instructed. Lin Xiuqin nodded cheerfully, then began to ponder what items were essential to buy. Meanwhile, Wang went to fetch water to wash his face and brush his teeth before waking the little girl. The meat buns, plump and white, were soft with thin skins and generous fillings. A single bite unleashed the delectable flavors of lamb and radish within. They were so scrumptious that one could hardly relinquish them even after a slap. My dear wife, these buns are so well made, they could easily be sold at a stall. Wang generously praised. Indeed, they are absolutely delicious. The little one vigorously nodded in agreement, her cheeks as round and full as the buns in her hands. Her speech becoming indistinct. Lin Xiuqin, beaming with joy, pointed to the pile of meat buns on the plate, encouraging them to indulge in more. No problem. I shall at least eat 5, Wang grinned. Upon hearing this, the little girl raised 4 fingers on her left hand, contemplated, and then retracted one, indicating she would only eat 3. These buns were quite large. Even 2 or 3 would satiate an adult. Not to mention, each of them also had a bowl of millet porridge. Their breakfast was so hearty that they felt pleasantly full. Today, Lin Xiuqin did not need to work in the fields. After tidying up the back room, she and the little girl went to feed the pigs. The 3 of them meandered through the vegetable garden behind the house, gathering some fresh seasonal vegetables. In this season, the variety of vegetables available for harvest was limited. The most common were, of course, radishes and cabbages. In those earlier, more impoverished times, these two vegetables were essential for winter sustenance. Additionally, they gathered some asparagus and spinach. After returning indoors and neatly arranging the freshly harvested vegetables, Chen Wang recalled the nuts he had given to the little girl yesterday. He asked her to fetch them so he could roast them for her. The little girl, elated by his request, dashed to her room and soon returned with a bag filled with nuts. Noticing that the fire beneath the stove was still flickering, Chen Wang added some firewood and proceeded to heat some oil in a pan. Lin Xiuqin stood by, watching him pour an abundance of oil into the pan. Her lips twitching in mild dismay, yet she refrained from intervening. After all, her husband was now the pillar of the household, contributing to the family's income. Indulging a little was permissible. Once the oil was heated, he added the cleaned nuts to the pan, stirring them as they began to change color and release a delightful aroma. Despite having just eaten, the little girl was drawn to the enticing scent. Repeatedly tiptoeing to peer into the pan, Chen Wang then sprinkled in some salt, 5-spice powder, and a touch of sugar, continuing to stir for another 7 or 8 minutes until the nuts were ready to be served. He presented a plate to the little girl, advising her to let them cool a bit, as they were quite hot. "Thank you, brother," she exclaimed joyfully, accepting the plate and puffing on the nuts with her little lips to hasten their cooling. The nuts primarily consisted of hazelnuts, hickory nuts, chestnuts, and some pine nuts. The little girl, displaying her thoughtfulness, shared a few nuts with Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin once they had cooled sufficiently. Chapter 19. Selling goods at the purchase station. It must be said that these nuts, carefully selected by squirrels, were truly delectable, with not a single spoiled piece among them. Regrettably, there were just a few. The plate of nuts was quickly devoured, leaving the little girl smacking her lips, still yearning for more. Chen Wang chuckled as he ruffled her hair, saying, "Next time I go hunting in the mountains, I'll look for more squirrel nests. The colder it gets, the easier it should be to find these nuts." "Yes," the little one nodded vigorously. Observing her obedient nature, Chen Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Compared to children of her age in later times, his sister was remarkably sensible, evoking a twinge of affection. "I'll be going to town with Dezhuang today. You and your sister-in-law should think of what you want to buy and jot it down," Chen Wang said with a smile. "Really? Can I have anything I want?" The little girl looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Anything," Chen Wang affirmed with a nod, not the least concerned that her wishes might be extravagant. Firstly, the items available in this era were entirely unfamiliar to her, and secondly, she was genuinely sensible. "You're the best, brother," the little girl cheered, her short legs carrying her towards Lin Xiuqin, who was sweeping the floor. "Sister-in-law, brother is going to town." After receiving the notes from the two of them, Chen Wang took along a burlap sack, filling it with several bamboo rat skins and the pelt of a black goat, and made his way to Chen Dazhuang's home. Upon entering the yard, he spotted his master sitting on a stool, tending to a pile of sweet flag. "Good morning, master." Chen Wang greeted him with a smile. Chen Jianjun lifted his head to look at him, responding with a cheerful smile, "You've come so early. I am still cleaning the dirt off these roots and haven't even started drying them yet." "No worries, I'll help you with it. Let's skip the drying and sell them with the roots and leaves intact." "That's fine. If I dry them myself, I might ruin them." "Where's brother Dazhuang?" Chen Wang crouched in front of him, picking up a plant of sweet flag and brushing the mud off its roots. "He's inside having a meal. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's go eat together." "I've already eaten. My wife made steamed buns filled with lamb and radish, and she also cooked some millet porridge. It's quite delicious." "That sounds wonderful. Having a woman at home makes quite a difference," Chen Jianjun remarked with a smile. Chen Wang found himself at a loss for words and could only awkwardly laugh, quickly changing the subject. "Master, is there a place in town that sells dogs? Sometimes, if luck is on your side, you might come across someone selling puppies. However, not all dogs are suited to be hunting dogs. If you don't know the ropes, you could easily waste your money on a useless dog." "That makes sense. How about you come with us to take a look?" "All right. Since I have nothing else to do today, I'll join you." "That's wonderful," a familiar voice echoed. Chen Wang looked up to see Chen Dazhuang coming out with a bowl in hand. "Oh, you're here. What is that delicious smell?" "It's leftover rice porridge from yesterday. Want some?" "No, I've already had enough," Chen Wang replied with a smile, shaking his head. Rice porridge was a common breakfast in that era, made by reheating leftover rice with some water, often accompanied by leftover dishes or pickled vegetables. Of course, many families didn't really have breakfast, eating only 2 meals a day. Once Chen Dazhuang had eaten his fill, Chun Wang and his master finished cleaning a pair of sweet flags and packed them into a burlap sack. After Chen Jianjun closed the door, the three set off together towards the town. Qinjia village was a good 10 miles from town, and the journey was along challenging muddy mountain paths, requiring at least over an hour on foot. Along the way, Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang chatted and laughed, listening to Chun Jianjun recount tales of hunting dogs and the art of hunting, thus avoiding any sense of monotony. By noon, the trio finally arrived in town. Chun Wang was entirely unfamiliar with what a town looked like in that era. It was not part of the memories of the Navia Wang. His parents must have brought him here when they were alive, but he had no recollection of it. Curiously, he surveyed the surroundings, marveling at everything's novelty. Stalls selling various snacks and goods lined both sides of the street, with a few shops and state-owned stores in the background. Looking around, he noticed many people bustling about, creating quite a lively atmosphere. "It's quite bustling here," Chun Wang exclaimed in surprise. "It's already late. It's much livelier during the morning market." Chun Dazhuang chuckled. "Enough chit-chat. Let us head to the buying station first, and later we can see if there are any dogs for sale," Chun Jianjun urged. The two understood there was no time to dawdle and followed Chun Jianjun straight to the buying station. Upon entering, they found many people negotiating transactions with the staff inside. After a brief wait, it soon became their turn. Chun Wang approached the counter with a burlap sack in hand and inquired of the young lady behind the counter, "Hello. Beautiful. Do you purchase animal skins and sweet flag here?" In this era, it is somewhat conservative for men and women to address each other so openly. Referring to someone as beautiful could easily be misconstrued as crass. However, the woman working at the purchasing station had seen enough of the world to take no offense. Instead, she was quite flattered by the compliment, her mood brightening considerably as she regarded Chun Wang with newfound favor. "Of course we do. Please, show me what you have," she replied with a radiant smile. "All right." Chun Wang nodded and quickly retrieved several pelts from the sack. Among them were 5 bamboo rat skins and 1 black goat skin. The bamboo rat skins aren't worth much. Let's say 3 yuan for all of them. The goat skin, however, holds more value and is in excellent condition. "I can offer you 24 yuan for it," the young lady stated after examining the skins. Unfamiliar with the market rates, Chun Wang glanced at his master, Chun Jianjun, who gave a slight nod, indicating that the price was acceptable. In truth, he was somewhat surprised, believing the offer to be quite generous. He had not visited the town in over half a year and was unaware that prices had risen significantly. "All right, the remainder is all sweet flag. Please take a look," Chun Wang said as he handed over the burlap sack. The young lady took it, opened it, and gasped at the quantity of sweet flag inside. "This is quite impressive. It is not easy to find such herbs in the mountains these days. You are indeed fortunate." "Indeed, I must be lucky," Chun Wang replied with a smile. "For sweet flag, our purchasing station offers between 7 to 10 yuan per pound, and given the quality and cleanliness of your harvest, I can offer you 9 yuan per pound. That works for me. I'll sell it all. Please weigh it," Chun Wang responded eagerly. "Certainly, just a moment." The young lady retrieved a wooden scale and hung the burlap sack for weighing. After removing the considerable mud from the roots, the total weight came to 38 pounds and 7 ounces, which she rounded down to 37 pounds, accounting for the moisture content since it had not been dried. 37 pounds at 9 yuan per pound totals 333 yuan. Adding the 27 from the skins brings the total to 360 yuan, she concluded, retrieving a stack of bills from the drawer and counting out 36 notes to hand to him. 360 yuan. Please check if it is correct." "No need." Chun Wang replied with a cheerful smile, accepting the money. He had counted along with her in his mind and was confident there was no mistake. The young lady felt a sense of trust bestowed upon her and was in high spirits. "Next time you have something good, do bring it to me. I promise to offer you the best price." "Will do. Thank you, beautiful." Chapter 20. Shopping at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Upon exiting the purchasing station, Chun Wang handed half of the cash to Chun Dazhuang. "Here you go, brother Dazhuang." No, why give me so much? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even recognize sweet flag. Just give me the money for the goat skin," Chun Dazhuang insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. "Brother Dazhuang, you are being rather sentimental. We had previously agreed that the spoils from our hunting expedition in the mountains would be shared equally." Chun Wang regarded him with a serious expression. "However, that arrangement pertains to the game we hunted. Foraging for herbs is your expertise, a realm in which I possess no knowledge. Moreover, you are the one who brought down the goats. My shooting skills might have scared them away instead." Chun Dazhuang remained reluctant to accept the money. "A Wang, Chen Jianjun, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. Master, Dazhuang makes a valid point. The agreement regarding the hunting spoils stands firm at an equal split. However, the matter of herb gathering cannot be treated the same way, as he is entirely unfamiliar with it. Chen Jianjun articulated his perspective. After pondering for a moment, Chen Wang proposed, since Brother Dazhuang has also put in effort for the herb gathering, how about we split the hunting spoils 50-50, but allocate 70-30 for the herbs? Chen Jianjun said nothing in response, merely directing his gaze towards his son. 80-20 then. I would still be at a significant advantage with that arrangement, Chen Dazhuang asserted earnestly. Very well, let us clarify this once and for all, so we shall not dwell on it again, as long as we venture into the mountains together. This division will apply. Agreed. Now, allow me to calculate. The cost of the hides is 27 yuan, which means 50-50 amounts to 135. The cost for the stone calamus sold is 333, with my 2 tenths making it 666. Altogether, that sums to 801. Chen Wang swiftly counted out 8 crisp bills and handed them to Chen Dazhuang with a smile, saying, I managed to save a dime. I don't have it on me now, but later I will treat you and uncle to a meal at the restaurant. No, allow me to treat you. I insist. Chen Dazhuang cheerfully accepted the money, well aware that a legitimate worker at the factory earns only about 40 yuan a month. They had earned in a single day what someone else would take 2 months to make, and they still had plenty of mutton at home. This was the first time in years of hunting that he had such a bountiful harvest. Indeed, it is only right for him to treat, for without a Wang's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to earn some money. Chen Jianjun chimed in, laughter crinkling the corners of his eyes. With his mobility impaired, he found it increasingly challenging to venture into the mountains for hunting. The household's income relied solely on their few acres of land and the game his son brought in. When their daughter-in-law departed, she callously emptied their resources. In recent years, while their family had enough meat from their son's hunts, it primarily consisted of wild chickens and rabbits, sufficient for their own consumption but hardly profitable. Life had indeed been arduous. Observing the harmonious collaboration between his son and his apprentice, and witnessing the substantial earnings from their mountain excursion, Chen Jianjun felt a renewed sense of hope and his spirits lifted greatly. Brother Dazhuang, uncle, I need to make a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items for home. Are you coming along? Chen Wang inquired. Let us go together. I also wish to buy a few things, Chen Dazhuang replied with a smile. It's best to go as a group to avoid losing track of one another later. Chen Jianjun nodded in agreement. Then let us depart. In the town, most daily necessities were acquired from the supply and marketing cooperative. For meat, one would go to the food station, for grains to the grain station, and there were also agricultural machinery stations, ironworks, freight stations, and more. Although there were department stores akin to supermarkets in that era, they were all state-owned and located in the city center. The supply and marketing cooperative was not far from the procurement station. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived. Upon entering, they discovered a lively atmosphere with many farmers, similarly dressed in humble attire, curiously examining the various goods displayed on the shelves. Chen Wang reached into his pocket and retrieved the note that the little girl had given him. The note began with a request for hairpins and double happiness candies. The handwriting crooked and uneven, with the character for happiness even substituted with pinyin, clearly penned by the young child herself. Chen Xiaoyu had yet to start school. However, Lin Xiuqin would teach her to read and write in her spare time. Further down the list, the handwriting transformed into Lin Xiuqin's neat and elegant script, detailing items needed for the household: shampoo, laundry detergent, toilet paper, and a request for some needles and thread to knit winter towels and sweaters. Chen Wang approached the counter, inquiring about prices for each item as listed on the note. In his view, the prices of goods in this era were remarkably low. For instance, the double happiness candies that his sister longed for were priced at merely 50 cents for a large bag, while it was said that one could purchase 10 pieces for a dime at the corner shop. Most other items were also priced in the mere cents range, with only a few exceeding $1. He was curious about a brand of shampoo, the Friendship brand, which was widely used for washing hair during this time. Having never encountered such a product before, he examined it with intrigue, questioning its ability to effectively cleanse hair. There were several brands of laundry detergent available, and Chen Wang opted for 2 bags of the Panda brand. Before long, he had gathered all the essential items listed on the note, spending less than 5 yuan. Yet feeling unsatisfied, with 3 hours spent on this round trip, he felt compelled to purchase a few more items. Excuse me, How much is that milk powder? Chun Wang inquired, pointing at a can of Shanghai milk powder on the counter. He had heard of this product, a popular instant beverage boasting ingredients such as milk powder, condensed milk, malt extract, and cocoa powder. Not only could it be mixed with water, but it could also be consumed directly, offering a rich, sweet, milky flavor and significant nutritional value, making it a high-standard gift that was particularly favored by children and the elderly. However, as dairy products became more commonplace, this item gradually faded from the market. 3 yuan, the salesperson replied nonchalantly. I'll take 2 cans, Chun Wang stated decisively. The salesperson glanced at him with a hint of surprise before retrieving 2 cans from behind the counter. In this era, milk powder was considered a luxury, typically unaffordable for the average household. It was evident that the salesperson had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Chun Wang was a significant customer. Could I get a bag? A larger one, please. We don't have any, but you can buy that. The salesperson indicated a red, white, and blue cloth bag on the counter, explaining. It's only 80 cents, sturdy and versatile for carrying anything. All right, I'll take one of those. Do you need any instant noodles? We just received a fresh shipment. Perfect for children and the elderly. Yes, I'll have a box. Would you like some fruit juice? It's just arrived. Sure, 2 packs of that, please. And the fizzy drinks? Yes, I'll take those too. Also, a box of that snowflake cream. Of course. The salesperson was now enthusiastic, actively promoting the products while Chun Wang eagerly filled his basket. This scene drew astonished glances from the surrounding customers, who began to murmur in hushed tones. Whose extravagant offspring is this? Goodness, is there really such a reckless way to spend money? It's painful to watch. Why is he buying everything? And even getting a bag to carry it all? How lavish. Whose wealth can withstand such extravagance? In Chapter 21, at the state-run restaurant, the red, white, and blue bag was filled to the brim. The total at checkout amounted to 28.65 yuan. Chun Wang did not pull out all his money. Instead, he reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 large bills, handing them over for change. In these times, public safety was hardly reassuring. Wang, why did you buy so many items? Chen Dazhuang approached, having spent only 4 or 5 yuan on some cigarettes, liquor, and snacks. Chun Wang slung the bag over his shoulder and chuckled. My wife gave me 50 yuan to stock up for the winter. Chen Dazhuang paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, we ought to buy more. Winter is fast approaching, and it's not easy to make a trip to town from our remote valley. Chen Jianjun chimed in loudly, agreeing. Chun Wang exchanged a knowing glance with his master, reminiscent of 2 cunning foxes. This remark was not meant for Dazhuang, but rather for those nearby. As anticipated, the crowd found merit in his words. Yes, winter is nearly upon us. It's wise to stock up on supplies. Even the animals in the mountains know to hoard food for the winter. That makes a lot of sense. Prices have been rising lately, so buying more seems prudent. With the new year in 2 months, we ought to buy some gifts for the children. I wish I could, but my wife isn't so generous. She only gave me 5 yuan. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chatter, Chun Wang and his companions left the supply and marketing cooperative. After departing, they arrived at the state-run restaurant, eager for lunch. It was Chun Wang's first visit to such an establishment in this era, and being a state-run venue, it felt quite novel. He looked around with curiosity. Chen Dazhuang shared a similar sentiment. Having barely made any money from hunting, he had never had the chance to dine out. At that time, the restaurant lacked servers. Customers had to place their orders at the window and then wait at the serving counter for their meals. Do not underestimate those servers. In this era, being a server or chef at a state-run restaurant was considered a prestigious occupation. Chun Wang perused the menu at the window and was surprised to find braised bear paw listed, though it could only be ordered when the ingredients were available. After some deliberation, the trio ordered 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork, steamed base, egg dumplings, and pork lard rice balls, along with a portion of chicken stewed with mushrooms. The total came to 5.60 yuan, still a rather luxurious expenditure, which explained why few ventured to dine out in these times. Chen Dazhuang insisted on paying. Unable to resist, Chun Wang did not argue, but merely remarked that next time they came to town, he would treat them. He was not accustomed to contesting the bill, finding it rather pretentious. After finding a seat and waiting for a while, they heard the server calling from the window, prompting Chun Wang and Chen Dazhuang to hurry over to collect their dishes. In this day and age, the vegetables are genuine and unadulterated, devoid of any technological tampering, stirring one's appetite at first glance. During Chun Wang's prior existence, life had improved significantly. Meals were abundant with fish and meat, Yet various food safety issues had emerged. Even staple vegetables like garlic shoots and green beans failed to meet safety standards. Come, master, please accompany me for a moment. Do indulge. Chun Wang urged as he served a piece of red braised pork into Chun Jianjun's bowl. That's quite all right. I can manage myself. You should eat as well. Chun Jianjun replied with a beaming smile, casting a glance at his son beside him. Chun Dazhuang was already devouring his food voraciously, his chopsticks moving with incredible speed as he exclaimed in a hearty tone, "Delicious! The dishes here are truly delightful." A frown of concern creased Chun Jianjun's forehead. It seemed as though his son was the foolish one here. After satisfying their appetites, the trio ventured to the grain store where Chun Wang purchased 20 pounds of rice. Each pound required a grain coupon and an additional 12 cents. The total for 20 pounds amounted to $2.40. Before their departure, he had requested grain and meat coupons from Lin Xiuqin. Their household had scarcely utilized these coupons previously, resulting in a considerable surplus. Now that he was earning, Chun Wang was determined that his wife and sister would not have to settle for inferior grains. Subsequently, Chun Wang visited the food station, acquiring 5 pounds of fatty pork and 5 pounds of ribs, 7 dimes per pound for the pork and 5 dimes per pound for the ribs. This transaction consumed 10 meat coupons and $6, along with some additional spices, totaling $9.50. To his surprise and delight, ribs were significantly cheaper than meat during this period. Having completed their purchases, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. While Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang were shopping at the food station, Chun Jianjun felt the time was slipping away. He wandered around the market in search of vendors selling puppies, but regrettably found none. With time running short, they reluctantly abandoned their quest for a hunting dog and made their way home. The journey back, burdened by the weight of their purchases, felt increasingly arduous. They encountered a vegetable vendor from the neighboring village, who was returning with an empty cart. After a brief discussion, Chun Wang offered 5 dimes as compensation to place their goods on the cart. The alleviation of the heavy load brought them a sense of ease. As they munched on loose sunflower seeds purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang exchanged banter, soon arriving at their village. The kind vendor even delivered them to their doorstep. After unloading their goods, Chun Wang graciously handed over the agreed payment, expressing his gratitude with a smile. "Thank you, sir. No need for thanks. It was on my way, and I earned a little from you." The vendor chuckled heartily before departing with his cart. "Wang, what are the plans for tomorrow? Will we venture into the mountains?" Chun Dazhuang inquired, holding his own purchases. Chun Wang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. As long as it doesn't rain heavily, we shall go. With the new year approaching, we should seize the opportunity to earn as much as we can." "That sounds splendid. Especially at 7 in the morning," Chun Dazhuang cheerfully remarked. This hunting collaboration had proven fruitful for him, yet he harbored concerns that Chun Wang, having earned such a substantial profit, might not wish to partake again in the near future. "No problem. I assure you I shall arrive punctually." Chun Wang smiled and turned to his master, suggesting, "Master, why not stay for a meal? I just purchased some meat, and my wife could prepare a few extra dishes." "No, we have vegetables to prepare as well. We can discuss it another day." Chun Jianjun replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, you should hurry inside. Your sister and wife will surely be overjoyed to see you return with such an abundance." Chun Dazhuang chuckled. "Very well, I shall head in now. See you tomorrow." Chun Wang bid farewell and hoisted the bag over his shoulder, turning to head inside. Observing this, Chun Jianjun and his son also took their leave. "Wife, Xiaoyu, I have returned." As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Chun Wang called out loudly. To his bewilderment, no one responded. "Where is everyone?" Chun Wang set down his belongings and first inspected the living room, then proceeded to the back room, yet found no one there. Chapter 22. Jealousy distorts one's countenance. Chun Wang's mood began to shift towards anxiety. The sky was nearly darkening, and under normal circumstances, they would not be absent at this hour. Hastily, he exited the house, preparing to inquire among the nearby villagers. Passing by the yard of the neighbor, he spotted Qiao Jiji's father sweeping. "Uncle Qiao, do you happen to know where my wife and sister have gone?" Chun Wang inquired. He held no ill feelings towards Qiao Jiji's father, whose reputation in the village stood in stark contrast to that of his son. The villagers would likely agree that this father-son duo exemplified the adage of a tiger father begetting a dog son. "I don't know. I haven't noticed." "Why? Are they not home?" "You carry on. I'll continue to search." "All right, you might ask around with others." Chun Wang acknowledged and quickly set off to question other villagers. After inquiring with several individuals, he finally learned from a middle-aged woman that she had seen his sister and wife heading towards his uncle's house. Upon receiving this news, Chen Wang's brow furrowed slightly. Thanking the woman, he hurried towards his uncle's residence. Upon arriving, Chen Wang spotted his wife and sister standing outside the door, hand in hand. The young girl, arms crossed defiantly, was animatedly arguing with his aunt and Chen Feng. I don't care, Brother Feng. You must clarify to everyone that my brother did not steal your pig. He stated that it was your family's compensation for ours. As he approached, Chen Wang overheard the young girl's voice, filled with indignation and determination. Xiaoyu, you are still young. You do not understand. We have not borrowed your pig. His aunt attempted to obfuscate the issue. Aunt, you are quite amusing. Do you think I am an ignorant child? The young girl retorted with a look of disdain. I didn't mean it that way. The aunt laughed awkwardly, feeling as though she had been scorned by a 5-year-old. Xiaoyu, please do not cause a ruckus. I have said nothing. Chen Feng casually picked his nose, displaying an air of indifference. The villagers have their own thoughts. What can I do? After all, your brother stole old Wang's chickens a few days ago and was struck by old Wang's carrying pole. Such petty thievery naturally leads to assumptions of repeated offenses. Bah, nonsense. My brother is not a thief. I despise you. The little girl shouted in anger. It is of no use to shout here. Your brother's theft of old Wang's chickens is common knowledge throughout the village. My brother isn't guilty. He was deceived. You lie, you scoundrel. The child was both furious and anxious, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. Her brother, who had always treated her kindly, was the best brother in the world to her, and she would not allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. Lin Xiuqin's beautiful eyes were tinged with red from anger as she held the child's hand, glaring at Chen Feng. She wanted to speak, but no words escaped her lips. Enough. It's dark now. You all should return home. Auntie urged impatiently. Xiaoyu, don't cry. There's nothing to weep about. A familiar voice rang out. The little girl and Lin Xiuqin looked up, their faces brightening. Brother. Upon seeing her steadfast support, the little girl's pent-up grievances erupted. Chen Wang hurried over to them, ruffling the little girl's hair, and addressed Lin Xiuqin. I was worried sick when I returned and found you all absent. Lin Xiuqin's eyes reflected a hint of apology as she gestured with her hands. Brother, Feng Gu told the villagers that our pig is stolen from them. The little girl said, looking up with a pitiful expression. Chen Wang nodded. I heard that just now and had a general idea of what transpired. Looking down at the little girl, he chuckled. Why are you so aggrieved? There's no need to argue with them and waste your breath. The villagers aren't fools to believe everything they hear. But when I play with the village children, they call you a thief, and it makes me very angry. The little girl pouted. What a silly child. Chen Wang glanced at Chen Feng, his tone mocking. Some people can only fool a few children. We need not concern ourselves with such individuals. If a mad dog bites you, would you also bite it back? The little girl burst into laughter at this remark. Lin Xiuqin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Chen Wang, do you dare to insult me? Chen Feng seethed with rage. I am indeed speaking of you. What of it? Chen Wang looked at him coldly, enunciating each word. I have already stated that our families should not interfere with each other. It seems you do not comprehend human language. Do you truly want me to break your arm? Chen Feng was incensed, but the memory of Chen Wang's previous actions quelled his harsh words. Even now, his arm still ached. Oh dear, we have said we did nothing wrong. Why must you come to our home to cause a scene? Aren't we all relatives? Must we act this way and create unhappiness? Auntie shouted loudly, beginning to lose her composure. Such relatives are better left unacknowledged. Chen Wang scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Let us return. I have purchased a plethora of items. Rice, meat, instant noodles, and fruit. Instant noodles? Wow, brother, did you really buy instant noodles? The little girl hurriedly caught up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. In these times, instant noodles have become a luxury. Unlike in the era of Chen Wang's rebirth when only the impoverished or the indolent resorted to such fare. I bought a whole box. Ah, brother, I adore you. Can I have 2 packets today? It has been ages since I last had them. Sure, as long as you can finish them. I can definitely finish them. Are there any fruit? I want to eat that too. Yes, there is plenty. Chen Wang couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl, who was dancing with joy, when suddenly an idea struck him. By the way, dear wife, this money is what remains. You should keep it. Saying this, he took out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiuqin. Lin Xiuqin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her face a portrait of shock. Chen Feng and Auntie also stared in disbelief at the amount of money. In total, I sold for 360, after splitting it evenly. I received 280 after spending a little over 40 on purchases. That's all that remains. Chen Wang anticipated her question and directly explained. Lin Xiuqin nodded in a daze, quickly stuffing the money into her pocket and covering it with her hand. Wow, brother, you earned so much money. How impressive. The little girl beamed with surprise and admiration. Of course, from now on, I promise you will have rice, meat, and snacks every day. Oh, and I bought some malt extract. You two should have a cup before bed every night. You are too thin. Malt extract? Oh my, brother, you are too wonderful. You are the best brother in the world. The little girl's cheeks flushed with excitement as she showered him with praise. Ah, I love to hear that. Do say more. Chen Wang replied with a smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he earn so much money? Chen Feng murmured under his breath, his jealousy nearly distorting his features. Chen Wang glanced back at Auntie and Chen Feng's constipated expressions, feeling quite pleased. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Chapter 23. The instant noodles of the new year. Upon returning home, Chen Wang retrieved the overflowing red, white, and blue bag and began to extract its contents. Xiaoyu, here are the hairpins and the double happiness candy you wanted. Wow, so much candy. Thank you, brother. Don't eat too much, or you might get cavities. You can have a maximum of 5 pieces a day, understood? Chen Wang raised 5 fingers, his expression serious as he admonished her. The little one had yet to begin losing her baby teeth, and her teeth appeared to be in excellent condition. He certainly did not want her to ruin them with overindulgence. In this day and age, correcting teeth could be quite troublesome. Got it. I promise I won't overindulge. The little girl nodded sweetly, clutching the hairpins and a large bag of double happiness candy. Wife, the shampoo powder, toilet paper, laundry detergent, and sewing kit you wanted are all in here. Please put them away later, Chen Wang said, looking towards his wife. Lin Xiuqin smiled and nodded. Then there is the snow cream. With the cold weather, I see your hands are slightly chapped. Remember to use it. Chen Wang took out the snow cream and handed it to her. Lin Xiuqin's beautiful eyes sparkled, and with a smile gracing her features, she reached out to accept it. Being cared for by her husband in such a manner filled her heart with sweetness. And here is this malted milk. Chen Wang produced 2 cans of malted milk and handed them over, smiling as he advised. You both must drink this daily to replenish your nutrition and quickly become plump and healthy for me. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a shy glance. To her, his words implied a desire for her to nurture her health in preparation for having children. In fact, Chen Wang did harbor this thought. If it were the so-called nutritional products of later generations, he would hesitate to let his wife consume them, but now it was undoubtedly fine. There wasn't much left. Just 2 bags of fruit, 2 boxes of instant noodles, some glass soda, rice, and pork. In the future, our family should focus on consuming refined grains. While the coarse grains can be enjoyed occasionally, I can afford to support you all. If these words were to fall on the ears of others in the village, they would merely consider them grandiose. However, Lin Xiuqin and the little girl believed him, their smiles radiating with aspirations and dreams of a beautiful life. Brother, I want to eat instant noodles. The little girl eagerly exclaimed, fixating on the 2 boxes of noodles. No problem, dear wife, let us cook instant noodles today. Adding some mushrooms, lamb, and eggs. Chen Wang proposed to his wife. Naturally, Lin Xiuqin had no objections and nodded in agreement with a beaming smile. Sister-in-law, I want to eat 2 packs. The little girl chimed in joyfully. Lin Xiuqin smiled indulgently and pointed to her little belly. The little girl immediately recalled the embarrassing incident from the day before when she had overeaten and bashfully pouted, "Oh, I want to overeat again. It's fine. Let her have 2 packs. If she can't finish them, she can give them to me." Chen Wang chuckled. Regardless of the era, one should enjoy instant noodles, surely. One should be able to indulge. Oh, you're the best, brother. The little girl cheered with delight. Once the 3 of them had neatly arranged the items they had purchased, they began to prepare the instant noodles. Chen Wang had already become quite adept at tending the fire. Without Lin Xiuqin's guidance, he instinctively crouched by the stove to kindle the flames. He first pushed the ash to the sides, then struck a match to ignite some scrap paper as kindling, quickly adding some thin twigs, followed by larger firewood. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuqin had poured water into the pot for boiling the noodles and prepared the lamb and mushrooms, working alongside the little girl to sequentially open the noodle packets. After extracting the noodle cakes and seasoning from the packages, each one contained some broken noodle crumbs. which the little girl crushed in her palm and eagerly stuffed into her mouth, crunching delightfully. Is it really that delicious? Chen Wang stood up from beside the fire, amused as he observed the little girl's expression of pure enjoyment. Crispy and tasty. The little girl nodded brightly, her smile radiant. As you grow older, one of the things you may come to loathe the most is instant noodles, Chen Wang remarked with a knowing smile. How could that be? Instant noodles are simply delightful. I shall never grow to dislike them, the little girl retorted with unwavering conviction. Very well then, remember today's words, my dear. Do you trust me or her? Chen Wang said with a smile. Lin Xiuqin's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she glanced at the little girl, raising her finger to point at her. In her understanding, instant noodles were a rare delicacy for ordinary families. She had only tasted them 2 or 3 times and could hardly recall the flavor. Only that they were utterly delicious and never enough. Such a delectable treat. How could the little girl possibly come to despise it as she matures? Seeing her sister-in-law choose to trust her, the little girl slightly lifted her chin, a proud smile adorning her face. All right, you simply do not comprehend, Chen Wang shrugged, wearing a smile that suggested he was the only one sober amidst a sea of revelry. Before long, the water in the pot reached a boil. Lin Xiuqin placed 5 blocks of noodles into the pot, and together with the little one, hastily tore open the seasoning packets and poured them in. The familiar aroma of instant noodles immediately filled the air. Wow, it smells amazing. The little girl could hardly contain her excitement, repeatedly tiptoeing to peer into the pot. Perhaps due to her inexperience with such fare, Chen Wang found the scent quite enticing as well. The instant noodles of the future had evolved into a myriad of flavors. Yet none seemed to rival the fragrant allure of these traditional noodles. Lin Xiuqin then added 2 eggs to the mix. How do we divide 2? Let us boil 3. 1 for each of us, Chen Wang suggested. Lin Xiuqin shot him a glance, then complied by adding another egg. Initially, she had intended for the siblings to each have 1, abstaining from eating herself. With only a few chickens at home, they had previously been frugal with their eggs. Next, she added thinly sliced matsutake mushrooms and lamb, intensifying the tantalizing aroma. The little girl was practically salivating with anticipation. Let us add a bit of vinegar and sesame oil. Chen Wang chimed in with a grin. Lin Xiuqin looked at him, surprised. This ingredient will enhance the flavor. Trust me, it will be even more delectable, Chen Wang said confidently. Lin Xiuqin nodded slightly, drizzling a circle of vinegar and a splash of sesame oil into the pot. The fragrance was intoxicating. Could they eat it yet? The little girl was beyond eager. Lin Xiuqin chuckled, took an enamel bowl, and used chopsticks to serve half of the noodles for her, adding some lamb and matsutake from the pot, finishing with a ladle of broth. Give it to me, don't spill. Chen Wang laughed, reaching out to take the bowl from Lin Xiuqin. It was brimming and quite heavy. Xiaoyu, come, sit here to eat, Chen Wang said, placing it on the dining table. Thank you, brother. The little girl exclaimed joyfully as she hurried over to take her seat. Be careful, it's hot. I know, she replied. Soon, Chen Wang was about to savor his first bowl of 1,982 instant noodles. For reasons unknown, it seems that the instant noodles truly surpass any he has ever tasted in their aromatic allure and delectable flavor. In Chapter 24, the trio, thoroughly satisfied after their meal of instant noodles, relished the moment. The little girl managed to consume both packets, not succumbing to the same overindulgence as before. Just after finishing their meal, the power went out, a situation everyone had grown accustomed to. Chen Wang fetched some candles and lit them, assisting his wife in swiftly tidying up the kitchen under the flickering light. Upon entering the front room, they found the little girl seated on the edge of the bed, staring vacantly at the 2 remaining packets of noodles on the table. Chen Wang exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiuqin, both sharing a silent amusement. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? You don't still wish to eat, do you? Chen Wang inquired with a jovial smile. The little girl turned to them, her expression earnest as she replied, I'm waiting until I'm hungry again, then I'll eat this before going to bed. Chen Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Lin Xiuqin's eyes sparkled with mirth. How long do you intend to wait? Perhaps you should save it for breakfast. How about I prepare you a cup of malted milk drink to enjoy before bed? He suggested playfully. Upon hearing this, the little girl displayed a conflicted expression. It's right here, and no one will take it from you, Chen Wang said with a bemused roll of his eyes. Finally, she nodded in agreement. All right. I'll listen to you, brother. Now that's more like it. Chen Wang chuckled, proceeding to retrieve a canister of malted milk drink from the table. Lin Xiuqin turned to fetch a cup and a kettle of hot water. As soon as the lid of the malted milk drink was opened, a sweet, creamy aroma enveloped the room. "Come here," Chun Wang beckoned to his sister. She hurried over, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of confusion. Chun Wang scooped a small spoonful and offered it to her, smiling. "This is delicious even on its own. Give it a try." The little girl's eyes lit up as she opened her mouth wide and took the bite. In the next moment, she cupped her cheeks with her hands, displaying an utterly content smile. "So fragrant and sweet, it's delightful. Look at that silly expression of yours." Chun Wang chuckled, offering another spoonful to his wife. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed slightly, her head tilting back as she waved her hand, indicating she wasn't tea hungry. "Just have a taste. Look how much Xiao Yu is enjoying it," Chun Wang coaxed gently. "Sister-in-law, you should try some too. It's really good." The little girl chimed in eagerly. Unable to decline further, Lin Xiuqin tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and opened her mouth to taste. "How is it?" Chun Wang asked with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded, a smile gracing her lips, signaling it was delicious. Having never tasted this treat before, Chun Wang was curious and sampled a small spoonful himself. The crispy granules melted slowly on his tongue, sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of enjoying milk chocolate. However, Chun Wang was not particularly fond of sweet treats. He preferred coffee and tea over sugary beverages. After tasting it, his interest waned, and he prepared a cup for both his sister and wife. Following their enjoyment, the little girl joyfully accompanied Lin Xiuqin to take a bath. Chun Wang lay on his bed with his hands clasped behind his head, reminiscing about the events of the past few days since his rebirth. Thoughts of the smiles on his sisters' and wife's faces filled him with an indescribable sense of happiness and contentment. As his mind wandered, he recalled his parents from his previous life. Upon hearing the news of his sudden demise, they would likely be heartbroken. Fortunately, he had left behind a considerable amount of savings, and his younger brother, who was excelling in high school, would surely take good care of their parents. Being a full decade older than his brother, he had entered a phase of rebellion during his teenage years, leading his parents to give up on him and start anew with a second child. Little did they know, after entering high school, he had turned over a new leaf, becoming the first in the family to gain admission to a prestigious university. Thankfully, both paths had borne fruit. His younger brother, an exceptional member of the post-2000 generation, had consistently been a model student, maintaining a position within the top 10 of his class from primary school through high school. As he pondered these thoughts, drowsiness crept upon him. Feeling a gentle lift of his feet, Chun Wang opened his eyes to see his wife, Lin Xiuqin, quietly entering with a basin of warm water. Squatting down to wash his feet. "Wife, I can manage this myself." He chuckled. After a long day of walking, his feet surely must have an odor. Lin Xiuqin, with a gentle smile, shook her head and removed his shoes and socks, carefully placing his feet into the basin. Chun Wang exhaled in relief, feeling the weariness dissipate instantly. As he soaked his feet, Lin Xiuqin stood up and retrieved the money he had given her, sitting beside him to count it. The supply store cost 28.65. Rice was 2.40, meat and ribs amounted to 9.50, and I also spent 50 cents on a cart ride home, totaling 42.50. I received 280, leaving us with 237.95. Please check if my calculations are correct. Chun Wang meticulously reviewed her arithmetic. Once Lin Xiuqin finished counting, she nodded in affirmation. "As long as it's correct, you will handle the finances while I focus on earning for our family," Chun Wang said with a cheerful smile. Lin Xiuqin, her eyes sparkling, suddenly stood up and lifted the mattress. In a moment of surprise, Chun Wang watched as she pulled out a small cloth bag from beneath it. Spilling a collection of bills and coins onto the bed, she gestured toward the money and then pointed to the sky, indicating its origin. Understanding her meaning, Chun Wang chuckled. "Ah, the money left by our parents." Lin Xiuqin nodded with a beaming smile and counted the money in front of him. A total of 359 yuan. It seemed this amount had not been touched in the past 2 years. Adding it to the over 200 yuan beside it amounted to 596.95 yuan. Though it appeared modest, in these times, very few families in their village possessed such savings. Lin Xiuqin separated the change and, after a moment's thought, presented him with an older bill totaling 16.95. "Is this my allowance?" Chun Wang asked, astonished, pointing to himself. Lin Xiuqin smiled and nodded affirmatively. Before marrying, his mother had taught him that it is customary for women to manage finances, but one must not leave their husband completely without money. as it would cause him to lose face in social situations and hinder his ability to navigate various matters. Is this too much? Should I take this 10 back? Chun Wang asked as he received a handful of change and handed over a larger note. Lin Xiuqin shook her head and pushed his hand back. All right then. I shall keep it. Thank you, my dear wife. You are truly wonderful. Chun Wang beamed, tucking the money into his pocket. After folding the remaining 580 yuan, Lin Xiuqin placed it back into a small cloth bag and discreetly tucked it beneath the mattress, smoothing it out afterward. Wife, you have hidden this money well. A thief would never find it. Chun Wang chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. Lin Xiuqin rolled her eyes at him somewhat shyly. Chapter 25. Calling them two living Yama kings the next morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by his wife, Chun Wang set out with his belongings. As he passed by the neighbor's house, old Xiao happened to be heading out to the fields as well. Noticing Chun Wang carrying a basket of herbs, he inquired curiously, Wang, are you heading to the mountains? Indeed, I'm off to try my luck in the mountains, Chun Wang replied with a smile. Are you going alone? No. I'm with brother Dazhuang. His father is now my mentor. That is commendable. Much more promising than that good-for-nothing son of mine, old Xiao remarked, his tone laced with disappointment. Everything is to be compared. Previously, he felt disheartened by his own son's lack of ambition, but every time he saw the foolish Wang next door, he reassured himself that at least his son wasn't a complete fool. Now, with Wang suddenly showing signs of understanding and even venturing into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs, he couldn't help but compare it to his own son, who hadn't returned home the previous night, igniting a sense of frustration in the old father. Chun Wang chose not to engage with this conversation, smiling lightly as he quickened his pace to leave. In his view, comparing him to Qiao Jijia was an affront. Upon meeting with Chun Dazhuang, the two shared a pancake as they ventured into the mountains. After they left, Chun Jianjun would also set out to find them some promising pups. Once they entered the mountains, the temperature noticeably dropped. Shall we follow the same route as last time? Chun Dazhuang asked. Let us head towards the area where flying squirrels are more abundant. We can catch some and also dig out a few nests. Those nuts are quite delicious. Chun Wang responded with a smile. All right, last time we didn't get enough. Let us aim to dig out a few more nests today. When the flying squirrels see us, they'll surely call us two living Yama kings. They laughed together as they swiftly arrived at the grove where they had previously caught flying squirrels. Before long, they spotted one scurrying up a tree. Chun Dazhuang handed him the slingshot, saying, You take the shot. You're more accurate. Chun Wang accepted the slingshot with a smile, suggesting, How about we make it a competition? How do we compete? Chun Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Let us find a few more flying squirrels here and take turns shooting 5 times. Whoever hits the most wins. Sounds good. What shall be the wager? At this moment, I cannot think of anything. Let us make a wager. The stakes will be to promise one another a task, one that is within our capabilities, lawful, and not coercive. Chun Wang shared his thoughts. All right, I accept the wager, Chun Dazhuang responded without hesitation. Then, recalling something, he inquired, But what if the flying squirrel senses us and flees? If it disappears, does that count as a failure? Understood. Shall I go first? Yes, you may proceed. After coming to an agreement, the two turned their attention to the flying squirrel. The creature shifted to another branch, scanning its surroundings as if in search of food. Chun Wang, with slingshot in hand, stealthily approached, raising the slingshot to take aim. Unexpectedly, the squirrel exhibited remarkable alertness, darting away just as he was about to release the projectile. Damn it! Chun Wang exclaimed, quickly tracking the squirrel's movement. Unfortunately, the creature's speed was astonishing. After darting among several trees, it vanished from sight. Haha, Wang, your luck is poor today. Chun Dazhuang mocked gleefully. Stop the chatter. Let's see you hit one first. Chun Wang replied darkly, handing the slingshot to him. Just watch me. Chun Dazhuang grinned confidently. A few minutes later, they spotted another flying squirrel. With unshakable confidence, Dazhuang took a shot, sending the projectile soaring over the squirrel's head, piercing through the leaves behind it, and startling the creature into instantaneous disappearance. Haha, are you trying to shoot birds? Chun Wang laughed heartily this time. This is outrageous. Chun Dazhuang scratched his head, looking disheartened. All right, let us focus, shall we? Chun Wang said, attempting to regain seriousness. They resumed their search in the forest. Speaking of squirrels, they are generally more active at night. However, in preparation for winter, they gather food during the day, making them more visible in this season. On their third attempt, Chun Wang successfully captured a flying squirrel without any mistakes. They subsequently discovered 2 more squirrel nests, from which they extracted a bounty of 2 to 3 pounds of assorted nuts. By noon, they had exhausted their 5 chances, with the score standing at 3-2 in favor of Chen Wang. Along with the 5 captured squirrels, they had also found 7 or 8 nests, yielding around 10 pounds of nuts. Feeling hungry, the 2 prepared for lunch before seeking other game. Lin Xiuqin had organized everything meticulously. Besides a thermos of hot water, their main dish consisted of rice balls filled with pickles, along with a generous portion of spicy stir-fried pork belly packed in an aluminum container and 2 salted duck eggs. Watching Chen Wang retrieve these items from the basket, Chen Dazhuang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, your family lives like capitalists," he exclaimed enviously. "What are you talking about? You're the capitalist here." Chen Wang shot him a glare. "Do you even know what life is like for capitalists? I'm just getting by. Do capitalists eat better than this?" "Huh, give me the chopsticks," Chen Dazhuang eagerly urged. "Where are yours?" "Enjoy your pancake," Chen Wang retorted. "Stop pretending. I can see 2 pairs of chopsticks," he added with a roll of his eyes, handing over a pair. "My wife said from now on, when we go into the mountains, she'll prepare the food. So you needn't bring anything," Chen Wang remarked. "Really? That's wonderful. My sister-in-law is truly a great woman," Chen Dazhuang replied. "You don't need to tell me that. I'll cover the food expenses, giving my sister-in-law some money each month," he offered. "Don't be ridiculous." Chen Wang feigned anger, glaring at him. All right, forget it." Chen Dazhuang chuckled, waving his hand, contemplating sending occasional supplies from town. Thus, they enjoyed spicy stir-fried pork with rice balls, complemented by a taste of a luscious salted duck egg. As they savored their meal, it turned into a spirited contest, leaving only 2 rice balls by the end. Satisfied, they lounged on the ground for a brief respite. Once their meals had settled, they packed their belongings and set off again, invigorated. The wild fruits are sweet, the mushrooms fragrant, and the joy is in the heart. Chen Dazhuang sang a mountain song, caught up in the moment. "Your singing is so dreadful that it would scare off any game," Chen Wang teased, amused. Chapter 26. The wild boar heard suddenly. A rustling emerged from the thicket ahead. The 2 halted immediately. Chen Wang aimed his slingshot while Chen Dazhuang readied his shotgun. In the next moment, a clueless gray hare leaped into view. Perhaps it had never encountered humans before, as it squatted there, curiously observing them without a hint of fear. Though hare meat is not particularly palatable, one cannot refuse a gift so willingly offered. Chen Wang released the elastic of his slingshot, sending a glass marble soaring. Thud! The marble struck the hare's head with precision. The hare collapsed, legs twitching, and then fell silent. Chen Dazhuang approached to collect the hare, stuffing it into his sack. Just as Chen Wang basked in his accuracy, he heard Chen Dazhuang calling out, "Ah Wang, come look." "What is it?" Chen Wang hurried over. "Look, we struck gold," Chen Dazhuang exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement as he pointed ahead. Following his gaze, Chen Wang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. These are tracks of wild boars, and there seems to be more than one. The ground before them, devoid of fallen leaves and damp with soft soil, revealed distinct footprints. The prints were chaotic and numerous, indicating a whole herd. Yes, it's a wild boar herd, and the tracks are fresh. Chen Dazhuang's face glowed with exhilaration. Having hunted for years, this was his first encounter with such signs. "What are we waiting for? Let us go pursue them," Chen Wang responded, equally enthused. "If we manage to bring back a couple of wild boars, it would cause quite a stir in the village. Let us go." The 2 individuals followed the trail of footprints, soon encountering the droppings left by wild boars, scattered at intervals. "Ah Wang, if we catch up with them, we must exercise caution." Chen Dazhuang offered a word of warning. "Understood." Chen Wang nodded solemnly. While they had ventured to the town together the previous day, they had also listened to their master recount tales of various perilous creatures lurking in the mountains. A common adage many have heard states, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This phrase does not rank these animals by combat prowess, but rather by the degree of threat they pose to humans. In the eyes of seasoned hunters, wild boars are deemed more dangerous than black bears and tigers due to their formidable aggression, particularly solitary boars. Black bears typically do not initiate attacks on humans unless they sense danger, while tigers, although the strongest in terms of combat ability, predominantly inhabit deep mountain regions, making encounters rare. Moreover, wild tigers instinctively fear humans and generally refrain from attacking unless startled or extremely hungry. Thus, it can be concluded that wild boars represent the greatest danger to hunters, especially the mature ones, which can weigh 300 to 400 pounds, charging like a tank. Their sheer force translates into significant threat. With 2 pairs of tusks protruding from their heads, their bite can easily fracture a human femur. Brother Zhuang, you've hunted wild boars before, haven't you? Chen Wang inquired with a smile. I have, but only a small one weighing just over 100 pounds. I encountered larger ones twice, but I missed. I got too nervous and my hands trembled. Chen Dazhuang chuckled awkwardly. Today, we must certainly aim for a large one. To astonish our master, Chen Wang exclaimed enthusiastically. Absolutely, let us go for it. We had too much going on in town yesterday. We should check on the firearms. Having 2 guns in hand would make today's venture much more secure. Indeed, as they chatted, the duo had already traversed the woodland, arriving at a ravine. Here, due to the soil composition, the footprints became increasingly difficult to discern, leaving them to rely on chance. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them, spotting a group of wild boars, large and small, gathered in the distance. Both Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang felt a surge of excitement. Wang, what is our plan? Chen Dazhuang asked eagerly. Don't ask me. You have far more experience. What do you think we should do? I'm asking because I don't know. You're the clever one. Chen Wang fell silent at this remark, momentarily unsure whether it was a compliment or a jest. This ravine was open and flat, with no cover ahead, making a direct approach impossible without being spotted by the boar herd. How about we circle around to that grove over there, find a nearby tree, and shoot from behind it? That should provide sufficient distance, Chen Wang suggested, pointing to the trees flanking the ravine. That could work, but it will take considerable time. What if the herd leaves? Well, there's nothing we can do about that. We can't very well dig a tunnel, can we? Indeed, let us take a detour, hoping that these wild boars linger here a while longer. After reaching a consensus, the two prepared to navigate through the woods on the southern side. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they witnessed the chaos erupting within the herd of wild boars, scattering in all directions. The majority fleeing towards the northern woods. Damn it, there are people shooting over there. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but curse. Another shot echoed, and a small wild boar, following the fleeing herd towards the northern woods, fell to the ground, struck. There are others on the left. It's a team, Chen Wang urgently remarked. No matter. They're shooting at us. 2 are charging over. Take this. Chen Dazhuang handed him the shotgun, startled by the gunfire. A large and a small wild boar charged directly towards Chen Wang and him. The sudden turn of events proved fortuitous for them. Time was of the essence. Chen Wang, shedding any hesitation, took the shotgun and began to aim. Aim for the larger one. The smaller one won't pose a threat. We can handle it with a knife, Chen Dazhuang said, drawing a dagger from his waist. Chen Wang remained silent, focusing intently on the large wild boar, holding his breath in anticipation. This double-barrel shotgun had a maximum range of only 150 meters, and with his skill, he could only ensure a hit within 100 meters. The 2 boars were sprinting with remarkable speed, especially the larger one, which would close the 100-meter gap in a mere 6 or 7 seconds. Chen Wang silently calculated the distance. 200, 180, 160. As the large wild boar crossed the 100-meter mark, Chen Wang decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound reverberated through the valley. He had hit it. However, the shot did not strike its head. Instead, a spray of blood erupted from the side of its right tusk, and the massive creature continued to run a short distance before collapsing. The smaller boar, likely the offspring of the larger one, was not deterred by the gunfire. Rather, it seemed to incite its ferocity, charging even faster towards Chen Wang. Chapter 27. The hunters from the neighboring village. The double-barrel shotgun could discharge 2 bullets simultaneously, allowing for a higher margin of error, or it could fire 1 bullet at a time. To ensure an accurate shot, Chen Wang opted to fire both rounds at once. With the ammunition stored on Chen Dazhuang, there was no time to reload and shoot at the smaller wild boar. Fortunately, the little boar appeared to weigh no more than 100 pounds, presenting a low threat. I'll take it, Chen Dazhuang shouted, brandishing his dagger as he advanced. Be careful, Chen Wang called out, placing the shotgun on the ground and drawing the small knife left by his father, hastily following suit. Chen Dazhuang, being of a more slender build, displayed remarkable agility. As the wild boar charged at him, he deftly sidestepped, slashing a deep gash with his dagger. The wounded boar, in pain, became even more frenzied, letting out a howl before turning and charging at Chen Dazhuang once more. This time, the distance was insufficient for the boar to gain speed. Unfazed, Chen Dazhuang lunged forward, throwing his body into the fray. A man and a wild boar wrestled on the ground, with Chen Dazhuang plunging several daggers into the beast, staining his garments with its crimson blood. The wild boar, exhibiting remarkable vitality, continued to thrash violently, nearly overpowering Chen Dazhuang. Fortunately, Chen Wang arrived just in time. His towering height of over 1.8 meters and weight exceeding 150 kilograms pressed down on the boar, which ceased its struggles immediately. "Go for its throat," Chen Dazhuang shouted, struggling to maintain his grip on the boar's hind legs. "All right," Chen Wang responded, delivering a precise thrust into the creature's throat. While the heart and throat are typical targets for dispatching a pig, the heart is more direct yet challenging to locate accurately. Chen Wang withdrew his knife, and the bright red blood gushed forth like a spring. The young boar lay on its side, its grunting gradually growing weaker. With a long exhale, Chen Dazhuang released the boar and sprawled out on the ground in a star shape, without the aid of a firearm. Even this small boar proved to be quite a challenge. Chen Wang stood up, brushed off the dirt, and returned to retrieve the hunting rifle that had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, hunters lurking in the woods to the north and south emerged, each with their own spoils. However, the majority of the wild boars had managed to escape, which was quite typical. Capturing an entire herd without sufficient manpower to establish a formidable encirclement and traps is utterly impossible. There were two groups of hunters in the southern woods. Two younger men accompanied by hunting dogs, and to the north, a middle-aged man with 3 dogs. Each of them wielded firearms. The middle-aged man carried a double-barreled shotgun, while the two younger men each had an old-fashioned rifle. As Chen Wang assessed them from afar, they too scrutinized him, seemingly from the neighboring village of the Yang family. Chen Dazhuang stepped back to his side and whispered, "Do you know them?" Chen Wang inquired with curiosity. "I've encountered them a few times while hunting in the mountains." We've exchanged pleasantries. "Are they a family?" "Yes, that old Yang is a rather skilled hunter from the neighboring village, and my father knows him. The other two are his sons," Chen Dazhuang briefly explained. Chen Wang nodded, observing as one of the younger men raised his right arm and waved at them. "Are we, not stealing their game?" Chen Wang pondered aloud. "What are you thinking? Steal? They were the ones who let the boars run towards us. If we hadn't acted, could they have shot from such a distance?" Chen Dazhuang replied with a chuckle. "That's a relief. I was worried about any unwritten rules. There are rules, but they must be reasonable. A herd of wild boars can't be claimed solely because they spotted them first," he added. Chen Wang smiled, raising his right arm to reciprocate the greeting. He recalled his master mentioning that the older generation of hunters adhered to many traditions. For instance, upon entering the mountains, they would burn paper and incense to seek blessings from the mountain deities. Furthermore, when hunting yielded a catch, the distribution was based on the principle of to each according to their contribution. The one who struck first would claim the head, while the one who drove it would take the legs. The phrase hitting the head refers to the individual who successfully shoots the wild boar in the head, thereby earning the privilege of claiming the boar's head. The term herding denotes the responsibility of driving the prey out of the forest, allowing that person to take the boar's legs. The remaining meat is then equally distributed among all hunters in the team. Should any passerby witness this, they will also receive a share. "Let us hurry and get things sorted. I will first bleed the larger one," Chen Dazhuang suggested. "How are we going to transport these 2 wild boars back?" he lamented, scratching his head. The sudden bounty was indeed a bit overwhelming. The smaller boar weighed around 100 pounds, while the larger one likely weighed 300 to 400. Combined, they totaled 400 to 500 pounds, which was too much for the 2 of them to carry alone. Before long, Chen Dazhuang had bled the larger boar as well, and together they positioned both boars side by side. "How about you stay here and guard them while I make a quick trip back to fetch master and call a couple of villagers for help?" Chen Wang proposed. The villagers were always eager to assist in such matters, as aiding in transporting the game would ensure they received a share of the meat. In these times of scarce resources, exchanging a bit of labor for a few pounds of meat was a highly rewarding endeavor. After pondering for a moment, Chen Dazhuang shook his head. "I'll make the trip. I'm faster and more familiar with the route. You stay here and watch." "All right, I appreciate your effort," Chen Wang conceded, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning. He handed over a water bottle, saying, "Drink some water first." Chen Dazhuang nodded, took the bottle, and gulped down a few large swigs before returning it without further ado and turning to leave. "Gun," Chen Wang called out. "You should take this. Replace the bullets." Chen Dazhuang tossed him 2 rounds as he glanced back. Chen Wang quickly accepted the bullets, reloaded his firearm, and remained behind to guard the prey. Before long, boredom set in, prompting him to begin processing the 2 wild boars. Master Chen Jianjun had taught him various methods for preparing common game, though he had yet to put them into practice. The belly of the wild boar held the most value, with larger bellies commanding higher prices due to their medicinal properties. With determination, Chun Wang crouched down and commenced the task of processing the smaller wild boar. He carefully opened its abdomen with a knife, extracting the entrails, and meticulously cut out the belly, discarding any impurities. In no time, he had prepared the small boar's belly. He then proceeded to remove the heart and liver, which, if there were hunting dogs around, would serve as excellent nourishment for them. However, since there were none at the moment, he ensured nothing went to waste, placing them alongside the belly into the urea sack left by Chen Dazhuang. Chapter 28. The pig slaughter feast. Processing the over 300-pound wild boar proved significantly more complicated than the smaller one. By the time he finished with the larger boar's entrails, he realized he was sweating profusely. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly and gazed into the distance at a family of 3 who were similarly occupied. He noted that 2 of them were engaged in processing their catch, while the one raising his arm in salute was likely heading back to the village to seek assistance. This time, they had successfully hunted 3 wild boars, all of substantial size. Once this batch of game was transported back, it would surely cause quite a stir in both villages. Over there, Awang, we have arrived. Suddenly, the voice of Chen Dazhuang echoed through the air. Chun Wang's face lit up with joy as he turned to see Chen Dazhuang approaching briskly, accompanied by several others. In addition to his master, Chen Jianjun, there was also old Wang, whose shoulder pole had inadvertently led to his rebirth, along with 2 middle-aged men he did not recognize. Good heavens, you truly caught 2 wild boars. That one is enormous. It must weigh nearly 400 pounds. Old Wang exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. The term used in northeast China to refer to male pigs had gradually made its way here in recent years. Indeed, it may not be quite 400 pounds, but it certainly approaches 380, Chen Jianjun replied, his face aglow with pride. He strode forward with a sense of vigor, pleased that his son and apprentice had brought him such honor. Upon returning home, he had been greeted by his son, who had rushed in with excitement, and struggled to believe the news of the 2 wild boars until Chen Dazhuang provided a full account. Now, seeing the 2 boars lying before him, Chen Jianjun felt a genuine thrill. The other 2 men were equally captivated, marveling at the transformation of the once simpleton Ah Wang into a skilled hunter. Indeed, old Chen, you have taken on an exceptional apprentice, and your son is increasingly resembling your younger self. One remarked. Oh, do not say that. It is merely luck. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, Chen Jianjun humbly retorted, though a radiant smile adorned his face. Master Uncle Wang. As the group approached, Chen Wang eagerly greeted them with a grin. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Ah Wang, you have truly made something of yourself. I hear it was you who struck the first blow? Wang Fuqiang inquired, his face beaming with pride. As Chen Wang flourished, Wang Fuqiang felt a deep sense of accomplishment, believing that his fateful shoulder pole had indeed worked wonders. The larger one was shot by me, while the smaller one was dispatched by Zhuang Ge with a knife. He is far more formidable than I. Chen Wang replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, surprised glances were cast towards Chen Dazhuang. With a swagger, Chen Dazhuang waved dismissively. It's nothing. That small pig barely weighs 100 pounds. I could take it down with my bare hands. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he received a playful slap on the back of his head, rubbing his sore spot. Chen Dazhuang looked up at his father with a pitiful expression. Enough of your boasting. Chen Jianjun chided sternly. Rolling his eyes, Chen Dazhuang fell silent. Following a brief introduction from Chen Jianjun, Chen Wang greeted the 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men, who were neighbors of old Wang, also sharing the surname Chen. They were brothers in their 40s, yet to establish separate households, and according to the village hierarchy, they were considered Chen Wang's uncles. After some light conversation, the group set to work. With a total of 6 sturdy men, including Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang, they were more than sufficient for the task at hand. The wild boar, along with various other items, was entrusted to Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang. The large boar was divided into 2 halves, one carried by old Wang and Chen Jianjun, while the other was hoisted by the 2 brothers. The load was quite heavy and the mountain path treacherous. Fortunately, the group comprised sturdy, hard-working farmers accustomed to labor. As they made their way back with the spoils, laughter and chatter filled the air. discussing which widow in the village was particularly alluring and which daughter-in-law was rumored to be unfaithful, making the journey feel less tiresome. Chen Wang listened intently, reflecting on how the intrigues of rural life in this era rivaled those of the bustling cities in later times. His memories as a simpleton were few, and he had no tales of Qinjia village's romantic escapades. After all, no one would share such stories with a fool. After approximately 40 to 50 minutes, the group finally entered the village. The sight of the wild boar meat immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Upon learning that it was captured by the young Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang, the villagers expressed surprise and envy. Soon, someone boldly inquired if they could share in the bounty. Chen Jianjun and the others remained silent, their gazes turning to the two youths. Chen Dazhuang looked at Chen Wang and chuckled. The larger one was your catch. Chen Wang shot him a glare, then pondered for a moment before addressing the surrounding villagers. How about this? My family didn't raise any pigs this year, so let's host a pig slaughter feast with these two boars. Everyone is welcome to lend a hand. There will be plenty of meat and rice, and afterward, you can take some home. At this proclamation, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Wang, well done. Wang, you're generous. You all go ahead. I'll be there to help shortly. Wang, the mountain god must be blessing you. Not only have you become clever, but your hunting skills have also improved. Zhuanggu, master, I apologize, but can we move all the wild boar meat to my place first? I'm worried there won't be enough, and if there's any left, you can take it back, and I'll make up for it. Chen Wang turned to Chen Jianjun and his son. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Jianjun shot him a disgruntled look. Indeed, Wang, aren't you being a bit inconsiderate? Chen Dazhuang echoed, visibly annoyed. No, enough with the chatter. If you're hosting a pig slaughter feast, do you think I would be stingy with this wild boar meat? Chen Dazhuang interrupted. Do as you like. Today, I intend to feast heartily at your home, celebrating our successful hunts. Very well, Chen Wang replied with a bright smile. Nodding to Wang Fuguwei and the others, Uncle Wang, please help us carry the wild boar to my house. We should have a good drink together later. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei and the others beamed with joy. That sounds wonderful. Excellent. This will be our first pig slaughter meal of the year. Just thinking about the dishes made them salivate. Come on, let's hurry. Wang, make sure to prepare enough drinks. Absolutely. Chen Wang replied cheerfully, turning to Chen Dazhuang. Zhuanggu, I'll carry the pig over. Can you go buy some liquor at the village shop? Sure, how much should I get? I lack experience in this matter, master. How much wine do you think we will need? Given your earlier remarks, there should be quite a few attendees today. We ought to prepare at least 20-odd jin. Chen Jianjun asserted seriously. Chen Wang nodded, turning to Chen Dazhuang and suggested, Brother Zhuang, let us settle on 50 jin of wine then. All right. Do you have any money on you? I can lend you some. No need. I still have the money from yesterday's distribution. We can discuss it later. Very well. Chapter 29. Regretful reflections. The news of Fu Wang capturing 2 wild boars and inviting the villagers to a pig slaughter banquet quickly spread throughout the village. Thanks to the villagers' enthusiastic sharing, the entire village was abuzz with excitement. In these times of widespread poverty, even when a family slaughters a pig, they only invite close relatives and friends. It had been many years since someone as generous as Chen Wang openly declared an invitation to all. Naturally, not every villager would attend. With over 300 residents in Qinjia village, most of whom are struggling financially, it would be impossible for everyone to partake. Attendance would likely be limited to those with some connection to the Qin family or those who had interacted with them in the past. It would be inappropriate for those with no prior acquaintance to intrude. Nonetheless, the number of attendees was expected to be significant. Qinjia village may be small, but anyone with the surname Qin, regardless of their distance of relation, could claim some kinship. Even those who were relatively close relatives found themselves at a loss upon hearing the news. Indeed, it was the family of Chen Wang's elder uncle. Just moments ago, a young man from the village, who had a good rapport with Chen Feng, rushed to share this astonishing news with them. Now, the 3 members of the Chen Feng family sat in their room, exchanging awkward glances, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Regardless of whether they chose to attend or not, they would inevitably become the subject of village gossip. The more successful Chen Wang became, the more shame their family felt. Uncle Chen Fuguwei puffed on his dry tobacco, his heart filled with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have heeded his wife and foolish son's advice after the deaths of his brother and sister-in-law, leading to such a complete estrangement. Who could have foreseen that even a fool would eventually come to his senses? Dad, Mom, should we perhaps go take a look? It seems everyone in the village is heading over. A Wang wouldn't he dare to embarrass us in front of so many people, would he? Chen Feng broke the silence. There was little choice. He genuinely yearned for the meat. The thought of the delectable dishes from the pig slaughter banquet made his mouth water. However, he had spoken ill of a Wang just the day before. His aunt expressed concern, casting a questioning glance at her husband. Chen Fugui shot a sharp glare at his foolish son. Had it not been for yesterday's incident, they might have mustered the courage to attend. Perhaps even apologizing to a Wang over drinks, potentially mending their relationship. Mom, I didn't say anything bad about him. Chen Feng insisted, his expression awkward. Didn't you? Then why did his wife and sister come to confront us? Chen Fugui glared at him angrily. Yesterday, he was not at home, and upon his return, he learned from his wife that their son had once again engaged in foolish behavior. Subsequently, he discovered from her that Wang had earned a substantial sum of money, which he bestowed upon his wife, and had purchased numerous items in town. Chen Feng held a deep respect for this father and lowered his head, rendered speechless. I heard that Wang had taken Chen Jianjun as his mentor and had ventured into the mountains to hunt alongside his son, and it appeared he was thriving. Chen Fugui took a puff from his pipe, glaring at his son, his voice tinged with frustration as he said, "When you first expressed your desire to hunt in the mountains, I warned you that it was no trivial matter. I suggested you learn properly from a master for a few days, and what has come of it? Dad, I understand your point, but Chen Jianjun would not accept me." Chen Feng complained, his face a picture of grievance. When he had sought to learn the art of hunting, he had approached Chen Jianjun with the intention of apprenticing. However, not only did Chen Jianjun refuse, but he also treated him poorly. Of course, if you lack sincerity, why would he take you on? How did Wang manage it? You are in your 20s, 2 years older than Wang. He has a wife now and can venture into the mountains to hunt and provide for his family. What can you do? They simply had better luck. When I attempted to enter the mountains, the timing was wrong, and I encountered no game. Chen Feng retorted defiantly. And what of the present? Feng, why not apologize to Wang and join them on their hunting expedition? Aunt suddenly proposed, her eyes revealing the shrewdness and pragmatism of a country woman. Mother, are you jesting? Apologize to him? On what grounds? Well, you did wrong by borrowing their gun and selling it, not to mention speaking ill of them. Chen Feng found himself momentarily speechless, feeling that since Wang had become wise, his parents had seemingly transformed alongside him. You saw for yourself yesterday. They are now able to earn such riches from their hunts. If you could partake in that fortune, how splendid it would be. Aunt continued, her enthusiasm growing. Mother, can you not be so ridiculous? Are you unaware of our family's circumstances over the past 2 years? Nonetheless, they are still relatives. How fickle you are. You once fawned over uncle and aunt without hesitation, and now that foolish Wang has found success, you expect me to ingratiate myself again? Chen Feng's eyes expressed disdain. His face contorted in contempt. Aunt's expression faltered, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "How can you say such things? Who do you think I am doing this for? Is it not for your own good?" Bang! Chen Fugui slammed his pipe against the bench and bellowed, "How dare you speak to your mother like that? Do you wish to provoke your own demise?" "I will never apologize," Chen Feng declared, his face stern as he rose to his feet, leaving behind a final remark. "It is merely a matter of hunting a couple of wild boars. I will find a way to procure a gun and venture into the mountains myself." With that, he turned and strode out of the room. The couple watched his departing figure, both sighing in unison. Upon returning home with 2 pigs, Wang and Chen Jianjun were met with astonishment from Lin Xiuqin and the young girl. Upon regaining her senses, the little girl clapped her hands joyfully, showering compliments upon Chen Wang, who felt as though he might be lifted to the heavens. Chen Wang, pleased by the praise, informed his wife of his intention to host a pig slaughter feast using their 2 pigs. Lin Xiuqin, without a moment's hesitation, agreed wholeheartedly. In the days when their parents were alive, it was customary to hold a pig slaughter feast annually in the lead-up to the new year, drawing many villagers to join in the festivities. However, in the past 2 years, the family had lacked the means and a strong pillar to support them, so they had not been able to host such an event. Now that her husband had regained his wits and showcased his remarkable hunting skills, she deemed it essential to celebrate with a pig slaughter feast, signaling to the villagers that their family was on the rise once more. In rural areas, practicality prevails. It is only when one demonstrates capability and skill that others begin to regard them with respect. This feast would also allow her husband to shed the image of the simpleton he once was. After Wang Fuqiang and the others set down the wild boar, they made their excuses to leave. Lin Xiaoqin immediately set about her preparations, with Chun Wang and the little girl following her lead to assist in the tasks at hand. Chapter 30. The envy of the little girl. First and foremost, there was a shortage of tables, chairs, and utensils in the house. Chun Wang hurried to the village chief's home. The chief was already aware of his plans for the feast and readily agreed to lend him the necessary furniture. Upon returning home, he found Chun Dazhuang and the owner of the small shop delivering the wine, 5 barrels of loose liquor, each weighing 10 jin. The shop owner, Qian Xiangrong, a man in his 40s with a warm, honest smile, was also a resident of Qinjia village. Qian, please stay and share a drink with us. Chen Wang invited with a smile. Then I shall not be polite. Qian Xiangrong replied cheerfully, adding, you can call me Uncle Qian or Lao Qian. I cannot dare to take on the title of boss. In truth, he had personally delivered the goods, primarily to partake in the feast, and also to familiarize himself with the younger generation. With the elder generation passing on or becoming incapacitated, he sought to connect with the capable youth. All right, then I shall call you Uncle Qian. Chen Wang chuckled. Good, good. By the way, Uncle Qian, you have extensive connections. Do you know anyone who has extra utensils? Utensils? Oh, leave that to me. I shall borrow some. Qian Xiangrong confidently took charge of the matter. That would be splendid. I appreciate your help. Not a problem. I will take care of it right away. With that, Qian Xiangrong hastened away. Chen Wang welcomed Chen Dazhuang into the house, where an enticing aroma greeted them. What are you cooking? It smells absolutely delightful. Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his mouth watering as he gazed toward the back room. My wife's cooking is always exquisite. Chen Wang replied with a sense of pride. Come on, could you not flaunt it? They both laughed. As they entered the back room, they found several middle-aged women already busy assisting, washing and chopping vegetables, all the while engaging in cheerful banter. Lin Xiaoqin stood behind the firewood stove, diligently stirring something with a spatula. The little girl, as usual, stood by the stove, eagerly gazing at the dishes in the pot, swallowing her saliva. Upon seeing Chun Wang and his companion enter, several middle-aged women greeted them warmly with smiles. Ah Wang, you've done well, casually bringing back 2 wild boars. Indeed, indeed. Ah Wang, you suddenly seem so clever and capable. Xiaoqin must be enjoying a good life now. Xiaoqin, with Ah Wang's looks and newfound skills, you've truly struck gold. The rural women, accustomed to bantering without reservation, made comments that, even if intended to flatter, felt somewhat embarrassing to hear. Lin Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed crimson as she pretended not to hear. Ladies, please don't say that. It's I who has struck gold by marrying such a wonderful wife as Xiaoqin, Chen Wang chuckled. This remark instantly sparked laughter among the women. Oh, how sweet. Ah Wang truly knows how to cherish his wife. He is a good man. Ah Wang, you've become clever. When will you have a child? Yes, yes. Fulfill your parents' wishes. Your family is too small. You must work harder. Their playful banter made Lin Xiaoqin's face turn even redder. All right, I'll do my best. Thank you, ladies, for your help, Chen Wang said, deflecting their comments. He then glanced at the beaming Chen Dazhuang beside him and said with mock irritation, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and get to work. Are you just going to wait for dinner? Huh, what else should I do? Chen Dazhuang replied, bewildered. Chen Wang gestured toward the 2 wild boars set aside and said, get the pigs skinned and divided. Otherwise, how will we cook them? Show some initiative. Ugh. Chen Dazhuang rolled his eyes, but complied, walking over to begin processing the pigs. Before long, people started arriving, and under the village chief's direction, they helped carry tables and chairs, setting them up outside. Chen Wang found an outlet and pulled some wires to hang a bright bulb at the entrance. The light illuminated a wide area outside. Chen Wang entrusted the task of seating everyone to the village chief, Chen Weigua, who was adept at managing village events. As the round tables filled up, the atmosphere grew lively. Many village children arrived, crowding around the little girl, eager to hear about her recent culinary delights. Let me tell you, malted milk powder is fragrant and sweet. You can eat it dry, and it's absolutely delicious. Xiaoyu, Chen Wang called out. Yes. The little girl quickly responded, turning to him and asking, what is it? Go fetch some of your candies. Give a few to each child. Chen Wang instructed with a smile. Huh. The little girl looked reluctant. Quickly now, I'll buy you even better white rabbit candies next time. I'll go get them right away. The young girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she swiftly dashed back into the house. She returned with a generous handful of double happiness candies, distributing them among a group of children. Each child received precisely 5 pieces, neither more nor less. The children, elated by their newfound treats, gazed at the girl with envy. Xiaoyu, your brother is truly wonderful. I wish I had such a brother, one exclaimed. Indeed, my brother is absolutely dreadful. He never buys me candy and always snatches my snacks, another chimed in. Your brother said he would buy you some white rabbit milk candies next time. I've never had milk candy before. I would love to try it. Xiaoyu, could you let your brother be my brother as well? That's out of the question. I only have one brother, and I want to share him with you. The girl proudly declared, lifting her chin in a haughty refusal. Once, the children in the village would mock her for having a foolish brother, but now, they envied her instead. This feeling was immensely gratifying. Chen Wang called upon his master and old Wang, among others, to assist in distributing the liquor he had purchased into empty bottles, which were then taken to each dining table. Meanwhile, Qian Xiangrong arrived with a wooden cart, bringing borrowed tableware. Chen Wang promptly approached to greet him, expressing his gratitude profusely, before joining his master and the others to transport the several baskets of utensils to the kitchen. The tableware was swiftly washed by a few helpful women and was soon ready to hold the dishes. Chen Wang counted. 8 tables were already filled, with 2 more seated at the 9th table. Additionally, his master, Wang Fuqiang, and Chen Dazhuang were still assisting. Wife, we have 10 tables of guests, Chen Wang announced as he entered the kitchen, addressing his busy wife by the stove. Lin Xiuqin nodded in acknowledgement and began to prepare the dishes. The first 2 dishes to be served were her homemade pickles and fried peanuts. 3 women of similar age and good rapport with Lin Xiuqin helped in serving the dishes. As the simple fare was placed on the table, some of the village's seasoned drinkers could hardly contain their eagerness, picking up their chopsticks to indulge. Chapter 31. A feast of hearty dishes. Next door, Xiao Jijia's parents also attended the pig slaughter banquet, leaving Xiao Jijia at home with a promise to bring him back some leftovers. Xiao Jijia had wished to join them, but his father, fearing a quarrel with Chen Wang, adamantly refused. Wild boar is certainly not as palatable as domestic pigs, particularly the hefty 300-pound boar, whose meat tends to be rather tough and carries a gamey scent. Despite Lin Xiuqin's culinary prowess, she could not entirely eliminate this flavor. Thus, Chen Wang instructed her to use a bit more meat in the dishes to offset these deficiencies. This year, their family was the first in the village to host a pig slaughter banquet, and most attendees arrived with ravenous appetites. The first dish served was spicy stir-fried pork belly. This dish was familiar to everyone. Many families, craving meat, would purchase a small amount of pork belly to fry with chili peppers, often resulting in a bowl that appeared nearly filled with peppers. However, the spicy stir-fried pork belly served today was utterly distinct. Visible to the naked eye, substantial chunks of pork belly lay atop the table, relegating the chili peppers to a mere supporting role. Each year, numerous families in the village host pig slaughter feasts, but it is indeed a rare occasion for such generosity in serving meat. The second dish was braised pig's trotter. Due to the abundance of guests, it was impossible to provide 1 trotter per table. The wild boar yielded 4 trotters, which were halved and then plated. The remaining 2 tables were served with the 4 trotters of smaller wild boars, appearing almost as large as the former. Even when divided, it was still quite extravagant. Such trotters are typically reserved by the host for special occasions, rarely offered as part of the feast. The consecutive hearty dishes left the guests relishing every bite, continually praising Chen Wang's generosity. Just when one might expect a balance of meat and vegetables, the third dish proved equally indulgent: garlic-infused pork slices. Each table was presented with a generous platter of tender, boiled meat accompanied by a small bowl of garlic-dipping sauce. A large slice of marbled meat dipped in the sauce, savored with hearty bites, unleashed the pure essence of the meat's aroma. Many seasoned drinkers relished the experience, alternating between meat and wine, feeling as if they were living a heavenly existence. At this moment, Chen Wang, under the guidance of his master Chen Jianjun, approached the entrance with a bottle of wine. As the revelry continued, Chen Jianjun boomed, "Allow me to say a few words." The cacophony fell silent. All eyes fixated upon the 2 men. "You may have heard that I have taken A Wang as my apprentice," Chen Jianjun announced, casting a beaming glance at Chen Wang. "Indeed. Chen Pao, you have gained a fine disciple. Yes, it was high time to take on an apprentice. Now we can enjoy this grand feast sooner. A Wang, well done. You've made your master proud." Several guests cheered, eliciting a wave of laughter from those nearby. Some were aware that A Wang's father had once saved Chen Jianjun's life. Gratitude washed over Chen Jianjun's face as guests fell into a momentary hush. In recent years, A Wang's family has faced hardships. I have witnessed it all. I have longed to lend a hand, yet I am but a cripple, unable to venture into the mountains for sustenance. Thankfully, old Wang's guidance has enlightened A Wang. Laughter erupted, with many turning their gazes towards Wang Fuqiang, who, having consumed copious amounts of wine, sat upright with a cheerful glow. My son, though well-intentioned, has failed to yield significant results in hunting for years. A Wang's fortune is remarkable. Within mere days of accompanying him into the mountains, he has brought down a black goat and 2 wild boars. As his master, my heart swells with pride. Chen Jianjun continued. It is as if A Wang's parents are watching over him from above, ensuring he is no longer foolish and can shoulder the family's responsibilities. Here, I raise a toast to all of you, dear friends, and implore you to continue supporting A Wang. With heartfelt sincerity, he lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Chen Wang said nothing, simply following suit and consuming a drink. The assembly was deeply moved, echoing their agreement loudly. Well said. A Wang's parents are truly remarkable individuals, having offered assistance to many of us, and A Wang himself is commendable as well. Let us raise our glasses in honor of A Wang's parents. Indeed, let us do so together. At the suggestion of an unknown guest, attendees eagerly lifted their glasses, offering a toast to Chen Wang's parents. Thank you all sincerely. I am not one for eloquence, and soon there will be more dishes. So let us enjoy our meal and drinks, leaving no one sober. Chen Wang exclaimed with a smile. Bravo, A Wang, your words reflect a certain level of cultural sophistication. Perhaps you should consider returning to school, having dropped out in a previous grade. Laughter erupted among the guests. Uncle, one does not need formal education to be cultured. I can attain knowledge through reading as well, so school is not necessary. Chen Wang humorously shook his head. In his memories, the simple A Wang barely completed elementary school, ranking among the least academically inclined. In his previous life, however, he was a graduate of a prestigious university. Returning to elementary school would be akin to exposing oneself unnecessarily. Master, please take a seat and continue your drinks with them, Chen Wang said to his mentor. Very well, Chen Jianjun replied with a smile, nodding as he walked back to his previous seat. Chen Wang then turned and headed into the kitchen. As the guests feasted, conversing and laughing, someone suddenly brought up Chen Wang's uncle. By the way, didn't Tia Wang's uncle's family come? I haven't seen them. Of course not. Do you not know how they have behaved these past 2 years? How could they show their faces here? Indeed, it's somewhat excessive. I recall the different attitude of that family when A Wang's parents were still alive. They are a family of snobs. A Wang's father was adept at gathering herbs in the mountains, and they benefited significantly from his expertise. It is shocking how heartless they have become. Fortunately, A Wang's wife is commendable. She has managed to endure these past 2 years. Who could disagree? If I were A Wang, I would not forgive that family either. The guests engaged in fervent discussions, predominantly siding with Chen Wang. Yet, some failed to recognize that their own behavior was not significantly different from that of A Wang's uncle's family. Nearly half of those attending this pig slaughter banquet were related to Chen Wang, and in the 2 years since his parents' passing, none had stepped forward to offer assistance. Though it is true that everyone struggles financially these days, that does not excuse their inaction. The harsh realities of life and the coldness of human relationships were starkly illustrated among these individuals. Chen Wang himself was reluctant to engage with some of these hypocritical individuals. The reason for hosting this pig slaughter banquet was twofold. Firstly, as Lin Xiuqin suggested, to help the family regain its standing in the village, and secondly, to facilitate the integration of a fragment of his soul from over 40 years in the past into this present time. Chapter 32. The reluctant drunkard dishes such as cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried liver and kidneys, hand-pulled meat, and pickled vegetables with fatty pork continued to grace the table, complemented by Lin Xiuqin's culinary skills, which left everyone praising the meal. Following these hearty dishes, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables served to cleanse the palate, culminating in a final dish of shredded pork with pickled vegetables to accompany the rice. A full 10 bowls were prepared, with the staple foods being sorghum rice and assorted flour dumplings. The feast commenced at 6 o'clock, extending until just past 8. When guests gradually began to feel satiated and prepared to depart, Chen Wang called upon Chun Dazhuang to bring out the remaining wild boar meat. He declared that every villager present would receive a pound of meat to take home. The guests felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing that the generous hospitality of fine wine and exquisite dishes was already more than sufficient. To eat and take home more would be excessive. However, Chen Wang was unyielding, stating plainly that if they declined, he would deliver it to their door, urging everyone to take their share without troubling him for another trip. With this, the guests felt compelled to accept, leaving joyfully with the meat. At the last table, a group of elderly men continued their drinking, the dishes before them long cold. Yet this mattered not to them, as they could easily enjoy several hours of revelry with just a plate of peanuts. Meanwhile, Chen Wang, Lin Xiuqin, and those assisting in the kitchen were still hungry. Seizing the moment, they quickly gathered in the back to eat. After satisfying their appetites, Chen Wang generously distributed an additional pound of meat to each of the women who had helped, along with 2 pieces of the sweet pastries he had purchased from the town the previous day. The women, who generally had a fondness for desserts, were overjoyed at the unexpected treat, expressing their eagerness to assist again in the future. However, little did they know, the young girl was feeling rather distressed. She had only enjoyed 1 pastry that morning and was reluctant to indulge further, yet now nearly half had been given away. Her brother was too kind, which also brought her some concern. The few women of similar age to Lin Xiuqin had either married into the village within the last couple of years or were still unmarried. Before departing, they gathered around Lin Xiuqin, chattering and laughing together. Unable to speak up, she simply endured their teasing, her face turning a bright shade of red. While feeling shy, she could also discern the envy in their voices, filling her heart with both pride and sweetness. Previously, when discussing her husband, her friends would refrain from speaking harshly in her presence, yet she could sense their pity and regret. Now, the atmosphere was entirely different. What were you all just talking about? Chen Wang approached with a smile. Lin Xiuqin blushed and shook her head. All right, I shall not pry. Chen Wang replied with a grin, then turned serious, saying, My dear wife, I must apologize. Today's pig slaughter feast was a spontaneous idea, and it truly required your efforts to make it so splendid. Lin Xiuqin smiled gently, shaking her head once more. Chen Wang winked and whispered, Just hold on a little longer. Once they leave, I shall bring you water for a foot bath and a massage. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Wang, we should be heading back, called Chun Dazhuang from a distance, supporting Chen Jianjun, who had indulged in quite a bit of wine. All right, farewell, master. Chen Wang waved them off. Chen Jianjun nodded with a smile. After watching the father and son depart, Chen Wang turned his gaze to the remaining table. The village chief took his seat at the head of the table, surrounded by several inebriated companions who were merrily drinking and chatting, completely oblivious to the late hour. Why are my brothers still indulging in drinks? A little girl had appeared beside him, stifling a yawn with her hand, her tone laced with complaint. Normally, by this time, she would have already succumbed to slumber. At her tender age, she was unconcerned with anything else. All she knew was that while today's festivities were lively, they had also made her lose face among her peers in the village. Not only had her cherished double happiness candies and stove fruits suffered significant losses, but her brothers had also nearly depleted the 2 pigs they had brought, devouring them almost entirely, and even taking some with them. Watching those gluttons leave, fully sated, while her brother was compelled to part with a pound of meat for them, felt akin to sacrificing her own flesh. That was meat. Just days prior, she had been yearning for it. In the past, when her family had no meat to eat, no one had ever offered them any. Chen Wang affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and addressed his wife beside him. Dear, could you take her for a bath? I shall tidy up afterward. Lin Xiuqin nodded in agreement, glancing at the little girl. No, I'm a big kid now. I can bathe by myself, the girl declared earnestly. But can you heat and pour the water by yourself? Chen Wang asked with a chuckle. The little girl hesitated, then looked up at Lin Xiuqin and said, Sister-in-law, could you help me heat and pour the water, and then I'll wash myself? Lin Xiuqin smiled warmly, took her tiny hand, and led her into the house. Meanwhile, village chief Chen Weigua glanced at Chen Wang standing at the door, a smile gracing his face as he said, Old friends, it's getting late, and I believe we've had our fill of drink. It's time to disperse. Indeed, it's about time. We've had our fill of meat and drink. We should head home. What time is it now? It must be nearly 9. One of the drunken companions protested. There is still a bit of wine left in the bottle. Let us finish it before we leave. Some were reluctant to part ways, lamenting that such a festive day should not end prematurely. Enough already. Is there still more to go? Chen Weigua's smile faded as his tone grew serious. As a highly respected village chief, he held considerable authority in Xinjia village. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, before one of the drunken uncles, still smiling broadly, rose first, It's time to return. Otherwise, my wife won't let me in. Haha. Chen Laowu, you cowardly henpecked man. Get out of here. Who is afraid of their wife? I just choose not to argue with her. You don't understand a thing. I don't understand. I just know that someone gets kicked out of the room every now and then and has to sleep in the small room next door. Laughter erupted among the uncles as they prepared to leave. Chen Wang quickly sliced several pieces of wild boar meat, ensuring they could take some with them. Village chief. This is for you. Finally, Chen Wang handed the village chief a chunk of meat weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Isn't this too much? The village chief furrowed his brow slightly. You helped me with the tables and chairs. This is only right. And besides, wild boar meat is not particularly valuable. Chen Wang replied with a cheerful smile. The village chief accepted the meat with a smile, remarking, today's pig slaughter banquet is splendid. I can see your father's spirit in you. Chen Wang was taken aback and replied with a bittersweet smile. Chief, I used to be rather foolish. I cannot even recall what my father was like. The chief could not help but laugh heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Then let us pretend I never said that. You are doing just fine now. Chen Wang nodded in agreement, smiling. I'll take my leave now. You needn't worry about the tables and benches. I will organize people to return them tomorrow. Very well. Thank you, Chief. We are all family here. No need for formality. Farewell. Goodbye, Chief. Chapter 33. Xian Xiangrong's request. The following day, Chen Wang busied himself with the aftermath of the pig slaughter banquet. Only a little over 100 pounds of meat remained from the 2 wild boars, but fortunately, they had utilized mostly the meat from the larger boar yesterday, leaving a substantial portion of the smaller boar. Compared to the several hundred pounds of the larger boar, the smaller boar's meat was more tender and palatable, devoid of any gamey flavor, rivaling that of domestic pigs. Chen Wang kept about 10 pounds of the smaller boar's meat, packing the rest in urea bags before carrying it to his master's home. Initially, they had agreed to split the spoils evenly, but Chen Wang intended to give Chun Dazhuang some extra money. However, Chun Dazhuang adamantly refused, appearing quite displeased. Left with no other choice, Chen Wang relented. Nonetheless, he did give him the 50 pounds worth of liquor purchased yesterday, which Chun Dazhuang accepted without hesitation. At 3 cents per pound, the total came to 15 yuan. Just the night before, Lin Xiuqin had tallied the family's assets and provided him with 16 yuan and 9 cents in private funds, leaving him with merely 1 yuan and 9 cents. By the way, I heard from my father that there are good hunting dogs in the neighboring village that just had puppies. He went over this morning to see if he could bring back a couple for us, Chen Dazhuang said, excitement evident in his tone as he tucked the money into his pocket. Really? What breed? Chen Wang's face lit up with excitement. Being a dog lover, he had often dreamed of owning a dog in his past life, but circumstances had never allowed it. Now, relying on hunting for sustenance, having a few good hunting dogs was essential. Have you heard of the Shasher dog? My father mentioned there's a male one available, Chen Dazhuang explained. Shasher dog? Chen Wang was momentarily taken aback, feeling that he had heard of it somewhere before. It's not surprising you don't know. This breed, also known as the Bailong dog, is exclusive to a town in our province. They are born hunters, and many of the Miao people there keep these dogs for hunting or guarding their homes. Chen Dazhuang elaborated with a smile. That sounds excellent. Chen Wang exclaimed. It certainly is. However, whether a female dog is suitable for hunting is equally crucial. If it truly is a good hunting dog, it must be costly, right? Absolutely, Chen Dazhuang nodded. In the nearby villages, there were numerous hunters, and a good hunting dog was not only a valuable companion in the mountains, but could also be a lifesaver in perilous situations. Had it not been for those loyal hunting dogs fighting valiantly to protect him, Chen Jianjun would not have survived long enough for Chen Wang's father to arrive when he encountered the Mountain King. Therefore, every potential hunting dog puppy was precious and hard to come by. We are in dire need of a fine hunting dog. If possible, we must acquire one regardless of the cost, Chen Wang declared with unwavering conviction. Agreed. Chen Dazhuang replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. Their recent forays into the mountains had yielded bountiful results, largely attributed to fortune. However, luck is an elusive concept, and there is no guarantee that they would encounter favorable circumstances in their next endeavor. Having a proficient hunting dog to assist in tracking would significantly enhance their chances of capturing prey. I shall take my leave for now. If any developments arise upon the master's return, do not hesitate to find me, Chen Wang said cheerfully. All right, Chen Dazhuang responded, seeing him off at the door. After departing from Chen Dazhuang's home, Chen Wang did not head straight back. Instead, He made his way to the village's small shop. The shop appeared modest, measuring only about 30 square meters. Upon entering, Chen Wang observed various daily necessities and an assortment of snacks displayed on the shelves, many of which were unfamiliar brands to someone of his generation. Qian Xiangrong was seated behind the counter, engrossed in reading a magazine. So absorbed was he that he did not notice Chen Wang's entrance. "Hey!" Chen Wang exclaimed suddenly, startling Qian Xiangrong, who instinctively tucked the magazine away. "What are you doing?" Chen Wang teased. "I hope you're not perusing any inappropriate literature." Qian Xiangrong, flustered, chuckled nervously and denied. "No, it's just an old magazine, filled with ghost stories. That's why you caught me off guard." "Huh, I find that hard to believe," Chen Wang replied, his skepticism evident. "Now what brings you here?" Qian Xiangrong, feeling awkward, shifted the topic. "About the bowls and utensils from yesterday. Where did you borrow them from? I need to return them and offer some compensation." Chen Wang clarified his intent. "Oh, regarding that, there's a card outside. You can just take it back and retrieve your items. I'll return them later, and as for the compensation, let's forget about it." "That won't do. It cannot be a free loan. How about this? I caught a few flying squirrels yesterday. I can bring you 2 in exchange." "That sounds fair." Qian Xiangrong replied with a grin, reaching for a box of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and offering him one. "No, I don't smoke." Chen Wang waved his hand dismissively. "You should learn. What kind of man doesn't smoke?" Qian Xiangrong chuckled. It is worth noting that in these times, most men seem to indulge in smoking and drinking. Even if they cannot afford premium brands, they often resort to smoking pipes. After some contemplation, Chen Wang took the cigarette and placed it behind his ear, smiling as he said, "Thank you. Now, could you also fetch me a new pack and a box of matches?" Even if he did not smoke himself, having a pack of cigarettes on hand is quite useful. "I recommend this to Qianmen brand. It's 35 cents a pack." "The matches are on the house," Qian Xiangrong said, placing a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches on the counter for him. Chen Wang rummaged through his pocket, producing the remaining 90 cents, and handed over the 40 cents in change. "This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Don't worry about change. What can I possibly buy with 5 cents? Just take what you want. If you take more, it's on me. That one tea do. This is a small business. We must keep things fair." With a chuckle, he presented several pieces of bubble gum, priced at a penny for 2, totaling 2 pennies. He then offered a packet of sour plum powder, also 2 pennies, and concluded with a piece of spicy strips, bringing the total to a neat 5 pennies. "All right," Chen Wang said with a smile as he accepted the items, pocketing the sour plum powder and bubble gum while tearing off a strip of the spicy snack to savor. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite delightful, even more so than the expensive packs available in later years. "I'm off now," he declared. Wait. I have a favor to ask of you," Qian Xiangrong suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Chen Wang replied, his expression one of curiosity. "Well, you see, the policies have relaxed in recent years. My brother-in-law, who is a chef, plans to partner up and open a restaurant in town to attract customers. Wouldn't it be advantageous to have something unique on the menu? So, you're suggesting that my brother Dazhuang and I hunt something that can be sold to him?" Chen Wang began to grasp the idea. A few years ago, engaging in private business could lead to being reported as engaging in speculative activities, risking imprisonment for several years. However, the policies had gradually changed over the past 2 years, and more individuals like Qian Xiangrong's brother-in-law were venturing into legitimate small businesses during this initial phase of economic transformation. "Exactly," Qian Xiangrong beamed, slapping his thigh. "And it's not just about hunting. There are plenty of good things in the mountains that can serve as ingredients." "That sounds feasible. I will seek out some quality items and come to you," Chen Wang readily agreed. "Wonderful. Rest assured, as a fellow villager from Qinjia village, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss in this arrangement. I trust you. I'm off now." "All right, take care." Chapter 34. A bowl of water by the river. After delivering the borrowed utensils to the small shop, Chen Wang returned home. With the arrival of winter, there were fewer tasks in the fields. Today, Lin Xiuqin had no errands, so she sat by the bed, knitting sweaters and pants with the yarn and needles Chen Wang had purchased. The little girl lay beside her, perusing a storybook, a piece of candy in her mouth, her short legs dangling in the air, occasionally kicking playfully. Upon hearing footsteps, both turned their attention to the door. Chen Wang entered with a smile and inquired, "Are you feeling cold? Should I fetch a charcoal brazier?" Lin Xiuqin shook her head, beaming. "Not cold at all. It hasn't even snowed." The little girl chimed in with a sweet smile, "No, I'm warm." "Very well." Chen Wang shrugged. He could distinctly feel that winters in this era were far colder than in the future, yet it seemed that people were more resilient to the chill. Ironically, he himself felt a bit cold after wandering outside in the brisk morning air. Lin Xiuqin set aside her knitting and gestured with her hands, inquiring whether he was cold and if she should prepare a fire for him. No need. I'm quite all right, Chen Wang replied with a gentle laugh, shaking his head. The two women didn't seem to feel the cold, and he didn't want to impose. Approaching the bed, he retrieved the last 2 pieces of watermelon-flavored gum and the packet of sour plum powder he had only tasted once, offering them to the little girl. Wow, bubble gum and sour plum powder. Thank you, brother, the little girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she sat up to accept the treats. Chen Wang settled beside his wife, quietly observing her as she knitted a sweater. In his previous life, during his childhood, he too had worn sweaters crafted by his mother's hands. As he grew older, he found those hand-knitted garments rather unfashionable and uncomfortable, thus refusing to wear them. Eventually, he transitioned to thermal wear, and hand-knitted sweaters gradually faded from memory, surfacing only occasionally in warm recollections. The little girl unwrapped a piece of chewing gum and offered it to Lin Xiuqin first, which was one of the many charms about her. Though tempted by her own cravings, she always prioritized sharing delightful treats with her family, never entertaining the thought of indulging alone. Lin Xiuqin leaned back slightly, shaking her head to indicate she did not wish to partake. Just one, there are 2. The little girl pressed the gum closer, nearly brushing against her lips. Relenting, Lin Xiuqin opened her mouth and accepted it. Only then did the little girl unwrap another piece for herself, proceeding to savor sour plum powder with a tiny plastic spoon. Grimacing at the tartness, yet relishing every moment, Chen Wang observed her with barely concealed amusement, suggesting, before the new year, on a day with good weather, let us venture into the city together to purchase some festive snacks and goodies for the celebration. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Really? Brother, you must not be deceiving me. I have never been to the city. Lin Xiuqin also gazed at him with eager anticipation. Not only the little girl, but even she, having lived for 20 years, had never set foot in the city, despite Chen Wang's jesting implication that he had visited the town. With a playful roll of his eyes, Chen Wang responded, It seems I haven't even been to the town myself. The little girl chuckled innocently. Chen Wang smiled and inquired, Next time when I go to the town with Dezhuang, would you like to join us? But it will be quite a trek. Yes, I want to go. I am not afraid of tiring. She eagerly replied, All right, then I shall take you to the town next time, and before the new year, we will visit the city again. Oh, brother is the best. The little one cheered with uncontainable joy. Lin Xiuqin's eyes also sparkled with happiness. Although she had been to the town, she had never visited the city. She had only heard tales from women in the village who had been there, speaking of the towering buildings and the grand department stores filled with all sorts of wares. Whenever they recounted these stories, their faces would glow with pride, and the listeners, including Lin Xiuqin, would feel a pang of envy, pondering their own chances of exploring the bustling metropolis. Now, she found herself no longer needing to envy anyone. For lunch, they enjoyed noodles enhanced with slices of lamb and a perfectly fried egg, a delightful feast indeed. After satisfying their appetites, Chen Wang indulged in a long-awaited afternoon nap, insisting that Lin Xiuqin join him. In the heart of winter, one without a partner might find solitude bearable, but those with a spouse could hardly sleep soundly alone. The little girl retreated to her own room for a nap as well. In recent days, sumptuous meals and delightful drinks have graced her table. Complemented by nourishing supplements like malted milk, she has gained several pounds, and her little face has noticeably rounded with health. Wang, are you home? A familiar voice from outside roused Chen Wang from his sweet dreams. As he opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively grasped his wife, prompting her to blush and push him away in playful annoyance. Ahem, Brother Dezhuang has arrived. I shall go and see. Chen Wang threw off the warm covers, donned his jacket and trousers, and turned to find Lin Xiuqin hiding under the blankets, her face entirely concealed. He chuckled softly and tucked the edges of the blanket more snugly around her before exiting the room. Yes, he responded, arriving at the door to find Chen Dezhuang and his master together. Master, Chen Wang greeted. Chen Jianzhu nodded and got straight to the point. This morning, I went to check on the puppies. They are splendid dogs. How so? Chen Wang's face lit up with excitement as he inquired eagerly. The family has been skilled hunters for generations, with profound knowledge in breeding hunting dogs. A few years ago, They specifically acquired a Lhasa Apso from your province and, a few months ago, bred it with a local hunting dog from Xiangnan, resulting in 4 puppies. Upon inspection, I found 2 of them to be exceptionally gifted hunting dogs. Chen Jianjun explained succinctly. That is wonderful. What did they say? How much do they wish to sell? Chun Wang asked, his enthusiasm palpable. Casting a glance at the frowning Chun Dazhuang beside him. Herein lies the issue. The family intended to keep these extraordinary hunting dogs for themselves and are unwilling to set a price. That cannot be. Surely, even the finest things have a price. Chun Wang protested. I tried many arguments, but they remain resolute. However, upon mentioning you, they surprisingly recognized your father and proposed a condition. If you can meet it, they will allow you to choose a dog. What condition? Chun Wang asked, astonished. An elder in that family was bitten by a snake recently. It was a severe venomous bite, and despite visiting the town hospital, he received no remedy, incurring substantial expenses. And what can I do to assist? Chun Wang queried. Didn't your father leave you a booklet? Are you familiar with the herb known as 1 bowl of water by the river? Bajiaolian? Chun Wang exclaimed, recalling it instantly. Xiangshan boasts 4 rare wild herbs with unique names. 1 bowl of water by the river, 1 Wang's pen, a pearl above the head, and 7 leaves on a branch. The herb 1 bowl of water by the river, scientifically known as Bajiaolian, possesses properties that dispel phlegm, resolve masses, detoxify, and alleviate bruising, proving remarkably effective in treating snake bites. Indeed, if you can procure this herb for them, the dog will be yours, Chun Jianjun affirmed. Chapter 35. Hot Pot Lamb. After agreeing to venture into the mountains tomorrow in search of Bajiaolian, Chen Dazhuang and his companion returned home. Chen Wang went back to his room, retrieved the booklet left by his father, and carefully studied the page on Bajiaolian. It noted that this herb typically grows by riverbanks, characterized by shield-like, lotus leaf-like foliage with 8 angles, and its rhizome features a bowl-shaped indentation. Within the area, there is often a gathering of brine, which serves to quench the thirst of herbalists, hence the name a bowl of water by the river. The medicinal part of the plant is its rhizome, a formidable antidote to snake venom. Amongst the herbalists, a popular saying goes, recognize the star anise lily, and you can sleep peacefully with snakes. Indeed, it not only cures snake bites, but is also effective against numerous other ailments. After perusing the aforementioned information, Chen Wang had a fair understanding of its significance. It is no wonder that it is regarded as one of the 4 treasures of Xiangshan. The star anise lily possesses considerable medicinal value. The mountain is home to a variety of venomous snakes, and for those who make their living in the mountains, the likelihood of being bitten is not insignificant. For these mountain travelers, this plant serves as a talisman for survival. The herb is undoubtedly valuable, yet its procurement may prove challenging. Chen Wang turned to see Lin Xiuqin had, unbeknownst to him, sat up and was now gazing at the booklet alongside him. We plan to venture into the mountains tomorrow to seek out this herb. We could exchange it for a fine puppy, Chen Wang explained with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded slightly, rising from the bed to don her jacket. I will go wake the little one. She has slept too long and will likely struggle to sleep tonight. Chen Wang stood, placing the booklet on a nearby cabinet, and embraced Lin Xiuqin, proposing playfully, my dear, it is rather chilly today. Shall we indulge in a hot pot, perhaps with some lamb? During his last visit to the food station to sell meat, he had thoughtfully purchased an abundance of spices, anticipating the winter cravings for hot pot. Lin Xiuqin nodded, blushing as she gently pushed him away. We have been married for over 2 years, and you are still shy? Chen Wang teased, amused. Lin Xiuqin shot him an exasperated glance before hastily exiting the room. Chen Wang chuckled, finding her bashful demeanor utterly endearing. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the door of the little girl's room, Chen Wang raised his hand and began his noisy assault. Oh, stop knocking, came the little girl's impatient voice from inside. Get up already. What time is it? It's almost dark. Are you planning to sleep until tomorrow morning? Well, if you don't want dinner, that's fine. Your sister-in-law and I will keep it simple and have a hot pot. Chen Wang feigned a look of disappointment. Inside the room, the little girl suddenly sat upright, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, I'm up. I'm not sleeping anymore. I want hot pot too, she exclaimed loudly, swiftly putting on her clothes. Before delicious food, who could possibly feel sleepy? Chen Wang wore a playful smile, urging her, hurry up and go help your sister-in-law wash the vegetables. Got it, I'm on my way, she responded enthusiastically. The family possessed a copper pot specifically for hot pot, a legacy from their parents. When their parents were alive, the family was relatively well off. While they did not dine on meat at every meal, they were not lacking in sustenance. During festivals or on significant occasions like birthdays, their parents would journey to the market and return with fine ingredients for a hot pot feast. The little girl had experienced hot pot before, though the exact flavors had faded from her memory. She vividly remembers the delightful experience of a family gathering around a bubbling hot pot, laughter and chatter filling the air, creating an atmosphere of pure joy. Thus, upon hearing the mere mention of hot pot, the little girl becomes instantly exhilarated, not merely due to her cravings, but because she longs to relive that cherished ambience. Lin Xiaoqin retrieved the copper pot, meticulously cleaning it before preparing the ingredients alongside the little girl. The child took charge of washing while she focused on slicing and arranging the food. Meanwhile, Chen Wang kept himself busy, utilizing a recipe he learned from the internet in a future era. He concocted a secret broth for the lamb hot pot using a wood-fired stove, enhancing the flavor with some pine mushrooms he had foraged earlier. He then poured the secret broth into the copper pot, covered it with a lid, and, using tongs, placed appropriately sized glowing red charcoal into the pot's belly. "Wife, I've prepared the pot. Just need to whip up a dipping sauce, and we can eat," Chen Wang called out. Lin Xiaoqin, turning her head while slicing the lamb, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Would you like to mix the dipping sauce yourselves, or shall I assist? My recipe is truly exceptional." Chen Wang approached the counter where the condiments were laid out, grinning as he inquired. "Brother, please make me a portion." The little girl responded eagerly. Lin Xiaoqin also smiled and nodded, indicating her desire for a serving as well. "All right, then, I shall let you taste my exclusive recipe." Chen Wang, brimming with confidence, took 3 bowls and began to prepare the sauce. For a lamb hot pot, sesame paste is indispensable, while anything else would be considered an aberration. He added 2 generous spoonfuls of sesame paste to each bowl, mixing it with warm water to achieve a creamy consistency, then incorporated a suitable amount of soy sauce, sugar, and fermented bean curd juice. During this era, oyster sauce had yet to gain widespread popularity, nor did they have chive flowers at home. Finally, he drizzled a touch of sesame oil into each bowl, and after Lin Xiaoqin chopped some scallions, he sprinkled a bit into each bowl. All set. The ingredients were quickly prepared. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table, ready to commence their hot pot feast. However, this chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Wait. Chen Wang suddenly recalled something and abruptly rose to head to the front room. Lin Xiaoqin and the little girl exchanged puzzled glances as they awaited his return, only to see him come back with 3 bottles of sparkling soda. "How can we enjoy hot pot without soda?" Chen Wang exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Yes, we can't do without it. Brother, I want a drink." The little girl exclaimed with glee, dancing with excitement. Since purchasing the soda that day, she had only indulged in 1 bottle, and the sweet, bubbly flavor had captured her heart. However, having endured 2 years of hardship, she had learned to savor her favorite treats, wary of consuming them too quickly lest they vanish. Chen Wang helped pop the caps off the soda bottles, first handing them to the little girl and his wife, before finally serving himself. "All right, everything is ready. Let us dig in. The weather is getting colder, making this lamb hot pot the perfect meal." As he spoke, he lifted the pot lid, revealing that the broth had reached a rolling boil, its delicate aroma wafting through the air. Chen Wang picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks and, without releasing his grip, after a moment of deliberation, divided the meat into the bowls of the little girl and his wife. Lin Xiaoqin had sliced the lamb exceedingly thin, making it ready for consumption. "Wow, meat. Thank you, brother," exclaimed the little girl with a sweet smile, quickly grabbing her chopsticks to dip the lamb into sesame sauce before opening her mouth wide to take a bite. Without needing to ask, the sheer bliss radiating from her face revealed just how delectable that mouthful was. Chapter 36. A decision to purchase a television. After savoring a hearty bite of lamb dipped in sesame sauce, she chewed and swallowed, feeling a warmth envelop her entire being. "This is the flavor. It's irresistible." Chen Wang chuckled. "Brother, what does irresistible mean?" The little girl inquired with curiosity, her mouth still smeared with sauce, looking adorably naive. "It means it's so delicious that nothing can compare." "Oh, that truly is irresistible," she replied with a beaming smile, nodding in agreement. "Haha." Chen Wang couldn't help but laugh. "Don't just stare at me. Serve the meat." Noticing their perplexed expressions, he deftly changed the subject, picking up another generous portion of lamb to place in the pot. Besides a large basin of lamb, There were also vegetables such as cabbage, radish, black fungus, and spinach, along with sweet potato vermicelli as the staple. Once cooked, the vermicelli, coated in sesame sauce, was equally delightful to slurp up. "Come on, let us toast," Chen Wang said, lifting a soda bottle with a smile. The little girl immediately set down her chopsticks, cradling the soda bottle with both hands, cheerfully echoing, "Cheers, cheers." Lin Xiuqin chuckled softly, joining in by picking up her own soda bottle. The three of them clinked their bottles together in a symbolic gesture before tipping their heads back to drink. "Ah, refreshing." Chen Wang downed nearly half a bottle, letting out a satisfying burp. Hee. The little girl, amused, imitated him and managed to produce a little burp herself. Hey, you're a girl, don't just copy everything." Chen Wang laughed, playfully pointing at his sister. The little girl made a silly face at him, grinning foolishly. The meal of lamb hot pot left the three of them thoroughly satisfied, feeling as though such a life was somewhat extravagant. However, in this era, a feast like this was indeed a luxury, typically enjoyed only by affluent families in large cities. The advantage of being a hunter was that as long as one possessed good skills, meat was never in short supply. The family grew their own vegetables, and with just a few seasonings, preparing a hot pot became quite effortless. Chen Wang boldly declared that henceforth, their family would enjoy such a hot pot at least once a week. This proposal received enthusiastic support from the little girl, who danced with excitement. Although Lin Xiuqin felt it was a bit extravagant, recalling the deliciousness of the lamb hot pot and reflecting on the seemingly dreamlike quality of their recent lives, she smiled and nodded in agreement. Night had fully descended. Due to having taken a nap in the afternoon, even after a hearty meal, they felt no drowsiness. The passage of time had grown somewhat tedious, prompting Chen Wang to ponder whether it was time to purchase a television. Black and white televisions had begun to gain popularity, predominantly in urban areas. While only a handful of affluent households in the village owned one, it would take a few more years, until the late 1980s, for black and white televisions to permeate ordinary rural homes, alongside the burgeoning trend of color televisions in the cities. Chen Wang, however, was not inclined to wait for years. Having already experienced the era of social media, he found little interest in such antiquated devices. Yet he felt it essential for his sister and wife to share in this experience. As he embarked on a new chapter in life, he did not aspire for immense wealth, but desired to provide for his loved ones, ensuring they had access to what others possessed. Thus, he quietly resolved to acquire a television before the Spring Festival. In those days, the price of a black and white television ranged between 400 to 700 yuan. The family's total assets were barely sufficient, but he could not deplete them entirely for this purchase. He would need to venture into the mountains to hunt for larger game, earning money before making the acquisition. With idle time at hand, Chen Wang regaled the little girl with several fairy tales, stories she had yet to discover in her parents' collection. The girl listened with rapt attention, her emotions mirroring the ebb and flow of his narration. Beside them, Lin Xiuqin knitted a sweater, equally engrossed in the tale, during the climactic moments. Her hands would instinctively pause in their work. Beneath the dim glow of the lamp, the three huddled together under the blankets. Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin sat close, while the little girl nestled by their feet, keeping them warm. "Brother, that steward is so detestable," she exclaimed, unable to contain her feelings about the story as Chen Wang recounted it. Clenching her fists in indignation, she wished to confront the steward from the tale. Yet, the bread had indeed gone stale and moldy, and from the steward's perspective, she had done nothing wrong. So why the hatred? Chen Wang inquired with a smile. He narrated a classic animated story that would air in the 1990s, revolving around a little girl from the mountains sent to the city to live with a wealthy, disabled young lady. The girl savored white bread for the first time and yearned to bring some back home to share with her family, diligently saving a portion of her meals each day. Eventually, the steward discovered her secret, and upon finding the bread spoiled, discarded it, leading the little girl to weep in sorrow upon learning of its fate. "I don't know, I just dislike her," the little girl furrowed her brow in response. Chen Wang chuckled softly and continued with the story. He revealed that eventually the little girl returned to her mountain home, with the wealthy merchant sending his daughter for a vacation in the mountains. Miraculously, under the little girl's companionship, the merchant's daughter's disability showed signs of improvement, allowing her to stand. The two girls shared a heartfelt farewell embrace. As the story progressed, the little girl's frown gradually transformed into a radiant smile. "My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more enchanting." She exclaimed. How wonderful. Perhaps, being a child of the mountains myself, I feel a deep connection to this story. The conclusion of happiness for the two girls filled her with great joy. Lin Shuqin, with a smile gracing her features, seemed to weave her sweater with renewed vigor. It was evident that she was quite pleased with the story's ending. Well, it's getting late. Time for bed, Chun Wang remarked with a playful grin. No, don't. Brother, please tell me one more story. I'm not sleepy at all. The little girl exclaimed in a flurry. That's because you napped too long this afternoon. It has nothing to do with me. Hurry up, I'm going to sleep. Chun Wang replied dismissively. Please, brother, I beg you. You're the best. The little one clasped her hands in a pitiful plea. Listen well. If you wish for me to tell you another story next time, you must vanish within 10 seconds, Chun Wang stated calmly. The little girl paused for a moment before swiftly throwing off her blanket, putting on her shoes, and darting out. Once outside the room, her disgruntled voice echoed back, Humph. Nasty brother, I don't like you anymore. What did you just say? Chun Wang called back loudly, a hint of playful threat in his tone. I didn't say anything. I'm going to sleep now, brother, sister-in-law, good night. The little one hurriedly denied. Chun Wang exchanged amused glances with Lin Shuqin, and they both couldn't help but chuckle. Wife, it's time for bed, Chun Wang said as he took the needle and thread from her hands and set them on the nearby table. Lin Shuqin's cheeks flushed, and she playfully pushed him on the shoulder. Why are you pushing me? Chun Wang feigned confusion as he pulled the thread and turned off the light. Hurry up. Take off your clothes. Wearing them is uncomfortable. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Do you need my help? That would be quite embarrassing. Come on. All right. I'll do it myself. Chapter 37. The grayish-white golden monkey as dawn broke. Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang had once again ventured into the mountains. On days when they needed to enter the mountains, those who hunt typically rise with the sun. No one can guarantee consistent good fortune. Sometimes, a whole day can pass without encountering a worthy prey. Much like anglers, hunters prefer not to return home empty-handed. Hey Wang, which way should we go? At a fork in the path, Chun Dazhuang directed a questioning gaze at Chun Wang. The successes of their previous hunts made him more inclined to trust Chun Wang's good luck, especially since this trip was primarily for gathering herbs. After a brief contemplation, Chun Wang suggested, let us follow that small stream we took last time. The octagonal lotus usually grows by the riverbank. All right, I'll follow your lead, Chun Dazhuang said with a cheerful nod, heading straight towards the left path leading to the stream. Last time we encountered a black goat there. Perhaps we might stumble upon something substantial this time. As long as it's not another black goat, we still have mutton at home. We just had hot pot yesterday. Hot pot. Wow, you're living quite well, Chun Dazhuang remarked with an envious glance. Life is simply about eating, drinking, and living. If one has the means, why not indulge a little? Chun Wang replied with a smile. Chun Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, stating, that makes sense. Next time we head to the town, I shall also purchase some hot pot seasoning and perhaps a pot. He added, we must first secure some quality goods. Let us keep our spirits high. The two encouraged each other. Chun Wang recalled what Qian Xiangrong had mentioned and shared it with Chun Dazhuang. After all, they were partners in hunting and needed mutual consent on how to handle their catch. This is a good opportunity. I have no objections, Chun Dazhuang decisively agreed. If we were to sell the meat in town, it would be quite a hassle, not to mention whether anyone would actually buy it. Having someone directly purchase from us is certainly much better. As they exchanged banter, they neared a small stream, traversing through a dense thicket of yellowing leaves. Xiangshan boasts an impressive 85% of its land covered by forest, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a primordial jungle, evoking an instinctive sense of tension and pressure. Unconsciously, they slowed their pace, lowering their voices as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. The presence of a good hunting dog would have significantly reassured them. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the stillness. Almost in unison, they halted, focusing intently on the sound. Not far ahead, perched on a branch of a tree, sat a completely grayish-white creature. Goodness, is that a monkey? Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment. It seems to be a golden snub-nosed monkey. Chun Wang, equally surprised, scrutinized the monkey. Why is it white? He pondered. It appears that white animals often manifest in Xiangshan. Indeed, I have encountered white muntjac before. Chun Dazhuang nodded thoughtfully. Chun Wang frequently encountered reports in the news about the appearance of white rare animals in Xiangshan, such as white deer, white bears, white turtles, and even white stoats. So, what do we do? Should we hunt it? Chun Dazhuang whispered. Hunt it? Are you unaware that we might share a common ancestor? Chen Wang retorted, slightly irked. In these times, preliminary animal protection laws had begun to emerge, and the golden snub-nosed monkey was likely not yet classified as a protected species. However, regardless of its status, Chen Wang was resolute in his decision to not harm the creature. Even while making a living in the mountains, he would not compromise his principles for profit. The current laws in the country regarding wildlife were still inadequate, and the hardships faced by people had led to an alarming increase in poachers, particularly concerning the illegal hunting and trafficking of the national treasure, the giant panda. I had no intention of hunting it. I merely asked out of curiosity. Chen Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly. He was not being disingenuous. He truly had no plans to shoot, as his hunting rifle still hung on his back. Let us go closer and take a look, Chen Wang urged, stepping forward. To their surprise, the golden snub-nosed monkey, clearly aware of their presence, showed little fear, simply observing them from its perch. As the two individuals drew nearer, the golden monkey began to exhibit signs of nervousness, agilely leaping up to a higher branch. Fear not. We mean you no harm, Chen Wang reassured, gesturing with his head held high. The golden monkey, with its striking grayish-white eyes akin to his fur, curiously regarded him. An idea struck Chen Wang. He retrieved a boiled egg from his basket, a breakfast prepared by Lin Xiuqin, having brought along the two he had not yet finished. Here. For you, he offered, raising his right hand high, cradling the egg in his palm. The golden monkey was evidently intrigued by the egg, yearning to take it, yet hesitating to approach. I'll toss it up. Catch it. Chen Wang mimicked the action of throwing an egg, then accurately gauged the strength and angle required to launch it into the air. The golden monkey, displaying remarkable intelligence, chattered excitedly, swayed on the branch, and then, with a sudden stretch of its hand, deftly caught the egg. Wow, that's impressive, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed in astonishment. The golden monkey glanced at Chen Wang, then at the egg in its grasp, scratching its head in contemplation. To eat it, just tap it, and then peel it like this. Chen Wang demonstrated the motions of cracking and peeling the egg. Surprisingly, the golden monkey seemed to comprehend, tapping the egg against a nearby branch before settling down to skillfully peel off the shell. Birds' eggs were also part of their diet, making this action instinctual. Is this really possible? It's astonishingly clever, Chen Dazhuang remarked in disbelief. Chen Wang explained that monkeys generally possess the intelligence of a 3 to 4-year-old child, with some exceptionally bright ones reaching the intellect of a 10-year-old. Is that true? So it's even smarter than you? Chen Dazhuang blurted out. Chen Wang's smile faded, and he regarded him with a stoic expression. Ahem, I was mistaken, just joking, Chen Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly. Chen Wang rolled his eyes and replied, let us go. We're leaving already? What else should we do? Are you planning to spend the night here with it? Well, it seems to be more attached to you. I just can't tell if it's male or female. Get lost. They laughed, continuing their banter as they walked ahead, observing their departure. The golden monkey hastily stuffed the peeled egg into its mouth, then scampered from tree to tree, trailing behind them. Chapter 38. Taming the Little Monkey A Wang. It seems that monkey has taken a liking to you, Chen Dazhuang teased, glancing back at the golden monkey perched on a branch. Chen Wang, uninterested in his jest, halted and turned, waving at the monkey. Go on now, don't follow us, there's nothing left. Chirp chirp, the golden monkey called out from its perch. There's really nothing left. Chen Wang assumed it was begging for the egg, shrugging his shoulders. Just then, a sharp monkey call echoed from a distance. The golden monkey perked up at the sound, immediately turning its gaze toward the source, emitting a piercing cry in response. Subsequently, it dashed toward the direction of the noise, calling out as it ran. The voice sounded anxious. What was going on? Chen Dazhuang wore a look of astonishment. Chen Wang furrowed his brow and shook his head, gazing in the direction where the golden snub-nosed monkey had vanished. Should we go take a look? Chen Dazhuang tentatively inquired. Let us go, Chen Wang declared, already sprinting ahead. Wait for me. Chen Dazhuang hurriedly followed suit. After running for about 2 miles, they were nearing the edge of the woods when they witnessed a startling scene. In the clearing ahead, a troop of golden snub-nosed monkeys was valiantly resisting an attack by several golden eagles. The golden eagle, one of the natural enemies of the golden snub-nosed monkey, is a solitary creature, yet during the winter months when food is scarce, they will cooperate in teams to enhance their hunting success rate. This raptor, often referred to as the king of birds of prey, is ferociously formidable, with few natural adversaries, even capable of threatening large animals such as wolves. The golden snub-nosed monkeys, being social animals, numbered perhaps 30 or 40. However, under the onslaught of the eagles, the troop was thrown into disarray. They could only perch in the trees, emitting piercing cries towards the circling eagles above in a futile attempt to scare them away. From Chun Wang's vantage point, he could discern 5 golden eagles, their wingspan nearly reaching 2 meters when fully extended. These eagles soared above the forest, their wings casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. Suddenly, 2 of the eagles began to dive, targeting 2 solitary golden snub-nosed monkeys perched on a branch. One of them was the very monkey Chun Wang had recently fed. Perhaps due to its distinctive grayish-white fur, it had been singled out as prey. The monkeys panicked, emitting sharp cries. Several rushed to shield the targeted monkey, encircling it protectively. However, the grayish-white monkey found itself abandoned, darting frantically from branch to branch in a desperate attempt to evade the eagle's assault. What on earth are these monkeys doing? Chun Dazhuang could not help but exclaim in frustration. Chun Wang's expression was equally grim. It was evident that this unusually colored monkey had been ostracized by its own troop just moments ago. Upon hearing the cries of its kin in distress, it had rushed back without hesitation. "Gun! Hand me the gun," Chun Wang commanded in a low voice. A deep sense of frustration and anguish welled within him, as if a fire were raging inside. Chun Dazhuang quickly realized the gravity of the situation and passed the hunting rifle to him, gritting his teeth. "If they want to save it, we will. It's up to you." Without uttering a word, Chun Wang took the rifle, swiftly aiming it. The eagles dove with incredible speed, making it difficult for him to lock onto a target. Yet, the monkey was right there. He only needed to aim slightly above the little creature and wait. Whoosh! The golden eagle hurtled through the barren branches like an arrow, heading straight for the golden monkey, its sharp talons glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The young monkey, perhaps encountering such peril for the first time, was paralyzed by fear, standing still and helpless. Boom! As the talons of the golden eagle were about to descend upon the little monkey, a deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the forest. The eagle's body suddenly dipped slightly, then, with great effort, it spread its wings and abandoned its pursuit of the young monkey, soaring into the sky. Due to the considerable distance and the use of a shotgun, perhaps only 1 or 2 pellets struck the eagle, failing to inflict any fatal harm. Meanwhile, the other golden eagles hovering above, startled by the gunfire, took flight. The eagle that had been hunting, however, was quicker and more precise, successfully snatching the golden monkey and hastily fleeing upon hearing the gunshot. The other monkeys could do nothing to protect their companion, helplessly watching as the eagle carried it farther and farther away, their cries filled with reluctance and despair. Once the little gray monkey regained its composure from the fright, it swiftly descended from the tree and ran over to Chun Wang, gazing up at him with its tiny head tilted, chirping inquisitively. "No need for thanks," Chun Wang said, bending down with a smile to gently ruffle its furry head. Indeed, the soft texture was quite pleasant. Not far off, the troop of monkeys had regained their calm, each perched on branches observing them. Chun Wang's gaze swept over the golden monkeys before landing on the unusually colored little golden monkey before him, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, little monkey, would you like to come with me?" Chun Dazhuang looked at him in astonishment. The little golden monkey chirped again, clearly not comprehending his words. Chun Wang handed his shotgun to Chun Dazhuang, crouched down, and lifted the little monkey, placing it on his shoulder before turning to leave. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more exciting. Chun Dazhuang hurriedly followed suit. The trio, 2 men and 1 monkey, ventured further away, and the little monkey glanced back at the troop, yet none of the monkeys came forward to plead for its return. Chirp! The little monkey called out to its kin. The golden monkey troop remained silent, offering no response. It seemed the little monkey had resigned itself, settling down on Chun Wang's shoulder with its head drooping. Chun Wang smiled and reached up to gently stroke its head, saying, "All right, from now on, you shall accompany me. I promise you will enjoy a life of abundance." The little monkey chirped in what seemed to be agreement. "Are you really going to keep it?" Chun Dazhuang asked in disbelief. "Well, for now, let's just take care of it. After all, it won't consume much food," Chun Wang replied with a chuckle. "Is this not going to cause any trouble?" Chun Dazhuang expressed concern. He had heard that some rare animals were protected by the state. A few years ago, people had come to the village with loudspeakers, warning against poaching and the harm of national treasures like the giant panda. It should be fine now. We'll see about the future. Besides, I haven't harmed the animal. It chose to follow me willingly. All right then. It knows this mountain far better than we do, and its ability to sense danger surpasses ours. With it by our side, our hunting expeditions should go more smoothly. Oh, how did I not think of that? Chen Dazhuang exclaimed excitedly, slapping his forehead. Chun Wang cast a disdainful glance at the golden monkey perched on his shoulder and declared, "Since you have promised to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let us call you Jixiang, for I hope you will bring me good fortune." After careful consideration, he settled on this moniker. Jixiang, yes. It is a splendid name, Chun Dazhuang affirmed with a cheerful nod. For the contemporary rural populace, the significance of a name is best communicated in a straightforward manner. The little monkey merely uttered a sound, leaving them uncertain if it comprehended its new name. However, Chun Wang was not overly concerned. The monkey's intelligence surpassed that of a dog, and with repeated calls, it would undoubtedly learn that this was its name. Wang, aren't we in search of that star anise flower? Do you have your father's booklet with you? Perhaps Jixiang has encountered it before. Chen Dazhuang suddenly proposed. Chen Wang paused, astonished, and gazed at him in disbelief. What is this? Have you had a revelation? Chen Dazhuang scratched his head. What do you mean? I've never been foolish. He added, well, I must admit, I'm just a bit taken aback. Indeed, Chen Wang had brought the booklet today. After retrieving it from the medicinal basket, he flipped to the page adorned with the illustration of the star anise flower and presented it before the little monkey. Jixiang, take a look at this. Have you seen it before? The monkey stared intently at the image, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Chen Wang decided to halt his steps, allowing it to observe more clearly. After a while, the monkey tilted its head, seemingly deep in thought, before raising its gaze to survey the surroundings. The expressions of both men brightened with hope. Could it truly guide them? In the next moment, the monkey raised its right hand and pointed its index finger toward the southeast, emitting a series of chirps. Are you suggesting that it is over there? Chen Wang inquired urgently. The monkey was unable to understand, but responded with 2 more calls. It must be there. Let us hurry and investigate. Having a direction is certainly better than aimlessly searching, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed excitedly. That makes sense. Let us proceed. Chen Wang agreed. Indeed, your name is truly fitting. If we find it, I believe Jixiang will prove to be immensely helpful. Chapter 39. Foraging for star anise flowers and pork lard cakes under the guidance of the little monkey, the 2 men walked for approximately 20 minutes before encountering a meandering, crystal-clear stream. I cannot believe there is a river here, Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at the flowing waters. Have you never been this way before? Chen Wang inquired, tilting his head toward him. Chen Dazhuang shook his head and replied, when I hunted previously, I always took the paths cleared by earlier hunters for safety. As you saw, the trail we just traversed has evidently not been traveled in quite some time. Indeed. Chen Wang nodded in agreement. The path they had taken was arduous, overgrown with thickets and dense weeds, necessitating the use of sickles to forge a way through. Let us focus on finding the star anise flower first. Jixiang, where is it? Chen Wang asked, looking at the little monkey. The monkey gazed back at him with a blank expression, clearly not understanding. Chen Wang, therefore, picked up the booklet once more and pointed to the illustration of the star anise flower. This, where might it be? Gigi. At this moment, Jixiang seemed to grasp the query and pointed toward a certain direction by the riverbank. Let us go and take a look. Chen Wang eagerly approached the riverbank. As he walked to approximately the midstream area, the voice of the little monkey perched on his shoulder chimed in once more, with a series of chattering sounds. Chen Wang followed the direction indicated by the monkey, his face lighting up with delight. There, not far ahead, he spotted the earth adorned with clusters of grass, each stalk measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters, topped with large green leaves resembling fans. Wang, is that it? Chen Dazhuang asked, his expression brimming with excitement. It should be, Chen Wang replied, nodding his head and hastening forward to examine one of the plants closely. The 8-pointed verdant leaves resembled stars, exuding an enchanting beauty. Indeed, it is the star anise lily. Am I correct? Absolutely. Wow, we really found it. This is fantastic. Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air, then urgently inquired. There are quite a few here. How should we proceed? I'll take care of it. This plant is toxic, and without gloves, it could become quite troublesome if you get pricked. As he spoke, Chen Wang retrieved a pair of rubber gloves from his medicinal basket and donned them. According to the records, the star anise lily also bears fruit that can be used for medicinal purposes, although its fruiting season is from August to October, and they were no longer available now. He carefully extracted the plant along with its roots using a medicinal spade. despite its alluring appearance. Every part of the star anise lily is poisonous. Yet, paradoxically, it can counteract numerous toxins. One must commend the ancestors who discovered its medicinal value. They were truly remarkable. In total, he harvested 7 mature plants, choosing to leave a few smaller ones to grow further. Whether for gathering herbs or hunting, the essence remains rooted in living off nature's bounty, necessitating a measure of restraint. One must not engage in acts akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Placing several star anise lilies into his basket, Chen Wang felt elated. His joy stemmed not only from successfully locating the star anise lily, but also from having a fortunate companion, which would surely facilitate future hunting and gathering endeavors. What is next? Should we head back directly? Chen Dazhuang suggested with a grin. Let us take a moment to have a bite to eat and rest. Then we can retrace our steps. If we encounter any game along the way, we can seize the opportunity. If not, that is fine too, as our haul has been quite satisfactory. All right, I'll defer to you. I didn't bring any food today. What do you have that is delicious? I have a boiled egg, some pancakes fried in lard, and a jar of pickled vegetables made by my wife, Chen Wang replied, extracting a boiled egg from his basket, followed by a cloth bag containing the lard pancakes and a jar of pickled vegetables. Quick, let me have a pancake to try, Chen Dazhuang urged eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation. The little monkey on Chen Wang's shoulder, upon catching sight of the food, began chattering excitedly. All right, stop chattering, this one is for you. Chen Wang offered the boiled egg to the little monkey. To his surprise, the monkey pushed his hand away with its paw, refusing the egg. Chen Wang looked at it in bewilderment. Chirp. The little monkey pointed at the pancakes in the bag. Goodness, has it learned to be picky? Chen Wang couldn't help but chuckle as he handed a pancake to the little monkey. The lard came from that great wild boar. Due to years of roaming through the forest and a primarily herbivorous diet, wild boars typically possess minimal body fat. However, with autumn just having passed, this particular wild boar had accumulated a fair amount of fat, which Lin Xiaoqin rendered into lard. Early this morning, she used the lard to prepare pancakes. The lard pancakes were golden and crisp, filled with a savory mixture of lamb and scallions, emanating an irresistible aroma. The little monkey, having taken just a single bite, exclaimed in delight. Delicious, I assent it. My wife's culinary skills are exceptional, Chen Wang said with a proud smile. I assure you, following me guarantees a feast. Quick, hand it over. Chen Dazhuang could no longer contain himself and snatched the lard pancake from Chen Wang's hand, devouring it in large bites. In no time, a third of the pancake had vanished. So good, so good. Chen Dazhuang chewed voraciously, words escaping him. Chen Wang rolled his eyes, feeling that his wife's creation was being squandered by the wild boar's antics. He, however, was more composed. He found a rock by the riverbank to set his food upon, opened a jar of pickled vegetables, and spread a spoonful on his lard pancake before savoring a hearty bite. The pancake's texture was crispy on the outside, yet tender on the inside, and the generous filling burst with flavor, enhanced by the salty tang of the pickles, elevating the dish to new heights of deliciousness. At that moment, Chen Wang felt immensely grateful to fate for placing him in this liberating era and blessing him with a virtuous and beautiful wife. Wang, pass me some pickles too. Chen Dazhuang leaned over, seizing the chopsticks to add pickles to his pancake. The little monkey observed the pickles, then glanced at the large pancake in its hand, chirping curiously. You want pickles too? Chen Wang asked, amused. The little monkey pointed at the jar of pickles, calling out once more. All right, I'll help you. But don't overdo it, or you might get an upset stomach. Chen Wang returned his pancake to the cloth pouch and took the little monkey's pancake to add pickles inside. Logically, anything edible for humans should also be suitable for monkeys. Though he was uncertain about its digestive tolerance, it was prudent not to let it indulge too much. One pancake would suffice. After tasting the pancake with pickles, the little monkey's chirps of delight grew even more exuberant, as if it had discovered a new world. Having previously subsisted on wild fruits and tender leaves, it had never encountered such finely crafted human food. They had a total of 10 lard pancakes. The little monkey consumed 1, Chen Wang devoured 4, and Chen Dazhuang polished off 5, even emptying the entire jar of pickles. Chapter 40. A bounty in the bear cave. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, the trio embarked on their journey home. It must be noted that Jixiang indeed proved to be an excellent hunting companion. About half an hour later, while Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang were engaged in jovial conversation, the little monkey suddenly began to chirp excitedly, pointing towards some rustling in the nearby grass. The two men turned their gaze and noticed movement in the underbrush. Chen Dazhuang swiftly drew his shotgun, taking careful aim as they crept closer. Suddenly, a wild chicken burst forth from the foliage. Chen Dazhuang decisively fired his gun, and a pellet struck a pheasant attempting to soar into the sky, causing it to plummet to the ground. After flapping about for a few moments, it lay still. Well, that is something, though not very profitable. Chen Wang chuckled teasingly. The pheasant held little value and was not particularly palatable. Conversely, bullets were not inexpensive, and crafting such shotgun shells was quite laborious. Damn, who knew it would be this? Chen Dazhuang shot him a glare, then approached to retrieve the pheasant, placing it into a urea sack tied to his waist. Not a total loss. At least today, I'm not returning empty-handed. That makes sense. Chen Wang nodded with a smile. You're quite perceptive, Ji Xiang, you managed to spot it. Chen Dazhuang praised, giving a thumbs up to the little monkey. Ji Xiang, not understanding the gesture, chattered in response. Chen Wang affectionately patted the little monkey's head as a reward. As they continued on their journey, Ji Xiang did not remain still on his shoulder for long. Sometimes it would hop down to walk a few steps. Other times it would leap onto nearby trees, joyfully bounding about. Chen Wang paid it no mind, finding delight in its spirited nature. Behind Qinjiao village lay a great mountain, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely never reside in the city, frequently traversing the mountains. There was no need to confine Ji Xiang's instinctual freedom. Even if one day Ji Xiang grew weary of living with him and wished to return to the mountains, he would not interfere. What fruit is this? It's so sour. Chen Dazhuang exclaimed after tasting a wild fruit that Ji Xiang had picked from somewhere, his face contorting in distaste. Ha ha. Chen Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holding a similar fruit, waiting patiently for Chen Dazhuang to test it first. Gigi, the little monkey, now back on his shoulder, emitted cheerful sounds, pointing and mocking Chen Dazhuang. Oh, so you two are conspiring to laugh at me, are you? Chen Dazhuang feigned anger. Instead of being intimidated, Chen Wang and Ji Xiang laughed even more heartily. Amidst the mirth, the journey home seemed far less tedious. As they passed through a thicket, Ji Xiang, perched on Chen Wang's shoulder, suddenly became restless, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Ji Xiang, what is wrong? Chen Wang inquired. Could it be that you've stumbled upon something significant? Chen Dazhuang grasped his hunting rifle, excitement evident on his face. Ji Xiang's calls grew increasingly shrill, reminiscent of the sounds heard when a troop of monkeys encountered danger. Let us pause for a moment. Chen Wang, feeling a twinge of tension, halted his steps. Chen Dazhuang responded affirmatively, gripping his rifle and surveying the area with vigilance. Animals that dwell in the wild for extended periods can instinctively sense potential threats. Just like Ji Xiang at this moment, perhaps not yet aware of what lay ahead but instinctively alert to danger. Chen Wang's gaze meticulously swept the surroundings. They were enveloped by a forest of spruces, each tree ancient and towering like pointed spires. The trunks of these trees were typically cylindrical, exceptionally straight and robust, so large that several people would be needed to encircle one. The little monkey's call suddenly changed as it raised its right hand, pointing in a specific direction. Chen Wang followed its gaze and focused on a dead spruce tree, reduced to a mere 3 or 4 meters of trunk, which had cracked open to form a dark, gaping hollow. Upon seeing this hollow, Chen Wang's heart instinctively skipped a beat. Brother Dazhuang, look at that. Could it possibly be a bear den? He whispered, gesturing toward the dead tree. A bear den? Chen Dazhuang's expression shifted, his gaze locking onto the tree as his pupils gradually constricted. Wow, it really does resemble a bear den. Given Ji Xiang's reaction, there might not be a black bear hibernating inside, right? Black bears typically enter hibernation from late October to early November, a process that lasts until March or April of the following year. Among the creatures of nature, black bears can be considered architects, constructing unique dens that are categorized as either above ground or underground. The above-ground den is usually within a hollow, dead tree, where the black bear cleans out decayed wood and lines the interior with hay and leaves. The hollow of the spruce tree is spacious and sturdy, offering an ideal warm and comfortable environment for hibernation. As for the underground den, as the name suggests, it is built underground. Mother bears, often pregnant, select densely wooded areas to dig a cave over a meter deep for their winter slumber. It's likely, Chen Wang nodded solemnly. Gulp. Chen Dazhuang swallowed nervously and asked, what should we do? Should we hunt it? He had been hunting for years but had yet to encounter a black bear. Once, he had come across one, but had been so terrified that he only dared to fire a shot from a distance. When he missed, it only served to enrage the bear, prompting him to flee without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately, he was swift, and the numerous obstacles in the forest aided his escape. Otherwise, being pursued by a black bear would have been perilous. According to the timing, black bears were just beginning their hibernation. At this juncture, they could be dangerous, still possessing a degree of awareness of their surroundings. If disturbed during their hibernation, they could become furious and retaliate swiftly. Moreover, having recently feasted and accumulated ample fat, their weight peaked, making both their offensive and defensive capabilities formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Wang gritted his teeth and declared, "It's a rare opportunity. We must at least give it a try. But it's quite dangerous. We only have this old gun." Chun Dazhuang expressed his concerns. Chun Wang regretted not purchasing a hunting rifle during his last visit to town. The fear of inadequate firepower truly seemed to be a common affliction. "Let us first set some traps and obstacles. Even if we can't kill it, we'll have a better chance to escape," Chun Wang suggested. Dazhuang nodded in agreement. "That is a good idea. You can keep the gun ready for cover while I move quietly, doing my best not to wake the black bear. All right, let us make haste." With that, Chun Wang retrieved a medicinal shovel and a bundle of hemp rope from his supply basket. He had brought the hemp rope during his last trip to the mountains, believing it would be quite useful for hunting, whether for binding prey, emergency aid, or setting up simple traps, just like in this situation. He found 2 trees a few meters apart and tightly bound them with hemp rope, leaving the taut cord approximately 70 centimeters above the ground. When the moment to flee arrived, they would be able to easily leap over it. Chapter 41. The Angry Bear. After constructing this rudimentary trap, Chun Wang meticulously cleared away the surrounding weeds and dead branches, then gathered some twigs to ignite a fire pit about 10 meters away. This was all knowledge imparted by his mentor, Chun Jianjun. Awakening a hibernating black bear was perilous. It was essential to prepare an escape route in advance. A human could not outrun a black bear, which only had 2 legs. If they failed to take it down with a single shot, the fire would serve its purpose, allowing them to run in circles around it. At that moment, their companion might seize an opportunity to rescue them, with each taking turns to divert the bear's attention to have a chance to escape. Once everything was in place, the two began to discuss who would fire the gun. "You should do it. You've taken down the last 2 large game. I trust you, and I run faster, making me better suited to attract the bear's attention," Chun Dazhuang said, directly handing the shotgun to Chun Wang. Chun Wang did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. "Do we have extra bullets? Please give me 2 more as a backup." "Yes, wait a moment." Chun Dazhuang rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 cartridges, handing them over. Chun Wang tucked them into his pocket and solemnly remarked, "Let's make it clear. If we can't kill it, we must run immediately. Money is important, but our lives are of greater value." Hunting black bears was no trifling matter. Every year, hunters in the village fell victim to these formidable beasts. "Agreed." Chun Dazhuang nodded, drawing a dagger from his waist. This dagger, a gift from his father, was exceptionally sharp, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Of course, he had no intention of engaging the bear in close combat. Merely wielding a weapon would bolster his courage. He then picked up a short wooden stick. "Jixiang, if danger arises, you must run for yourself," Chun Wang cautioned the little monkey perched on his shoulder. With the monkey's agility and speed, he was confident it could swiftly escape to a nearby tree. He was not overly concerned for its safety. Even if the black bear could climb, it would not catch the monkey in the treetops. "Chirp." The monkey let out a sound, though it was uncertain if it understood. "Let us begin," Chun Wang said with a serious expression to Chun Dazhuang. Chun Dazhuang nodded, and the two cautiously approached the bear's den. Chun Wang halted about 4 to 5 meters from the den, raising the gun to aim at the tree hollow. At this distance, as long as the bear's head emerged first, he could not miss. With the power of the shotgun and 2 rounds of buckshot, it would be sufficient to blast a significant portion of the bear's head away. Chun Dazhuang, being even more cautious, tiptoed closer to the hollow, raising his wooden stick and signaling to Chun Wang with a glance. Chun Wang slightly nodded, indicating that they could commence. Bang! Bang! Chun Dazhuang took a deep breath and struck the tree trunk vigorously with the stick. Generally speaking, the longer the bear hibernated, the deeper its slumber would be, making it difficult for external noises to rouse it. Even if it did awaken, it would be reluctant to leave its warm nest. At this moment, the black bear had only just begun its hibernation, having been asleep for no more than 2 days. After Chen Dazhuang had been nervously knocking for about a minute, a sudden rustling emanated from the tree hollow. Startled, Chen Dazhuang instinctively recoiled, creating distance as he urgently whispered, "Awang, it's awake and about to come out." Without needing to be told, Chen Wang had already heard it. The little auspicious creature on his shoulder also sensed the impending danger, growing restless. "Auspicious, you go over there." Chen Wang pointed towards a nearby tree. Auspicious, understanding the urgency, leaped off his shoulder and dashed towards the indicated tree. Roar! A deafening growl erupted from within the tree hollow, the abrupt awakening during winter inciting the bear's fury. Both Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang involuntarily shuddered. The proximity to such a beast's roar was indeed terrifying. And this was merely a black bear. It was hard to fathom the feelings of Master when he faced a tiger. "Awang, fire your gun!" Chen Dazhuang suddenly shouted. Chen Wang snapped back to reality and saw something protruding from the tree hollow, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! 2 shots of buckshot blasted forth, widening the entrance of the hollow considerably, and some pellets struck the bear. However, the object that had emerged was not the bear's head. A furious cry erupted from the black bear, and its massive body slammed against the tree trunk. Rather than exiting through the hollow, it intended to break through the tree itself. Despite the resilience of the spruce tree hollow, it could not withstand the bear's sheer force, deep cracks forming along the trunk. "This is bad." Both Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang's expressions changed simultaneously. "Run!" Chen Wang shouted, decisively turning to flee. Without hesitation, Chen Dazhuang also turned and sprinted away. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as the tree hollow was smashed open, with splintering and flying everywhere. As a colossal black bear charged forth, rising on its hind legs, its eyes quickly locking onto the armed Chen Wang, then lunging towards him. This was an adult male black bear, weighing approximately 400 pounds. As it sprinted at full speed, its entire body quivered with each stride. The shot Chen Wang had fired struck the bear's left shoulder, the area with the most fat, and thus the greatest defensive capacity. The fur in that spot was stained with blood, yet it seemed utterly unaffected as it continued its charge. "Hey, foolish bear, come over here," Chen Dazhuang shouted, attempting to divert the bear's attention. However, it seemed the bear had determined its target and paid no heed to Chen Dazhuang. As the bear was about to close in on Chen Wang, Chen Dazhuang grew anxious and shouted, "Awang, run around the campfire, quickly." Chen Wang had the same idea, dashing to the campfire and running in circles while reaching into his pocket for ammunition, though the bear's 4 legs allowed it to outrun humans. Its agility in changing direction was inferior, akin to the difference between a 4-wheeled vehicle and a motorcycle. As they circled the bonfire, the black bear found itself unable to close the distance for the moment. Chen Wang had reloaded his ammunition, yet he could not turn to fire. The very next second of halting, he feared he would be toppled by the bear. At that crucial instant, Chen Dazhuang, seemingly out of nowhere, seized a stone and struck it fiercely against the bear. The bear let out a pained howl, and with no bonfire to distract it, it redirected its charge towards Chen Dazhuang. "Rope!" Chen Wang shouted. Understanding immediately, Chen Dazhuang sprinted towards the hemp rope tied between 2 trees. With the bear hot on his heels, Chen Wang raised his shotgun, aiming carefully. Although he felt confident in hitting the bear, he was uncertain of his ability to bring it down. Chen Dazhuang, slender and agile, ran with remarkable speed. Chen Wang even speculated that if he were to compete as an athlete, he would undoubtedly excel. In the blink of an eye, Chen Dazhuang reached the rope and effortlessly leaped over it. The bear, however, failed to notice the rope and crashed directly into it. With nearly 400 pounds of weight coupled with full speed, the impact was tremendous. The bear's face collided with the rope, resulting in a powerful recoil that flipped the bear onto its back, landing with a thud. The center of its face was indented by the rope, and it seemed disoriented, as if stars were swirling around its head. As Chen Dazhuang led the bear towards the trap, Chen Wang advanced cautiously, waiting for this moment. He suddenly accelerated, closing the distance to within 5 or 6 meters, and aimed at the bear's head. Just as the bear regained its bearings and began to turn over, a resounding gunshot echoed through the forest. The bear's head burst into a spray of blood, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Splendid. Haha. We've taken down the black bear," Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Chen Wang, equally exhilarated, sighed with relief. Their success in hunting this bear was largely due to fortune, and the experience had been perilous. Had they possessed 2 shotguns, the thrill would have been unnecessary. Chun Wang's desire to acquire a shotgun intensified. Fortunately, the bounty from this bear should suffice. Suddenly, a small monkey descended from a nearby tree, scampering over to perch on Chun Wang's shoulder, curiously eyeing the bear's corpse. "Brother Dazhuang, how shall we handle this bear?" Chun Wang inquired, scratching his head. Chun Dazhuang replied, "I've never dealt with one before, but we should first gut it and extract the gallbladder. That's the most valuable part of the bear. Then you take care of it. It's not far back to the village, and I'll go fetch some help," Chun Wang suggested. They both realized that transporting nearly 400 pounds of meat would be unmanageable for just the two of them. "All right, I'll give it a try. But I'm genuinely worried about ruining it. If the gallbladder is damaged, the meat will spoil too," Chun Dazhuang admitted nervously. "There must be a process to this. Rest assured and believe in yourself," Chun Wang encouraged with a smile. "You should hurry and find someone, otherwise it will be dark soon. Do you remember the way? Don't get lost." "Don't worry, I remember. I'm off now." All right. The two parted ways, with Chun Dazhuang remaining to tend to their catch, while Chun Wang swiftly made his way to the village. Upon returning to the village, Chun Wang headed straight to Chun Dazhuang's home. Chun Jianjun happened to be there, and upon learning that they had hunted a black bear, he was momentarily stunned. "Master, you should quickly call someone to help carry it back. Otherwise, it will be dark soon," Chun Wang urged. Oh, yes, I'll go get someone right away." Chun Jianjun snapped back to reality and promptly stepped outside, his limp almost appearing to have a sense of urgency. Chun Wang followed him with a smile. The person Chun Jianjun called was the older brother of the pair of siblings from last time. The three exchanged little conversation and directly headed towards the mountains. Along the way, Chun Wang recounted the tale of the little monkey and how they managed to hunt the bear. The two listened, entranced. "You two youngsters certainly had an exhilarating day," Chun Jianjun remarked with a hearty laugh. "Indeed," Chun Wang replied with a light chuckle. "It's the first time I've heard that monkeys can assist in hunting." The other middle-aged man, Chun Weibing, expressed his astonishment, his gaze fixed on the little monkey perched on Chun Wang's shoulder. "Quite remarkable. Monkeys are far more intelligent than dogs, and this one is particularly special," Chun Jianjun observed with a broad smile as he glanced at the monkey. "Oh, by the way, Master, we also found star anise, thanks to Jixiang guiding us." Chun Wang suddenly recalled, the excitement of capturing the bear having made him forget to mention it earlier. "Really?" Chun Jianjun exclaimed, visibly delighted. "I left my medicine basket in the mountains. It's all inside." "That's wonderful. It seems you have struck gold today. Your luck is truly remarkable." "All thanks to Jixiang," Chun Wang replied. "Jixiang, that's a lovely name. It sounds auspicious." As the sun began its descent, the three finally arrived at the location where Chun Dazhuang was waiting. "Ah Wang, Dad, look. It's a golden gallbladder." Chun Dazhuang joyfully presented a golden yellow bear gallbladder to them, beaming with pride. Bear gallbladders are classified into three quality grades: gold, copper, and iron. The golden gallbladder is typically collected in winter and is found only in the strongest bears. The quality of the gallbladder is directly related to the bear's physical strength. Chun Jianjun's face lit up with joy as he nodded in approval. A splendid golden gallbladder. It should fetch a good price. The prices of bear gallbladders have risen. You are on your way to wealth, Chun Weibing remarked with envy. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun turned to him and requested, "Dabing, please don't speak of this indiscriminately." Understood. Rest assured, I won't say a word," Chun Weibing assured, nodding repeatedly. The two families had always maintained a good relationship, and Chun Jianjun trusted his character, which was why he had invited him. Without further ado, they approached the fallen black bear. The black bear has been disemboweled, its gallbladder has been extracted, and the internal organs have been removed. All four paws have been severed, along with the bear's nose and the patella, leaving only the hide partially intact. The bear's paws, renowned as an exquisite delicacy suitable for medicinal cuisine, were traditionally reserved for nobility in ancient times. In the coming years, consuming such fare would become increasingly rare in the country, with severe penalties for those caught indulging. The bear's nose and patella are also esteemed medicinal materials. The patella, or bear's kneecap, is often used to infuse spirits, known for its efficacy in treating rheumatism. Dried and powdered, the bear's nose serves as a remedy for epilepsy. "Hand me the knife. I shall take it from here," Chun Jianjun declared, extending his hand. Chun Dazhuang promptly passed him the dagger. Known as Old Cannon, Chun Jianjun had hunted countless creatures in his youth, and his efficiency and skill in processing game were beyond reproach. In a short while, the bear's hide was meticulously removed, intact and well-preserved. Bear hide is a prized material, renowned for its warmth and considerable value. What remained was the bear meat, which is notoriously tough and challenging to chew, carrying a distinct, gamey flavor that demands exceptional culinary skill. While not particularly valuable in this era, it still amounts to several hundred pounds of meat, which certainly should not be wasted. With deft precision, Chun Jianjun wielded the dagger, seemingly more adept than a butcher's knife, swiftly disassembling the entire black bear into 5 primary sections. Each person took their share, while the heaviest portion was stowed into a burlap sack, with the neatly folded bear hide resting at the bottom. The most valuable gallbladder was carefully wrapped in a prepared cloth, stored alongside the bear paws and patella in Chun Wang's medicinal basket. Subsequently, the quartet set off, bearing the meat. The heaviest sack required 2 individuals to alternate carrying it as they trekked out of the mountains, darkness fully enveloping the sky by the time they emerged. In Chapter 43, envy and jealousy stirred. The villagers were mostly at home for dinner or preparing for bed at this hour. In the vicinity of Chun Dazhuang's home, there were only a few households nearby. Thus, the 4 men lugging the bear meat into the village attracted little attention. Upon reaching Chun Dazhuang's abode, Chun Jianjun sliced off a substantial chunk of meat weighing approximately 20 pounds and handed it to Chun Weibing, who had assisted them. Chun Weibing accepted the bear meat graciously, expressing his gratitude before departing. Following this, Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang deliberated on how to handle the bear meat. Shall we borrow a cart tomorrow to take it to town for sale? This bear meat isn't particularly palatable. I think retaining a portion each would suffice, Chun Wang suggested. All right, we need to sell the hide and gallbladder anyway. What about the bear paws? Chun Dazhuang inquired. Let us each keep 2 paws. I intend to save mine for personal consumption. You may decide for yourself what to do with yours. As for the patella and bear nose, let us leave them with you for now, so master can assist in processing them. Chun Wang shared his thoughts. Chun Dazhuang readily concurred, nodding in agreement. Let us take out the gallbladder. I'll teach you how to prepare it, Chun Jianjun interjected as the 2 concluded their discussion. Chun Wang responded with an affirmative sound, carefully removing the medicinal basket from his back and gently extracting the bear gallbladder wrapped in cloth, presenting it to his master. Chun Jianjun accepted the gallbladder and led them to the kitchen in the back room, instructing Chun Dazhuang to start a fire while he washed the pot and poured in some water. Once the flames in the stove blazed and the water reached a vigorous boil, Chun Jianjun retrieved a length of string to tie the gallbladder, suspending it into the bubbling water. After the gallbladder rapidly deflated, he pulled it out. That is sufficient. Now it simply needs to be air-dried in a cool place. After hanging for a while, it will swell again. You just need to scald it with boiling water repeatedly until it no longer expands. And then it will be completely processed, Chun Jianjun explained as he hung the gallbladder in a shaded corner of the room. Master, doesn't that mean it will take a long time before it can be sold? Chun Wang inquired with a hint of confusion. Not at all. I'm merely teaching you how to handle this. It's quite simple. Once you do this, people will still buy it. This is a coveted item. Chun Jianjun replied with a cheerful smile. Understanding dawned on Chun Wang. Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, my wife and sister will start to worry. Yes, hurry home. I'll leave the star anise here. Please help clean it up in the morning. And tomorrow we will exchange it for a dog. Absolutely, I'll take care of it. Wang, take a piece of bear meat back with you. And also bring that wild chicken, Chun Dazhuang added. Chun Wang nodded with a smile, not wanting to seem overly polite. Upon reaching the front room, he hoisted a leg of bear meat and took the wild chicken, hastily making his way home. Wang, just as he was nearing home, a voice that filled him with disdain called out from the side. Chun Wang continued walking, pretending not to hear. Unbeknownst to him, the person was quite persistent. Running up, and, upon seeing the large piece of bear meat he was carrying, exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you guys catch this today? Another big wild boar?" Since the bear paw had been severed and the skin removed, it had been mistaken for wild boar meat. Chun Wang cast a casual glance at him and replied, "This is bear meat, you know." The speaker was none other than Xiao Jijia from next door. "Wow, you two actually caught a bear?" Xiao Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Wang, disinterested, quickened his pace toward home. However, burdened with the heavy meat, he found it impossible to shake off this bothersome fly. "Is that true? You really caught a bear? Where did you get it? Why do you only have this piece of meat? What about the gallbladder and the skin? Those are worth a fortune. You weren't duped by Chun Dazhuang and his son, were you?" Xiao Jijia prattled on incessantly. Due to the dim lighting, he could not see the redness creeping into his eyes, It was a manifestation of his envy and jealousy. Earlier that day, he had lost the meager amount of money he had left after a gambling session, which he had deceitfully obtained from his mother. This was a bear, after all. Just the gallbladder alone could fetch several hundred yuan, enough for him to indulge for a while. Can you just leave me alone? Do we know each other so well? Chun Wang frowned, casting an impatient glare at him. Zhao Jijia's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he still forced a smile and began to speak sweetly. Please don't say that. I acknowledge my previous misdeeds and offer my sincerest apologies. I genuinely wish you well. You and Chun Dazhuang are partners in hunting, but you cannot allow him to reap all the benefits. Suddenly, the little monkey perched on Chun Wang's shoulder chattered impatiently. What on earth? Zhao Jijia jumped in surprise, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at the other shoulder. A monkey? How did you bring back a monkey? The dim light earlier, coupled with his fixation on the large piece of meat, had prevented him from noticing the little creature. Stop being so self-important, will you? Zhuang and I are doing just fine together. Now kindly step aside. You're too noisy. Even Jixiang is losing patience. Chun Wang said with evident disdain. Then why don't I see you carrying bear bile or bear skin? Just that piece of meat? Clearly, you've been played. Last warning, step aside, or I want hold back. Hey, Chun Wang, that's excessive. This path doesn't belong to you. I'm heading home too. Zhao Jijia's face darkened. Chun Wang halted, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon him. What do you intend to do? Zhao Jijia felt a chill run down his spine and took a cautious step back. You've deceived me countless times. Are you now seeking to settle the score? Chun Wang spoke each word deliberately. Zhao Jijia's expression shifted slightly, but he stubbornly retorted, How have I deceived you? I merely brought you along for mischief. Did you not indulge? Back then, you were naive, and I was the only one willing to involve you, even sharing my food. And now you wish to hold me accountable? Don't be ridiculous. You regarded me as a mere tool. Nevertheless, I did enjoy the meat, which is why I refrained from striking you earlier. Chun Wang smirked, the tone of his voice changing. Right now, I truly wish to hit you. Don't push me. With that, Chun Wang resumed his forward pace. This time, Zhao Jijia did not dare to follow. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Jijia was consumed by fury and envy. How could a fool he once manipulated now thrive so well? Was hunting truly that easy now? Recalling the boasts he had made to his parents days earlier, a thought of venturing into the mountains for hunting crossed Zhao Jijia's mind. Chapter 44. Preparing to buy a hunting rifle from a distance. Chun Wang spotted the warm glow of lights emanating from his home. A wave of warmth surged within him. Though he had been fatigued, he suddenly felt invigorated, quickening his pace towards the inviting light. Brother, his sister's voice called out. I'm back, Chun Wang replied, hastening his steps, only to find his wife and sister waiting at the door. What are you doing standing out here? Aren't you cold? We were waiting for you. Worried about your safety. Wow, what's that? Did you catch a pig again? His little sister exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of the meat he carried. It's not a wild boar. We hunted a bear today. Chun Wang smiled as he replied. A bear? Wow, brother, you're so amazing. His sister praised him with sparkling admiration. She had witnessed the hunters from the village return with a black bear, a colossal creature that instilled a sense of fear within her. Lin Xiuqin was equally astonished, her eyes revealing a hint of concern as she hastily approached. In comparison to the little one, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of bears in the mountains, worried for Chun Wang's safety. Eek! The small monkey perched on his shoulder squeaked, nervously clutching Chun Wang's collar. Fear not. This is family, he reassured with a smile. Ah, a monkey, how adorable. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she dashed toward the tiny creature. Lin Xiuqin paused, glancing at Chun Wang in bewilderment, unsure how he had brought a monkey home. Let us head inside. Today has been rather eventful, Chun Wang said with a smile directed at his wife. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile, gesturing to assist him with the meat. No need, this one is a bit heavy. You take this instead. Chun Wang handed her a wild chicken with his other hand. Brother, can I hold the little monkey? The girl bounced with excitement. Chun Wang chuckled. Not just yet. It's still getting accustomed to you. No rush. Soon it will be a member of our family. Just take your time to build a bond with it. By the way, its name is Jixiang. Jixiang? What a peculiar name. Jixiang, Jixiang, I am Xiaoyu, your brother's sister. The little girl stepped back, jubilantly introducing herself to the monkey. Sensing her friendliness and enthusiasm, Jixiang chirped in response, as if acknowledging her. Ah, so cute. The girl was utterly enchanted. Upon reaching the back room, Chun Wang set down the bear meat, and Lin Xiuqin moved to lift the lid of the pot, bringing forth steaming dishes. Have you already eaten? Chun Wang asked with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded, bringing 2 plates to the table. There was spicy stir-fried pork and lamb stew with carrots, the soup's color appetizingly inviting. We have eaten. Hurry and eat, brother. The little girl cheerfully replied, her gaze fixated on the monkey on his shoulder. Brother, can Jishang eat too? Yes, it can, Chun Wang replied with a smile. Reaching for the large bowl of rice Lin Xiuqin handed him. Wife, please prepare a small bowl for Jixiang and mix in some of this lamb soup, keeping it light. The spicy pork is too much for it. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile, promptly preparing a small bowl of food and setting it on the table. The little monkey chattered at Lin Xiuqin, nimbly jumping down from Chun Wang's shoulder to sit behind the bowl of rice, eagerly grabbing at the food. As Chun Wang ate, he recounted the events of the day, with Lin Xiuqin and the little girl listening intently. Upon hearing about the little monkey returning to assist its troop, only to be ostracized and nearly captured by a golden eagle, both women were incensed. Then, as he detailed how they, under the monkey's guidance, discovered star anise and hunted wild chickens and a black bear, their delight grew, finding the little monkey even more endearing. However, Chun Wang refrained from mentioning the dangers encountered while hunting the bear, wishing to spare his wife and sister from unnecessary worry. After a satisfying meal and having prepared hot water, Lin Xiuqin watched as Chun Wang soaked his feet, feeling the fatigue dissipate from his body. Having ventured out early in the morning before dawn, he was indeed quite weary by now. Simultaneously, Lin Xiuqin had been bathing the little one in her room. Even the little monkey received a warm bath, and after being dried, its fur appeared fluffier and softer, making it incredibly comforting to hold. The little girl was reluctant to let go. Brother, can I sleep with Jixiang tonight? She asked sweetly, clutching the monkey. Does it agree? Chun Wang inquired, smiling at the little monkey. It does. The girl nodded enthusiastically. Chun Wang sensed a hint of grievance in Jixiang's eyes, but still nodded in agreement, saying, all right. We shall do that for now. I'll find a way to make it a cozy nest another day. Jixiang couldn't he possibly stay with him and Lin Xiuqin, as that would make him feel uneasy. Oh, then I'm off to bed. Good night, brother and sister-in-law. The little girl bid them good night, her heart full of joy as she scampered back to her room. Chun Wang and Lin Xiuqin exchanged smiles. After bathing, they returned to their room and nestled under the covers. Once Lin Xiuqin joined him, Chun Wang broached the subject of purchasing a hunting rifle. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiuqin agreed, even lifting the bedding as if to fetch money for him. Chun Wang quickly stopped her, saying, there's no need for that money. The bear I hunted will yield a valuable gallbladder, along with the bear skin and some excess star anise. It should be enough to cover the cost of the gun. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile and then climbed into bed, snuggling under the covers. I'm turning off the lights, Chun Wang said, tugging the pull cord to extinguish the light. After removing his coat, he curled into the bedding and turned to embrace his wife. Lin Xiuqin's voluptuous form could be felt even through the layer of her autumn shirt. However, he was too fatigued today. Merely holding her felt sufficient. Lin Xiuqin turned away from him, blushing and remaining still. Although she had intended to reward her husband, it wasn't long before she heard his soft snoring. In the darkness, Lin Xiuqin's expression momentarily froze before breaking into a wry smile. Placing her hand over his that rested on her waist, she felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Closing her eyes, she soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep, drifting into a beautiful dreamland. The night passed without a word. Upon waking the next day, Chun Wang felt rejuvenated, brimming with energy, satisfied with the strength of his body. After rousing the little girl and Jixiang, they washed their faces and brushed their teeth, gathering as a family for breakfast. The morning meal consisted of noodles topped with leftover lamb and carrots from yesterday, generously sprinkled with green onions and accompanied by a fried egg for each person. Delicious. After the meal, Lin Xiuqin began processing the bear meat he had brought home. This meat would surely last for several days. Most of it needed to be cured and dried for preservation. Meanwhile, Chun Wang set off for Chun Dazhuang's home, eager to see the puppies with his master. Chapter 45. The hunter family from the neighboring village. Upon arriving at Master Chen's residence, the father and son were engaged in their morning repast. Chun Dazhuang urged Chun Wang to partake, but Chun Wang, with a smile, politely declined, asserting that he had already satisfied his appetite. Master Chun had meticulously prepared the star anise lily, and the bear gallbladder had been scalded with hot water once more, still hanging in a cool corner of the room. By the way, Awang, where's the little monkey? Chen Dazhuang inquired while scooping porridge towards his mouth. At home, attached to the little girl. Chen Wang replied with a cheerful grin. Chen Dazhuang nodded in understanding, remarking, that little creature is indeed quite endearing. All the girls must adore it. Indeed, Chen Wang chuckled. Then turned to Chen Jianjun, asking, Master, how much can this bear gallbladder fetch? Upon hearing this, Chen Dazhuang eagerly gazed at his father. I'm not entirely certain. I haven't hunted in several years. The last time I acquired a gallbladder of this caliber was a decade ago, and prices have risen substantially since then, Chen Jianjun responded. Shaking his head. Surely, you must have heard some estimates, Chen Dazhuang pressed. Last year, someone in the village hunted a bear with an iron gallbladder, which reportedly sold for over 400 yuan. Ours is a golden gallbladder. It should command several hundred, if not over 1,000. His eyes sparkled with excitement. As the saying goes, an ounce of golden gallbladder is worth an ounce of gold. The value of a golden gallbladder far surpasses that of an iron one. Chen Jianjun replied with a smile. Chen Wang, however, remained composed, merely contemplating whether the funds would suffice for a reliable hunting rifle. Once the meal concluded, Chen Wang packed the star anise lily back into the medicinal basket slung over his back, and the trio set out together towards the neighboring village. This neighboring village, known as Xinglong Village, differed from Chun Family Village, which predominantly bore the Chen surname. It was a village of mixed surnames, with a population slightly exceeding that of Chen Family Village. Due to the diversity of surnames, the sense of community was considerably weaker. In earlier years, the two villages often clashed over land disputes and resource competitions, with Chun Family Village typically prevailing due to its formidable cohesion. Nevertheless, when disputes were absent, relations between the two villages remained amicable. Upon arriving at the hunter's home that Master Chen had mentioned, both Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang were taken aback. Wasn't it the very trio they had encountered in the mountains while hunting the wild boar? The father and son evidently recognized Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang as well. Observing this, Chen Jianjun inquired in confusion, soon discerning the situation. Brother Yang, I heard from the two children about the wild boar incident the other day. I had no idea it was you. I must thank you for assisting these children in hunting 2 wild boars, he said. Do not mention it. Their success in hunting the wild boars was their own merit, and I had no part in it. The middle-aged man, Yang Heping, waved his hand dismissively. He appeared somewhat unapproachable, as he had not worn a smile since their entrance. Uncle Chun, my brother is correct. Our success in the mountains relies on our own abilities. They had the courage to fire their guns, and if they hit their mark, it is rightfully theirs and not ours, a young man chimed in cheerfully. Beside him stood a more mature young man, likely his elder brother. The elder brother was named Yang Shuwen, while the younger was Yang Shuwu, symbolizing the harmony of both literature and martial prowess. Regrettably, none have excelled in their studies. In this era, there are few opportunities for martial arts training. Ultimately, they have all inherited the family business, following their father to become mere mountain hunters. Well then, Chen Jianjun remarked with a smile, I shall not indulge in idle chatter any longer. We have come today to propose an exchange for a puppy. Have you truly found the star anise lily? Yang Shuwen inquired urgently, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of the moment. This marked his first utterance, indicative of his filial piety towards his ailing mother. Yang Heping and his son, Yang Shuewu, gazed expectantly at the trio. Yes, we have, Chen Wang replied with a smile, removing a medicinal basket from his back and presenting a star anise lily for their inspection. This is indeed the one, Yang Heping remarked, his excitement palpable as he nodded emphatically. Though not a herbalist, his extensive experience in hunting had endowed him with considerable knowledge. The Yang brothers shared expressions of astonishment at the revelation. Brother, you found it, didn't you? I've heard from Uncle Chun that your father is an exceptional herbalist. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, Yang Shuewu exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Chen Wang's left hand in a vigorous shake, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. There is no need for such thanks. I seek merely a fine hunting dog, Chen Wang replied with a chuckle. Not a problem. In our family, a promise is a promise. I shall take you to see the puppies. Choose whichever you fancy. Yang Shuewu readily consented, casting a glance at his father. Yang Heping nodded, affirming, a man's word is his bond. Since you have brought the star anise lily, you may indeed take a dog with you. Choose as you wish. Splendid. The 3 of them responded with unrestrained joy. Brother Yang, as you know, one is my son, and the other my apprentice. They have only recently begun hunting, and both require an excellent puppy. I hope you won't consider it greedy. Could you possibly sell us another? Chen Jianjun suddenly interjected. Chen Dazhuang looked at Yang He-ping with hopeful eyes. The star anise lily belonged to Chen Wang, and naturally, the dog acquired in exchange should rightfully be his. Yet, Chen Dazhuang yearned for a quality dog as well. Having hunted for several years, he was acutely aware of the significance of a good hunting dog. Having just bagged a bear, he stood to gain a considerable sum. He was more than willing to invest in a fine puppy. Yang He-ping furrowed his brow, evidently reluctant to part with another dog. Their family was not in one of hunting dogs, yet this batch was of exceptional quality, and there was never harm in having more. I can sell you one, but only the 2 white ones. Yang He-ping finally responded after a moment of deliberation. Chen Jianjun hesitated. He had observed all 4 puppies, including 1 black and 1 gray, both of which were premier, naturally gifted hunting dogs, perfectly matched as a male and female pair. He had hoped to take both home, which would have been ideal. The 2 white ones were also commendable, with proper training. They too could become first-rate hunting dogs, though they would still pale in comparison to the former pair. The abilities of hunting dogs are largely determined from birth, with innate talent being of utmost importance. I shall not take advantage of you. Choose one of the 2 white ones, and 10 yuan will suffice. Yang He-ping spoke once more. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianjun ceased to say anything further, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, my friend, he replied. Even if it is merely one of the 2 white ones for 10 yuan, it would indeed be a significant gain for them, who are in need of a dog. For now, this is the best we can do. Both white ones are quite decent. I will also make inquiries to try and procure a lead dog for you. Chen Jianjun turned to his son. Chen Dazhuang nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, the Yang family led them to the doghouse they had constructed outside to view the puppies. Chapter 46. The acquisition of exceptional puppies. Upon seeing the 4 puppies, Chen Wang's attention was quickly captivated by the black puppy. Not every dog can be trained into an exceptional hunting hound. First and foremost, one must consider the genetics. Puppies born to top-tier hunting dogs are unlikely to lack in hunting heritage. Next is temperament. A fiery disposition and boldness are crucial. If a dog hesitates at the sight of prey, even the most physically capable dog is of little use. Then comes the sense of smell. In hunting, there exists a term known as scent head, which refers to the distinctions between tracking scents close to the ground and those elevated by the wind. A dog with poor scenting ability can only track the scent left on the ground by prey, which is susceptible to weather conditions. However, a dog adept at elevated scent can detect the faint traces carried by the wind, allowing it to pursue the direction of the prey. Only dogs with keen olfactory senses can become lead dogs. At this moment, it is difficult to ascertain the black puppy's olfactory capabilities. But the other attributes are evidently exceptional. The black puppy is lively, its tail erect, and it dares to provoke even the adult dogs within the kennel. Its paws are larger than those of the 2 white puppies, with broad shoulders and a long body. Its small, upright ears suggest commendable hearing as well. The gray puppy, aside from its differing fur color, is nearly identical in quality, being a naturally gifted hunting dog. The 2 white puppies, while slightly inferior, are still full of vitality and, with proper training, could become invaluable allies in hunting endeavors. Additionally, Chen Wang observed the parents of these 4 puppies. The father, a white hunting dog, sat calmly, exuding a demeanor that appeared non-threatening. Yet, any hunter would recognize this breed as a versatile master of the hunt, fierce towards strangers and prey alike. Its calmness around Chen Wang and the others stemmed from its understanding of their non-threatening presence. The mother, a Xiangnan native hunting dog, also presented herself well. Which one do you desire? Yang Shuwu inquired with a cheerful smile, adding, to be candid, all of my dogs are of the highest caliber. Countless individuals have come seeking to purchase them, yet we have refused, treating them as family. Each of these puppies, including the 4 before you, is the fruit of my father's labor. These adult hunting dogs have been nurtured from pups through his dedicated efforts. It is evident that they are all fine dogs. Chen Wang nodded with a smile, pointing at the black puppy, and said, I want this one. Damn, your taste is sharp. I prefer this one too. Why? Because it is the most combative. Let me tell you, since the day it was born, it has never settled down, stealing milk from its siblings. Now, at just 1 month old, it dares to show off its fierceness to the adult dogs. Chen Shuwu shared his thoughts with a smile. Glancing at his older brother Chen Shuwen, he leaned closer to Chen Wang, covering his mouth and whispered, Dad told us this black one resembles me more, while that gray dog resembles my brother. It's also a good dog, but of a more sinister nature. Chun Wang chuckled softly in understanding. Soon after a careful examination, Chun Jianjun assisted Chun Dazhuang in selecting one of the two white puppies. Yang Heping wasted no time and directly entered the dog kennel, pulling out the two puppies and handing them over. Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang joyfully accepted the pups, who were oblivious to the fact that they were about to acquire new owners, struggling in their arms. The black puppy even raised its paw, attempting to swipe at Chun Wang's face, but unfortunately, its strength was too feeble, and Chun Wang swiftly suppressed it. "Uncle, how many star anise plants do you need?" Chun Wang inquired of Yang Heping. Having harvested 7 star anise plants, it was evident that not all could be given to them. Such a quantity was unnecessary for treating snake venom. 3 should suffice, Yang Heping replied in a nonchalant tone. "All right," Chun Wang responded readily, turning to Chun Jianjun and saying, "Uncle, please hand them to Uncle Yang." Chun Jianjun complied, retrieving 3 star anise plants from the medicinal basket on his back and presenting them to Yang Heping. "Why don't we have lunch together before you leave?" Yang Heping suggested, his mood evidently lifted. "We can't. We need to hurry to town. I'll come by for a drink next time." Chun Jianjun politely declined with a smile. "In such a rush?" Yang Heping frowned slightly. "To be honest, those 2 youngsters had good fortune yesterday. They caught a bear, a golden one at that. I fear keeping it at home might attract thieves. So it's best to sell it quickly," Chun Jianjun explained, beaming with pride. Having a son and apprentice who could catch a bear certainly elevated his status. Upon hearing this, the Yang family was left in astonishment. "No way, you 2 caught a black bear. How did you do it? Tell us," Yang Shuowu exclaimed with excitement. Yang Shuwen remained silent, equally astonished as he gazed at the 2. The brothers had hunted with their father for many years and had encountered bears before, but they were always shot by their father. Chun Dazhuang, feeling quite proud, vividly recounted the circumstances of the encounter. After listening, the Yang family found it even harder to believe. With only 1 gun and without the aid of hunting dogs, the 2 had managed to trap a 400-pound black bear using nothing but a rope trap, thanks to a monkey that discovered the bear's den. "We were just lucky. It was a close call for our lives," Chun Wang said with a wry smile. "Luck is also a part of strength, my brother. You should consider buying a good hunting rifle," Yang Shuowu remarked, patting him on the shoulder with an envious expression. "Indeed, having sold the bear bile, I am now preparing to purchase a firearm." Chun Wang grinned broadly. "Alas, my brother and I have long desired to hunt a bear ourselves, yet we have not succeeded. You 2 have only hunted for a few days and have already accomplished it. What kind of situation is this?" Yang Shuowu sighed. "Do not fret, opportunities will arise." Chun Wang encouraged him with a smile. Yang Shuowu nodded, placing an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully saying, "My friend, if the chance arises, let us hunt together. If we encounter a herd of wild boars, remember to call me along." "Absolutely, and likewise, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon us." "Agreed then." They exchanged hearty slaps of hands. Observing their jovial exchange brought a smile to Chun Jianjun's face. The mountains are fraught with peril, and having more friends equates to greater safety. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Chun Wang's father had saved him. Looking at his own son, standing there with a foolish grin, Chun Jianjun sighed in resignation. "Very well. Ever since a Wang gained insight, his fortune seems invincible. As long as his son accompanies a Wang in hunting, he need not worry about anything for the rest of his life." Chapter 47. The discouraged young girl. After bidding farewell to the Yang family, Chun Wang and his companions returned to the village. "Master Zhuanggu, let us meet at the small shop at the village entrance later. We can borrow Uncle Qian's cart." Upon reaching his home, Chun Wang addressed the 2. "All right, we will return the dog and grab our things before coming over," replied Chun Dazhuang. "Can you manage the meat? If not, wait for me, and I will accompany you." "No worries, it's just a short walk, not like we're hauling it down from the mountains. My father and I can manage," Chun Dazhuang laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "Fine then, see you soon." "See you soon." After exchanging farewells, Chun Jianjun and his son headed home. Chun Wang turned to enter the house, and before he even stepped inside, he called out, "Xiaoyu, come quickly and see what I've brought back." "Brother, what is it?" The little girl rushed out of her room, clutching the dog named Jixiang. Upon seeing the puppy in his arms, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, a puppy! Such a cute little dog. Brother, give it to me." Without hesitation, she dropped the monkey onto the floor and rushed forward to embrace the puppy. Jixiang stood there, momentarily bewildered, displaying a comical expression. Has it already been cast aside for something new? Be careful, this dog can be a bit fierce, Chun Wang chuckled, offering a warning. I know it's so small. The little girl giggled as she reached out to pet the pup's head. Lin Xiuqin also emerged, her eyes crinkling with warmth as she watched them. Wife, this dog is entrusted to you. I must make a trip to the town. It has yet to consider this place its home, so please ensure it does not escape, Chun Wang said with a smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded in agreement. Brother, I want to go to the town too. You promised me. The little girl exclaimed loudly. I know, which is why I asked your sister-in-law to look after the dog. Chun Wang shot her a playful glare. But can't I take the dog along? No, what if we lose it? This dog is very precious, the little girl exclaimed, her face filled with regret, yet obediently handed the puppy to Lin Xiuqin. Sister-in-law, please take care of it for me. Lin Xiuqin received the puppy with a radiant smile. By the way, brother, what is this dog's name? The little girl inquired, glancing at Chun Wang. Chun Wang paused for a moment, then after some contemplation, replied, Let us call it Rui, which signifies good fortune and harmony. He pointed at the little monkey and the puppy, affirming, Rui. Hee, what a lovely name. I like it. The little girl beamed with joy, nodding enthusiastically. Wife, if the puppy gets hungry, cook some meat and chop it up for it. Using bear meat and wild boar meat, Chun Wang advised. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile. Jixiang, you stay at home and keep my wife company, Chun Wang said to the little monkey. Jixiang chirped, uncertain if it understood. I will bring back some fruits for you to enjoy. Gigi. Half an hour later, Chun Wang, carrying a basket containing the remaining 5-star anise plants, met up with Chun Jianjun and his son at the entrance of the small shop, accompanied by the little girl. 3 large pieces of bear meat were already placed on the cart, covered with bear skin, while the bear bile was delicately held in a cloth bag by Chen Dazhuang. Let us set off. Oh, let us go. The little girl raised her arms in jubilant cheer. Chen Jianjun and Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but smile at the sight. Don't celebrate too soon. If you tire later, no one will carry you. Chun Wang reminded with amusement. No worries, I won't get tired. I can walk very far today, the little girl declared confidently, as if to prove herself, leading the way ahead while urging, Brother, Dazhuang brother, uncle, hurry up and catch up with me. Chun Wang and the others exchanged glances, bemused. Let us go, keep up, Chen Jianjun said, pushing the cart with a broad smile. Uncle, should I push the cart? The little girl offered. No need, we'll switch later. All right. The 3 men, being strong and unburdened, had previously walked at a quicker pace. This time, with a cart and a little drag along, their speed naturally diminished. After about half an hour, the little girl began to tire, repeatedly asking how much farther they had to go. Learning that they still had at least an hour ahead, her spirit seemed to falter, her head drooping as she trudged forward with gritted teeth. She had to uphold the bold claim she had made earlier, no matter how weary she felt. Wang, let her ride in the cart. Chun Jianjun spoke softly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little girl. However, Chun Wang shook his head and replied with a smile. She said she could walk far. It's good for her to face a little hardship. He would cherish the little girl, but he would not overly indulge her. You're quite heartless, Chen Dazhuang quietly remarked from the other side. Children from the mountains must endure some hardship. She must take responsibility for her own words and not become too reliant on others, Chun Wang stated earnestly. Wang makes a valid point, Chun Jianjun agreed. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, the little girl lagged behind, her legs aching and blisters forming on her feet, tears brimming in her eyes. Though she valiantly held back her sobs. Isn't it about time, Wang? My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Chun Jianjun felt a twinge of compassion. Chun Wang turned to glance at the little girl and called out, Xiaoyu. She lifted her head to look at him. Will you still boast next time? Chun Wang asked sternly. The little girl pursed her lips and vigorously shook her head. Come here, sit on the cart, Chun Wang said grumpily. The little girl, filled with delight, hurried forward. Chun Jianjun shifted the meat on the cart to make room. Patting the leather laid atop it, he said to the little one, Xiaoyu, sit here. Thank you, uncle, she joyfully expressed. Climbing onto the cart and settling on the leather, Chun Wang pushed the cart, and the group continued their journey towards the town. Upon finally reaching the town, the little girl, now seated on the cart, eagerly looked around, the suffering from their earlier walk seemingly vanishing in an instant, her feet no longer in pain. Brother, what is that? A grain station, a place to sell grains. Oh, and that? A restaurant. A restaurant? Is the food inside delicious? I've never been. The little foodie was suddenly animated, her gaze sparkling as she looked at her brother. Once we finish our business, if we have time, I'll take you to try it. Really? You're the best, brother. Long live, brother. All right, no shouting, Chen Wang replied, amused, casting a glance at Qin Jianjun. Master, where should we head to first? Let us go to the procurement station. Bear bile and bear skins are valuable, and we should sell them quickly for peace of mind, Qin Jianjun suggested. Chen Wang and Qin Dazhuang agreed, and thus, the group headed directly to the procurement station from their last visit. In Chapter 48, a significant sum, the little girl and her master stayed outside to watch the cart, while Chen Wang and Qin Dazhuang entered the procurement station together. Chen Wang once again found the same female clerk from before, not for any particular reason, but because the last transaction had gone so smoothly. Hey, handsome, you're back. The clerk greeted Chen Wang with a bright smile. Indeed, beautiful. I'm surprised you remember me. Chen Wang joked, somewhat astonished. Working at this procurement station, she must see countless people every day, and for her to recall him after just one visit was quite unexpected. Of course, managing to acquire so much sweet flag at once isn't an easy feat. The clerk replied with a smile, her gaze falling on the cloth bag he held. She curiously asked, "What good stuff have you brought today?" "Indeed, it is something valuable. Do you have a skilled master in your shop?" Chen Wang inquired with a smile. The clerk paused, feigning annoyance, and retorted, "What, you don't trust me?" "No, it's just that this item truly requires a discerning master to appraise its value. Take a look at it." Chen Wang handed over the cloth bag, opening a small section for her to see. The female shop assistant cast a glance, her expression instantly becoming grave, as she looked at Chen Wang in astonishment and said, "I truly cannot make a decision on this matter. Please wait a moment, I will fetch Master Wang." "All right," Chen Wang replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The shop assistant hurried to the back of the store. "Brother Zhuang, please bring the hide as well," Chen Wang called to Qin Dazhuang. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Dazhuang swiftly exited. Before long, as Qin Dazhuang returned with a neatly folded bear hide, the shop assistant entered the store accompanied by an elderly man. The old man appeared to be around 60, looking quite sprightly, and he held a smoking pipe in hand as he walked in front. The shop assistant followed closely behind, and, noticing Chen Wang's gaze, signaled him with her eyes. Chen Wang understood immediately, realizing that this elder had significant authority within the establishment. "Is this the bear gallbladder? Let me have a look," the old man said as he approached Chen Wang, glancing at the bear hide in Chen Wang's hands with indifference. "Hello, Master Wang, could you kindly assist me?" Chen Wang said, handing over the cloth bag. The old man accepted the bag, opening it to examine the bear gallbladder, and a hint of surprise quickly appeared on his face. As Chen Wang waited quietly, he suddenly remembered something and took out a pack of cigarettes and a match he had bought from a convenience store earlier. After tearing open the packaging, he offered a cigarette to the old man. "Master Wang, please have a smoke." The old man raised his gaze, nodded, and accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. Chen Wang produced a match, striking it to ignite the flame, and brought it closer to help light the cigarette. The old man took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke slowly, and remarked, "This bear gallbladder is quite impressive. I haven't seen such quality in many years. I won't waste time with pleasantries. I will offer you the highest price of 1,500. If you can sell it, do so. If not, take it back." Upon hearing this, Chen Wang maintained a calm demeanor, while behind him, Qin Dazhuang was visibly excited, his face flushed. To him, this was an enormous sum of money. The shop assistant, standing behind the old man, also bore a look of surprise, clearly not expecting such a high value. In that moment, her bright eyes began to scrutinize Chen Wang. Tall and possessing decent looks, he appeared to be a man of integrity, and judging by the items he had brought in twice, he seemed quite capable. Was he not the ideal son-in-law? The unmarried shop assistant, in her advanced years, felt a ripple of emotions within her, and her gaze towards Chen Wang softened slightly. "Brother Zhuang, you have a share in this. What do you think?" Chen Wang did not respond directly, but turned to Qin Dazhuang to seek his opinion. You decide." I don't understand," Qin Dazhuang stammered nervously. Realizing the situation, Chen Wang addressed the old man, saying, "Master Wang, we will sell the bear gallbladder." The old man nodded in satisfaction and gestured toward the bear hide in Qin Dazhuang's hands, saying, "Let me have a look at the hide as well." "Oh, of course. Please take a look," Qin Dazhuang quickly responded, handing the hide to the old man. The old man took it, grasped the bear hide with both hands, and shook it, causing the entire hide to unfold. This scene captured the attention of both the shop assistants and the customers. My goodness, what a massive black bear. It must weigh around 300 to 400 pounds, right? I wonder if it possesses golden gallbladder. This could be a windfall. The hide is remarkably intact and already worth a considerable sum. Did these two young men capture it? They certainly have skills. The young fellow is quite tall and handsome. One wonders if he is in a relationship. Aren't black bears supposed to be hibernating by now? How did they manage to find one? It seems everyone is out hunting in the mountains. Why have I never encountered such a black bear? The hide is decent. I would estimate it to be worth around 180. The old man lifted his head, casting an inquiring glance at Chen Wang. Quite right. Chen Wang promptly nodded in agreement. The old man casually tossed the bear hide to a nearby female clerk and proceeded toward the backyard, saying, "Follow me. I'll settle the payment." "Hey Wang, you go ahead. I'll wait for you outside," Chen Dazhuang remarked. Chen Wang nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. Passing through a fabric curtain, they entered the spacious backyard, where two large peach trees stood alongside several small buildings. The old man led him into one of the rooms, retrieving a bundle of cash from a drawer. He tossed one bundle in front of Chen Wang and deftly began to count the other. Bear gallbladder, 1,500. Hide, 180. The total is 1,680, which amounts to 168 bills. A bundle should typically contain 100 bills. The old man counted out 32 bills, neatly bundling the remainder with a rubber band before handing it to him. "Feel free to count it." "No need," Chen Wang replied, securing the money in his pocket with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble. I shall take my leave." The old man regarded him with interest, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Chen Wang," he responded with a grin. "Chen Wang, a good name indeed. You may go now. Should you find anything valuable, bring it here, and I assure you, you shall not suffer loss." "Certainly." With that, Chen Wang exited the backyard. "Hey, wait." Just as he was about to step outside, the female clerk called out to him. Chen Wang paused and turned toward her. The clerk approached him quickly. Her cheeks slightly flushed and asked, "What is your name?" Chen Wang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her curiosity about his name. However, upon noticing the distinct glimmer in her eyes, he quickly understood. After all, he was no stranger to such expressions. His previous romantic endeavors had always seen him pursued by women. "My name is Chen Wang, from Qinjiakan. If you have time, do visit our village. I'll have my wife prepare some delicious food for you," he said with a cheerful smile. The clerk's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at him. "Why, you're married?" "Yes, I have been married for over 2 years now." Chapter 49. Selling bear meat. Oh, right. I almost forgot about something else. Could you help me take a look? Chen Wang recalled the star anise lotus in the medicinal basket he was carrying. He had been so focused on the bear gallbladder that this slipped his mind. "Of course." The clerk nodded, somewhat dazed, murmuring, "How old do you look to be married so young?" "Oh, I am 22 this year. In our village, people tend to marry quite early," Chen Wang replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, the expression of the female shop assistant became increasingly complex. At 24, she had yet to find a husband, which in this day and age marked her as a formidable contender among the so-called leftover women. However, she had never felt rushed. Believing herself to be quite attractive and secure in her respectable job at the state procurement station, which allowed her the privilege of being selective. Who could have imagined that after finally finding someone appealing, he would not only be younger, but also have been married for 2 years? "Here, take a look at this," Chen Wang said, as he removed the medicinal herb basket and handed it to her. The shop assistant peered inside, her face revealing a hint of surprise as she asked, "Star anise lily?" "Yes, I just picked it in the mountains yesterday. Do you buy this?" "Certainly, this is a valuable item. Let me see it." In these times when food was scarce, few ventured into cultivating medicinal herbs. Wild star anise lilies were indeed rare. Chen Wang did not intend to sell them all, as he was a mountain dweller and might need them someday, especially since they had various medicinal properties. After inspecting several star anise lilies, the shop assistant inquired, "Have you sold them all?" "I apologize, but I plan to keep 2. Then I can offer you 120 for these 3 of good quality." "That is acceptable. I'll sell them." Soon, he had secured 12 yuan in his pocket, which he stuffed into another side pocket. After returning the remaining 2 star anise lilies to the basket, Chen Wang bid farewell to the shop assistant. It dawned on her, as she watched him leave, that he hadn't even asked for her name. Once outside the procurement station, Chen Wang let out a deep sigh of relief. "Brother." A little figure stood across the street beside a cart, waving gleefully at him. Beside her, Chun Jianjun and his son wore smiles as they looked at him. Chun Wang hurried over, glancing around cautiously before whispering, "Master, Zhuanggu, this place is crowded. Let us find somewhere less populated." The two men exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with excitement as they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chun Jianjun pushed the cart laden with bear meat, and the four of them made their way towards the market. Once they reached a less crowded area, Chun Wang pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket. "Zhuanggu, the bear gallbladder and skin fetched 1680. Splitting it gives us 840. This bundle contains 1,000. I'll count out 16 notes. The remainder is yours." As he spoke, he counted out 16 notes of cash and handed the rest over. The money was crisp and neatly bound with rubber bands, creating a striking visual impact. "Hold on to this for now. We'll settle after selling the bear meat." Chun Dazhuang hesitated to take it. "The bear meat is a separate matter. I'll carry it. If it gets lost, who will take the blame? Just take it." Chun Wang cheerfully insisted, stuffing it into his hands. Chun Dazhuang glanced nervously at his father, having never seen so much money in his life. "What are you looking at? You're old enough. Do you still expect me to manage your finances? Isn't it just a bit of profit? Learn from a Wang. Can you be a little more composed? Quickly secure the money." Chun Jianjun admonished with a tone laced with disappointment, though inwardly he felt elated. Chun Dazhuang rolled his eyes, unbuttoned his coat, and stuffed the money into his inner pocket. After zipping up his coat, he gently patted the spot where the money lay, relishing its substantial feel, his lips curling into a smile. "Brother, did you make a fortune?" The little girl eagerly took Chun Wang's hand, tilting her head with curiosity. "We made a bit, but it's not a significant amount," Chun Wang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Chun Jianjun and his son exchanged astonished glances. "That's nearly 1,000 yuan, and it's not a substantial amount." They knew that in these times, a household with 10,000 yuan was newsworthy. Their venture into the mountains had nearly earned them a tenth of that sum. Even someone as worldly as Chun Jianjun, while saying such things to his son, felt a thrill of excitement within. Unbeknownst to them, before arriving in this era, Chun Wang had toiled for capitalists, earning a monthly wage equivalent to that of 2 or 3 10,000 yuan households, hence his lack of enthusiasm. "Can we go to the supply and marketing cooperative later? You promised to buy me white rabbit milk candies last time," the little girl reminded with hopeful eyes. Chun Wang looked down at the little one and chuckled. "The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't sell white rabbit milk candies. We'll have to check the department store in the city. Besides, you haven't finished what you have at home. Being so greedy one do." "Ah," the little girl pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "Don't worry. When we go to the city, there will be plenty of delicious treats for you. After we finish our tasks today, we'll dine at a restaurant and let you taste their dishes before heading home, all right?" Chun Wang suggested warmly. The little girl's face brightened again, and she nodded vigorously. Soon, the group arrived at the market. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and both the vendors and customers had dwindled by more than half. Finding a spot, Chun Wang began to shout loudly, "Come and see, come and see. Don't miss out on the freshly caught bear meat from the mountains, affordable and delicious." This novel call attracted the attention of everyone nearby, startling both the little girl and Chun Dazhuang. "What's wrong? Don't you shout when selling things?" Chun Wang asked with a smile, noticing their strange expressions. Chun Dazhuang nodded in a daze. "Then why are you just standing there? Join in." Chun Wang rolled his eyes and continued to shout. Realizing he would be sharing the profits, Chun Dazhuang decided he ought to contribute and, with a determined expression, joined in the shouting. However, his voice began strong but faded away gradually. "Delicious." Those words were now only audible to the four of them. The little girl couldn't contain her laughter, raising her hands to her mouth to amplify her voice, unabashedly shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders, come and take a look. Do not miss this opportunity as you pass by." This little girl is quite clever. Having heard it just twice, she can remarkably repeat it in full. The surrounding guests found it amusing and gathered around. "I wonder, is this truly bear meat?" "Indeed, it is authentic. We just sold the bear skin to the collection station." "This charming little girl, could she be your sister?" "Yes, she is quite mischievous. Would you be interested in some bear meat? If you take it home, spice it up, and add some potatoes and vegetables, it will be delicious." "Your words are quite convincing. How much does it cost?" "I would like a few pounds, please." "It's only 80 cents per pound, quite a bargain. Let me know how much you want, and I will cut it for you." Chapter 50. A decamillionaire. The bear meat was divided into 5 substantial portions, with Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang each keeping a hind leg. The remaining 3 pieces weighed approximately 200 pounds altogether. While bear meat may not rival the taste of domesticated pork, its rarity makes it highly sought after. Many who do not live near the mountains have never had the pleasure of tasting bear meat. Pork belly costs around 70 to 80 cents per pound. Considering that 80 cents for bear meat seems quite reasonable. It would be wonderful to bring some home for the family to savor. The customers quickly became enthusiastic, clamoring over one another. I want 3 pounds. I'll take 5 pounds. Chun Jianjun swiftly retrieved his knife to assist with cutting the meat, while Chun Dazhuang handled the weighing. Chun Wang engaged with the customers to negotiate prices, and the little girl held a plastic bag, managing the money and change. The 4 of them worked in harmony, watching as the bear meat on the cart diminished and the little girl's bag filled with coins. Although the money wasn't hers, she beamed with delight, knowing her brother would surely buy her something nice with his earnings. Boss, I'd like 20 pounds. A deep voice called out, capturing everyone's attention. A robust middle-aged man, his face glowing with joy, exclaimed, I never expected to find bear meat for sale today. It's been years since I've had it, and it's quite nourishing. 20 pounds, right? Sure thing. Master, please cut it into good-sized pieces. Chun Wang cheerfully replied. All right. Chun Jianjun nodded in agreement. Please cut me some lean meat from the shoulder. It's perfect for roasting. The middle-aged man pointed to the shoulder area and added with a smile, you clearly know your food. Chun Wang grinned and gave him a thumbs up. In these times, most people prefer fatty cuts for their richer flavor. However, the shoulder is leaner and tougher, making it ideal for slow cooking or grilling, which, when done right, results in a delightful texture. Of course, Chun Wang had yet to taste it himself. He only knew these details from his master's teachings. Haha, indeed. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, scanning the cart once more before asking, Boss, why don't I see any bear paws? Are they for sale? I'm open to negotiation on the price. I'm afraid they are quite difficult to hunt. We have only recently begun hunting, and this is the first bear we've caught. We've kept the bear paws at home to try for ourselves. Chun Wang hastily provided an explanation. I see. I understand. The man nodded in realization, smiling as he said, Then next time, when you procure this delicacy, be sure to reserve 2 pieces for me. I frequent this market. No problem, Chun Wang readily agreed. The middle-aged gentleman, well-dressed, appeared to be a connoisseur of fine foods with ample resources, lacking prepared plastic bags. He had brought some old newspapers to wrap the bear meat for his customers. 20 pounds, 1 tail. Take a look. Chun Dazhuang wrapped the meat in a sheet of newspaper, placed it on a tray away, and presented it to the middle-aged man. No worries, I trust you. The man waved his hand dismissively. Chun Dazhuang chuckled, set down the scale, and handed over the wrapped meat. The man accepted the meat and casually pulled out a handful of cash, inquiring, at 80 cents a pound, that amounts to 16 yuan for 20 pounds, correct? Yes? All right. Here's the money. Great, Chun Wang replied, accepting 2 large bills and handing them to a nearby girl. The girl took the money, placed it into a bag, and then retrieved 2 yuan notes, presenting them to the man. Uncle, here's your change. Thank you. What a good girl, the man responded. You didn't see her mischief earlier, but take care now, Chun Wang said with a cheerful smile. All right, I'm off. The man replied and turned away, striding off. Noticing that a considerable portion of the bear meat had been sold, the onlookers grew impatient. Boss, you've sold all the good meat. Isn't 8 cents a bit steep for what remains? How about lowering the price? Yes, boss, reduce the price to sell it quickly. We all need to get home. Pork is only 8 cents now. This bear meat is tough and chewy. It's better to buy fresh pork. Lower the price. Lower the price. Chun Wang smiled, unhurriedly responding. As everyone saw, that gentleman just purchased 20 pounds. He knows good food. Bear meat may not be as tender as pork, but when prepared well, it possesses its own unique flavor and is quite nourishing. I've already sold nearly half. To be honest, I'm not worried about sales. If necessary, I can always cure it myself and enjoy it gradually. In these times, who complains of having too much meat at home? Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers, eager for a price reduction, became agitated. Come on, boss, you're from Bear Mountain, right? How far is it? Is it tiring to haul your cart back and forth? Exactly. If you lower the price a bit, we'll all buy some, and you'll clear out your stock. Don't be so inflexible in business. If you procure more game in the future, we'll support you again. Listening to the customers' persuasive chatter, Chun Wang sensed the atmosphere was ripe and skillfully shifted his tone. You all make valid points. This is our first time selling meat here. So let us consider it a friendship. How about this? 70 cents. That's the lowest I can go. Those who wish to buy, do so quickly. The swift shall receive. I'll take 3 pounds. Boss, I want 5 pounds, and I want the fattier pieces. Don't push, don't push. Boss, I've been here a long time. Let me get a few pounds first. I want the tenderloin part. Hey, I said don't push. Who the hell is shoving me? The atmosphere was instantly ignited, and the crowd surged forward, eagerly handing money to Chun Wang, fearful that if they hesitated, the meat would be gone. Chun Wang and his companions busily resumed their joyful work. Before long, the cart was entirely emptied of bare meat, with the last bit given to an elderly woman as a gesture of kindness. Many who were unable to purchase any meat were left to lament their indecision, sighing heavily as they dispersed. Brother, the money. The little girl handed him a bag of coins. Chun Wang received it, poured the contents onto the cart, and quickly counted. Approximately 200 pounds of meat, with prices around 70 and 80 cents, half of which had been sold. It was expected to be about 150. Upon finishing the count, he found it was slightly more, totaling 158 yuan and 76 cents. Zhuanggu. Master has helped a lot. I think we should share a bit. Chen Wang turned to Chen Dazhuang and said. Chen Dazhuang was taken aback and quickly replied, just give my share to my dad. That 1T do. A deal is a deal. I don't want it. What do I need money for? Chen Jianjun said with a stern face, waving his hand. Just listen to me. I won't give you too much, and the little girl deserves a share too. Chen Wang said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He then took out the coins and handed 15 yuan to his master. I don't want it. Take it back. Chen Jianjun frowned and pushed his hand away. Master, you've been with us on several trips. Hunting is about sharing the spoils. I assent it? If you refuse this, I want to feel comfortable asking for your help next time. Chen Wang said earnestly. You child, fine, fine. Chen Jianjun accepted the money. Touched and pleased. With over 3 yuan in change remaining, Chen Wang handed it to the little girl. Naturally, she did not hesitate to accept it joyfully, stowing the coins in her little pouch, even covering it with her hands. With the remaining 140, Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang each took 70. Adding the 840 yuan from the collection station and the 120 from the sale of the lotus, which accounted for 80%, equating to 96. Chen Wang's earnings for this trip successfully surpassed 1,000 yuan, marking his first step towards becoming a member of the affluent. Chapter 51. Acquiring the tiger head hunting rifle. Having successfully sold all their goods for a substantial profit, the next essential task was to purchase a hunting rifle. Upon hearing of his intent, Chen Jianjun and his son were equally thrilled, immediately expressing their desire to accompany him and offer suggestions. Chen Wang had no objections, and thus the group made their way to the sports store. Some might wonder why they would go to a sports store to buy a gun. This was because, at that time, some firearms were categorized as sports equipment, belonging to the realm of athletic gear. The contemporary sports store not only sold stationery and sports goods, but also various items reflective of the era, such as enamel mugs, tea canisters, glass teacups, thermoses, enamel plates, kerosene lighters, and more. Upon entering the store, the little girl was immediately mesmerized by the dazzling array of products, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, I want to buy something too, she implored, looking up at Chen Wang. Chen Wang gently patted her little head and nodded, saying, you may go take a look, but stay within the store. Don't wander off. Got it. The little girl nodded vigorously before dashing off to the section selling stationery and trinkets. Chen Wang and his father, Chen Jianjun, proceeded to the innermost part of the shop, scanning the surroundings but finding no hunting rifles in sight. Excuse me, madam. Do you have any hunting rifles for sale? Chen Wang inquired of a middle-aged woman seated nearby. She glanced up at him and countered, which type are you looking for? I am interested in a double-barrel shotgun suitable for hunting. May I see what you have? Certainly. Please wait a moment. The woman nodded and rose to fetch the items from the back. Before long, she returned, cradling several rifles, which she displayed on the counter while introducing each one in turn. Among the finest civilian hunting rifles available domestically, 2 models stand out: the Eagle brand double-barrel shotgun produced in the Northeast and the Tiger Head brand manufactured in the mountainous region. Given the distance from the Northeast, the store only had the Tiger Head model in stock, which was available in several variants. After examining them all, Chen Wang found the Tiger Head No. 12 horizontal double-barrel shotgun to be the most satisfactory. Compared to its vertical counterpart, the horizontal design was more lightweight, ideal for prolonged use and handling. with a straightforward and durable construction tailored specifically for hunting. As for the issue of accuracy, which was slightly inferior to that of the vertical model, Chen Wang deemed it inconsequential. With his shooting skills, he felt fully competent to take down prey of considerable size. Inquiring about the price, the proprietress seemed confident they would make a purchase and promptly quoted 280 without room for negotiation. Chen Wang, in urgent need of a quality shotgun, was disinclined to waste time haggling over a few coins. I'll take this one. Do you have ammunition? Yes. What type do you require? I need slug, buckshot, and deer rounds, Chen Wang replied. The proprietress raised an eyebrow in surprise, but said nothing as she retrieved the 3 types of ammunition. The slug, known for its higher shooting precision and concentrated power, is particularly effective against formidable beasts such as wild boars, black bears, and leopards. Buckshot is typically employed for hunting smaller animals that are difficult to aim at, while deer rounds are a larger, enhanced version of buckshot, containing several sizable lead pellets designed for taking down larger game. With sufficient proximity, one could dispatch a several hundred-pound wild boar with ease. In this era, hunters often resorted to reloading their own ammunition to save costs. Chen Wang, however, was neither skilled in nor interested in the complexities of reloading, so he opted to purchase factory-made rounds instead. He bought 4 boxes of slugs, each containing 25 rounds, and 2 boxes each of buckshot and deer rounds, with 15 rounds per box. The slugs were the most expensive at 50 cents per round, buckshot costing 40 cents, and deer rounds at 30 cents. The total cost for the ammunition came to 71, and adding the 280 for the shotgun brought the overall expenditure to 351. The proprietress kindly rounded down the total to 350. Chen Wang produced the money, counting out 35 crisp bills and handing them to her. After confirming the amount, the proprietress beamed with a radiant smile. Indeed, thank you for your patronage. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to return. I shall extend a discount for you. Chen Wang chuckled, thinking to himself that he had garnered their attention due to his capabilities, positioning himself as a potential esteemed client. Brother, I wish to purchase these items, the young girl exclaimed as she approached, clutching 2 pencils, a notebook, and a set of colored markers. You have some change, don't you? You may buy them yourself, Chen Wang replied with a smile. Having spent 350 earlier, he now possessed 680, all in $10 bills, devoid of any smaller denominations. Moreover, he had previously given the little girl some spare change for this very moment. It was only through purchasing with her own money that she would come to appreciate the items more upon returning home. The little girl expressed no discontent. Gazing towards the female shopkeeper, with a voice as sweet as honey, she inquired, Sister, how much do these cost? The shopkeeper, nearing 40, beamed at her words as if flowers had bloomed upon her face. Pencils are 2 cents each, the notebook costs 5 cents. And this set of markers is $1.20. Altogether, that amounts to $1.72. But seeing how adorable you are, I shall let it go for $1.50. $1.50? How expensive? The little girl frowned slightly, her voice imbued with innocence. Could you possibly reduce the price a little? I only have a bit of pocket money, which my brother just gave me. I see. The shopkeeper feigned a troubled expression, bending slightly and pointing to her cheek. Then how about a kiss for me? Would that be acceptable? Without hesitation, the little girl leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. All right, just give me $1. I just gave your brother a small discount. And consider these as a gift for you, the shopkeeper said, her face radiant with joy. Thank you, sister. You are so kind. You will surely prosper and grow more beautiful, the little girl exclaimed, showering her with compliments as she handed over $1. What a clever little sprite. The shopkeeper accepted the money with a broad smile and even provided a plastic bag to help the girl gather her items. Thank you, boss. We shall take our leave now. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye. The shopkeeper waved cheerfully as they departed. Once outside the store, Chen Wang enlisted Chen Dazhuang's assistance in placing several boxes of ammunition into the medicine basket. Let us go dine at a restaurant. I shall treat you, Chen Wang declared, positioning his hunting rifle between the medicine basket and his back, exuding enthusiasm. We are off to the restaurant. The little one cheered, raising her arms in excitement. Chen Dazhuang did not contest this time, chuckling as he said, Today is a day for celebration. Let us order several dishes. And we can take any leftovers home for your wife to taste as well. That is precisely my intention, Chen Wang nodded with a smile. Chapter 52, Preparing to build a new house upon entering the state-run restaurant. The little girl held Chun Wang's hand, her bright eyes darting around with curiosity at everything within. Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat? Chun Wang inquired with a smile as they approached the counter to place their order. What dishes do you have? She replied, tilting her head inquisitively. Chun Wang playfully lifted her up and said, look at the menu above. Just tell me what you wish to eat. The little girl was utterly delighted, eagerly selecting several dishes, some of which she couldn't even read the names of, prompting Chun Wang to assist her. Ultimately, he added white-cut chicken and braised pork belly, 2 substantial dishes, along with a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup. For the staple, they chose stir-fried rice noodles and glutinous rice. The total came to 7.5 yuan, slightly more expensive than their last meal for 3. Once the dishes were ordered, Chun Wang led the little girl toward the table where Chun Jianjun and his son had already settled. Master, would you like a drink? Chun Wang inquired with a smile. No, I need to head home. Chun Jianjun replied, waving his hand with a grin. Chun Dazhuang chuckled and said, drinking is best done at home. If you want a drink, come to my place tomorrow. I'll whip up a few dishes, and we can enjoy a drink together. Forget it, with your culinary skills. It would be better to drink at my house. Chun Wang replied with a face full of disdain. You just don't understand. It's not only about the food. It's the atmosphere that matters, Chun Dazhuang earnestly lectured him. You certainly know a lot. Chun Wang rolled his eyes and sat opposite the little girl, who was swinging her short legs on the chair, curiously looking around like an inquisitive child. As the year-end approached, more people were dining out, many families coming together. Before long, the call of the waiter interrupted Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang's light-hearted banter, prompting them to rise and fetch the dishes. Chun Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at having to serve their own food in a restaurant. In the future, such dining establishments, no matter how delectable their offerings, would hardly survive. Once the dishes were served, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to feast. The little girl, with great enthusiasm, tried a piece of braised pork belly, her thick eyebrows slightly furrowing as a hint of confusion crossed her small face. What's wrong? Is something off with the dish? Chun Wang asked, surprised. Shaking her head, the little girl replied, no, it's really delicious, but my sister-in-law's cooking is even better. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that quite normal? Not everyone possesses the culinary skills of your sister-in-law, Chun Wang chuckled. In reality, the dishes in this state-run restaurant were predominantly cold dishes, with more intricate preparations being made in advance, merely reheated upon customer order. Authentic ingredients are one matter, but to claim exceptional taste would be a stretch. These days, many housewives, given the right ingredients, could rival the chefs here in skill. After all, being a state-run establishment, both the waitstaff and chefs received fixed salaries, lacking any real enthusiasm for their work. But we spent money. It's so expensive. The little girl pouted, feeling discontented. In her understanding, anything purchased with money ought to meet the value of its price. Just like the candies, instant noodles, and malted milk Chun Wang had bought her, each one more delicious than the last. The 7 yuan spent on these dishes failed to meet her expectations, leaving her somewhat perplexed. If you feel shortchanged, just eat more. Wasting it would be an even greater loss, Chun Wang said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing these words, the young girl found them quite sensible and began to eat heartily. Master, Brother Zhuang, you should also eat quickly. Otherwise, this little one will finish everything. Laughter filled the air. Not to worry. With so many dishes, it would be impressive if she could finish them all. When Chun Wang and his companions emerged from the restaurant, night had fully descended. The little girl appeared distressed. One hand held by Chun Wang, while the other rested on her round belly. It was evident she had overindulged once again. Ultimately, they could not finish the meal, and Chun Wang requested a takeout box, which cost an additional 20 cents. Chun Dazhuang pushed the cart, and the 4 of them set off on their journey home. After walking a short distance, the little girl, having eaten too much, could no longer walk, whimpering softly. Reluctantly, Chun Wang allowed her to sit on the cart while he took over pushing it. Father, why not consider rebuilding our house after this spring festival? As they continued walking, Chun Dazhuang suddenly suggested. Chun Jianjun paused, his expression contemplative, and did not respond immediately. The family home they currently resided in was a mud brick house built 20 years ago, which had indeed become dilapidated and cramped. On rainy days, water leaked in from various places, and during strong winds, they feared the house might be blown away. Uncle, I believe that's a feasible idea. Perhaps we could collaborate. I also wish to rebuild my house, Chun Wang interjected with a smile. Chen Jianjun and his son exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this. Why do you look at me like that? The old house certainly needs rebuilding. Chen Wang chuckled and continued. Moreover, we earn money to improve our lives, don't we? Otherwise, what is the point of keeping it, just to let it devalue? Not only do I want to build a house, but when I earn more in the future, I also intend to purchase several properties in the city for our future children. This was his subtle way of hinting to Chen Dazhuang. Father, look. My thoughts align with Al Wang's. What are you hesitating for? Chen Dazhuang said, his face alight with excitement. Only then did Chen Jianjun nod and say, building a house is certainly feasible, but it is not a trivial matter, and we still lack sufficient funds. Building now is far more costly than before. How much do you estimate? Chen Wang inquired. It depends on what kind of house you wish to build. Young Zhao from the Zhao family built a 2-story house last year after coming into some money. I heard it cost around 4,000 to 5,000. Chen Jianjun replied. The Zhao family he mentioned was one of the wealthier households in Qinjiao village. In his early years, he had escaped from a distant place due to his family's long-standing business lineage. For several years, circumstances were stringent, relegating him to the status of a genuine impoverished household within the village. However, following the reforms and opening up of the country, policies began to shift. The son of the Zhao family, being astute and spirited, immediately ventured south to seek his fortune. It was unclear what business he had engaged in, but upon his return last year, he exuded an air of prosperity, clad in a shirt, trousers, and polished shoes. He had furnished his family home with a television, a bicycle, a washing machine, and even reconstructed the house. How could he amass such wealth? Chen Dazhuang pondered in astonishment. That's relatively commendable. We should act within our means. Moreover, high-rise buildings aren't necessarily superior. I personally prefer the charm of a courtyard residence, Chen Wang remarked with a smile. Indeed, there's no need to construct a high-rise. And given our luck, we might even secure a few lucrative deals before the year ends. You're absolutely right, Chen Jianjun responded. You all deliberate on it. Once a decision is reached, I shall arrange with the village construction team in advance, lest others wish to build next year. What is there to deliberate? Let us settle on it. Chen Wang exclaimed. Yes, uncle, you can confidently approach the construction team. Very well, I shall go tomorrow. Observing the resolute demeanor of the two men, Chen Jianjun felt no further hesitation. He had aged and was now limping. It was time for his son to take charge of the family's affairs. Brother, will we be able to live in a new house? The little girl on the cart turned to Chen Wang, her face alight with excitement. Chen Wang nodded with a smile. Once the new year passes, we shall build a new house. Oh, I can live in a new house. She cheered, raising her arms in delight. Seeing the elated expression on her face, Chen Wang was also graced with a tender smile. After all the hard work and struggles to earn a living, wasn't it all for the sake of leading a vibrant life and ensuring the happiness of loved ones? Upon reaching the village, Chen Wang instructed his master and Chen Dazhuang to take the little girl home while he pushed the cart toward the small shop, returning it to old Qian and offering him 2 cigarettes as a token of gratitude. You made quite a profit on this trip, didn't you? Old Qian inquired with a grin, puffing on his cigarette. Not much, just a slight gain. Chen Wang replied with a smile, deflecting the question. Come now, this is a bear. The gallbladder and the hide are worth a considerable sum, old Qian retorted, rolling his eyes. Forget it, I shan't pry any further. However, you did promise me about the bear paws, didn't you? You haven't sold them, have you? This was my first bear. I was planning to savor it myself. Would you like some bear meat? Chen Wang responded. Come now, that is bear paw we are talking about. Is it something we can consume? Can you even bear the thought? What do you mean? Since I caught the bear, shouldn't I be allowed to taste it? Is your wife not concerned? Is she fine with you indulging like this? Well, my wife is quite obedient. She shouldn't have an issue with it, Chen Wang chuckled. I won't let this go. You promised, so you must sell me a pair of bear paws. If you have extra bear meat, do send me 20 pounds. Ideally with a balance of fat and lean. If not, then so be it. I genuinely intend to keep this for myself. Chen Wang scratched his head, suddenly struck by an idea. He suggested, the bear paws are still at my master's house. Big Zhuang and I can each have a pair. He must have tasted this delicacy before. How about I speak to him and see if he would sell his to you? That sounds good. Old Qian nodded eagerly. All right. It's settled then. I'll talk to him tomorrow. No, go now? We can't let him eat it before you get the chance, urged old Qian. Come on. What time is it now? We've just returned from the town. He can't possibly treat bear paws as a midnight snack, can he? True. Fine then. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Just remember. I know. Don't worry. I'm off now. My wife is waiting for me at home. Chapter 53. Stewing a chicken soup for nourishment upon returning home. His wife was enjoying the meal brought back by the little girl. The little monkey, Lucky, sat at the table, relishing his portion of food. The little girl excitedly recounted the events of the day, emphasizing her role in selling meat and earning some pocket money, as well as getting a discount from the shopkeeper at the cultural and sports store. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning her embarrassing moments of nearly crying from exhaustion while walking. Wife, didn't you prepare dinner yourself? Chun Wang asked, glancing towards the kitchen, where there was no sign of cooking. Lin Xiuqin smiled brightly and gestured that she had intended to wait for them to return before cooking. Fortunately, we took food home. You don't need to wait for us like this anymore. Even alone, you must prepare your meals on time, Chun Wang advised seriously. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile, lowering her head to continue eating the takeout, which had already grown somewhat cold, but she didn't mind at all. After enduring so many hardships, this meal was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than her childhood days of eating sweet potatoes and wild vegetable pancakes. Woof! The puppy, Rui, unexpectedly appeared at his feet. Barking at him, Chun Wang picked up the puppy and scratched its head, mentioning the plans to build a new house after the new year. Lin Xiuqin was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon lit up with joy. Who wouldn't want their life to improve? She understood that her husband's declaration signified he had made a good sum of money on this trip and felt confident about earning more through hunting in the future. On the way back, Big Zhuang spoke to his father about this matter, pondering, since our house was built when Mom and Dad got married, it's time for an expansion. Isn't there a large plot of vacant land to the west of our home? I'll speak with the village chief about purchasing it, enclosing a larger courtyard to build a courtyard house. Then, we can erect a pavilion in the yard and plant a few trees, having barbecues in the summer and enjoying hot pot in the winter. With a smile on his face and a gentle tone, Chun Wang painted a vivid picture of the life he envisioned. Lin Xiuqin and the little girl listened, captivated, their eyes brightening with each detail, their expressions filled with hope and longing. Brother, when can we build our new house? The little girl asked eagerly. Chun Wang chuckled, raising his hand to lightly flick her forehead. It's still early. We'll only begin after the new year. Building a house will take at least 2 months. Is it really going to take that long? The young girl pressed her forehead, pouting with evident reluctance. All right, I shall boil some water. You should hurry and wash up before bed. Your feet must be aching from all the walking today, Chun Wang remarked as he rose. The girl nodded, her expression one of grievance. Wife, on our way here, this girl, Chun Wang suddenly began to expose the little girl's embarrassing moment. Ah, the girl exclaimed, her face flushed with shame as she attempted to interrupt him. Once she finished her outburst, Chun Wang added, you almost cried from walking. With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the stove to ignite the fire for boiling water. Ah, you annoying brother. The little girl huffed, shaking her fists in mock fury, though her demeanor was more endearing than fearsome. After finishing her bath and returning to the room, Chun Wang took out the remaining money from the day. After deducting the 7.5 yuan spent on meals, they had 673.5 yuan left. Lin Xiuqin pulled out 2 large bills and handed them to him along with 3.5 yuan in change, while the remaining 650 yuan was gathered with her previous savings. With the accumulation of 650 and 580, their total savings had exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,230 yuan. However, the thickness of 123 large bills could no longer be concealed beneath the bedding, creating a conspicuous bulge. Lin Xiuqin, unwilling to separate the money, clutched a stack of bills while surveying the surroundings for a new hiding place. At this point, banking services had become quite widespread. Yet rural residents generally had less savings and were not accustomed to depositing money in banks. Wife, how about we deposit the money in the bank another day? Nowadays, everyone stores their money in banks. Withdrawing and depositing is quite convenient, and there's interest too, Chun Wang suggested with a smile. Lin Xiuqin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to the proposition. Given her husband's earning pace, their household savings would only grow. And if she were the one to hide it, she would constantly worry about it, likely unable to sleep soundly. Thus, Lin Xiuqin first wrapped the money in a black cloth and placed it in the pocket of a cotton coat hanging in the wardrobe. She glanced at Chun Wang, who was seated by the bed, and pointed to the cotton coat in the wardrobe, indicating that he should remember where the money was stored, fearing she might forget. Understood. Don't worry. Chun Wang nodded with a cheerful smile. His wife's financial obsession struck him as rather adorable. Lin Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. Wife, come to bed now. Oh, don't be shy. We've been married long enough. Look at you, rolling your eyes at me. That only makes me more excited. The next day was unplanned for mountain excursions, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in. Hunting was exhausting, and they had spent the previous day processing their catch. Taking a day to rest and recover their strength before venturing into the mountains was indeed necessary. When she naturally awoke, sunlight had already flooded the room. Chen Wang dressed and stepped out, only to find the little girl with one hand on her hip and the other finger wagging at a small monkey, scolding it. Jixiang, I've told you not to bully Rui. It's still just a little puppy. Ji. The little monkey stood on the ground, pointing at the puppy by the little girl's feet, letting out a plaintive sound. Chuckling, Chen Wang could not contain his laughter. The little girl turned to him with a sweet smile and said, Brother, you're awake. What are you doing? Amused, Chen Wang inquired. Jixiang has been bullying Rui, and I am reprimanding it. The little girl replied with utmost seriousness. At that moment, the nimble little monkey leaped onto Chen Wang's shoulder, chattering away while pointing at the little girl. Sensing the monkey's grievance, Chen Wang gently remarked to the little girl, Did you witness the cause of this incident? Or did you merely observe Jixiang bullying Rui? The little girl momentarily fell silent. She had only seen the monkey chasing the puppy and had not considered the situation deeply. Thus siding with the puppy, Chen Wang, unable to comprehend the monkey's speech, could only feel its distress, coupled with his awareness of the puppy's combative and provocative nature, leading him to suspect that the events were not as the little girl had perceived. Xiaoyu, regardless of the situation, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions. Oftentimes, matters are not as they appear to our eyes. Do you understand? Oh, the little girl seemed to grasp the meaning, her head drooping with a hint of guilt. All right. It was merely a small misunderstanding. You need not feel too remorseful. Come over and apologize to Jixiang, and a handshake will mend things. Chen Wang said with a reassuring smile. The little girl eagerly nodded, approaching Chen Wang, clasping her hands together, and apologized to the little monkey. Jixiang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Ji. The little monkey crossed its arms, raising its chin slightly, displaying a rather endearing air of pride. Now that you've apologized, what is there to be angry about? Chen Wang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the little monkey's head. He then asked the little girl, Where is your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law went to buy a hen. A hen? She said she wants to make soup for you. The little girl replied cheerfully. Oh, I see. Chen Wang nodded in realization. Their family raised few chickens, and the hens must be kept for laying eggs. Thus, if they desired hen soup, they had to purchase from villagers who raised more chickens. By the way, brother, your breakfast is warming in the pot. As she spoke, the little girl picked up the little monkey and waved at the puppy. Rui, come, let us go play. Where are you going? I'm going outside to play for a bit. I'll be back soon. Don't wander too far. Take care of Jixiang and Rui. Chen Wang advised. The little girl was not merely going to play. She was off to showcase Jixiang and Rui to her friends in the village. Got it. The little girl had already dashed out the door, responding loudly. Chen Wang shook his head with a wry smile, proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth, then walked to the stove and lifted the pot lid. Inside, there was a bowl of white porridge and a bowl of meat sautéed with chili peppers. A simple breakfast, yet it appeared quite appetizing. Chen Wang brought the two bowls out, sat down at the dining table, and began to eat the large bowl of porridge. Just as he finished, he washed his own dishes and saw Lin Xiaoqin returning with an old hen in her grasp. Wife, you really want to buy a hen? How much did it cost? Chen Wang asked with a cheerful grin. Lin Xiaoqin smiled and held up 3 fingers. $3? Such a plump hen for only $3? That is quite a bargain. Chen Wang nodded in surprise. Lin Xiaoqin gestured a few times, implying that he had worked hard these days and that she had prepared a nourishing stew for him. It's not tiring at all. This is just the beginning. Chen Wang grinned foolishly, feeling quite touched. In his past life, he had toiled for capitalists, burning the midnight oil day after day, far more exhausting than these few days. Yet no one had cared for him like this. Dragging his weary body back to his rented room, he often subsisted on takeout or instant noodles. How wonderful it is to have a beautiful and considerate wife. Wife, I must make a trip to De Zhuang's house to retrieve that bear paw. Let us indulge today and replenish ourselves, Chen Wang said with excitement. Lin Xiaoqin nodded with a smile and gestured again. That little girl just took Jixiang Rui out. She must be off to show off to her friends. Chen Wang chuckled and added, Well, I'm off then. Lin Xiaoqin smiled and nodded. In the next moment, Chun Wang suddenly opened his arms and embraced her. Lin Xiaoqin was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Then, Chun Wang's gentle voice, accompanied by warm breath, reached her ears. Wife, you are truly wonderful. I like you so much. After saying this, Chun Wang released her and left with a light heart. Lin Xiaoqin stood frozen, her face burning. And after a while, she raised her empty left hand to cover her face. How hot it was. Chapter 54. Braised Bear Paw. After visiting Master S' house and discussing the matter of money with Chun Dazhuang, he readily agreed. He was quite reluctant to eat the bear paw, having tasted it before, but with plans to build a house soon, every bit earned was a blessing. The two of them stepped out together. Chun Wang returned home with a pair of bear paws while Chun Dazhuang took the bear paws and 20 pounds of bear meat to the convenience store. Lin Xiaoqin had already prepared chicken soup, perfectly timed for the bear paws. Upon receiving the bear paws from Chun Wang, Lin Xiaoqin wasted no time and began to process them. This dish was a royal delicacy, one of the main courses in a Manchu Han imperial feast, and its preparation was quite intricate. Chun Wang, having only seen foreign short videos in his past life, could only drool in envy. Lin Xiaoqin first brought a pot of water to a boil, then blanched the bear paws twice, followed by replacing it with another pot of clean water, covering it to simmer. Wife, do you know how to make this? Chun Wang, assisting her by passing water, asked curiously. Lin Xiaoqin smiled and nodded, gesturing to explain that her mother had made it before, and she learned by watching. Your father used to hunt too? Chun Wang asked in astonishment. As he had little memory of his wife's family, Lin Xiaoqin shook her head, indicating that it was that year when her brother-in-law earned some money working away and bought the bear paws from a hunter. Chun Wang nodded in realization and suddenly said, Wife, let us find some time to take something back to visit my parents. Lin Xiaoqin's expression froze for a moment, her eyes reddening as she nodded vigorously. Having been married for over 2 years, this was the first time she heard such words from her husband. Even during the most arduous and challenging times, she never contemplated escaping back to her parental home. However, in recent days, she found herself yearning to return, not for any particular reason, but simply to assure her parents and siblings that she was thriving and that her husband was not as foolish as he once seemed, and indeed, he was quite wonderful. Seeing his wife on the verge of tears filled Chun Wang with a sense of guilt, making him realize he should have considered this earlier. How long does this need to simmer? He awkwardly shifted the topic. Lin Xiaoqin smiled brightly, holding up 2 fingers. 20 minutes? When she shook her head, Chun Wang exclaimed in surprise, 2 hours? Goodness. No wonder it's the star of the Manchu Han imperial feast. Even a simple broth requires 2 hours of simmering. The hen soup was already bubbling in the clay pot, leaving them with little else to do for the moment. The couple returned to the front room, where Chun Wang, with a boldness that bordered on cheeky, drew closer to her. In the bright daylight, Lin Xiaoqin's bashful demeanor was utterly enchanting. The sound of her laughter rang out like a young girl's joy, reminiscent of a hen laying eggs. Flustered, Lin Xiaoqin sprang from Chun Wang's embrace, zipped up her cotton jacket, and shot him a disgruntled glance. Chun Wang, with a playful grin, winked at her. Suddenly, Wang, their dog, dashed into the room, playfully nuzzling Chun Wang's feet, its short tail wagging like a propeller. Clearly, this pup not only possessed the potential of a top-notch hunting dog, but also exhibited the quintessential traits of a devoted companion. Brother, sister-in-law, you're both in here. A little girl carrying a stuffed toy appeared at the doorway, her smile radiant as she regarded them. Where have you been playing? Chun Wang asked, his gaze laden with mock reproach. This mischievous girl always returned at the most inconvenient times, disrupting his moments of intimacy. Hee. I went to play with Hein Nyo and the others. They were so envious of our dog and little monkey, begging me for hugs. I refused, worried they might harm Jixiang Rui, she said with a sweet smile as she entered the room. Then, she noticed Lin Xiaoqin's flushed cheeks and, with genuine concern, asked, Oh? Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Are you catching a cold? Lin Xiaoqin's face turned even redder as she shook her head and stepped toward the doorway. Sister-in-law, where are you going? If you're unwell, you should rest and take your medicine, the little girl called out, puzzled. Enough. You're overthinking it. Your sister-in-law is perfectly fine. Chun Wang interjected, slightly annoyed. Really? Come here, come here. You ran out to play so early. Your hair is a mess. Let me tie it up for you. 2 hours later, the siblings stood by the stove, watching Lin Xiaoqin diligently at work. First, she meticulously removed the fur from the cooked bear paw, peeled off the skin, and deboned it while ensuring its form remained intact. This entire process was tedious and intricate, and despite Lin Xiaoqin's culinary skills, she made a few mistakes, resulting in a somewhat imperfect shape. It's quite all right, my dear wife. You have already done exceptionally well. Whether this dish takes shape is another matter entirely, and besides, we are merely eating it ourselves, so perfection is unnecessary. Chen Wang, noticing the apologetic glance from his wife, quickly offered her emotional support. Indeed, sister-in-law, you have done remarkably. The little girl also gave a thumbs up in praise. Lin Xiaoqin then smiled gently and continued with the subsequent steps. The previous 2 hours had merely been spent preparing the ingredients. The actual cooking was just beginning. First, she made several cuts across the bear paw's back, then heated a pot with lard, adding scallions and ginger to saute until fragrant. Next, she poured in the chicken broth that had been simmering with the chicken pieces, along with some pork hock, soy sauce, sugar, salt, and pepper for seasoning. The bear paw was placed into the pot, brought to a vigorous boil, and then simmered on low heat for 3 hours. Starting from 8 in the morning to the final unveiling of the bear paw, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. At noon, the three of them had each enjoyed a bowl of chicken noodle soup, feeling quite content as they awaited the main event, the braised bear paw. The moment the pot lid was lifted, an enticing aroma filled the room. "Wow, it smells divine," exclaimed the little girl, drooling as she stood on tiptoe to peer into the pot. Lin Xiaoqin took a serving dish and delicately lifted a piece of bear paw onto it, then drizzled the sauce along with the pork hock and chicken pieces over the bear paw before passing it to Chen Wang. "Absolutely splendid," Chen Wang exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the dish. Brother, I want to eat, I want to eat." The little girl bounced with anticipation. "All right, come with me," he replied. They both made their way to the dining table. Lin Xiaoqin then served the remaining piece of bear paw from the pot, carrying the dish over as well. The bear paw was substantial, making it difficult for one person to finish alone. Together with the pork hock and chicken pieces, there was more than enough for the three of them. She even set aside a small bowl for the little monkey to taste. As for the puppy, Rui, it wasn't that she was unwilling to share. Rather, dogs should not consume such richly flavored dishes, especially at just 1 month old. Lin Xiaoqin had already prepared meat porridge for the puppy in the morning. To train the puppy to become a formidable hunting dog, it was essential for it to consume raw meat. Once it has experienced the taste of prey and understands the advantages of hunting, it will instinctively pursue wild boars and black bears once it detects their scent in the mountains. However, the puppy was still too young to digest raw meat. "It's delicious. Absolutely delightful," the little girl exclaimed after taking a bite, joyfully praising the dish. After 5 hours of simmering, the bear paw had become tender and flavorful. Its gelatinous texture complemented by the aroma of beef and the richness of pork hock, providing a profound sense of satisfaction with every chew. Chen Wang took a hearty bite, feeling the luscious meat juices burst in his mouth, convinced that nothing could surpass this culinary delight. Truly, it deserved its status as one of the 8 delicacies and the centerpiece of a Manchu Han imperial feast. In the end, Chen Wang savored a portion by himself, while the little girl shared her portion with Lin Xiaoqin. Fully satisfied, Chen Wang moved a chair to the doorway and sat there, lost in thought. The little girl imitated the scene, cradling a puppy in her arms, while Jixiang perched upon Chen Wang's shoulder. At that moment, a villager strolled past their doorstep and called out loudly, "Wang, I heard you had a tussle with Dezhuang over a bear. Is it true? Who said that?" Chen Wang retorted, "Someone witnessed it. Just now, Dezhuang was selling 2 bear paws and some bear meat to old Qian. Ah, so there is some truth to it. What luck. But it takes more than luck to hunt a black bear. You two must possess remarkable skill. How much did you sell the bear gallbladder for? You must have struck it rich this time." "Not quite. It was merely an iron gallbladder, not worth much." "An iron gallbladder? What a pity. Many bears hunted in winter yield golden gallbladders." "Well, it matters not. I am already content." "Indeed, Wang, since you've had this epiphany, you've become increasingly capable." "You jest," he replied. After exchanging a few more words, the uncle, whose name Chen Wang did not know, took his leave. Chen Wang couldn't help but sigh. Fame brings its burdens. This time, he and Chen Dezhuang will surely become the most conspicuous young men in the village. While there are benefits to this newfound attention, the troubles it brings are far greater. He was absolutely correct, as soon enough, the entire village was abuzz with tales of their bear hunt. In no time, the two became the benchmark against which many elders measured their own children, particularly Chen Wang. Just a short while ago, he had been deemed foolish. Yet, after this awakening, he transformed into a skilled hunter, taking down not only black goats and wild boars, but now even a bear. Was this not a quintessential narrative of triumph through hard work? Many young men in the village, like Chen Feng and Xiao Jijia, were idle and aimless. The elders fretted daily over how to guide them back onto the right path. Now, they had a living example to draw from, a perfect opportunity to impart wisdom. Look at you, and now observe A Wang. He was once a simpleton, and now he can hunt bears. Yet you continue to squander your time drinking, smoking, and playing cards. Can you not learn something worthwhile? A Wang is now able to earn a living while you still seek our financial support. Even a fool understands the value of hard work. Yet you lie here, sleeping the day away. Get up. Word spread. Chen Wang had become the envy of the village's elders, seen as a promising young man, while simultaneously inciting jealousy among his peers. Chapter 55. The first shot. Even Uncle's family had heard of Chen Wang's bear hunt. This news stirred a sense of imbalance within Chen Feng. A bear. Just think of the gallbladder and the hide. Surely that could fetch several hundred. Uncle and aunt were consumed with envy, watching Chen Wang's lucrative endeavors, feeling even worse than their own financial losses. After resting for a day at home, Chen Wang's desire to hunt stirred once more, especially with a new gun in hand. He felt an itch that could only be quelled by firing a few shots at a target. Thus, the very next morning, after breakfast with his wife, Chen Wang gathered his gear, along with Ji Xiang, and set off to meet Chun Dazhuang at his master's house before they ventured back into the mountains together once more. Upon entering the mountains, the little monkey immediately began to frolic, swinging from tree to tree and emitting strange calls. Life at home had been pleasant these past few days, yet its untamed spirit yearned for the freedom of the vast wilderness. Ji Xiang, don't wander too far, Chen Wang shouted. Ji. The agile Ji Xiang responded from the treetops. The little monkey had come to recognize its name, and communication with Chen Wang had become more seamless. Rui, the 1-month-old puppy, was still unable to venture into the mountains. Despite its potential, it would be of little assistance and might easily get lost in the vast expanse. Ah Wang, you are now quite the legitimate hunter. Equipped with a gun, a dog, and even a monkey, Chen Dazhuang chuckled. I haven't needed the dog yet. Chen Wang rolled his eyes and casually inquired. How is that little king of hell of yours? The king of hell was the small white puppy that Chen Dazhuang had brought home for 10 yuan. A rather peculiar name he had chosen. As he put it, he hoped that one day, the mountains game would regard his little white dog as if it were the living embodiment of the king of hell. Chen Dazhuang nodded with a smile. It's doing quite well. My father says that with proper training, it could become an excellent hunting dog. Just yesterday, he gave it a pig's ear to chew on. Is he trying to train it as a grip dog? Chen Wang asked, somewhat surprised. Exactly, Chen Dazhuang replied with a grin. The process of using a dog in hunting involves many intricacies. When a hunting dog encounters large game, such as wild boars or bears, the first spot it bites will often become a habitual target. A direct confrontation is never advisable. Even the finest hunting dog would soon be rendered ineffective. Biting the prey's ear is known as hanging the clamp, a technique effective against the charging wild boar, and any dog skilled at this is considered an exceptional hunting companion. Furthermore, dogs that understand how to dig the back door are even more remarkable. These are the dogs that every hunter dreams of possessing. By providing the puppy with a pig's ear, the master aimed to familiarize it with the scent of wild boars and to condition it to target that specific area, guiding it towards the path of becoming a grip dog. Feeding the dog is also a matter of great importance. One must avoid a mixed diet. Ideally, it should be fed the meat of wild boars and black bears to become accustomed to those flavors. If it only consumes wild chickens or rabbits, it may end up only finding a rabbit during its search in the mountains. This is why, after bringing Rui home, Chen Wang had Lin Xiuqin prepare porridge with bear and wild boar meat to feed it. Although the meat was cooked and its flavor might be mild, there was little choice, as the puppy was still too young. In another 2 months, they could begin introducing raw meat, preferably from the innards of wild boars and black bears, which are easier to chew and carry a stronger scent, allowing the puppy to quickly remember the aroma of its prey. Truly, the master knows his craft. Chen Wang marveled. Were it not for the necessity of fostering a bond and intimacy with the hunting dog, he would have been tempted to take Rui along as well. Nevertheless, it was perhaps best to take his time and learn the process gradually. As a hunter, merely possessing a hunting dog is insufficient. Mastering the art of tracking is equally essential. It seems that fate has conspired against us, as the entire morning passed without an opportunity to fire a shot. The only creatures encountered were wild chickens and rabbits, for which using a firearm would be an extravagant waste. One might not even recoup the cost of the ammunition. Luck was not on our side, as we failed to locate any large game. By midday, Chen Dazhuang began to drop hints about his hunger. All you think about is food. Can't we eat after we've had a successful hunt? Chen Wang retorted, somewhat exasperated. Wang, your reasoning is flawed. Who says we've had no success? Did I not just take down a rabbit with my slingshot? Chen Dazhuang countered. Is a rabbit really considered a success? Come on. Wang, perhaps our recent good fortune has gone to your head. I've been hunting for years, and I've often returned empty-handed after bringing back wild chickens and rabbits. This is just the normal rhythm of hunting. Chen Dazhuang rolled his eyes in mild irritation. Chen Wang paused, taken aback. Was it possible he had indeed become a bit overconfident? Had the novelty of owning a gun faded? Was this the true pace of hunting? Let us finish eating and then explore other areas, Chen Dazhuang suggested with a smile. All right. Chen Wang nodded, finding a spot covered with dry leaves to sit down. He removed the medicinal basket and retrieved the food prepared by his wife. What is for lunch today? Chen Dazhuang asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Chen Wang shot him a sideways glance, teasingly responding, It seems you care more about lunch than the hunt. Chen Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, and did not argue further. Today, Lin Xiuqin had made corn cakes. The outer layer was crafted from corn flour, with a filling primarily of chives and lamb, along with some pine mushrooms and tofu. Chen Wang had enjoyed these for breakfast as well, devouring 5 of them along with a bowl of corn porridge, relishing the meal immensely. What is this? It smells delightful, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Chen Wang as he unveiled the cakes wrapped in gauze. These are the corn cakes made by my wife, Chen Wang replied, handing him 2. Fantastic. They look absolutely delicious. Chen Dazhuang joyfully accepted them. Taking a large bite out of one, Chen Wang glanced around the trees and called out, Jixiang, come back for lunch. Receiving no response, he furrowed his brow slightly. Don't worry, it's fine. He has probably just wandered a bit far, Chen Dazhuang reassured him, his mouth full of food. Chen Wang nodded and began to eat his own corn cake. Before long, he heard the familiar calls of the little monkey drawing closer. Following the sound, he spotted the little monkey perched on a branch of a large tree, skillfully descending and scampering over to him. It chattered excitedly, pointing at the corn cakes, seemingly complaining that he hadn't waited to share his meal. All right, I called for you. It's not my fault you wandered so far, Chen Wang chuckled, offering the monkey a cake. The little monkey cradled a vegetable dumpling in its hands, squatting contentedly beside him, indulging in its feast. Goodness, this monkey is increasingly resembling you, Chen Dazhuang remarked after swallowing his food. Chen Wang paused, shooting him a bewildered glance. What are you saying? Such a delectable morsel. And you can't keep your mouth shut? You're finished. No, I misspoke. My mouth is just too talkative. Give me 2 more. Squeak. Listen, even Jixiang has voiced an opinion, claiming you're eating too much. Hey, look at my physique. I must have at least 7 or 8 Jixiangs, right? If it eats one, surely I can consume 7 or 8 without issue, Chen Dazhuang asserted with conviction. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Wang, stifling a laugh, handed over 2 more dumplings. The trio, having feasted to their heart's content, swiftly resumed their quest for prey. If they failed to find suitable game, they would have no opportunity to fire the new gun today, which would surely leave him disheartened. Perseverance bore fruit. Finally, as they traversed a copse of trees, Jixiang perched on Chen Wang's shoulder emitted a low call. This was the signal of prey detected. The pair immediately halted, raising their rifles and aligning their sights in the direction indicated by the little monkey. A creature, approximately 80 centimeters in length, with a coat of light gray resembling a deer but lacking antlers, emerged from the underbrush ahead. Chen Wang and his companions' eyes gleamed with excitement. It was a female muntjac. The meat of a muntjac is exquisite and nourishing, while its hide holds considerable value, suitable for crafting the finest cleaning tools for optical instruments. I'll take the shot, Chen Wang whispered urgently. Good. Chen Dazhuang nodded in agreement, but did not shift the aim of his rifle. If Chen Wang were to miss, he might still have the chance to take a follow-up shot, albeit with a slim chance of success. Muntjac are notoriously alert, remarkably agile, adept at both running and hiding. Chen Wang's rifle was already loaded with 2 single projectiles, ideal for such quarry. Although shotguns are easier to aim, they would ruin the hide. Unhurried, Chun Wang carefully adjusted his aim, even his breathing steady and calm. The distant muntjac remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, moving gracefully as if in a display. Bang! The shot reverberated through the air. Numerous birds hidden in the surrounding trees took flight in alarm. The muntjac, startled, was instantly struck by a single projectile that pierced its slender neck, blood bursting forth as it collapsed silently, twitching briefly before succumbing to stillness. Wow, that was precise, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Chen Wang smiled confidently and walked over. This new hunting rifle was far superior to Chen Dazhuang's. With his shooting prowess at this range, it was nearly impossible to miss as long as the prey remained undisturbed. Approaching the fallen creature, they noted that it was not large, weighing around 50 kilograms. While the meat was scarce, it was reputed to be truly delicious. Chen Dazhuang drew a knife, preparing to bleed the animal, but was halted by Chen Wang. Brother Zhuang, you've always done this before. Let me try this time, and you can teach me. All right, go ahead. Chen Dazhuang handed the dagger to him. Chen Wang accepted the dagger, looking up to inquire, I should strike from the neck, correct? Yes. Then turn it over or position it head down to allow the blood to flow more freely. Understood. Chapter 56. The sister-in-law and the brother-in-law after the bloodletting was completed. Chen Dazhuang retrieved his indispensable urea sack, placing the quarry inside. The deer weighed only about 70 to 80 pounds, rendering skinning and dismembering unnecessary. It was better to take it home as is. Moreover, the hide of such a creature holds significant value, so it was wiser to let the master handle it. Any minor blemish in the processing of the hide would greatly diminish its worth. Despite the delayed yet auspicious start, Chen Wang felt invigorated and was eager to continue his hunt for another prey to celebrate a double triumph before joyfully returning home. However, the heavens had other plans, and rain began to pour. Lacking umbrellas or raincoats, the two were concerned that a downpour would soak their clothes and lead to dangerous hypothermia, prompting a hasty retreat. Perhaps due to the intensifying rain, they encountered no game on their way down the mountain. Once they emerged from the forest cover, they were immediately drenched, the near-zero temperatures chilling them to the bone. Let us run. It will warm us up and help us reach home faster, Chen Wang suggested. Absolutely. Chen Dazhuang readily agreed, unwilling to concede in a race. How about a little wager? Last time you still owe me a favor, remember? This time, if you win, it cancels out. If I win, it doubles. Deal. I'll count to 3, and then we dash. Okay. Chen Wang had no intention of counting to completion. After shouting 2, he bolted ahead. Chen Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly took off in pursuit, shouting, Awang, you rascal, that's cheating. Haha, you fool. I said I would count to 3, but I never said I would wait until I reached 1 to start running. Hey, you silly Awang. Chen Dazhuang laughed in exasperation, then recalled the burden of the deer and hare he was carrying, shouting, This isn't fair. I'm weighed down by dozens of pounds. Life isn't about absolute fairness. A man's word is his bond. Chen Wang retorted over his shoulder. Chirp, chirp. The little monkey turned its head to look at Chen Dazhuang, seemingly mocking his slow pace. All right, Ji Xiang, you're laughing at me too, are you? Just wait. I will catch up and show you. Chen Dazhuang gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. Alas, burdened by nearly 100 pounds with the hunting rifle and dagger. No matter how fast he ran, it was impossible for him to catch up to Chen Wang. By the time he arrived home, Chen Wang was already seated inside, sipping hot tea. Hearing from Awang that you caught another deer, bring it here. I'll handle the skinning, and you hurry to change into some dry clothes. Chen Jianjun remarked as Chen Dazhuang gasped for breath. Chen Dazhuang tossed the sack over to his father, casting a resentful glare at Chen Wang, who was comfortably sipping tea. Brother Zhuang, I concede. Chen Wang raised 2 fingers, indicating that he owed him 2 tasks. Chen Dazhuang rolled his eyes and silently walked over to pick up the thermos, pouring himself a cup of tea. This deer is quite impressive, Awang. Your marksmanship is remarkably accurate. Chen Jianjun praised with a cheerful smile. From the creature's behavior, along with the location and nature of the wound, one could discern that it was a clean shot to the neck from 100 meters away. Hee, merely good fortune. Chen Wang humbly chuckled. This cannot simply be attributed to luck. Chen Jianjun replied with a grin, turning to his son and saying, Hand me the knife. Chen Dazhuang silently withdrew the dagger and passed it over. Awang, just wait a moment. I'll handle this swiftly. If it gets too cold, feel free to borrow Dazhuang's coat. No need. I'm already warmed up from the tea. I'll just sit here and enjoy my drink while you work, master. It's a perfect opportunity for you to teach me. Very well. Chun Jianjun nodded with a smile, squatting down to skillfully process the deer. Within minutes, a pristine deer hide was removed, followed by the evisceration. Wang, take some of these entrails back for your pup, Chun Jianjun advised. Chen Wang nodded, saying, Master, please find something for me to store them in. The deer was indeed a fine catch, and it was beneficial for the pup to familiarize itself with this scent. Additionally, the innards were suitable for the pup's consumption. Chun Jianjun fetched a bamboo basket, using the dagger to divide the prepared deer meat in half, placing one portion in the basket, along with an assortment of entrails. Master, let's leave the hide here. We can sell it next time we visit the town. Chen Wang stood up from his seat, smiling as he spoke. All right. Chun Jianjun nodded in agreement, handing him the bamboo basket. Here, take this back quickly, wash up, and change clothes. Don't catch a chill. Thank you, Master. Chen Wang accepted the items. He could certainly sense that the portion of meat allotted to him was noticeably larger, yet he refrained from voicing any complaints. The relationship between the two families had matured beyond such trivialities. Zhuanggo, I'm off. Chen Wang bid farewell to Chen Dazhuang, who was still sipping his tea. Chen Dazhuang waved dismissively. Hurry along, hurry along. With a light heart, Chen Wang turned and left. Chirp. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Gigi called out, quickly following and nimbly climbing onto his shoulder. Wife, your man has returned. As he entered, Chen Wang boisterously announced. In the room, Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Next to her sat a woman resembling her, whose expression turned quite peculiar upon hearing the announcement. On a nearby long bench sat a middle-aged man, also smiling. Furthermore, there was a boy roughly the same age as the little girl, and the two children were playfully teasing the pup. Lin Xiuqin, feeling bashful, quickly gestured a few signs to the woman beside her. Without the need for explanation, it is indeed a significant improvement to perceive that one is not foolish anymore. As the woman remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, Chen Wang entered the room, his left hand gripping a hunting rifle while his right hand carried a bamboo basket. Oh, we have guests, exclaimed his wife upon seeing the family of three in the room. Chen Wang was momentarily taken aback, as the scene felt oddly familiar. Wang, do you not remember us? The man rose with a cheerful smile and greeted him warmly. Chen Wang stared at the man for a few seconds, then glanced at the woman seated by the bed, who bore a resemblance to his wife, and suddenly realized, it must be my sister and brother-in-law. I apologize. I have forgotten many people and events since my mind has started to function properly again. As he spoke, he hastily set down his belongings, placed the medicine basket against the wall, and wiped his right hand on his clothing before extending it for a handshake with the man. His recollection of his wife's family was rather vague, but fortunately, she had provided him with some information over the past few days. Being the youngest and due to her muteness, she was cherished by her family as the darling little sister. She had one elder sister and two older brothers, all of whom were already married. This unexpected visitor was likely her sister, Lin Zuya. The middle-aged man was Lin Zuya's husband, Lu Qihong, a name that Lin Zuya had mentioned to him. His wife had also informed him that her sister had married and moved to the city, where her husband, Lu Qihong, worked as a teacher at a local high school, and they were living quite well. They had a son named Lu Qingdong. I apologize for my appearance. I just returned from hunting and am rather dirty, Chen Wang said with an apologetic smile after their handshake. It's quite all right, Lu Qihong replied. We just heard from Zuya and your sister that you've become quite the skilled hunter. We were skeptical at first, but seeing the evidence here, it seems we were mistaken. What kind of meat do you have? Lu Qihong inquired, eyeing the half-piece of meat in the bamboo basket with curiosity. I had some good fortune and managed to hunt a muntjac. Chen Wang replied with a smile. Muntjac? That sounds great. I have never tried it before. I've heard that the meat is tender and delicious. Perfect. Let us have your wife stew it for us, and we can enjoy a couple of drinks together. Lu Qihong was clearly intrigued, but he still directed a questioning glance towards his wife. They had initially returned to visit the in-laws and, at the request of their father-in-law and mother-in-law, decided to stop by to see Lin Zuya before heading back to the city. We can't stay today. We need to return soon, or we won't find any transportation, Lin Zuya gently declined, turning to her sister and saying, Zuya, our parents are very concerned about you. We just happened to pass by to check in, and seeing that Wang is doing well, and you seem to be living quite comfortably, I feel reassured. Please do visit home with Wang when you have the chance. Lin Zuya's eyes glistened with tears as she tightly grasped her sister's hand. shaking her head with a sorrowful expression, casting a pleading gaze towards Chen Wang. In an instant, Chen Wang understood her unspoken sentiment and firmly stated, "Sister, it's already dark outside, and you probably haven't had dinner yet. Rushing off now would be quite rude to me, wouldn't it? The villagers might gossip about me behind my back. That's not acceptable. You must stay here for the night. Otherwise, dear sister, you will make me feel like a poor relative unworthy of your respect." Wang's words left Lin Xiaoyan momentarily stunned. Chen Wang then turned to Lu Qihong, his expression serious as he implored, "Brother-in-law, please say something. How long has it been since we last met? After all this time, we can't even share a drink together?" He gestured towards the little boy nearby. "You may go hungry, but can you bear to let my nephew suffer the same fate? How will he regard me as his uncle when he grows up?" He continued, "Why don't we just stay for the night?" Lu Qihong looked at his wife, his face a mixture of concern and hope. Lin Xiaoyan, too, was swayed, her face reflecting a hint of indecision. If Wang were still foolish and her sister's life remained difficult, she would never agree to impose such a burden. However, the little girl chimed in, "Sister, let us stay. I want to play with Xiaodong a little longer." "Mom, I don't want to leave. I want to eat meat." The little boy piped up innocently. All right, I'll heed your wishes," Lin Xiaoyan finally acquiesced. In an instant, Lin Xiaochuan's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she excitedly embraced her sister. The last time she returned to her natal home was during the previous spring festival. It wasn't the distance that deterred her. She simply didn't want her parents to worry and urge her to move back in with them. Yet, she dearly missed her relatives. Now that her husband had matured and their lives had improved, she yearned for her family to know that she was living a joyous and fulfilling life. "Please continue your conversation. I need to change out of these wet clothes and take a shower," Chen Wang said with a smile. Lu Qihong and his wife nodded eagerly, urging him to hurry and freshen up. Lin Xiaochuan quickly found a set of clothes from the wardrobe and offered them to him, intending to heat some water in the back. "Wait, you and sister and brother-in-law should talk for a bit. I can manage the water myself," Chen Wang quickly interjected, pointing to the bamboo basket nearby. "Inside are some deer entrails. Please feed them to Rui, and put away the hunting rifle so the children don't get into trouble." The puppy had already caught the scent and was eagerly sniffing around the basket. Lin Xiaochuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiaoyu, take care of Jixiang. Play with Xiaodong," he instructed. "Got it, brother," the little girl replied. "Dad, look, a little monkey," the little boy exclaimed, pointing at Jixiang with a face full of delight. When Chen Wang had entered, everyone had noticed Jixiang, but since the little girl had already mentioned the monkey, Lu Qihong and his wife were surprised yet speechless upon seeing it in person. After giving a few brief instructions, Chen Wang hurried to the back room with his clothes to heat water and bathe. The family had a thermos, but it was usually reserved for drinking water and was running low. While waiting for the water to boil, Chen Wang helped cut some bear and lamb meat, planning to encourage his wife to showcase her culinary skills and enjoy a few drinks with his brother-in-law. On this frigid winter day, having soaked his body, he yearned for a few cups of wine to chase away the chill. The firewood stove heated the water rather swiftly. After a refreshing bath and donning clean clothes, he immediately felt much more comfortable. Upon entering the main hall, he observed two children joyfully playing, chased by a dog and a monkey. Chen Wang smiled as he stepped into the room. His wife was engrossed in a lively conversation with her sister, her radiant smile making her exceedingly beautiful. "My dear, it's time to prepare the meal. I've cut some bear meat and lamb for you. See how you can cook it. Let us prepare a few dishes so that my brother-in-law and I can enjoy a good drink," Chen Wang cheerfully said to his wife. Sitting in a chair, Lu Qihong, upon hearing this, gleefully clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "You truly hunted a bear? I've never tasted bear meat before. Today is indeed fortuitous. Yesterday would have been better. We could have had bear paws, which are truly delectable. Next time we hunt a bear, I'll save some for you." Lu Qihong nodded repeatedly, a broad smile on his face. Lin Xiaoqin, with a smile, gestured to her sister, indicating that she would go prepare the meal. "I'll assist you," Lin Xiaoya immediately replied, rising to her feet. Lin Xiaoqin smiled and nodded, subtly suggesting to Chen Wang to engage in conversation with her brother-in-law, as she picked up a bamboo basket containing half a deer's meat and led her sister to the back room. By the way, Chen Wang suddenly remembered, pulling out the cigarettes and matches he had taken from his soiled clothes, he offered them to his brother-in-law. Lu Qihong's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted them, clearly a smoker. "No, I'll do it myself," he said hurriedly, taking the matches from Chen Wang to light his own cigarette. Chun Wang chuckled to himself, feeling a growing fondness for this brother-in-law, who, despite their unfamiliarity, had a down-to-earth demeanor that was rare among city dwellers these days. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lu Qihong remarked with a grin, "Since we had children, Xiaoya has grown to dislike my smoking. I also want to shield the children from secondhand smoke, so I've been refraining from smoking around them. Better to smoke less." Chun Wang replied, tucking the matches and cigarettes back into his pocket. "Oh, you don't smoke?" Lu Qihong asked, a bit taken aback. Chun Wang flashed a grin, saying, "I have no addiction to cigarettes and don't particularly enjoy smoking. I carry a pack just for convenience when I need to ask favors." Lu Qihong, momentarily surprised, nodded. "I never imagined you not only have a sharp mind, but also possessed such social understanding." Chun Wang merely smiled, saying nothing further. "Tell me about your hunting experiences. I've heard some intriguing tales from your sister," he prompted. "Are you also interested in hunting, brother-in-law?" "Isn't it true that no man can resist the allure of fishing or hunting? I was raised in the city and know nothing of such pursuits. Otherwise, I would have accompanied you into the mountains to hunt. Let us not dwell on that. You are a teacher, a respectable profession with a stable income." "What respectability? The earnings are minimal, to be honest. My family of 3 still occasionally relies on my parents' support. Our life may not necessarily be better than yours. Let us not discuss this any further. Allow me to share the tale of how I hunted the bear." With a light-hearted chuckle, Chun Wang deftly shifted the conversation. "Oh, I must admit, I am quite curious. I once encountered a bear and nearly lost my wits in fright. Please, have a seat. Let us converse." "Certainly." While the two engaged in their dialogue, the Lin sisters busied themselves in the back room, preparing a sumptuous dinner. In high spirits, Lin Xiaoqin showcased her culinary prowess. A fragrant lamb soup was simmered with radishes, while bear meat was braised with an assortment of vegetables. The piece de resistance was the tender meat of a muntjac, first sautéed on low heat with spices to enhance its delicacy, then combined with seasonings, pine mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots, and slowly cooked in a clay pot. In addition to these 3 main dishes, there were also ribs purchased by Chun Wang in town. Braised to perfection, stir-fried wild rabbit meat, along with sautéed spinach and pork with vermicelli. Each dish was a feast for the senses, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Even Lu Qihong and his family, accustomed to city life, were taken aback by the lavishness of the meal. "My goodness, I haven't had such exquisite dishes even during the new year," Lu Qihong exclaimed, unable to contain his amazement. "Perhaps it is a bit extravagant," Lin Xiaoying agreed. "But all of this comes from our own efforts in the mountains. What is there to feel extravagant about? No need to worry. Let us simply enjoy ourselves. Come, come. Everyone take a seat. Don't just stand there." Chun Wang cheerfully beckoned the others to join him at the table. Lin Xiaoqin nodded with a beaming smile. "The soda is here." The little girl approached, cradling several bottles of soda, her grin radiant. "Soda? I want some soda," Lu Qingdong exclaimed, raising his hand excitedly. "Got it. There's one for you," the little girl replied, handing him a bottle. "Sister, wife, would you like some liquor?" Chun Wang inquired, producing the leftover white liquor from the previous pig-killing feast with a warm smile. It was common for women these days to drink, though they typically abstained. "Do you drink?" Lin Xiaoying asked, gazing at her sister with a cheerful expression. Lin Xiaoqin nodded with a smile, signaling that she would have just half a cup. "Then let us all partake." Lin Xiaoying agreed with a nod. Chun Wang poured half a cup for each of the women before filling Lu Qihong's glass. "That's enough." "Enough. Don't let it overflow," Lu Qihong chuckled, calling for moderation. "Enough? Rarely do we gather like this. We ought to enjoy ourselves. Look at this bottle. Today, we shall share it. Isn't that over a pound?" Lu Qihong responded incredulously. "What of it? In our village, those seasoned drinkers consume 1 or 2 pounds daily. We are hardly comparable. Let us not waste time. Come, let us toast." Chun Wang raised his glass in a toast. Lu Qihong nodded, lifting his glass to clink with Chun Wang's before both took generous sips. "Now let us relish the flavors of our mountain delicacies," Chun Wang said, his face aglow with joy. As everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, Lin Xiaoqin placed a generous piece of muntjac meat into Lu Qingdong's bowl. "Thank you, Auntie," the young boy exclaimed joyfully. It was evident that this child had been raised well by his parents, demonstrating remarkable manners. "Make sure to eat plenty of meat. We have an abundance here," the little girl cheerfully remarked. "I yearn to indulge in copious amounts of meat. The aroma is simply irresistible." Lu Qingdong nodded earnestly in response. Upon overhearing the conversation between the 2 children, Chun Wang and his companions exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Brother-in-law, do try the venison. Not only is it tender, but in traditional Chinese medicine, it is renowned for its ability to nourish the kidneys and invigorate vitality. Chun Wang gestured with a knowing smile, a sentiment understood among men. Indeed, when it comes to foods that promise such restorative benefits, they often find themselves unable to resist, despite claiming otherwise. As anticipated, Lu Qihong's eyes sparkled, and he unhesitatingly reached for the venison with his chopsticks. The Lin sisters blushed slightly, pretending not to have heard the discussion. Lin Xiaoyan savored a piece of braised bear meat and remarked, "Sister, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You have made bear meat taste so exquisite." In their family, the 4 siblings were expected to assist with chores by the age of 10, yet the youngest, Lin Xiaoqin, was never permitted by their parents to toil in the fields, as they doted on her. However, Lin Xiaoqin possessed an inherent strength and was unwilling to be of no assistance. Thus, she took on the responsibility of cooking for the family at an early age. Her talent in the kitchen blossomed, and during their years of hardship, she transformed humble ingredients such as wild vegetables and grains into delightful dishes. Over time, her culinary prowess only improved, endearing her even more to her family. Initially, their parents, recognizing Chun Wang's parents' industriousness, resolved to marry their youngest daughter to the simple-minded Wang, a decision met with vehement opposition from her 3 elder siblings. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaoqin consented to the union, willingly marrying a fool, and after the passing of her in-laws, she steadfastly upheld the family. Fortunately, after 2 years of struggle, her sister finally welcomed better days. Lin Xiaoqin, wearing a radiant smile, served more dishes into her sister's bowl. Lin Xiaoyan wiped her eyes with her left hand, smiled gently at her sister, and resumed her hearty meal. Chapter 58. Xiao Jijia and Mixed Doubles. Their home had an extra room located behind Chun Wang and Lin Xiaoqin's chamber, which had previously belonged to their parents. After their parents' passing, the room remained untouched, and Lin Xiaoqin frequently went in to tidy it up. Following dinner, Lin Xiaoqin retrieved bedding to make the bed in that room. They had already discussed their sleeping arrangements during the meal. The Lin sisters had much to converse about and chose to share a room with Chun Wang and Lin Xiaoqin, while Chun Wang and brother-in-law Lu Qihong occupied their parents' former room. As for Lu Qingdong, he was to share a space with the little girl. Both were still children, with Lu Qingdong being merely 3 years old, thus there were no issues. However, Chun Wang had to endure some discomfort, as he had not anticipated that his brother-in-law, despite his seemingly slender figure, could produce such thunderous snores that kept him awake throughout the night. The following morning, Lin Xiaoqin prepared a breakfast of egg and shredded meat noodles. After everyone had eaten their fill and repeatedly declined the invitations from Chun Wang and Lin Xiaoqin to stay longer, Lu Qihong and his family prepared to take their leave. The 3 individuals needed to first visit the freight station in town before embarking on a several-hour journey back to the city. Alternatively, I could fetch a tractor from the village to transport you to the town, Chun Wang suggested after escorting them to the entrance. Earlier this year, when the production team was disbanded, the land was distributed among households, and the various livestock, including public assets like tractors, were auctioned off by the villagers. Chun Wang could not quite recall which family acquired the tractor, but Lin Xiaoqin certainly would know. Hiring someone to drive a tractor wouldn't cost much. No. We can walk there ourselves, Lu Qihong insisted, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. What do we need a tractor for? Don't waste money. You haven't had children yet, and you'll need funds for many things in the future, Lin Xiaoying said to Chun Wang in a serious tone, as if speaking from experience. Beside Chun Wang, Lin Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed with color. After the lights were out last night, her sister had held her hand and chattered away, one significant topic being the urgency for her to have a child. Her sister also remarked that Chun Wang was no longer foolish, having developed skills in hunting and possessing a handsome stature. If she didn't hurry to have a baby, the village might be rife with gossip, and even some unmarried young women and widows might take an interest in Chun Wang. Lin Xiaoqin wholeheartedly believed her sister's words, recalling the many absurdities she had heard and even witnessed during her poorer childhood years, such as cliques, de facto marriages, and house-swapping unions. Her sister's words intensified her yearning for motherhood. All right. If you insist, we want to seek a tractor, Chun Wang chuckled, handing over a red, white, and blue cloth bag he had purchased previously. What's this? Lu Qihong asked in surprise. Nothing much, just some bear meat, mutton, and deer meat. along with some fried dough cakes and pickles made by my wife. We can eat these on the way. No, 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 we can buy food in town. Why bring this? Lin Xiaoying interjected. Brother-in-law, take it, no more arguments. Chen Wang insisted, forcefully placing the bag into his hands. Goodness, how much did you pack? This is so heavy, it's over an hour's walk. Lu Qihong complained with a grimace. It's not much, only about 20 pounds combined. For us men, that's nothing. I often carry 100 pounds of meat down the mountain. Chen Wang laughed, patting his shoulder. Lu Qihong rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, I'm a teacher. How can I compare my strength to yours? Meanwhile, the Lin sisters and the two little ones were exchanging farewells. Lin Xiaoying held her sister's hand, leaning in to whisper with a beaming smile, Do pay attention to what I said last night. I hope to hear good news from you when you return for the new year. Lin Xiaoqin's face turned crimson as she nodded slightly. Brother, come visit us again when you have time. The little girl said sweetly to the boy, hugging the little monkey named Lucky. With the puppy named Ruei squatting at her feet, Lu Chengdong sniffled and nodded, saying, Sister, if you go to the city, you can come find me to play. All right. My brother said he would take us to the city before the new year. Really? That's wonderful. You must come to find me. Sure, no problem. Remember to bring Jixiang and Rui along. I can't decide that. I have to listen to my brother. Let us go. Anyway, the new year is just around the corner, and we will meet again. Lu Qihong hung the red, white, and blue cloth bag over his shoulder and smiled as he stepped out first. Wang, take good care of Yao Mei, Lin Xiaoyan reminded Chen Wang at last. Chen Wang glanced at his smiling wife and nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll make sure she grows up healthy and plump. Lin Xiaoqin, upon hearing this, playfully slapped him. If you have time, remember to go back and see Mom and Dad. They will be so happy to see you like this and won't worry anymore, Lin Xiaoyan said with a smile, taking her son's hand. Got it. Chen Wang replied with a nod. Xiaodong, say goodbye to your sister, aunt, and uncle, Lin Xiaoyan instructed her son. Lu Chengdong obediently responded and waved farewell to the three. Goodbye, sister. Aunt, uncle, goodbye. Bye-bye. The little girl cheerfully replied. We're off. Lin Xiaoyan smiled gently at Chen Wang and walked out with her son, following her husband. Chen Wang, along with Lin Xiaoqin and the little girl, crossed the threshold and stood at the door, watching the family of three gradually walk away until they finally vanished from sight. After sending off their esteemed guests, Chen Wang gathered his gear and the little monkey, preparing to find Chundazhuang and head into the mountains. With only 2 months until the new year, and accounting for days of rain and snow, the time available for hunting in the mountains would be limited. As long as the weather was suitable and there were no other pressing matters, he needed to seize the opportunity to earn more money. Since he had already traversed to this era, he was determined to ensure that he and his family could enjoy a prosperous new year. Moreover, there was the television, the new house to be built next year, and so forth. These all required financial support. Thus, it was not to be said that he was overly mundane, merely fixated on making money. Regardless of the era, one could never afford to be without wealth. Lin Xiaoqin felt a pang of sympathy for him, but did not deter him. She quietly prepared food and water for him to take into the mountains. As he passed by the neighboring house, Chen Wang suddenly heard the sounds of scolding and beating from within. Following the noise, he saw old Qiao wielding a leather belt, vigorously chasing after Qiao Jijia. I told you not to go astray, to stop stealing chickens and dogs. Look at Wang, and then look at you. I could just beat you to death. Ouch. Qiao Jijia, leaping around, hurriedly fled from the house, clutching his backside and shouting, Stop hitting me. It hurts. It was just one chicken. Do you want to kill me? Just one chicken? They came knocking on our door. You've brought shame upon me. I might as well just beat you to death today. Old Qiao, furious, struck harder, gritting his teeth as the belt cracked against Qiao Jijia's back with a resounding snap. Chen Wang craned his neck from a distance, wincing at the sight. Ouch, it hurts so much. Mom, save me. Qiao Jijia cried out desperately. Yet this time, Qiao's mother seemed less inclined to indulge her son. Standing at the door with arms crossed and a calm demeanor, she stated coolly, a spanking is in order. That area has plenty of flesh and won't leave scars. Mom. Qiao Jijia turned his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as they met his mother's gaze. While other families, Wang is bringing home daily bounties, with more meat than they can consume, and relatives taking away so much. How do you expect me to show my face? You, however, have resorted to petty theft, getting caught red-handed. Have you no shame? With an unyielding expression, Qiao's mother addressed her husband, saying, Old Xiao, go ahead and give him a good beating. If we don't discipline him, he won't amount to anything. Didn't T. A. Wang get shaken awake by old Wang with a carrying pole? It's high time our son received a wake-up call too. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jijia was left in shock. Just then, old Xiao spotted Chun Wang strolling by outside, his eyes lighting up as he turned to ask, "Where's our carrying pole?" "Wait. I'll go fetch it." Without hesitation, Xiao's mother went inside to retrieve it. "Ah, you guys are ruthless," Xiao Jijia shouted, turning on his heels to flee. Why wait to be struck on the head with the pole? Who knows if he'd end up a fool after that? He needed to escape for a few days. He couldn't bear to stay here any longer. Bursting out of the courtyard, he was immediately blocked by Chun Wang. "Oh, in such a hurry to go where?" Chun Wang greeted him cheerfully. Xiao Jijia's expression froze, the memory of the earlier scene flashing in his mind, and heat rushed to his face. "What is it to you? Mind your own business." "Actually, it doesn't concern me," Chun Wang replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Then move aside," Xiao Jijia shouted urgently. Without warning, Chun Wang reached out and grasped his wrist, grinning at Xiao's father, who had just emerged. "Uncle, I've got him." "Chun Wang." Xiao Jijia's eyes widened in fury as he yelled. "Well done, don't let him escape," old Xiao exclaimed, grinning as he cracked the belt in his hand, producing a sharp sound. "Rest assured, he won't get away." Chun Wang tightened his grip, holding onto Xiao Jijia's wrist as if it were in a vice. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." Xiao Jijia struggled fiercely, but Chun Wang's grip remained unyielding. When Xiao Jijia pulled his arm once more, Chun Wang unexpectedly released him. Losing his balance, Xiao Jijia stumbled back and fell to the ground. "Uncle, I can only help you this far. I'm off." Chun Wang chuckled, turning to dash away. Xiao Jijia stared blankly at his retreating figure, his rage boiling over as he screamed, "Chun Wang, this Iasin, over. Arg, old Xiao. The carrying pole is here. Perfect. Let us deal with this brat together today, so he learns his lesson." Chapter 59, Purple Lingji, Badger Haha, A Wang. "You truly are a rascal, but splendidly so. That fellow Xiao Jijia deserves it." Qin Dazhuang expressed his admiration, while Chun Wang chuckled heartily. "So, how shall we proceed today?" Qin Dazhuang casually inquired. During their recent hunting excursions, the duo had not confined themselves to a singular path. "Let us first venture to the pine forest from last time and gather some pine mushrooms. They are quite delectable. We should collect a fair amount to bring back, and perhaps check a few squirrel nests along the way," Chun Wang suggested. "Certainly." Qin Dazhuang nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement. Thus, the two ventured into the mountains and soon arrived at the pine forest. While they were busy foraging for pine mushrooms, a little monkey eagerly accompanied them, assisting with the task. Over the past few days, it had been utterly captivated by its owner's culinary skills, understanding that the more it helped, the greater the rewards of delicious food at home. "A Wang." Qin Dazhuang's voice echoed. Chun Wang turned to see him standing beneath a large pine tree, grinning while pointing at a hole in the tree. "What are we waiting for? Let us go," Chun Wang urged with a laugh. Qin Dazhuang responded affirmatively, placing his hunting rifle on the ground and preparing to climb the tree. "Wait." Chun Wang suddenly recalled something and called out to him. "What is it?" Qin Dazhuang inquired, looking at him with curiosity. "Jixiang, come here." Chun Wang beckoned to the little monkey, which was nearby, gathering pine mushrooms. The monkey promptly scampered over, standing upright and presenting a pine mushroom it held in its tiny hand. Chun Wang accepted the mushroom and pointed towards the tree hole, saying, "Jixiang, please go up and check that tree hole. Do you understand?" The monkey glanced at the hole, then back at him, chattering in response before swiftly climbing up the tree. Chirp, chirp. Accompanied by the monkey's calls, nuts were dislodged from the hole and tumbled to the ground. Chun Wang and Qin Dazhuang's faces lit up with joy as they hurried over to collect them. In no time, the stash from the tree hole was completely emptied. One could only wonder how the flying squirrel would react upon returning to find its cache utterly bare. Clearly, the little monkey preferred this task over mushroom gathering. Darting from tree to tree, searching for holes, and calling out to Chun Wang whenever it found one before commencing its search of the squirrel nests. Thus, the once harmless and adorable little monkey, under someone's guidance, transformed into a veritable expert in foraging. The two men collected a bounty of joy from beneath the trees, quickly filling a basket while engaging in light-hearted banter. "A Wang, you've trained this monkey quite well. It's exceedingly useful," Qin Dazhuang remarked with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary," Chun Wang mused, bending down to toss a walnut into the basket, a proud grin on his face. Suddenly, The little monkey's calls rang out once more, but this time with a different tone. Chen Wang turned his gaze to see the monkey perched on a branch not far away, pointing at something in front of it and chattering excitedly. Due to the dense underbrush and the tree's cover, Chen Wang and Chen Dezhuang were unable to discern what it was. What could it be? It can't be prey, can it? It should not be the case. Otherwise, Auspicious would not call out like that. It scared them away. Let us go have a look. The two hurried towards the pine tree where Auspicious was situated, gazing in the direction it pointed. What met their eyes caused them both to pause momentarily, followed by an expression of sheer excitement. My goodness, Wang, those must be Ganoderma, exclaimed Chen Dezhuang, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to contain his expletive. They should be purple Ganoderma. Chen Wang nodded with a smile. On the trunk of a fallen and decayed pine tree lay clusters of semicircular, purplish-black Ganoderma. Speaking of this miraculous fungus, it is quite a coincidence that the 1980s was precisely the era when it was most revered, its price soaring to exorbitant heights and leading to the depletion of wild Ganoderma in many regions. By the time Chen Wang traversed to this era, wild Ganoderma had become exceedingly rare, predominantly cultivated. The cultivation techniques for medicinal herbs had matured significantly, resulting in an oversupply of many once rare and precious herbal materials, including Ganoderma. Furthermore, the transparency of the internet allowed people to gain a broader understanding of Ganoderma, realizing that its effects were not as exaggerated as some merchants claimed. It had been inflated into a so-called miraculous herb. Nevertheless, during this era, Ganoderma remained a coveted treasure in the realm of medicinal materials, highly valued. We can make a fortune. What are we waiting for? Let us go pick them. Chen Dezhuang exclaimed eagerly. The two cleared the weeds aside and approached the decayed trunk of the pine tree. Be careful while harvesting. Try to keep them intact, Chen Wang advised, retrieving a small medicinal knife left by his father from the wicker basket. Understood. Chen Dezhuang nodded, drawing his own dagger. The trunk was densely populated with them. Indeed, a considerable amount. Chen Wang cautiously harvested the largest one first. Its cap was larger than his entire palm, exhibiting a purplish-brown hue, with some areas nearly black. Wow. Hey Wang, how much is this worth? I've only heard it's extremely valuable, Chen Dezhuang asked, his curiosity piqued. This is my first time seeing it. How would I know? Chen Wang chuckled. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Chen Wang smiled. Your little monkey is truly remarkable. I think naming it Golden Nugget would be more fitting. Chen Dezhuang couldn't help but tease. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Chen Wang replied, both amused and exasperated. After about half an hour, they had almost harvested all the purple Ganoderma from the tree, leaving only some smaller ones, which Chen Wang chose not to completely deplete, deciding to return in a few years for another harvest. He took out a cloth bag specially sewn by his wife and placed the harvested purple Ganoderma inside, storing it in the wicker basket. Auspicious, come here, Chen Wang called out. Chirp chirp. The little monkey sprang out from who knows where, nimbly climbing onto his shoulder. Chen Wang retrieved an apple from the wicker basket and offered it to the monkey as a reward. Yesterday, Lin Xiuqin's sister and her family, of course, did not arrive empty-handed. They brought some eggs from Lin Xiuqin's mother, a piece of pork, and some fruits that Lu Qihong had purchased along the way. In these times, fruit has indeed become a luxury. However, Chen Wang was not particularly fond of fruit. The 2 apples he carried were forcefully stuffed into his bag by his wife. Apples were, in fact, his least favorite fruit, making them a perfect reward for the little monkey. The little monkey, perched upon his shoulder, joyfully gnawed on the apple, juice splattering everywhere. Here, Big Zhuang, this is for you, Chen Wang said, pulling out the remaining apple and handing it to Chen Dezhuang. I have one too. Where did this come from? Chen Dezhuang exclaimed with surprise as he accepted it. My sister-in-law and her family brought it yesterday. Is that so? Do you have guests at home, and are you still heading into the mountains today? We left early this morning. Oh, this apple looks nice. It must be quite expensive. Your brother-in-law's family is quite generous. Chen Dezhuang chuckled. They are indeed good people, Chen Wang replied with a nod. Seeing that you're no longer foolish and can hunt to support your family, they must be quite astonished, right? You missed lunch. Huh, my mistake. Wait, I didn't say anything. After leaving the pine forest, the two continued down a path they had not traversed before. The mountains were riddled with many paths, all carved by those who ventured into the wilderness for hunting and foraging. The current path appeared to be rarely traveled, overgrown with weeds and shrubs taller than a person. One had to be cautious to avoid being scratched by thorny foliage. Fortunately, it was winter, and both men were clad in thick clothing, though their garments bore numerous tears, exposing the white cotton beneath. Next time, I should bring an axe to clear the way, Chen Dazhuang remarked with a frown. It would indeed be wise to carry an axe, or a sickle would suffice, Chen Wang agreed with a nod. There remained many untamed areas in Xiangshan, making it quite necessary to carry an axe or sickle. Suddenly, the little monkey on Chen Wang's shoulder alerted them with a chirp. The two had grown accustomed to its calls, which indicated the presence of prey. Instantly, they fell silent, raising their rifles and scanning the surroundings. Over there, Chen Wang whispered, gesturing discreetly ahead. Chen Dazhuang followed his gaze and spotted a badger beneath a tree, its head bowed as it consumed something. The badger, also known as the sand badger or earth pig, is not actually a pig but a member of the weasel family. Often referred to as a cousin of the flat-headed brother, yet it possesses a pig-like snout. For hunters, this is a commendable quarry, not only for its delicious meat but also for its valuable fur. Additionally, the fat rendered from the badger can be used to relieve heat, detoxify, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain, proving beneficial for rheumatic ailments. This time, I will give it a try, Chen Dazhuang said in a hushed tone. Chen Wang nodded, conceding the first shot to him. In recent outings, Chen Wang had been consistently the one to hit the prey. It was only fair to allow Chen Dazhuang a chance. After all, they were partners in hunting, and if Chen Wang were to be the sole sharpshooter, it might leave Chen Dazhuang feeling uneasy. Moreover, prolonged inaction in shooting can lead to a regression in skills. Even if Chen Wang feels he has a greater chance of success, he cannot monopolize every opportunity. Pursuing game is inherently fraught with risks. Having a partner with exceptional skills and trustworthy character significantly enhances safety. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed. The bullet struck the badger, but due to it being a shotgun shell, only the pellets made contact, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The wounded badger let out a cry of distress and fled into the underbrush. The two quickly ran after it, following the blood trail for several hundred meters, until they finally caught sight of the injured creature. The badger was clearly exhausted, staggering unsteadily in circles. At this point, there was no need to waste another bullet, as it could easily damage the pelt. Chen Dazhuang handed a slingshot to Chen Wang. This contraption, however, was less accurate in his hands, far inferior to Chen Wang's proficiency. Chapter 60. The God of Marbles. Without further ado, Chen Wang took the slingshot and retrieved a glass marble from his pocket, wrapping it in a leather pouch. The marble was a gift from the little girl, who was quite adept at the game, often outplaying the other children in the village. Upon learning that he intended to use the marble for hunting, she generously offered him a handful from her drawer, encouraging him to ask for more once he ran out. While it would have sufficed to gather small stones or shape dried clay into pellets, Chen Wang opted to use the plentiful marbles provided by the girl. This way, she felt a sense of involvement in the hunt. With a sharp crack, the marble accurately struck the badger. Chen Dazhuang swiftly approached to collect their quarry. After performing the necessary bleeding process, he placed the animal into the urea sack he carried, which already contained 2 flying squirrels that Chen Wang had dispatched with the slingshot while raiding a squirrel's nest. Weighing only about 20 to 30 pounds, the badger yielded little meat after the skin and entrails were removed. Finding such an abundance of purple Ganoderma was indeed fortuitous. But the two remained unsatisfied with their hunting yield and continued their search for more game. Research indicates that 70% of animals are nocturnal, adept at hunting and evading predators. Human activity has further increased this nocturnal behavior. As winter approached, the drop in temperature resulted in fewer animals in the forest. After a midday meal, the two rested briefly before resuming their search for nearly 2 hours. Aside from successfully hunting a charming wild rabbit, they encountered no other signs of wildlife. Brother Zhuang, shall we call it a day? Chen Wang tentatively suggested. In his view, hunting was a matter of divine providence, and it seemed their luck had been exhausted on the purple Ganoderma. He felt this was somewhat unfair to Chen Dazhuang, as he intended to share some of the proceeds from selling the Ganoderma with him. If he could not accept the money, he would buy something extra in town as a gesture of gratitude for his mentor. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dazhuang nodded and said, "All right, let us return home early today. The badger meat is quite delectable. I shall prepare a stew with some side dishes, and perhaps some rabbit meat as well. We can enjoy a few drinks together with my father." "Sounds good. Just yesterday, my brother-in-law couldn't hold his liquor and didn't drink to his heart's content." With a chuckle, they set off towards home, filled with renewed vigor. In these times, nearly every man of age in the village harbors a fondness for alcohol. Many boys, barely in their early teens, have already tasted the allure of spirits alongside their elders. A few cold dishes paired with a jug of wine suffice for a gathering of men who can spend an entire day boasting and exchanging stories. Should there be an additional pot of meat dishes, it is certain that some would drink until they collapse. As they entered the village and approached Chen Dazhuang's home, they unexpectedly encountered someone. It was none other than Chen Wang's cousin, Chen Feng. He was seen slinging a hunting rifle across his back, engaged in light-hearted banter with another young man as they headed towards the mountains. Chen Wang and Chen Dazhuang exchanged bewildered glances. Wang, isn't that your cousin? What is he up to? The sun is about to set. Why go hunting at this hour? Who knows? It's none of our concern. Let us not bother with them. Let us go? Right. At that moment, Chen Feng and the other young man noticed them. Hey, Feng. Isn't this your esteemed cousin who is rumored to have hunted bears? Why does he appear empty-handed today? Seems his luck has run dry. The young man wore a teasing smile, uttering his words with a mocking tone. How dare you? Chen Dazhuang, with a fiery temperament, clenched his fists, ready to confront the young man, but was restrained by Chen Wang. The youth instinctively shrank back, and upon realizing he had been halted, he retorted defiantly, What is this? Can I speak my mind here? Silence. Chen Wang interjected sharply, frowning. The young man hesitated, wanting to retort, but was interrupted by Chen Feng. Enough of this nonsense. Time is of the essence. Let us head into the mountains and hunt a wild boar. They clearly cannot compete. Once we bring back a wild boar, the villagers will know who truly possesses the skill. With that, the two stepped past Chen Wang and Dazhuang, making their way into the mountains. Bah! Chen Dazhuang could not suppress his disdain and spat on the ground, scoffing. Those two? Hunt a wild boar? They'd be fortunate to catch a wild chicken. Forget about what they managed to catch. Let us hurry home. Agreed. Upon arriving at Chen Dazhuang's home, they found that Chen Jianjun, seeing them return with only badger and rabbit, did not perceive their haul as meager. Instead, he laughed, believing it to be the normal rhythm of hunting. The previous outings had indeed astonished him, leading him to wonder if there were more game in the mountains now. However, his amusement was short-lived, as he was soon rendered speechless by yet another shock. Is this a Ganoderma? Indeed, purple Ganoderma, which Ji Xiang helped us find. Chen Wang replied with a cheerful nod. My heavens! Chen Jianjun raised his hand to cover his face, gazing at the little monkey perched on his shoulder, and remarked, The name Lucky is indeed aptly chosen. What fortune this is! Chen Wang chuckled softly, readjusting his medicine basket, and said, Master, Dazhuang, I shall return home to put things away and inform my wife that I will soon join you for a drink. All right, off you go swiftly. I shall begin preparing the meal in the back, Chen Dazhuang eagerly urged. We still have some wine left from the last pig-killing feast. And we didn't finish it yesterday. I will bring it along. No need. We have wine at home. Chen Jianjun quickly interjected. Not to worry. Let us indulge a bit more today. Off I go. Chen Wang laughed heartily before turning to leave. After Chen Wang departed, Chen Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun proceeded to the back room to process the game, preparing the dishes to accompany their drinks. Meanwhile, Chen Wang hurried back home. The little girl was not at home. Lin Xiuqin smilingly gestured to him, indicating that she was outside playing with the village children. Wife, today has brought me great fortune once more. Thanks to Lucky, I have found something wonderful. Look! Chen Wang exclaimed as he removed the medicinal basket and presented the purple spiritual mushroom to her. Lin Xiuqin's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. She was knowledgeable and understood the value of such a find. Just a couple of years prior, medicinal dealers had come to the village, offering astonishing prices that had caused quite a stir among the villagers. Please help me take care of this. Wash it clean and store it in a dry, ventilated place to prevent it from getting damp, Chen Wang instructed, handing her the basket. Lin Xiuqin nodded vigorously in agreement. I will not be home for dinner. I promised Dazhuang that I would join him for a drink. You and Xiaoyu should eat something together, Chen Wang explained with a smile. Lin Xiuqin chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. Lucky you stay at home. Chen Wang called to the little monkey on his shoulder. Chirp. The little monkey's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved, yet it obediently climbed down from him. Wife, prepare something delicious to reward Lucky for me, Chen Wang added with a grin. Lin Xiuqin smiled and nodded, casting a fond glance at the little monkey. I shall take my leave now. I will try to return early, Chen Wang declared suddenly, embracing her and kissing her forehead. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly pushed him away, directing him out of the room. All right, I concede, no need to push. I shall be on my way, Chen Wang said with a mix of laughter and exasperation as he turned to exit. On his way back to Chen Dazhuang's house, he fortuitously encountered the little girl. She was striding confidently along the path, her arms swinging, accompanied by her puppy, Rui, her cotton jacket's pockets bulging with treasures. Xiaoyu. Wow, brother, you're back. The little girl beamed at Chen Wang, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Where have you been playing? What's in your pockets? Chen Wang inquired curiously. Hee. The little girl giggled mysteriously, reaching into her pocket to produce a handful of colorful glass marbles, which she displayed proudly in her palm. Brother, weren't you missing this? I went and played a bit and won all their marbles, the little girl said, lifting her chin with a sense of pride. Goodness. Chen Wang was left speechless, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Born in 1995, he had played this game in his youth, but was always on the losing end. Every time he managed to save up his pocket money, he would excitedly rush to the corner store to buy glass marbles, only to face a humiliating defeat each time. Meanwhile, the victorious children would return home with their pockets brimming, barely able to walk without adjusting their trousers. Brother, am I amazing? The little girl gleefully sought affirmation. Aren't you afraid that no one will want to play with you anymore? What's there to fear? There are plenty of players. All I have to say is, you boys are too scared to play with a girl, and they come running. All right, fine. Hurry home. Chen Wang was momentarily at a loss for words and waved her off. Brother, where are you going? I'm heading to Zhuang's house to drink with my master. I won't be home for dinner. Did you find something delicious again? Why didn't you bring me? Please, your sister-in-law's cooking is far superior to Zhuang's. Do you really want to eat his food? Okay then, I'll just go home for dinner. Brother, come back early and don't drink too much. I know. Just put those marbles in the drawer for now. Give them to me when I ask. All right. Chapter 61. A midnight knock brings no good tidings. The taste of badger meat is truly exquisite, even with Chen Dazhuang's lackluster cooking skills. The pot of stew made from badger meat kept Chen Wang unable to stop eating, taking over 2 hours to finish the meal. The three of them indulged until they were full and satisfied. After the meal, Chen Jianjun sent Chen Wang home with the remaining 2 or 3 pounds of badger meat and some of its innards. Upon returning home, Chen Wang fed the innards to Rui. She sniffed at them for a while before joyfully devouring them, her little tail wagging furiously. The little girl had already fallen asleep. After taking a bath in a basin of warm water brought by his wife, Chen Wang turned off the lights and snuggled into bed, comfortably wrapping himself around his wife's increasingly curvaceous form, their breaths growing warm and intertwined. Wife, why were so many clothes to sleep? It feels odd, he remarked. Under the effects of alcohol, he exhibited the strongest vitality since his arrival in this world. Eventually, Chen Wang held his soft and pliable wife close. Drifting into a deep slumber, with his hunger sated and his thirst quenched, he enjoyed a particularly restful sleep. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone began to knock forcefully on the window. Lin Xiuqin was startled awake and instinctively curled closer to Chen Wang, not intending to respond. Chen Wang remained deep in slumber. Unaware. Bang. Wang, Xiuqin, wake up, can you open the door? A middle-aged woman's voice called from outside. Lin Xiuqin recognized the voice and furrowed her brow, still unwilling to respond. In the dead of night, an unwelcome disturbance shattered the tranquility of slumber, indicating that trouble was afoot. Wang, Xiuqin, please open the door if you're awake, lives are at stake. Suddenly, a voice, aged yet steady, resonated through the darkness. Lin Xiuqin recognized it as that of the village chief, and sensed that something serious had transpired, prompting her to shake Chen Wang vigorously. When he remained unresponsive, she exerted even more force. At last, Chen Wang groggily awakened, his voice laced with confusion. Wife, what is it? Lin Xiuqin, unable to articulate a response, propped herself up and reached over to switch on the lamp. The figures outside, upon seeing the light, realized that the couple had risen. Wang, are you awake? Please help us. Go find your brother, came the irksome voice of Aunt. Chen Wang furrowed his brow, recalling the sight of Chen Feng and another man named Shun entering the mountains earlier. With impatience, he inquired, what has happened? The village chief took up the narrative, succinctly outlining the situation. Chen Feng and Shun, who had ventured into the mountains to hunt, had yet to return. When Zhuang and I returned, we saw them heading into the hills, he recounted. As Chen Wang dressed, he spoke with a calm demeanor. I see. At that moment, the voice of his uncle broke through the night. Wang, Whatever has occurred is our fault, but we are still relatives. Blood is thicker than water. We have only one son. You must help us find him. Enough of this. Are they unaware of the dangers that lurk in the mountains at night? You expect me to venture out at this hour to search for them? Chun Wang retorted, his tone tinged with displeasure. Beside him, Lin Xiaoqin tightly grasped his sleeve, her expression grave as she shook her head, silently urging him not to go. Without a doubt, she was a kind-hearted woman, after the passing of her in-laws. She had resolutely stayed behind to care for her mentally challenged husband and their 3-year-old sister-in-law. Yet, despite her goodness, she wished for her husband to avoid peril. Moreover, the actions of her uncle's family over the past 2 years had thoroughly disillusioned her. Wang, enough. Please just open the door. We can discuss this. Whether you choose to go or not is entirely up to you. The village chief interjected, interrupting Aunt's pleas. All right, just a moment. Chun Wang replied, getting out of bed and dressing. He turned to his wife and said, you stay here. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xiaoqin shook her head and hastily donned her clothes. Chun Wang said no more, exiting the room and securing the door behind him. Upon opening the door, he found several figures waiting outside, his uncle, aunt, the village chief, and a middle-aged couple, presumably the parents of a shun. Wang, since you saw them, why did you not stop them? A shun's father questioned, his tone laced with a hint of accusation. Chun Wang's countenance darkened as he glared at the man, retorting without hesitation, are you out of your mind? Coming here at this hour to cast blame? The man, taken aback, was rendered speechless. Be quiet. This is not Wang's fault. If you utter another word, you can leave or search for them yourself. Village Chief Chen Weigua turned and glared at the man, reprimanding him. The man, daunted, lowered his head in discontent. Wang, you are a witness and possess greater knowledge about hunting. What do you propose we do now? Chen Weigua asked earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Wang replied, what else can we do? We should gather a few seasoned hunters, take some rifles and flashlights, and bring along keen-scented hunting dogs. We can let the dogs sniff something that carries their scent, then head up the mountain to search. As for me, I certainly will not go. Wang, how can you be so heartless? That is your cousin. The aunt's sharp voice interjected. Do not give me that nonsense. I made it clear during my last visit that our families shall go our separate ways. Spare me the hollow talk about kinship. In these past 2 years, what actions have you taken that could be deemed fitting for family? Wang's uncle appeared filled with shame and self-reproach, hesitating to speak. Enough of this idle chatter. I am not interested in listening. Chun Wang interrupted, raising his hand. At that moment, Lin Xiaoqin emerged from her room, fully dressed, and approached him. Xiaoqin, I apologize for the past. It was all my fault. Please, persuade Wang to assist in searching for a phone. I am genuinely worried and frightened, the aunt pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Lin Xiaoqin shook her head indifferently, expressing her stance. Village chief, rather than wasting time here, it would be prudent to organize a search in the mountains. They are likely lost or in danger. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they have already encountered harm. At this time of year, the nights in the mountains are perilous. Famished jackals, leopards, lynxes, and bears that have not yet hibernated are not to be trifled with. With Chun Wang's words, the hearts of the two middle-aged couples plummeted, their expressions turning anxious as they urged the village chief to take action. What a dreadful situation. The village chief cursed with a grim expression, the target of his ire unclear, before swiftly departing. The uncle and the others hurriedly followed. Chun Wang and Lin Xiaoqin stood still, watching them disappear into the darkness. Brother? Sister-in-law? Who are they? A small girl's voice called from behind. Turning around, they saw a little girl at the doorway of her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes and clad in a thin autumn shirt. Nothing, it's nothing at all. Hurry back inside and sleep, don't catch a chill. Chun Wang waved his hand dismissively, closing the door. Oh, the little one responded, obediently retreating into her room. Meanwhile, the village chief and his group hastened towards the northern part of the village, the atmosphere heavy with tension. They are all brothers. How can Wang be so unfeeling? How can he sleep in peace? The aunt glanced at her husband, unable to suppress another complaint. Enough. The uncle growled, his face dark with displeasure. Huh. As the village chief walked ahead, he suddenly sneered and glanced back at uncle and aunt. How could they dare to utter such words, blaming Wang for his heartlessness? Hadn't their family benefited greatly from Wang's parents in the past? Those were their own brother and sister-in-law, both of whom had passed away. How had they treated their 3 children thereafter? Faced with the chief's piercing questions, the couple fell silent, overwhelmed with shame. They could not blame a Wang for refusing to assist them. Who would help such relatives? The villagers were well aware of a Wang's character. He had often helped others in his foolish youth, and now that he had gained wisdom, he would be even less inclined to offer aid. Take, for instance, the recent pig slaughter feast, plentiful food and drink, with hundreds of pounds of meat freely shared. Even if wild boar meat is of little value, it is still meat. Ask yourselves, could you have done the same? Furthermore, venturing into the mountains is no child's play. Every year, people perish in those woods. Did you not know this? Now, seeing a Wang and Dazhuang bringing back good game, you thought it was easy and sent two ignorant fools into the mountains at such a late hour. What were you thinking? Had your brains been caught in the door? The chief grew increasingly agitated, eventually resorting to curses. At over 60 years old, his body was no longer as resilient. And on such a cold night, having to rise from his bed to deal with this distressing matter, it was a wonder he could maintain his composure. The two couples stood there, their faces pale and silent. Village chief, please do not be angry. The priority is to save lives. Ashin's mother interjected. Yes, indeed, village chief. We are innocent in this matter. They did not inform us before entering the mountains, and even secretly took the guns from our home. I found it strange. As my son Ashin has never shown interest in hunting, Ashin's father added, casting a furtive glance at Uncle Chinfuguwei. Uncle and aunt exchanged a nervous glance, fully aware that it was their own son who had convinced Ashin to venture into the mountains. Where to now? Uncle feigned ignorance of Ashin's father's words and promptly changed the subject. Where else could we go? The only person in the village who knows the mountains well is a Wang's master. He will know which family has good hunting dogs. We must seek him out. The chief replied impatiently. Chapter 62. Encountering the wolf pack upon returning to bed, Chun Wang and his companion found sleep elusive. It was not merely guilt over their promise to rescue the children, but the sheer distress of the situation that troubled them. After forcing himself to sleep, he felt he had barely rested before awakening to the crowing of roosters. Unable to return to a peaceful slumber, he decided to rise and dress alongside his wife. Having indulged a bit too much the previous evening and lacking a good night's sleep, his head throbbed painfully. After consuming a bowl of porridge prepared by his wife, he began to feel somewhat better. Wife, you should go back to sleep for a while. I will go outside for a stroll and gather some news. Chen Wang said softly to Lin Xiuqin, who was still sipping her porridge. Lin Xiuqin set down her bowl and gestured, signaling her desire to accompany him. Don't go. It's still quite chilly outside this morning. You should rest at home, and I will bring you news when I return, Chen Wang suggested earnestly. Lin Xiuqin shook her head. All right, let's go. Chen Wang, unable to resist her insistence, acquiesced. The two stepped outside, greeted by a gust of cold wind that instantly enveloped them in a shiver. Chen Wang extended his right hand, clasping Lin Xiuqin's left hand in a tender grip. She glanced down at their intertwined fingers, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Together, they made their way toward the village chief's house. As they walked, they encountered several villagers, who, upon seeing the couple hand in hand, greeted them with warm, teasing remarks. Oh, Awang, taking your wife out for a morning stroll so early. No, we have matters to discuss with the village chief. Oh, how sweet you two are. In this cold weather, it must be nice to keep warm together. Xiuqin, you are quite the envy. Facing the villagers' light-hearted jests, Chen Wang remained composed and unfazed, effortlessly engaging with them. In contrast, Lin Xiuqin felt increasingly flustered, her cheeks deepening in color as she attempted to wriggle free several times, only to find her hand firmly held by Chen Wang. Before reaching the village chief's home, they overheard a discussion about last night's events. Upon learning that the village chief had gone to the mountains with the master to conduct a search and rescue, Chen Wang turned on his heel, heading directly toward Chen Dazhuang's house. Upon arrival, he found the door firmly shut. He knocked and called out loudly, but received no response. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both quickly grasping the unspoken understanding between them. It appeared that Chen Dazhuang had likely accompanied the master to the mountains last night and had yet to return. Concern began to gnaw at Chen Wang's heart. While he could remain indifferent to the fate of Chen Feng and Ashan, the safety of his master and Chen Dazhuang weighed heavily on him. Wife, we should head back. I need to take Jixiang into the mountains, he said with a serious expression. This time, Lin Xiuqin did not object. She nodded in agreement. They hurried home, where Chen Wang gathered his medical supplies and hunting rifle, waking Jixiang, who had been sleeping in the small girl's room. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqin prepared some food for him to take into the mountains and filled a bottle with cool boiled water. After handing him the provisions, she gestured emphatically, signaling him to prioritize his safety. In previous excursions into the mountains, Chen Dazhuang had always accompanied them, which had eased Lin Xiaoqin's worries. This time, however, the circumstances were different. With the potential peril facing Chen Feng and his companion, and the search party still unreturned, her anxiety heightened. "Don't worry, Jixiang will be with me. Nothing will happen," Chen Wang reassured her with a smile. Uncertain whether the little monkey understood, it chirped softly from his shoulder. Lin Xiaoqin reached out to pat Jixiang's head, then motioned to Chen Wang, urging him to set off promptly. "I'm off now. Come here for a kiss." Chen Wang grinned as he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, only to be playfully pushed away by his flustered wife. "Haha, I'm going. After a triumphant chuckle, Chen Wang strode purposefully toward the northern mountains. After approximately an hour of walking, the sun had risen high in the sky by the time Chen Wang entered the mountains. "Jixiang, do you have any idea which way they went?" Chen Wang inquired tentatively. Jixiang tilted its head and chirped. "All right, perhaps I am overthinking," Chen Wang remarked with a wry smile. After all, if Jixiang was unaware of the situation, how could it possibly comprehend? At that moment, Jixiang suddenly gazed ahead, pointing toward a fork in the path, and began to chirp excitedly. It was not the sound of discovering prey. Could it be mere coincidence? Chen Wang felt a stirring within and directed his gaze toward the fork. Soon, a group came into view. Chen Dazhuang led the way, followed by a bloodied youth, Shan, who appeared to have lost consciousness. Chen Feng, though not severely injured, wore a dazed expression, being supported by their uncle. Their master, Chen Jianjun, trailed behind, holding a hunting dog and a rifle. Additionally, two familiar faces accompanied them, Chen Weibing and Chen Weiman, the master's neighbors, who had assisted in carrying meat previously. "Dazhuang, master," Chen Wang called out cheerfully. "Ah Wang, what brings you here?" Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. "I heard you all came into the mountains to rescue someone, so I thought I might see if you needed any assistance," Chen Wang replied, approaching with a smile. Upon seeing Chen Wang, Chen Feng recalled the grandiose declarations made before their journey into the mountains and felt a flush of embarrassment at their current disheveled state, lowering his gaze. "Fortunately, they are relatively lucky. They didn't lose their lives," Chen Dazhuang said with a grin, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "What happened? What did you encounter?" Chen Wang asked, scrutinizing Chen Feng and the others with curiosity. Their clothing appeared somewhat soiled and torn, yet it was difficult to ascertain the nature of their ordeal. It was a matter of whether to deem them fortunate or unfortunate. They had actually encountered a wild boar, but in the process, the wolf pack had been drawn away. Chen Dazhuang succinctly explained the situation. "Wolf pack?" Chen Wang exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he instinctively pressed for more details. "How did they survive?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glared at him fiercely. Wolves are social animals, and encountering a pack in the mountains presents risks comparable to facing a fierce tiger. With a tiger, as long as you possess a gun, you might have the chance to take it down with a single shot. However, wolves are different. One cannot expect to dispatch an entire pack in a short span with merely a firearm. Generally, the sound of gunfire would scare off a wolf pack. Yet, if they are extremely hungry or defending their young and territory, it becomes a different matter entirely. They may recklessly charge at hunters. Thus, they were indeed fortunate. After firing their weapon to intimidate the pack, they quickly climbed a tree and remained there until we found them, only daring to descend then. Chen Dazhuang replied with a chuckle. "What about the wolves?" "They left long ago. The only thing is, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to come down." "I see." Chen Wang nodded in understanding. The wolf pack is a nocturnal creature, typically hunting under the veil of night. With no snow on the ground, they should still find it relatively easy to hunt, thus not becoming the frenzied, starving wolves one might envision. Enough of this chatter. Let us return to the village. "My son remains unconscious," urged Shun's father, impatient with the endless conversation. Both fathers had ventured into the mountains alongside them. "What is all this fuss? If you wish to leave, then do so. No one is preventing you," Chen Dazhuang retorted with irritation. Being compelled to enter the mountains in the dead of night to rescue two foolish souls had already put him in a foul mood. Now that they had found the lost ones, their dismissive attitude only served to heighten his sense of futility. Although he had no desire to come, his father had consented, and as a dutiful son, he harbored concerns for his elderly father's safety. Thus he followed into the mountains. The man's countenance darkened as he coldly snorted. carrying his unconscious son at the forefront. Chen Fugui withdrew his gaze from Chen Wang and assisted Chen Feng in catching up. Last night, Chen Wang had refused to enter the mountains for the search. It would be disingenuous to claim that they bore no resentment. Chen Wang exchanged greetings with Chen Weibing and his brother, as well as with his master. What is the matter? Are you worried about me, your master? Chen Jianjun asked with a hearty laugh. He understood that Chen Wang had declined to enter the mountains the previous night, and seeing him come so early today was a testament to his concern for his and his son's safety, an intention that touched him deeply. Of course not, master. You are Chen Pao. Navigating the mountains is as familiar to you as returning home. I merely came to take a leisurely stroll. Chen Wang replied with a bright smile. Listen to this little trickster, Chen Jianjun remarked, beaming as he pointed at Chen Wang, glancing at Chen Weibing and his brother. Brother, you truly have acquired a fine disciple. Indeed, not only is he skilled in hunting, but his concern is genuine. The brothers chimed in, eliciting a radiant smile from Chen Jianjun. Wang, what do you say? Should we return or not? Master, it takes an hour to get there. Since we are here, it would feel wasteful not to gather something. You all have been busy all night. You should return first, Chen Wang suggested with a smile. I will accompany you. Chen Dazhuang immediately interjected. No. You have exhausted yourself all night. It is best for you to return and rest. Rest assured, whatever we catch shall be split with you. That won't do. How can one reap rewards without exertion? Chen Dazhuang shook his head, flexing his non-existent biceps in a showy manner. Do not worry. I am in good spirits, at worst. I shall return early to rest. Wang, let him accompany you. We shall head back first. Very well, master. Upon your return, please inform my wife that we will try to return early. Understood. Off we go. Chen Jianjun nodded, leading Chen Weibing and his brother away. Brother Zhuang, where shall we go? Chen Wang inquired. After a moment's reflection, Chen Dazhuang proposed. Shall we venture to the location of these two fools and try our luck? If they can find wild boars, I suspect there must be an abundance of game in that area. Chen Wang found it reasonable and nodded with a smile, saying, All right. Let's hurry then. Chapter 63. The frenzied wild boar. By the way, did the wild boar we hunted get taken away by the wolf pack? Of course. They wouldn't leave anything behind. What a pity. We could have boasted about it. Now it's quite embarrassing. Chen Wang unabashedly reveled in their misfortune. Haha. Chen Dazhuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The village chief initially sought me out, but I declined, so he went to find my master. Had I known, I would have entered the mountains with him last night. I know, the village chief told us. It's no big deal. If I were in your position, I wouldn't have agreed either. Your uncle's family isn't worth it, but it has caused my master some trouble. Chen Wang smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit sheepish. His master, already elderly and with mobility issues, had to lead a rescue mission so late at night. It's certainly a good thing that people were saved, but if they hadn't been, he would likely face unfounded criticism, especially from that fellow named Ashen, whose father didn't seem like someone who knew how to be grateful. You're overthinking it. To be honest, my father actually enjoys helping out. It makes him feel useful, Chen Dazhuang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Wang paused for a moment before nodding in understanding. His master was the most skilled hunter in the village and had been a prominent figure in several neighboring villages before the accident. After his injury, he must have experienced the fickleness of human relationships. For Chen Jianjun, this rescue mission, though seemingly thankless, was an opportunity to feel valued. Brother Zhuang, have you ever thought about finding someone else? Chen Wang suddenly asked. Huh? Finding what? Chen Dazhuang looked at him in surprise. Stop pretending. Chen Wang rolled his eyes. Chen Dazhuang scratched his head and smiled wryly. To be honest, I have thought about it, but everyone in the village knows my situation. What woman would want to be with me? Come on, don't be so self-deprecating. By next year, when the new house is built, we'll be seen as promising young men in the village, right? Not to mention, who in the village doesn't praise us when they talk about us? At this point, Chen Wang shifted the conversation. Moreover, your previous wife left not because you treated her poorly, but because she wronged you. What is there to feel inferior about? That is true, but what? You're overthinking it. You should definitely look for someone. You're still young. Hurry and find another to carry on the family line. Your master will then focus all his attention on his grandchildren and enjoy his retirement without worrying about his own usefulness. Let things unfold naturally. Once the house is built next year, let your master help you find a matchmaker. The problem is, we never even got a divorce certificate, Chen Dazhuang said with a grimace. Chen Wang paused for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. That is indeed a complication, right? Chen Dazhuang replied with a bitter smile. If I were officially divorced and without children, as long as my conditions are reasonable, some older unmarried women might still consider it. In this day and age, finding a wife with whom to lead a tranquil life is not nearly as challenging as it was for Chen Wang before his time travel. Chen Wang could be considered above average among the common folk, having earned a considerable fortune, yet, by the age of 30, he had not encountered a woman willing to marry him, while his own reluctance to marry played a part. The underlying issue was the excessively high standards and demands set by women. The situation was markedly different in the 1980s. As long as one was sincere and engaged a matchmaker, if one's conditions were not too lacking, a woman would likely find him acceptable, leading to a swift arrangement. There was no necessity for cars or urban housing. While betrothal gifts existed, they were far less extravagant than in later times. Is it truly impossible to find that woman? Chen Wang inquired with curiosity. Chen Dazhuang fell silent at this. The woman in question had been a sent-down youth in the village. If one truly sought her, it would be feasible to trace her origins and track her down, no matter how distant. However, after having endured a broken heart, he understood that pursuing her would be futile, which is why he had not considered the matter further. Chen Wang was also aware of this and decided to refrain from continuing the topic, leaving the course of action to Chen Dazhuang's own discretion. After walking for approximately 40 to 50 minutes, the two arrived at the site where Chen Feng and Ah Shun had encountered the wild boar. The traces left on the ground revealed just how perilous the situation had been. Judging by the multitude of footprints, it was evident that there were at least 10 wolves or more. Even the 2 trees they had climbed bore scars from the wolf pack, with their bark stripped away, leaving behind grotesque claw marks. As wolves are nocturnal creatures, both Chen Wang and his companion were not particularly worried about encountering them again. Even if they did, their firearms would afford them a sense of security. Jixiang, search the surroundings, Chen Wang instructed, gently patting the little monkey's head. Jixiang had grown adept at understanding simple commands and promptly leapt from his shoulder, skillfully climbing up a nearby tree and dashing away among the branches. Why not search separately? Just don't stray too far, suggested Chen Dazhuang. That sounds good. Chen Wang nodded in agreement. I will head this way, and you go that way. All right. With that, the two set off in their respective directions to search for prey. Before long, a sudden gunshot startled Chen Wang. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Ah Wang, something is heading your way, came Chen Dazhuang's voice. Chen Wang's expression brightened as he quickly raised his rifle in preparation. A rustling sound emerged from the grass. Something was darting towards Chen Dazhuang's direction. Chen Wang adjusted the aim of his rifle as a black figure burst from the underbrush, and in that instant, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the target with precision. The creature emitted a pitiful cry, its forward momentum abruptly ceasing before it collapsed to the ground. Chen Wang hurried over, elated as he gazed upon his prize. It was a wild boar, weighing approximately 200 pounds, and notably, it was a sow, compared to the adult boar. The meat of a sow is decidedly more delectable, devoid of that peculiar odor, and possesses a greater richness, aligning more closely with contemporary palates. Undoubtedly, the most exquisite wild boar remains the yellow-haired piglet, weighing no more than 100 pounds. Its flesh is tender, with thin skin and fine bones, lacking any unpleasant taste. Did we hit it? Chen Dazhuang hurried over. Yes, it's a sow, probably around 200 pounds. Fantastic. This meat will fetch a good price. As their excitement grew, a jubilant call echoed from a distance, the unmistakable sound of discovering prey. Wow, how did they all arrive at once? What should we do? Chen Dazhuang was both anxious and thrilled. What is there to ask? Let us hurry over and take a look. Is it safe to leave the pig here? What problems could arise in such a short time? Let us move. All right. After conferring, the two made their way towards the direction of the monkey's call. During their trek, Chen Wang retrieved a single slug from his pocket, reloading his shotgun. Upon reaching the base of the tree where the call originated, they spotted their quarry not far ahead, joy illuminating their faces. Before them stood 3 wild boars, one formidable beast likely exceeding 300 pounds, flanked by 2 yellow-haired piglets. Wow, we've struck gold here. There's quite a number of wild boars. Chen Dazhuang whispered in astonishment. Indeed, we owe thanks to those 2 fellows. Shall we fire together? Let us target the 2 smaller ones. Including the one we just shot, we should be able to carry them out. The larger one is not worth the trouble of bringing our master back into the mountains today, plus the meat isn't as palatable. Agreed. You take the one on the left, and I'll aim for the right. We'll shoot together. If we miss, we'll quickly reload. Chen Wang briefly outlined the plan. Understood. Chen Dazhuang nodded vigorously. Then, both men raised their shotguns, taking aim at their designated targets. Chen Wang counted down, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Bang. The two gunshots nearly synchronized. This time, Chen Dazhuang struck true, while Chen Wang unfortunately missed. By a stroke of fate, the large boar shielded its piglets, resulting in the left boar being hit in the rear, letting out a pained squeal, its eyes turning red as it charged towards the two hunters. Damn it! Chen Wang couldn't help but curse, urgently exclaiming, "Aim for the big one." Understood. Chen Dazhuang comprehended immediately, focusing on the rampaging boar. Another two shots rang out in succession. One slug and one shot from Chen Dazhuang successfully struck the wild boar. However, the close range of the buckshot yielded minimal damage. Chen Wang typically loaded his shotguns solely with slugs, while Chen Dazhuang preferred a combination of one slug and one buckshot. His previous shot had already found its mark on the yellow-haired piglet. Get back! As the massive wild boar charged forward, Chen Wang's expression shifted dramatically, urgently calling out. A cornered rabbit bites, and a furious 300-pound boar is no laughing matter. If it collided with them, it would be no trivial joke. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly, darting to the left and right to evade. The cannonball-like boar charged towards Chen Wang, veering off course as it hurtled forward. "Wang, be careful!" Chen Dazhuang shouted anxiously, hastily reloading his shotgun. In that critical moment, Chen Wang heard Jixiang's urgent cries from the tree above. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he decisively discarded his shotgun, which he had no time to reload, and sprinted toward the tree where Jixiang was perched. He leapt up and grasped the trunk tightly. Although he had never climbed a tree before, having observed Chen Dazhuang do so a few times, coupled with his formidable physical prowess, he instinctively activated this newfound skill in the face of imminent danger. By the time the wild boar reached the base of the tree, he had climbed high enough. Bang! The enraged boar collided forcefully with the trunk. The entire tree shook violently, and dried yellow leaves fluttered down like confetti. This impact drained the boar's strength, and having already been shot, its massive body collapsed to the ground under the tremendous force. Seizing the moment, Chen Dazhuang swiftly raised his freshly loaded shotgun and stepped forward, delivering a shot to the boar's forehead. Chapter 64. Three boars. Chen Wang descended from the tree, exhaling deeply with a lingering sense of anxiety. Wang, when did you learn to climb trees? And so quickly at that?" Chen Dazhuang chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Chen Wang rolled his eyes, ignoring him as he walked over to retrieve his shotgun. The little monkey, Jixiang, also descended from the tree and clambered onto his shoulder, chattering away. It's all right, it's all right." Chen Wang reassured, understanding that the monkey was expressing concern for him, and he gently patted its head. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang went to drag the sow over, and Chen Wang collected the yellow piglet. As for the remaining yellow pig that had managed to escape, its whereabouts were unknown. A massive boar weighing over 300 pounds, a sow around 200 pounds, and another yellow piglet were now neatly arranged together, resembling a family of three. Interestingly, the first boar they shot was not far from the others, suggesting it could indeed have been a family of four. It was unfortunate that they could not reunite them. Who could say if the escaped yellow pig would seek revenge once it grew up? Chen Wang shook his head, dispelling the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, and turned to Chen Dazhuang. "It seems we still need to go to the village to call for help. The three boars together weigh 400 to 500 pounds. There's no way we can carry them back alone." Chen Dazhuang scratched his head. "What can we do? We've already shot them. We can't just leave them here. Can we?" As Chen Wang contemplated the long night he had endured, he was about to suggest making the trip himself when an idea struck him. He glanced at the little monkey on his shoulder. "Jixiang, could you return to the village and have Master send someone to help us?" he said, trying to convey his meaning through gestures. "What a brilliant idea!" Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. A monkey could navigate the mountains far faster than they could on two legs. Unfortunately, Jixiang did not fully comprehend the request. Chen Wang remained patient, using gestures alongside his words until he finally managed to convey the gist of his message. "All right, off you go quickly." Chen Wang retrieved an apple from the medicinal basket and, with a smile, gestured towards the direction of the village. Auspiciously delighted, the little monkey took the apple, leaped off his shoulder, and swiftly climbed a tree, bounding through the woods towards the village. "Let us begin the processing," Chun Dazhuang remarked cheerfully, producing a dagger. Chun Wang nodded in agreement and also took out a small knife from the basket. The two then commenced the task of preparing their catch. Chun Wang, still somewhat inexperienced, opted to begin with the young wild boar, while Chun Dazhuang focused on the larger specimen. The first step involved bleeding the animals, followed by evisceration to extract the internal organs and remove the stomach. Here, the term stomach refers not to the belly of the wild boar, but rather its gastric organ. The boar's stomach is highly regarded for its restorative properties and is valuable both as a medicinal ingredient and a culinary component, making it one of the most prized parts of the wild boar. Furthermore, the other internal organs were not discarded. They were placed in a urea sack brought by Chun Dazhuang, intended as sustenance for their dogs. The offal from the wild boar, particularly the larger specimen, was exceedingly foul, and with such an abundance of meat, it was clear these organs would not be consumed. The process was not only cumbersome but also posed health risks due to the bacteria and microorganisms present. Consuming them without proper cleansing could lead to serious issues. Next came the skinning and butchering. The smaller boar, after evisceration, weighed only around 70 to 80 pounds, making it manageable for one person to carry. However, transporting the two larger wild boars without division would prove difficult. Following the guidance of their master, Chun Wang and Chun Dazhuang each processed one boar, meticulously adhering to the learned steps of skinning, which was no simple task, especially for the novice Chun Wang. Eventually, both large wild boars were divided into halves. Exhausted and famished, the two men felt the pangs of hunger. Although the medicinal basket contained provisions prepared by Chun Wang's wife, the pungent odor of blood left Chun Wang with little appetite, as there was no place to wash his hands. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they heard the call of the little monkey. Following the sound, they soon spotted the small monkey in the tree along with three individuals swiftly approaching from below. Although their master and the Chun siblings were absent, the three newcomers were familiar faces: Wang Fuqiang, the small shop owner Qian Xiangrong, and Chun Wang's neighbor, Old Qiao. "Old Wang, Old Qian, Uncle Qiao, what brings you here?" Chun Wang inquired, astonished. "Your master and the others just arrived at the village a short while ago, and we went to join the excitement. Then, your little monkey returned, chattering away and pointing towards the mountains. Your master guessed you must have caught something significant and asked for assistance, so Old Qian and I volunteered to come." Wang Fuqiang explained with a broad smile. "Your master has difficulty moving and has been tired all night. Let him rest while we lend a hand." "My goodness, 3 pigs?" Qian Xiangrong exclaimed as he noticed the game on the ground, unable to contain his surprise. Wang Fuqiang and Old Qiao wore equally astonished expressions. "Huh, we even let one escape." Chun Dazhuang chuckled proudly. "You two are truly impressive. I've never seen hunters with such luck. To enter the mountains and come across such bounty is remarkable." Qian Xiangrong, with a cheerful smile, remarked to Chun Wang, "Ah Wang, why not sell me the pig's stomach and a whole pig as well? Spare me the cannon eggs." Chun Wang exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Dazhuang, both nodding with smiles. "That can certainly be arranged, but the price must be fair." "Rest assured, I guarantee you won't suffer any losses," Qian replied. "Then it's settled. Let us go, we'll bring the pig back and discuss further." With that, the group sprang into action. With exactly 5 of them, Chun Dazhuang stuffed the small wild boar into a urea bag, hoisting it along with the others. Chun Wang and Qian Xiangrong each took responsibility for half of the sow's meat, while Lao Wang and Lao Qiao handled the cannon eggs. The 5 of them carried the meat, laughing and chatting as they made their way back to the village. "Ah Wang, this hunting endeavor truly belongs to you two. Look at your cousin and Ah Shan. What a mess they've made, nearly losing their lives. I heard they encountered a pack of wolves?" Qian Xiangrong asked with a chuckle. "Indeed, to survive until rescue is a stroke of luck. I don't know what they were thinking. Hunting in the mountains at night with their limited skills. They truly have no fear of death. That is not entirely fair. Had it not been for the wolves, they might have brought back a wild boar." Chun Wang replied with a smile. "Really? They actually managed to hunt a wild boar?" Qian Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback. "It was in this very forest, but the wolves got to it first. It seems there are quite a few wild boars around here." Chun Dazhuang chimed in with a grin. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiangrong's face broke into a mischievous smile. "So that is how it is. If they heard you two had caught 3 pigs, they would surely be infuriated. What does it matter? This place isn't theirs," Chun Wang replied with a calm demeanor. "Exactly. We can only say we were clever enough to come here and take our chances. And it has indeed paid off, Chen Dazhuang added with a laugh. Oh, you two are becoming more accomplished by the day, far surpassing my own wayward son, Lao Qiao sighed from the back. Chen Wang turned to Lao Qiao and inquired. Uncle Qiao, I passed by yesterday morning and saw you giving him a beating. What did he do this time? What else could he have done? He stole someone's chicken to roast, and when the owner came looking for him, I had to pay $5 and lost face in the process, Lao Qiao replied. His tone filled with disappointment. Stealing a chicken is utterly pointless. Chen Dazhuang scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Having grown up with a father skilled in hunting, he had never lacked for meat. Even during the toughest times after his wife left, he could still manage to catch wild chickens or rabbits. Now, with an abundance of various meats at home, he found the idea of chicken theft to be exceptionally foolish. How did they find out? Chen Wang asked curiously. Lao Qiao's face darkened as he paused for a moment before responding. This fool boasted about it to his so-called friends, and they sold him out, informing the family of the stolen chicken. Upon hearing this, Chen Wang's mouth twitched in disbelief. This Qiao Jijia takes pride in his numerous friends. But it seems they are merely a band of scoundrels. Lao Wang couldn't help but add, honestly, your son is quite the oddity. Old Joe, didn't Wang once manage to enlighten old Wang with just a single strike? Why not let him give it a try on your son as well? Old Qian suddenly suggested with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Don't be ridiculous, what a joke. I dare not take such risks again. Old Wang hastily shook his head. The most curious part was that old Joe indeed showed a hint of hesitation, glancing at Chen Wang before lapsing into silence once more. Early in the morning, the village chief, Auntie, and Shun's family were already gathered at the northernmost part of the village. As news of the incident spread, more villagers arrived to witness the spectacle. The atmosphere grew even more animated upon Chun Jianjun's return with his companions. Shun had also awakened from his stupor. Both he and Shin Feng were unharmed, merely suffering from shock and exhaustion after spending a night in the tree. The youth, ever concerned with their pride, found a source of boastfulness in having encountered wild boars and surviving a wolf pack. Shun and Shin Feng were reluctant to retreat for rest and instead began to boast to their peers about their ordeal. They omitted any mention of their panic during the wolf encounter or their desperate cries for help, focusing instead on how terrifying the wolves were and how clever they had been in a critical moment. Many young villagers and children were captivated, their gazes filled with admiration. What about the wild boar you hunted? Inquired a boisterous young boy with a snotty nose and a robust demeanor. Chen Feng and Shun were momentarily taken aback. Well, it was taken by the wolves. I tell you, had there not been so many wolves, I would have definitely shot it, Shun replied earnestly. But you didn't catch anything at all. You're not as formidable as Xiao Yu's brother. He has even taken down a bear. The boy retorted with a disdainful expression. A nearby girl, clutching a puppy and equally eager to join the fray, perked up at this remark, her chest puffed with pride. Chapter 65. The art of mooching. Upon hearing the boy's words, Chen Feng and Shun's faces stiffened, feeling as though they had swallowed a dead fly. What was a bear to them? If a bear were to appear, they would surely take it down with a single shot. Shun glared at the boy defiantly. You're just boasting. The boy stuck out his tongue, incredulous. Bears are far more formidable than wolves. You were terrified of wolves and needed the villagers to rescue you. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Chen Feng and Shun trembled with indignation, wishing to silence the impudent child. All right, disperse. Return to your homes, the village chief said as he emerged from Chun Jianjun's house, a stern expression on his face as he waved his hand. Upon seeing the village chief, Chen Feng and Shun immediately lowered their heads. The village chief glared at them, unreservedly chastising. You two have merely been fortunate this time. Should such a situation arise again, find your own way back. No one will come to rescue you. The two hung their heads, scarcely daring to utter a word. Get back quickly. What is there to boast about? The village chief queried, his irritation palpable. Though he did not enter the mountains, he spent the entire night awake. At his age, such turmoil is hardly bearable. The parents of both boys wore anxious expressions and hurriedly pulled their wayward offspring away, not forgetting to deliver a few reprimands. Seeing that there was no more spectacle to witness, the onlookers gradually dispersed. A few children, including a little girl, remained, drawing lines on the ground and gathering to play marbles. Two boys issued fierce declarations to Chen Xiaoyu, vowing to reclaim their marbles today. Just as the battle intensified, one of the watching children suddenly shouted, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, your brother has returned. Brother? The little girl immediately stood up, her gaze directed towards the mountains, and indeed, she spotted her brother and others returning, carrying a wild boar. Wow, Xiaoyu, it seems your brother has caught another big game. Look at all that meat. It could last for days. Xiaoyu, will your family host a pig slaughter feast this time? The children, momentarily forgetting about their marbles, chimed in, greatly satisfying the little girl's vanity. Are you foolish? The pig slaughter feast is held only once. You think you can come to my house for me? Dream on. The little girl proudly lifted her chin. Xiaoyu, your brother is amazing. He always manages to catch prey, much better than Ashen and the others, one of the boys said. His face filled with admiration. Of course, don't even think to compare my brother with them. The little girl pouted, then trotted off towards Chun Wang and the others, followed closely by the little puppy, barking excitedly. Brother, Wang, your sister is coming over, Chun Dazhuang remarked with a smile upon seeing the little girl. Chun Wang, who was joking with old Qian, turned to look at the approaching girl. Brother, the little girl ran up, panting as she scrutinized the meat they were carrying. What brings you here? Chun Wang asked, amused. I was playing marbles with them, brother. You caught a pig, so much meat. Yes, 3 pigs. Wow, brother, you're incredible. I want to eat red braised pork. The little girl exclaimed with a radiant smile. Of course, no problem. Chun Wang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Brother, let me help you carry it. No, you can't carry it. You take Jixiang and Yi back home. I'll be back shortly. All right, Jixiang, come here. We're going home. The little girl waved to the little monkey, who obediently followed her. Chun Wang and the others first transported the pork to their master's house, piling it directly on the floor of the main room. Chun Jianjun gazed at the 3 pigs on the ground, astonished once more. Then, Chun Jianjun proceeded to cut 3 pieces of meat from the large boar, each weighing around 10 pounds, ensuring the fat and lean portions were according to the requests of Old Qian, Old Xiao, and Old Wang. This was the reward for their assistance in carrying the meat. Old Qian, as agreed, the meat from this sow is yours, along with 3 pig stomachs, which I shall also give to you. Chun Wang said while removing the medicine basket from his back and retrieving a cloth bag containing the 3 pig stomachs, handing them to Qin Xiangrong. All right then. What is the price? You said it. In the marketplace, a pig stomach is priced at approximately 4 to 5 yuan each. This smaller one, combined with the others, sums up to 10 yuan. Is that agreeable? Certainly. As for pork, how does 6 mao per gene sound? Qin Xiangrong tentatively inquired. Currently, domestic pigs are around 7 to 8 mao per gene, and it is unlikely that wild boar meat would be priced higher than that of domestic pigs. Chun Wang's questioning gaze turned towards Chun Dazhuang. Why are you looking at me? You all can decide. I have no objections, Chun Dazhuang replied with a grin. Then let it be 6 mao, master. Please bring the scale for weighing, Chun Wang remarked, directing his words to his master. Chun Jianjun nodded and swiftly fetched the scale. After removing the skin and entrails, the 2 sows weighed a total of just over 184 gene. Chun Wang calculated it as 184 gene, which amounts to 110 yuan and 4 mao. Rounding down gives us precisely 110. Including the pig's stomach, that makes it 120. I haven't brought any money. Let me return to the shop for the cash and bring the card over, Qin Xiangrong said with a smile. That sounds good. Chun Wang nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave now, Qin Xiangrong stated before turning and hastily departing. Both Old Wang and Old Xiao also returned home. They found it worthwhile to carry the meat back from the mountains, earning them several gene of meat. The remaining wild boar meat would be evenly split between Chun Wang and Qin Dazhuang. Brother Zhuang, how about we take the leftover meat from the big cannonball to the town tomorrow to sell? We have plenty of meat at home, and this kind isn't particularly palatable. Chun Wang suggested. That works. To be honest, I don't enjoy this meat either, Qin Dazhuang readily agreed, then pointed to the yellow-haired pig, saying, This yellow-haired pig meat is delicious. Just give me 1 leg, and you can take the rest home. That won't do. I can't keep letting you take the short end of the stick. Chun Wang frowned and shook his head. Hey Wang, let's leave it as is. There's no need for us to be so formal between our families, Chun Jianjun said with a smile. With his master having spoken, Chun Wang found it difficult to refuse any further, so he cut off a hind leg of meat and took the remaining yellow-haired pig meat. I shall return now. All right. When Old Qian brings the money, I will send it over to you. No need to rush. We still have to go to town to sell meat tomorrow. We can settle it all then. Indeed. I shall take my leave now, master. Go on, go on. Carrying several gene of yellow-haired pig meat back home. Upon reaching the door, Chun Wang saw Lin Xiuqin busily knitting, the little girl excitedly recounting the tale of their wild boar hunt. Lin Xiuqin had already heard his footsteps and looked up with a smile at Chun Wang standing at the door. "Wife, I'm home," Chun Wang beamed, setting down the yellow-haired pig on his shoulder, sharing the day's hunting successes and the fate of the remaining 2 pigs. The dog, drawn by the scent, approached to bite the yellow-haired pig meat, but was shooed away by Chun Wang. Upon learning of the substantial haul, Lin Xiuqin's eyes sparkled with joy as she got up to help him remove the medicine basket. "By the way, I returned home early today, but I've been busy processing the game and haven't even eaten the lunch I brought." As Chun Wang spoke, he placed the hunting rifle into the wardrobe. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuqin retrieved items from the medicine basket and gestured towards the back room to indicate she would prepare a meal. "Have you all had lunch?" Chun Wang inquired with a smile. "We have," the young girl replied cheerfully, nodding her head. "Then please cook me a bowl of noodles and fry an egg," Chun Wang said amiably to his wife. Given the circumstances, he refused to deprive himself of simple pleasures. Lin Xiuqin smiled and nodded, hastily exiting the room to prepare the noodles. Chun Wang picked up the pork from the floor and followed her. Before long, a large bowl of noodles was ready. Chun Wang stirred the noodles with his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, not bothering to sit in the back, but instead moving to the front room while he ate. The puppy, Rui, dashed over and circled around his legs, hoping for a taste of his meal. Get away, Chun Wang said, pushing it aside with his foot. "Brother, don't bully Rui." The little girl pouted, defending the puppy. "I'm not bullying it. It's just greedy and blocking my path." "Did you feed it this morning?" "Yes, sister made porridge for it with bear meat. Look how well it's been fed, yet it still craves my food. Do you think it deserves a beating?" "It doesn't deserve it. You can't hit it." The little girl quickly stepped in to scoop up the puppy. Chun Wang chuckled, relishing a mouthful of fragrant noodles, and squatted outside the door to continue eating. Halfway through his meal, he noticed Chun Dazhuang approaching, hurriedly carrying his bag of urea. "What brings you here?" he asked. "You forgot to bring down these offal, so I brought some for the puppy," Chun Dazhuang replied with a grin, glancing at the noodles in Chun Wang's bowl and swallowing hard. Chun Wang stood up and rolled his eyes, saying, "There's more in the pot. Do you want some?" "No, my dad is cooking at home." "Oh, then never mind." "Ahem, these noodles smell quite good." After a brief moment of surprise, Chun Dazhuang remarked awkwardly. Unable to contain his amusement, Chun Wang called out to the house. "Wife, Dazhuang is here. Serve him a bowl of noodles." "Oh dear, that's too much trouble. I can manage myself," Chun Dazhuang quickly said, tossing down the bag and striding toward the back room. "Xiaoyu, feed Rui the contents from the bag." Chun Wang motioned towards the bag with a nod, instructing the giggling little girl. She nodded and lifted the bag, dumping the wild boar offal out. A pungent odor filled the air, prompting Chun Wang to step back. The puppy, however, was unfazed, eagerly sniffing and then devouring the offal with delight. Before long, Chun Dazhuang emerged with a bowl of noodles, slurping them up enthusiastically. Chun Wang shot him an annoyed glance. "If you want to mooch a meal in the future, just say so. I happened to cook extra today. Otherwise, you would have made the trip for nothing." No, I didn't come to mooch. I just came to deliver something," he chuckled. Chapter 66. The living king of hell returns after satisfying his hunger. Chun Dazhuang returned home to rest. Chun Wang spent some time conversing with his wife at home, and, feeling a bit drowsy, decided to take a nap. When he awoke, it was already evening. Stepping out of the room, he was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen, where his wife was preparing dinner. "Brother, you're awake," exclaimed the little girl, bounding into the room with the puppy and a monkey, flashing him a sweet smile. "Where have you been running around? You're all sweaty. Don't catch a cold." Chun Wang admonished gently. "I want tea. I just want to eat an orange." The little girl replied nonchalantly, darting back into the room to fetch the fruit. The oranges had been brought by his wife's sister's family the previous day and were quite sweet. Chun Wang chuckled softly and made his way to the kitchen. He had merely mentioned his concern casually, as he was not particularly worried about the little girl falling ill. Children in this era were remarkably more resilient than those of later generations, coupled with the absence of bizarre viruses and the assurance of food safety, making them less prone to sickness. Moreover, the little girl had been receiving ample nutrition lately, even a bit more than necessary. Previously, when she had been malnourished, she seldom fell ill, and now it was even less likely. Upon entering the kitchen, he found his wife, Lin Xiuqin, busy stir-frying vegetables while a pot simmered on the stove. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up and smiled warmly. "What are you cooking?" It smells wonderful. Chun Wang inquired with a cheerful expression as he approached, peering into the pot. It was twice-cooked pork made with chili and wild boar meat. The slices having been stir-fried until they were crispy and fragrant, complemented by vibrant red and green peppers, making it an enticing sight. Despite having consumed a large bowl of noodles just 2 hours prior, Chun Wang felt his appetite stirring at the sight of the stir-fried meat. Is that steamed rice? He asked excitedly. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a radiant smile. That is fantastic, Chun Wang exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up before glancing at the pot simmering on the stove. What soup is brewing in there? He queried. Lin Xiuqin pointed to the yellow-haired pig meat hanging nearby. Chun Wang looked up and noticed that the remaining 3 pig trotters had been chopped, chuckling as he realized. Ah, pig trotter soup. Quite delightful. Brother, sister-in-law, have some oranges. The little girl chimed in, approaching with several oranges in hand, offering one first to Chun Wang. I want to eat it. Go feed your sister-in-law instead and peel it for her, he replied with a smile, gesturing with his chin. Oh, she responded eagerly, stuffing the extra oranges into her pocket, quickly peeling one and bringing it to Lin Xiuqin, splitting it in half to offer. Lin Xiuqin, unable to refuse, smiled indulgently and bent down to enjoy the orange. Sister-in-law, is it sweet? The little girl asked with a beaming smile. Lin Xiuqin nodded in agreement. The little girl popped a segment into her mouth, nodding enthusiastically, it's quite sweet. Don't eat too many. You might not have room for dinner. We have twice-cooked pork and pig trotter soup, Chun Wang cautioned. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and she confidently proclaimed after devouring another orange segment. That won't be a problem. Eating oranges won't affect my appetite. I could eat 2 bowls of rice. Chun Wang and Lin Xiuqin exchanged amused glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. Just a few days have passed. Yet your face has grown round. Do be cautious not to turn into a little chubby girl, Chun Wang jested humorously. The young girl pouted, casting him a sidelong glance, and retorted, I wouldn't. You eat even more than I do. If anyone's turning into a chub, it will be you first. Lin Xiuqin was amused, stifling her laughter silently. All right, Chun Wang replied, both exasperated and amused. After plating the twice-cooked pork, Lin Xiuqin proceeded to stir-fry some spinach and ladled out the pig's trotter soup from the clay pot. The simplicity of the 2 dishes in a soup was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Once seated around the dining table, Lin Xiuqin served a bowl of soup to each of them, with a pig's trotter in every bowl. After tasting the tender, flavorful trotter, the siblings readily showered each other with compliments. Darling, this soup is truly exquisite. You should drink some too, Chun Wang urged with a broad smile, exuding ample emotional warmth. With a beaming face, Lin Xiuqin nodded and finally served herself a bowl. After savoring their soup, they eagerly moved on to the rice. Relishing the delightful pairing of the spicy twice-cooked pork with the rice, devouring it in silence. As Chun Wang wolfed down his meal, he also made sure to serve vegetables into his wife's and sister's bowls. Another day of hearty feasting ensued. After helping Lin Xiuqin clean up the dishes, Chun Wang suggested they take a stroll together. Ji Xiang and Ru Yi had also been fed and were now round-bellied. The sun had set, yet the moon tonight was full and bright, casting a brilliant glow, and with some households in the village lighting their lamps, the path was clearly visible. The young girl, leading the way with Ji Xiang and Ru Yi, swung her arms widely, resembling a soldier marching in training. Chun Wang held his wife's hand, trailing behind. To their left flowed a small river connecting the 2 villages, while to their right lay the homes of villagers. By this time, most villagers had finished their evening meals. Some sat idly at their doorsteps, while others chatted with neighbors. Upon spotting the trio taking a stroll, some villagers greeted them warmly, inevitably teasing them with playful banter. Chun Wang, once a notable figure in the village, had now become the envy of the elders, regarded as a successful child from another family. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. In response to the teasing, Lin Xiuqin would blush shyly, while Chun Wang remained composed and polite. After meandering around the village, they returned home by 7 o'clock. Having napped for so long in the afternoon, he felt no inclination for sleep. Chun Wang began to reminisce about computer and mobile games, as time seemed to fly by when he played. In this idle moment, however, time felt exceptionally prolonged. Lin Xiuqin, seemingly unaffected, sat at the bedside, cheerfully knitting. The young girl urged Chun Wang to tell her a story. After narrating 2 fables, he found himself at a loss for more tales and began contemplating how to pass the time. I I shall go catch some bamboo shoots. They make for a delightful soup, he suddenly exclaimed, standing up with excitement. The bamboo rat is, in fact, a nocturnal creature, emerging at dusk and throughout the night to forage for food. Consequently, it is considerably easier to capture during the night than during the day. Its meat is quite delectable. Moreover, with a trip to town planned for tomorrow, a bountiful catch could potentially be sold. Regardless, this venture is far more engaging than idly sitting around while the little girl pesters me for stories. Brother, are you really going out at this late hour? The little girl pouted, clearly displeased. Recently, the household had no shortage of meat, and she yearned more for stories than for food. You've been indulging in meat lately. Haven to you? Starting tomorrow, you're on a vegetable-only diet, no more meat. Chen Wang retorted with exasperation. The little girl pursed her lips, falling silent. Wife, where's the flashlight? Could you please find it for me? Chen Wang asked Lin Xiuqing. Nodding, she retrieved the flashlight from a drawer and handed it to him, gesturing for him to be cautious and return early. Rest assured, I'm merely heading to the bamboo grove, not venturing into the mountains. There's no danger. I'm off now to meet De Zhuang, Chen Wang said before exiting the room, hurriedly taking the family's shovel with him. Upon arriving at Chen Dazhuang's home, he found that Dazhuang had just finished dinner and was well rested after an afternoon nap. Hearing Chen Wang's intention to catch bamboo rats, Dazhuang was instantly enthusiastic, agreeing to join without hesitation. He equipped himself with a slingshot, a dagger, and a fish net he had miraculously found. Of course, a sack was also essential. Once fully prepared, the two bid farewell to Chun Jianjun and set off eagerly toward the bamboo forest. Although the night air was somewhat chilly, the excitement of the two friends rendered them oblivious to the cold. They soon arrived at the bamboo grove, immediately commencing their search. Here's the slingshot for you. Aim carefully, and I'll take the flashlight, Dazhuang suggested, exchanging items with Chen Wang. Chen Wang had no objections, grasping the shovel in one hand and the slingshot in the other. Before long, they stumbled upon a bamboo rat burrow. Following the procedure from their previous outing, Chen Wang set a trap at the entrance before continuing the search with Dazhuang. Does this trap truly work for catching bamboo rats? Dazhuang questioned skeptically. Didn't I bring two to you and the master last time? This is how I caught them, Chen Wang replied. Fine. Suddenly, a noise from ahead caught their attention. It sounded as if an animal was gnawing on something. Both men froze, and Dazhuang swiftly directed the flashlight towards the sound. To their astonishment, they spotted a plump bamboo rat feasting beneath the bamboo. Quick, shoot it, Dazhuang urged excitedly. Without needing further prompting, Chen Wang swiftly loaded the slingshot, stretching the rubber bands taut. With a loud snap, he released the projectile, but it missed the bamboo rat, striking the bamboo above with a resounding crack. Startled, the rat darted away, vanishing from the beam of light in an instant. I'm sorry, I missed, Chen Wang chuckled awkwardly. Let us go check. Its nest might be nearby. Although hunting with a slingshot is far more challenging than with a firearm, Dazhuang bore no ill will and quickly moved to investigate. Chen Wang quickened his pace to catch up, and the two meticulously searched the area surrounding the bamboo thicket, ultimately discovering a bamboo rat burrow. This time, they forewent the setting of traps and instead took up shovels to excavate. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. In nature, many creatures construct their homes with an escape route in mind. Bamboo rats are particularly adept architects, with their burrows comprising mounds of earth, entrances, feeding tunnels, refuge passages, nests, and latrines. Moreover, there could be more than one escape route. Sensing movement within, Chen Wang promptly dug a shovel into the area behind the burrow, opposite the entrance, which was likely the refuge passage. The rotund head of a bamboo rat could no longer remain concealed. Chen Dazhuang, equally resolute, inverted his net and thrust the wooden handle into the burrow. A pitiful squeal erupted as the bamboo rat darted out. Quick as a flash, Chen Wang swung his shovel down, stunning the creature. It should still be alive. Where's the sack? We need to put it in, Chen Wang exclaimed, grinning as he picked up the unconscious bamboo rat and handed it to Chen Dazhuang. Chen Dazhuang accepted it, retrieving a burlap sack from his pocket and tossing the rat inside. Let us try to catch them alive. They fetch a higher price. If they die, we can always keep them for ourselves, Chen Wang suggested with a smile. Good idea, Chen Dazhuang nodded in agreement. The two then resumed their search. On 2 subsequent occasions, Chen Wang proved to be equally successful. A smaller rat was struck down by a pellet, rendering it immobile, while a larger one, attempting to flee back to its burrow, was intercepted by Chen Dazhuang, who delivered a decisive blow with his shovel. Within half an hour, they had captured 3 rats. There are quite a few of these creatures, Chen Dazhuang remarked, astonished. Indeed, the villagers likely never anticipated such a bounty of bamboo rats. Few have ventured here to catch them, Chen Wang replied, chuckling in agreement. You see, a few years back, when the grain harvest was poor, villagers flocked to this bamboo grove to catch bamboo rats, nearly driving them to extinction. Gradually, people stopped coming, and now, it seems, there are plenty once more, Chen Dazhuang explained the situation. Ah, I see now, Chen Wang nodded in realization. It makes sense why so many would come here. This bamboo grove isn't far, and bamboo rat meat is quite delectable, with their pelts fetching a handsome price. Surely, many should be here to catch them. Let us keep this to ourselves. We can come back to catch them occasionally. It's quite advantageous, Chen Dazhuang said with a raised eyebrow, a knowing expression on his face. Chen Wang laughed in response. Such good fortune, he certainly would not speak of recklessly. Suddenly, a sound indicating something had triggered a trap rang out. The trap has been sprung, Chen Wang exclaimed with delight, turning to sprint towards the trap. Chen Dazhuang hurriedly followed suit. Indeed, a plump bamboo rat had triggered the trap, ensnared by a noose around its neck, thrashing desperately. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the noose became. Chen Wang crouched down to untangle the rope, narrowly avoiding being bitten by its formidable yellow teeth. Grasping the rat by the nape of its neck, he forcefully tossed it into the burlap sack. Get in there. Dare to bite me again, and reflect on your actions. Chen Dazhuang laughed heartily. As the burlap sack neared its halfway mark, having captured approximately a dozen bamboo rats, the 2 men felt satisfied and merrily returned home. They also brought back the bamboo rats for Chen Dazhuang, planning to use the cart the next day to transport these creatures along with the remaining wild boar meat to the town for sale. The following day, after savoring the pork and scallion dumplings prepared by his wife, Chen Wang packed a few for his master and Chen Dazhuang before shouldering his medicinal basket, preparing to set out. This time, the little girl did not insist on accompanying them, largely due to the exhaustion she felt from the last trip. Moreover, Chen Wang had promised to visit the city, so she deemed it unnecessary to go to the town again. However, she repeatedly reminded Chen Wang to bring back some food from the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as they stepped outside, they spotted Master and Chen Dazhuang already present, with the borrowed cart laden with burlap sacks filled with bamboo rats and wild boar meat. Master, Brother Dazhuang, why are you so early? Chen Wang exclaimed in surprise as he hurried towards them. My father woke up early and went to borrow the cart, not the one from Lao Qian. Chen Dazhuang replied with a grin. Truly, you are a diligent master. Chen Wang nodded appreciatively and addressed Chen Jianjun, Master. It is not necessary for you to accompany us each time. You can rest at home today, Brother Dazhuang, and I can manage. Chen Jianjun smiled and shook his head. I have nothing to do at home, and you will need the hunting dog. The pups are still too young, and should we encounter someone selling dogs, I can assist. Upon hearing this, Chen Wang refrained from further objections, retrieving a cloth pouch from his basket. Master, Brother Dazhuang, here are the meat dumplings my wife just made. Do try them. Meat dumplings. Chen Dazhuang's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly reached for one. I want to hold back, he declared, devouring half of it in one bite. You just had breakfast. Chen Jianjun scolded his son with a disapproving glare. Not to worry, Master. They were specifically made for you. Please have a taste, Chen Wang said with a cheerful demeanor. Father, these dumplings are truly delicious, even better than those sold in shops. You must try them. Chen Dazhuang chimed in with enthusiasm. Chen Jianjun cast a sidelong glance at him, took one for himself, and after tasting it, he expressed his astonishment. How did you make these dumplings? They are genuinely delightful. Indeed, Chen Wang replied with a sense of pride, handing the cloth pouch to Chen Dazhuang as he took hold of the cart. You all enjoy. I will push the cart. Brother, remember to buy me some furnace fruits. The little girl called out from the doorway, standing alongside Lin Xiuqin, waving her hands and reminding him loudly. Understood. Chen Wang responded with mild annoyance, then turned to his wife. Dear, we are off. Lin Xiuqin smiled brightly and watched them as they walked away, without the little girl accompanying them. Their journey progressed much more swiftly. Upon arriving in the town, Chen Wang was astonished to find an immense throng of people bustling about. Today is the 20th day of the lunar calendar, Chen Jianjun explained with a smile. The 10th, 20th, and 30th of each month are market days in the town. I see. Chen Wang nodded in realization and inquired, Master, Shall we sell the meat first or proceed otherwise? Chun Jianjun scanned his surroundings, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice to inquire. Do you have the purple Ganoderma with you? Indeed, I do, Chen Wang replied with a slight nod. He had retained only a small portion at home for emergencies, while the remainder was securely packed in his medicinal basket. Then you should head to the purchasing station to sell it for some cash. De Zhuang and I will go to the market to sell meat. Once you're done, come find us. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Chen Wang agreed. With so many people around, do be sure to stay safe. Chun Jianjun reminded him earnestly, then hesitated before adding, perhaps it would be wise to have De Zhuang accompany you. I can manage here on my own. No, master. I can handle it by myself, so don't worry, Chen Wang reassured him, patting the hunting rifle strapped to his back. To avoid drawing too much attention, the rifle was wrapped in cloth. In these chaotic times, carrying a firearm was indeed necessary when venturing outside. However, this was merely a precaution. It was best to avoid using it if possible. While it was effective for hunting, employing it against a person would lead to significant trouble. Chun Jianjun nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. Consequently, Chen Wang and his master parted ways, with him making his way to the purchasing station alone. The station was bustling with activity that day, filled with many fellow hunters and herbal gatherers. The clerks were overwhelmed with the influx of goods, and long lines formed at each counter. Chen Wang spotted a familiar female clerk. A shout would surely earn him priority service. But he despised such privileges and chose to wait patiently at the end of the line. In front of him stood a middle-aged man cradling several pelts. Chen Wang assessed the items, noting that the most valuable among them was likely a bear pelt, though it was of lesser quality and size than the one he had sold previously. Brother, that is quite a collection of pelts you have. Are you a hunter as well? Chen Wang initiated a conversation with the man. The middle-aged man turned to glance at him, a weathered yet sincere smile spreading across his face. Are you as well? He replied with a nod. Yes. What are you here to sell? I gather herbs. Today I've come to sell some medicinal materials. Is that so? You are quite the young talent, being adept at both hunting and herb gathering. You must be earning a fair amount. You're jesting. Earning money is never that simple. Chen Wang laughed and shook his head. Indeed. You should have seen me when I took down that bear. I nearly lost my life. The man recounted his bear hunting experience, unable to suppress a hint of pride. You truly are impressive, Chen Wang exclaimed. Ah, it's all about luck. Keep at it, and you'll certainly bag a bear in the future. Absolutely. Their conversation flowed comfortably, and soon the individuals ahead began to finish their transactions and depart. Next, please. Hello, I would like to sell these pelts. Very well. Let me take a look. The female clerk lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing Chen Wang, displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, Oh, you're back again. Yes. I'm here to trouble you once more, Chen Wang grinned. The clerk rolled her eyes playfully. Please wait a moment. Let me examine these pelts first. Certainly. Brother, do you know the clerk here as well? The middle-aged man gazed at him in astonishment. Chen Wang smiled and nodded, saying, I've sold goods here twice before. So I recognized him. However, he corrected himself. Actually, I've sold goods many times, yet no one seems to remember me. Perhaps they simply do not take a liking to you? The older man raised his hand to cover his mouth, revealing a subtle smile of someone who had been through similar experiences, and lowered his voice to inquire. A cough from the female attendant interrupted Chen Wang, who was about to speak. When he looked over, he caught her sharp gaze and scratched his head in helplessness. Brother, the quality of these hides is rather poor. Especially this bear skin. There's a gaping hole in the chest. Ah, wasn't it quite dangerous back then? There was nothing I could do. Please, take a second look and try to offer me a higher price. I feel a connection with this young fellow. The man was all smiles, flattering Chen Wang while even invoking his name. Chen Wang was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. The female attendant glanced at him before returning to inspect the hides, ultimately offering a total price of 285. Very well, I accept. The older man responded eagerly, clearly pleased with the price. The attendant expertly issued a receipt and handed the payment to the man, who counted the money and tucked it into his pocket, his smile growing even brighter. He turned to pat Chen Wang on the shoulder and said, It's your turn now. I'll leave you to your conversation. Thank you. And if the opportunity arises, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, he departed with a flourish. Chapter 68. Another 1,000 yuan client, and you, Chen Wang? Do you have anything worthwhile today? The female attendant asked with a neutral expression. Chen Wang awkwardly smiled, suddenly recalling that he had shared his name with her previously but had not inquired about hers. fleeing the scene as if in haste. Indeed, I have something good. Could you please inform Master Wang from last time? By the way, what is your name? Now you're curious? The attendant hesitated for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushing, her eyes reflecting a hint of feminine melancholy. Chen Wang, with a cheerful smile, replied, "We've interacted a few times, and you've assisted me on several occasions. I believe we can consider ourselves friends. Next time, I'll bring you some pickled vegetables made by my wife. They are truly delicious." Upon hearing this, the female attendant's heart sank, staring at the man before her in speechless disbelief. The pride and joy that illuminated his face when mentioning his wife stirred feelings of jealousy and envy within her as a woman of considerable age. Perhaps decades later, when she recalls this moment, she will realize she had been inundated with someone else's affection. "My name is Su Meiwan." The attendant rolled her eyes and revealed her name, internally muttering about how ridiculous it was to be impressed by someone with a devoted wife. Su Meiwan, a lovely name. Chen Wang responded with a smile and a nod. A trace of shyness flickered in her eyes as she retorted, "I will go find Master Wang." With that, she hurriedly made her way to the back courtyard. Before long, Su Meiwan returned, stating that Master Wang had asked her to direct him to him immediately. Chen Wang stepped into the backyard and found the old man seated beside the stone table, brewing tea. The old man looked up and, with a smile, beckoned him over, saying, "You arrived just in time. Come sit with me and enjoy some tea." "Master Wang, your taste is quite refined," Chen Wang replied with a smile as he approached. The old man glanced at him in surprise and teased, "You, a farmer from the mountains, why do you speak so eloquently?" Chen Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not divulge that he had been a top student at a prestigious university in his past life. "Come, take a seat." The old man gestured to the stone bench across from him. Chen Wang responded with a smile, removed his medicinal basket and the cloth-wrapped hunting rifle, and settled onto the stone bench. The old man poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him, saying, "Drink up, warm yourself." Chen Wang, not one to be overly polite, lifted the cup and took a sip. The tea was a fragrant red variety, rich in flavor, with a balance of bitterness and sweetness. Even Chen Wang, who was not well versed in tea, could discern its quality. "How is it?" asked the old man. "Delicious, though I am not knowledgeable about such things." "That's all right. I'm not an expert either. As long as it tastes good." The old man chuckled, took a sip himself, and then nodded towards the medicinal basket beside Chen Wang. "What good things did you bring today? Let me see. It's some purple Ganoderma. I'd appreciate your insight." Chen Wang smiled as he handed over the basket. "Purple Ganoderma? You've got quite the luck," the old man exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he examined the contents. The value of Ganoderma depends on numerous factors: age, quality, type, and so forth. These specimens are quite decent, though they are slightly younger than ideal. Chen Wang nodded slightly. "For these Ganoderma, I can offer you 280 per pound. Think it over." "No need, I plan to sell." "Really, you don't want to consider it? Ganoderma prices have been steadily rising. If you hold on to them for a while, you might fetch a higher price." "Thank you for the advice, but I prefer not to. In any case, prices do not perpetually rise. It is merely traders inflating the market." Chen Wang chuckled and continued, "Different people earn different amounts. I'm just a gatherer and hunter. When I acquire something valuable, I prefer to exchange it for money swiftly, as it brings me peace of mind. As for its true worth, that is not my concern." "Ah, young man, you possess a remarkable level of insight at such a tender age." The old man's gaze softened with appreciation. Chen Wang managed a wry smile, thinking that having lived a second life, how could he not possess such clarity? "While you enjoy your tea, I shall fetch the scales and the payment." "Thank you. That would be much appreciated." Before long, Master Wang returned with the scales and payment, weighing the purple Ganoderma in front of Chen Wang. The total weight amounted to 3 pounds and 6 ounces at 280 per pound, yielding a total of 1,040 yuan, enough to make him a minor millionaire. Of course, he would have to allocate 20 to Brother Zhuang, which amounted to 208 yuan. Chen Wang's face lit up as he accepted the bundle of cash, tucking it into his pocket and thanking Master Wang once more. "There's no need for such formality. It's merely a mutually beneficial transaction." Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Chen Wang smiled as he bid farewell. "In such a hurry? Stay and share a few more cups of tea with me." "No, there are still people waiting at the market. I must hurry over." "Next time then." "All right, you go ahead. Please take your time drinking. I shall take my leave." Upon exiting the backyard and greeting Su Meiwan, Chen Wang departed from the acquisition station. As he made his way to the market, he was greeted by a scene of bustling crowds. The vendors' cries echoed in the air, with stalls offering a myriad of goods. There were those selling snacks, vegetables, providing cooking assistance, as well as vendors of clothing and footwear, among others. Chen Wang surveyed his surroundings, searching for his master and Dezhuang. However, the sheer volume of people made it difficult to locate them. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as someone collided with him. His expression shifted slightly, instinctively. He twisted his body and covered the pocket containing his money. Turning around, he caught sight of a hooded figure swiftly disappearing into the throng. Fortunately, his money remained intact. After checking the medicine basket and hunting rifle slung behind him, Chen Wang continued his search. There was no need to pursue the individual. They were clearly experienced and likely familiar with the area, perhaps having committed their misdeeds here for years. Recklessly chasing after them could lead to a trap. In these times, public safety was dismal, and thieves typically operated in groups. It was wiser to locate his master and Dezhuang first. After walking a bit further, he heard Chen Dezhuang's voice ringing out. Fresh meat for sale. Fresh wild boar meat, live bamboo rat, delicious and affordable. Come take a look. Following the sound, he spotted his master and Dezhuang's stall, alongside a borrowed cart. A substantial crowd had gathered around, some already purchasing while others were still contemplating. Chen Wang hurried over. Excuse me, please make way. He pushed through the crowd and overheard a middle-aged woman bargaining with Dezhuang. I'll buy 10 pounds of meat, throw in a bamboo rat. What do you say? Ma'am, that is simply not feasible. The bamboo rats must be purchased separately. Hey, what is a bamboo rat worth? You must have caught them in the woods. There's hardly any cost involved. Giving me 1 set you back at all. Do you even know how to conduct business? Ma'am, what do you mean there's no cost? Chen Wang interjected loudly, interrupting Dezhuang. All eyes turned to him. A Wang. Chen Dezhuang's face brightened with surprise upon seeing him. He truly struggled with bargaining. And who are you to interfere? The middle-aged woman glared at Chen Wang, incensed that her deal had been disrupted. I am one of the stall owners. We caught the wild boar and bamboo rats together. Chen Wang replied assertively, addressing the middle-aged woman. We toil tirelessly to hunt wild boars and catch bamboo rats. Isn't our labor a cost? Isn't time a cost? You think it's so easy to just demand a bamboo rat? If there's no cost, why don't you go catch one yourself? The middle-aged woman, visibly enraged, exclaimed, Did I not promise to purchase 10 pounds of your meat? You stand to gain as well. Apologies, but I simply cannot sell to you. With indignation, she questioned, Is this how you conduct business? To which Chen Wang, grinning widely, maneuvered behind the stall and boisterously announced, Don't miss out. Wild boar meat. Only 50 cents a pound. You cannot go wrong. Come and get it. His innovative call immediately captivated a throng of customers. Young man, can you lower the price on the wild boar meat? This product isn't particularly palatable. Someone protested. Even if it lacks flavor, it's still meat. And at just 50 cents a pound, you can certainly find a way to prepare it more deliciously at home. It's a bargain. Chen Wang replied. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The customer pressed. No. As you can see, there is enough meat here that I needn't worry about sales, should any remain unsold. I will simply take it home to cure. In these times, who can complain about having too much meat, wouldn't you agree? All right. I'll take 5 pounds of the pork belly, make it a bit fatty. Certainly. Chen Wang cheerfully responded, turning to his mentor, Master. Please cut 5 pounds of the fatty pork belly. Chen Jianjun, beaming with a smile, nodded and expertly sliced a piece of meat to weigh. 5 pounds and 2 ounces. You can settle for $2.50. Chen Wang handed the meat to the man with a smile. Thank you very much. The man replied, nodding repeatedly as he rummaged through his pocket for cash. Glancing at the writhing burlap sack, he inquired, How much for these bamboo rats? The bamboo rat meat is much tastier, and the skins can fetch a fair price as well, 90 cents a pound, but sold only whole. Chen Wang replied with a grin. Isn't that a bit steep? The man grimaced. Observing this, several customers nearby began to murmur their discontent, lamenting the high price. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live animals. Difficult to catch, the price is truly reasonable. The meat of the bamboo rat is tender. If you take it home and simmer it with some vegetables, I assure you it will be exquisite. With the new year approaching, shouldn't we treat our families to something good? With just these simple words, Chen Wang stirred the hearts of many customers. Despite their financial constraints, during the new year, families ought to enjoy something special. I'll take one. I want one too. Make it a fat one. Don't push me. Who is shoving me? I just let one rip. Boss, give me one first. I'm in a hurry to cook. With a flurry of excitement, half of the bamboo rats quickly sold out, and dozens of pounds of wild boar meat were also sold. Chen Jianjun and his son Chen Dazhuang were left in awe, despite having been at their stall for nearly an hour attempting to sell at the same price. They had only managed to sell a small quantity of wild boar meat. There were many spectators, but few were willing to part with their money, and they began to worry whether they would sell their meat that day. However, as soon as Chun Wang arrived and uttered a few straightforward phrases, the situation transformed dramatically. The middle-aged woman, who had earlier wished to buy meat and a bamboo rat, now found herself in a state of urgency as she observed the high demand for the bamboo rats. She had tasted them before, and the flavor was still vivid in her memory. Initially, she believed that in a market where others lacked discernment and the proprietor struggled to sell, she could seize a great bargain for a meager sum. To her surprise, however, customers began to flock to the stall. 90 cents per pound. It was even pricier than domestic pork. Have people truly become this affluent? Hey, everyone, don't be fooled by a few words. This is hardly worth 90 cents. It's a blatant ripoff. The woman exclaimed loudly. Surrounding patrons exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Few sold bamboo rats, and most had never even tasted them, leaving them uncertain of their true value. The customers who had already purchased bamboo rats cast skeptical glances at Chen Wang upon hearing the woman's outburst. Fuming, Chen Dazhuang was about to confront her, but Chen Wang restrained him with a hand. Business thrives on mutual consent. If I declare it worth 90 cents and someone is willing to buy, then that is its value. Those who have purchased can take it home to try. If unsatisfied, they may return to discuss it. We often sell meat, Chen Wang stated calmly, his demeanor collected. As he spoke, his smile faded, and he fixed a cold stare upon the middle-aged woman. Some people wish to exploit others, harboring useless schemes, believing everyone else is a fool. I'll remember you. Henceforth, my goods will not be available to you. This provoked the woman, who retorted angrily, What are you saying? Who is trying to take advantage? On what grounds do you refuse to sell to me? I reiterate, business is based on mutual consent. Now, I choose not to sell to you. You may offer $9 per pound, yet I still want to sell it to you. Fuming, the woman stamped her foot, attempting once more to rally the surrounding crowd. Everyone, look at this proprietor. Don't purchase his goods. They are unworthy. However, a profound silence enveloped the area. No one echoed her sentiments. Instead, the onlookers regarded her with evident disdain and contempt. If you deem it unworthy, then I shall certainly purchase it to try for myself. Boss, bring me a bamboo rat and 10 pounds of wild boar meat. I want my family to enjoy a savory meal. A middle-aged man suddenly declared, stepping forward. Oh, it's you, Chun Wang exclaimed, his expression brightening upon recognizing the man. He was none other than the gourmand who had boldly requested 20 pounds of shoulder meat during their previous sale of bear meat. Indeed, it's me. The man grinned, adding, I nearly visit the market daily, hoping to find something delightful. It has been a few days since I last saw you. Indeed, hunting relies on fortune. One cannot always secure good finds. Chen Wang responded with a smile. Quite true. The man nodded amiably, pointing to the burlap sacks on the nearby cart. Select a plump one for me. I intend to stew it. The meat is tender and delicious. The last time I enjoyed it was 2 years ago. Absolutely. That's why I say you have a refined palate, Chen Wang complimented, giving a thumbs up. Chen Jianjun and Chen Dazhuang moved swiftly, one slicing meat while the other retrieved the largest bamboo rat from the sack. The bamboo trap struggled, yet it had spent the night confined and had lost much of its strength. 10 jin of wild boar meat amounted to 5 yuan, while the bamboo trap weighed a substantial 75 jin, priced at 9 mao per jin. In total, it came to 11 yuan and 75 mao. Brother, you are a loyal customer. Let it be 11 yuan, Chen Wang cheerfully remarked. The elder gentleman retrieved his wallet, producing a large denomination and a 2 yuan note. Smiling as he handed them to Chen Wang, and said, I can't always let you take the loss. Keep the change. Next time you come across something good, remember to save some for me. All right. Chen Wang, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the money, pondering that next time he visited the town, he ought to reserve some quality goods for the elder. I'm off. The elder took the meat and the bamboo trap, uttering 3 words before turning and striding away. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding customers, who had been contemplating their purchases, could no longer contain their impatience. If they waited any longer, there would be nothing left to buy. Boss, 1 bamboo trap and 5 jin of meat. I want 1 too, and 10 jin of meat. Damn it. Let us indulge today and treat my wife and children. Boss, give me the largest one left. Hurry up. What do you mean you want the largest? The largest is mine. I want another 10 gene of meat. Who are you? Do you not understand the order of arrival? I can also request 10 gene of meat. Customers jostled to the front of the stall. All right. Everyone calm down. There's enough for all. Please form a line and come up one by one, Chen Wang said, smiling warmly to pacify the crowd. Chun Jianjun and his son were overjoyed and quickly got to work. The pork at the stall and the bamboo traps in the bags visibly diminished in quantity. Wait. A vexatious female voice rang out once more. A middle-aged woman, assertive and unyielding, pushed her way through the customers in front of her and reached the stall. Hey, I want 1 bamboo trap and 5 gene of pork. Sorry, not for sale, Chun Wang replied, his expression indifferent as he accepted payment from another customer, not even glancing at the woman. Why not sell it? I'm not refusing to pay. The woman's face flushed with frustration as she shouted. As I said earlier, even if you offer 10 times the price, I still want to sell it to you. A man's word is his bond. When I say no, I mean no. Chun Wang's demeanor remained cold. Enough. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and leave. You're cutting in line. Have you no sense of decency? Just now, you were making things difficult for others, and now you realize your mistake? Get to the back of the line. Have you no shame? The surrounding customers were unsparing in their rebuke, each voicing their indignation, realizing she had incurred the wrath of the crowd. The woman shot a furious glare at Chun Wang before turning to leave, dejected. The customers parted to make way for her, urging her to depart quickly. Her face flushed crimson. She felt like a rat scurrying across the street, hastening her steps to escape. With the woman no longer obstructing, subsequent transactions proceeded smoothly. As noon arrived, the wild boar meat and bamboo shoots were successfully sold out. There were a total of 16 bamboo shoots, each averaging over 5 pounds. The boar meat weighed approximately 260 pounds. Chun Wang and Qin Dazhuang quickly counted the money, totaling 208.6 yuan, which conveniently matched the amount for the purple Ganoderma, 208 yuan. How fortuitous. I sold the purple Ganoderma for 1,040 yuan, and 2/10 of that is exactly 208, saving us the trouble of dividing it. You can keep this money, Chen Wang said, handing a pile of cash to Qin Dazhuang. Great. Qin Dazhuang nodded with a smile, suddenly recalling something. He counted out 6 large bills and handed them to Chen Wang, saying, This is the 120 yuan old Qian gave me yesterday. I haven't divided it with you yet. All right. Chen Wang did not linger on this point and accepted the money, adding another 60 yuan to the previous 1040 from the purple Ganoderma sale. They had precisely 1,100 yuan in total. Holding 110 large bills in his pocket felt quite substantial. Remembering the incident earlier when someone bumped into him, Chen Wang lowered his voice and relayed the situation to Qin Dazhuang and their master, advising Qin Dazhuang to secure the money properly. Indeed, pickpockets are particularly numerous during market days. Ensure the money is well guarded, Chun Jianjun cautioned, his tone serious. Qin Dazhuang nodded in agreement and cheerfully suggested, Let us go eat first. This time, I'll treat. Let us skip the restaurant. There's nothing much to eat there. Let's find a place at the market instead. Chun Wang smiled, having noticed several food stalls at the market that were certainly more affordable and appetizing than the state-run dining establishments. Qin Jianjun and Qin Dazhuang readily agreed, expressing their preference to eat at the market. Thus, the three quickly located a bustling stall. Behind the stall were 4 tables, all occupied. The proprietors were a middle-aged couple. The husband handled the cooking while the wife attended to the customers and cleaned the tables. What would you like to eat? Please order first. A table will be available shortly, the proprietress inquired with a warm smile. What are your specialties? Chen Wang asked, smiling as well. Without a doubt. The stir-fried liver and kidneys. It's sure to complement the rice, the proprietress replied with confidence. All right, we'll have a portion of that stir-fried liver and kidneys. Chen Wang agreed. Anything else particularly unique? How about the boiled pig's head meat? It's homemade and stir-fried with chili, quite delightful. Let us have a portion of that as well. And perhaps a large chicken dish? Certainly. I suggest adding a serving of greens and soup. Our portions are quite generous. And it will be more than enough for the 3 of you. Good. We'll follow your recommendations, Chen Wang replied. Men are indeed straightforward, the proprietress praised, prompting hearty laughter among the 3. At that moment, a table of diners finished their meal and left. The proprietress swiftly cleaned the table with a cloth and collected the trash, inviting the 3 to sit down. The couple worked with impressive speed. cooking over 2 large woks on high heat, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. In about 15 minutes, the 4 dishes and soup were served, their mere appearance stimulating appetites. "Master, would you like to have a drink?" Chen Wang's inquiring gaze turned toward his master. "No way. We still have to head back." "It's fine. A little beer won't hurt." With such delightful dishes and an inviting atmosphere, it would be a waste not to indulge, he replied. "I concur." Chen Dazhuang nodded with a cheerful smile. "Boss lady, bring us 6 bottles of beer," Chen Wang called out. "Coming right up." The boss lady responded loudly while attending to another table of guests. Chapter 70. Leveraging experience. Before long, the boss lady returned with 6 bottles of beer, accompanied by a complimentary plate of fried peanuts. "Thank you," Chen Wang expressed with a grin. "No need for thanks. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I have to get back to work," she said with a beaming smile, waving her hand before attending to new customers. "Master, Brother Zhuang. Here, 2 bottles for each." Chen Wang divided the beer and deftly popped open a bottle for his master. "Cheers." Chen Dazhuang, unperturbed, opened his own bottle and raised it high. With 3 sturdy men, all familiar with one another, there was no need for formality. Chen Wang chuckled, clinking his bottle with his master's before tilting his head back to down nearly half the bottle. "Ah, refreshing." Chen Dazhuang exhaled dramatically, grabbing chopsticks to shove 2 slices of pig's head meat into his mouth. "Master, do eat more," Chen Wang encouraged as he served some stir-fried kidney to his master. Chen Jianjun, beaming with joy, nodded and said, "I can manage on my own. You should eat as well." Chen Wang acquiesced and sampled a piece of liver and kidney stir-fry, which was tender and fragrant without any off-putting taste. Quite commendable. He also tasted the large plate of chicken and pig's head meat, finding the flavors satisfactory and well-suited for beer. The 3 indulged heartily, quickly finishing 2 bottles of beer, yet still craving more. "How about we each have another 2 bottles?" Chen Dazhuang suggested. "That might be enough. We're not at home." Chen Jianjun retorted with a disapproving glare. "Master is right. Let us leave it at this and have some food to settle our stomachs." Chen Wang chimed in with a smile. Chen Dazhuang shrugged in resignation, choosing not to argue further. "Boss lady, bring us 3 bowls of rice." "Sure thing." After enjoying their fill of food and drink, the 3 men wandered separately through the various stalls of the market. Chen Wang's eyes were drawn to a vendor selling malt candy, instantly stirring fond memories. As a child, his grandmother would make this every year, and he would stand by the pot eagerly waiting for the syrup to thicken, at which point she would scoop some out with chopsticks for him. After repeatedly stretching the candy, it would gradually turn white and solidify into a firm mass. "Sir, how much for the malt candy?" 50 cents a portion. "Then I'll take 1, cut into small pieces, please." "No problem." The vendor, a middle-aged man, readily agreed, cutting the white candy into small chunks and placing them on a piece of brown paper to hand over. "Here you go." "Thank you." Chen Wang took the malt sugar and handed over a 50-cent coin. He picked up a small piece, examining it closely. It bore no distinction from his recollections. As he placed it in his mouth, he found it somewhat firm. However, once moistened by his saliva, the malt sugar immediately softened, and as he began to chew, it revealed a silky, tender texture, sweet, yet not cloying. Even though he was not particularly fond of sweets, he found this malt sugar delightful, far surpassing the extravagant candies of later times, albeit it did tend to stick to his teeth. In his childhood, he had heard his grandmother say that when some children were about to lose a tooth, their parents would give them a piece of malt sugar, which would sometimes pull the decayed tooth out while chewing. With the malt sugar in hand, Chen Wang continued to stroll. He soon spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Priced at just 20 cents a stick, he purchased 2 to bring home for his wife and sister, as he himself had little inclination for such treats. Subsequently, he also bought some roasted peanuts and melon seeds. During the quieter times at home, away from the mountains and hunting, these snacks would serve well to pass the time. Chen Wang arrived at a fruit stall. Upon returning home, he planned to visit his wife's family, so he decided to buy some fruits to take along, as well as some to feed the little monkeys. He selected several pounds of bananas, oranges, and apples. Compared to other items, these fruits were considerably more expensive, and he spent over 5 yuan just on them. Next, he purchased thick socks from a middle-aged woman's stall, acquiring 5 pairs each for his sister, wife, and himself. The candied hawthorn, seeds, and peanuts were neatly wrapped in paper and placed in a basket, while the fruits were secured in a mesh bag, and the socks were directly stuffed into the basket. Along came the call of Chen Dazhuang. Chen Wang turned to see him approaching swiftly, carrying some items of his own. Beside him, the master pushed a cart laden with a half-full bag of urea, a staple Chun Dazhuang often carried. "Master, what have you bought?" Chun Wang inquired, placing the mesh bag of fruit onto the cart while gesturing towards the urea bag. "Some roasted peanuts, sweet potato vermicelli, dried green beans, pickled fish, and so forth. Everything is quite affordable now. In a while, as the new year approaches, prices are bound to rise." Qin Jianjun replied with a smile. "Then I suppose I haven't bought enough." Qin Wang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Just go buy more, there's no rush." Qin Dazhuang grinned. "Never mind, I still need to stop by the supply and marketing cooperative. The little girl asked me to buy some furnace fruits and a few other things, which don't seem to be available here," Qin Wang said. "Then let us go?" Qin Dazhuang suggested. "Aren't you and the master going to continue browsing?" "No, I've purchased everything I needed." Qin Dazhuang shook his head. "Very well, then let us head to the cooperative." Qin Wang replied with a smile. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Qin Wang first bought 2 bundles of furnace fruits as requested by the little girl. After contemplating the items on the shelves for a moment, he also decided to get 2 cans of malt milk. This, of course, was not for the little girl, as he still had some left from his last purchase. Rather, it was intended for his wife's family. Accompanying my wife back to her family home this time, I was determined to enhance her reputation. I requested 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 packets of double happiness candies, and a case of soda. Qin Wang engaged in an extensive shopping spree, leaving both the staff and customers at the supply and marketing cooperative astonished. The attendant who had previously served Qin Wang recognized him immediately. Ultimately, as the cart overflowed with goods, Qin Wang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the village, the abundance of items immediately drew the attention of the villagers. Wang, Dazhuang, have you struck it rich? Have you purchased this much?" exclaimed one. "Goodness, milk powder, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and soda. How much did this cost?" Another chimed in. "Wang, even if you've earned some money, you shouldn't spend it all at once. Life isn't meant to be lived like this." "Jianjun, don't you have anything to say to them?" "Indeed, living like this is too capitalist," added another voice. Hearing these remarks, Chun Wang felt a twinge of displeasure. "I've merely bought some items. How does that make me a capitalist? Is it so easy to become one? Isn't the new year approaching? It's perfectly reasonable to purchase more, especially since they earn the money through their own efforts. Why should I be scolded?" Jianjun chuckled in response. "We've earned our money. What is wrong with buying a few things?" Dazhuang furrowed his brow and retorted. At this, the expressions of the onlookers turned somewhat awkward. "What are you saying? We're merely trying to remind you that even with money, you should be frugal. The country advocates for diligence and thriftiness, not extravagance," scolded an elderly man, arms crossed. Dazhuang shot the elder a glance and replied coolly, "Hey, who's being extravagant? I didn't hear that from you. Perhaps you should focus more on your own children and grandchildren." The elder glared in response. Dazhuang ignored him completely and addressed the surrounding crowd. "There's nothing to see here. Please make way. We're heading back." The villagers, feeling mixed emotions, murmured amongst themselves as they departed. They first arrived at Chun Wang's doorstep and unloaded his belongings. "Brother," exclaimed a little girl, rushing out of the house, followed closely by a small monkey and a puppy, all scampering with enthusiasm. Lin Xiuqin appeared at the doorway, beaming at Qin Wang. "Your nose is quite perceptive. Isn't it? You knew I was back the moment you arrived." Qin Wang chuckled at the little girl's enthusiasm. It's auspicious. It suddenly barked at the outside, and I knew you were home," the little girl explained with a sweet smile, her mischievous eyes already surveying the goods nearby. "Let us move everything inside," Qin Wang instructed with a grin. "Okay." She eagerly nodded and called out to Lin Xiuqin, sister-in-law, "Hurry over to help move the things. Brother bought so much." Without needing a reminder, Lin Xiuqin quickly approached with a joyful demeanor. "Wang, we'll take our leave now," Dazhuang said. "All right, master. Thank you for your efforts in accompanying us." Qin Wang smiled at Jianjun. Jianjun rolled his eyes, said nothing further, and pushed the cart away. Qin Dazhuang hurriedly stepped forward. "Goodbye, brother Dazhuang." "Goodbye, uncle." The little girl waved her hand with a cheerful smile. The family made 2 trips back and forth before finally moving all their belongings into the house. Lin Xiuqin gestured with her hands, her expression filled with mild reproach as she chided him for buying so many things. "Not too much. We will visit my family tomorrow and take some of these with us," Qin Wang replied with a smile. Lin Xiuqin's expression shifted, and her beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of joy. "Here, your candied fruit and double happiness candy. Put them in your room. Chen Wang took a portion of candied fruit and a packet of double happiness candy, handing them to the little girl. Thank you, brother. You're the handsomest. The little girl joyfully showered him with compliments and ran out of the room, clutching her treasures. Chen Wang chuckled and pulled out the money he earned today to give to his wife. He had exactly 110 yuan in total. And after spending over 50 at the market for supplies, he had also added some of the 20 yuan in change he had on hand earlier. After spending a little over 30, Lin Xiuqin joyfully counted the money and decided to keep 105 yuan, returning the remaining nearly 20 yuan to Chen Wang. With the previous 1,230 yuan, their total savings now amounted to 2,280 yuan. The money was still tucked away in the cotton-padded jacket in the wardrobe, its two pockets bulging, which made Lin Xiuqin increasingly uneasy. On our way back from your family, we will pass through town. Let's deposit the money in the bank tomorrow, Chen Wang suggested. Noticing her concern, Lin Xiuqin nodded seriously in agreement. Chapter 71, Returning Home by Tractor. Wow, candied hawthorn. The little one's eyes sparkled as she spotted the treat. Do you want to eat it? Chen Wang asked, cheerfully shaking the candied hawthorn in his hand. Yes. The little girl nodded eagerly, instinctively reaching out to grab it, but grasped at air. Chen Wang lifted the candied hawthorn higher and said, Don't rush. Let me tell you something first. If you agree, not only will you get to eat this, but I also have another delicious treat for you. What is it? Whatever it is, I promise to agree. The little girl hastily assured him. Your sister-in-law and I will be visiting her family tomorrow. You can stay home and take care of Jixiang and Rui. Someone has to feed the little pig too, Chen Wang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face contorted with conflict. She had initially wanted to accompany her brother and sister-in-law, but now she was asked to stay behind. Will you come back tomorrow? I might be scared alone at night, she said with a hint of grievance. We will definitely return. I plan to rent a tractor from the village to get there early, so we can come back in the evening, Chen Wang reassured her. The little girl nodded and replied, Then I can stay and look after the house. Such a good girl. Here, take this to eat. Chen Wang handed her the candied hawthorn. The little girl joyfully licked the sugary coating around the hawthorn, her face glowing with happiness. Wife, this one is for you. Chen Wang offered the remaining stick to his wife. Lin Xiuqin, her eyes shimmering with delight, reached out to take it but first held it to his lips, indicating that he should taste it first. Chen Wang was not particularly fond of this delicacy, yet he still opened his mouth to take a bite. Brother, you said there would be something delicious. The little girl reminded him, her eyes filled with anticipation. What a glutton. Chen Wang rolled his eyes and retrieved a bag of malt candy from the medicinal basket, unfolding the paper in his palm. This candy is delightful. I adore it. The little girl exclaimed excitedly. Here you go, but you can only have 2 pieces today, or else you'll risk getting cavities. After taking out 2 pieces, Chen Wang handed the remainder to her. Got it. The little girl replied joyfully, crumpling the candy into a ball before stowing it away in her pocket. Chen Wang then offered the 2 pieces of malt candy to his wife. Lin Xiuqin accepted them with pleasure, similar to the little girl's taste. She also had a penchant for sweet and sour flavors, and malt candy was one of her favorite treats. Before marrying, sometimes her father would bring back this malt candy from the market when he went to town. He usually bought only a small amount, often not enough to share among all the siblings, but as the cherished youngest daughter, she would invariably receive a piece. Moreover, she was never selfish. She would often seek out tools to divide the already small pieces of malt candy so that each family member could savor a taste. In her memories, that sweet flavor was always accompanied by the joyful laughter of her family, just like at this moment. Chen Wang carried several pounds of wild boar meat and made his way to the Zhao family, the wealthiest household in the village, as his master had once mentioned. This was the family that had built a 2-story house last year. When the policy of land distribution was implemented this year, the village's production team was disbanded, and collective assets were publicly auctioned. Among them, the most valuable tractor was purchased by old Zhao with a generous bid. Now, anyone in the village needing a tractor had to come to old Zhao to rent one. With a son earning a substantial income abroad, old Zhao did not rely on this for profit. It was merely a way to keep himself occupied. With the tractor at his disposal, old Zhao had naturally become a significant figure in the village. With no one outside, Chen Wang walked directly into the main room and called out, Uncle Zhao. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he felt even more convinced about his idea of building a courtyard. In this era, the construction techniques of the village building teams clearly left much to be desired, at least in his eyes. The main room of this small house had numerous shortcomings in its construction. "Hey, who asked that?" came the voice of a middle-aged man from the back room. "It's me, Al Wang." Chen Wang responded loudly. A man in his 40s emerged from the back room, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Al Wang, it's you. What brings you here?" "Uncle Zhao, do you have time tomorrow? Could you give me a ride back to my wife's family home? Please name your price." Chen Wang stated candidly. "Going back to your family home? Renting my tractor?" Old Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. Many people had sought to rent his tractor since he purchased it, for various purposes, but no one had ever asked for a trip back to their family home. "You see, we have quite a few items to take with us. And my wife and I can't manage it alone," Chen Wang explained with a smile, offering the meat in his hands as he spoke. "Oh, I have brought some wild boar that I hunted myself for you to taste." No, it is not appropriate. You should take the meat back. We can discuss the tractor rental later. Please, keep it." After several exchanges of polite refusal, Old Zhao ultimately accepted the meat and inquired about his wife's family home and its distance. Upon learning that it would take approximately 2 hours to drive there, Old Zhao fell silent. "Just take us there, and we will return by ourselves in the afternoon." "Oh, I see. That is acceptable. How about 4 yuan?" "4 yuan?" Chen Wang was utterly taken aback. It was not that it was too expensive, but rather, it was exceedingly cheap. The current price of diesel is around 4 dimes. And a single-cylinder hand tractor consumes about 1 kilogram of diesel per hour. Thus, for a round trip, it would require 8 jin of diesel, costing over 3 yuan. Is that excessive? Old Zhao gritted his teeth, preparing to consider this trip a loss. No, I believe you should not go without compensation. Let me offer you 5 yuan. Chen Wang chuckled. Old Zhao paused for a moment, then beamed and patted his shoulder, praising him. "Good lad. Now that your mind is clear, you resemble your father. Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow." "Thank you, I am truly grateful." Chen Wang expressed his appreciation, pulling 5 yuan from his pocket and handing it over. "All right, I shall accept this." Old Zhao was straightforward and took the money without pretension. When will Liang Ping return for the new year? After finalizing their arrangements, Chen Wang initiated a casual conversation. He is busy out there. He called a couple of days ago and mentioned he might not make it back for the new year. What? Not returning? Not necessarily. He said he would try his best to come back. Alas, I do not know what he is so busy with. He seems busier than a national leader. That is a good sign, indicating that Liang Ping is earning a substantial income. Chen Wang remarked cheerfully. Alas, what does it matter whether he is earning a lot or not? Regardless of wealth, one should return home for the new year. That is all I hope for. He will definitely return. By the way, where is your wife? She is still playing mahjong. Even at this hour, she forgets to come home to cook. This woman, well, Liang Ping is working hard, so you and your wife can enjoy life at home. Playing mahjong is quite fine too. Chen Wang quickly interjected to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhao smiled again and nodded. Uncle, I shall head back now. Shall we set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? That works. I will arrive at your home promptly at 8. All right. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Upon returning home, his wife was in the back preparing dinner. Chen Wang relayed the arrangements made with Uncle Zhao regarding the tractor for their journey. Lin Xiuqin nodded with a smile. I have never even ridden a tractor. The little girl, clutching a puppy, pouted with a hint of grievance and murmured softly. Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their amusement. When we all go to the city, we will also need to take a bus to the town. Isn't that far more impressive than a tractor? Chen Wang asked with a grin. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she silently inserted a piece of wood into the stove, gently caressing the head of the dog nestled in her arms. After dinner, Chen Wang regaled her with several fables, attempting to make up for his previous shortcomings. In truth, it would have been feasible to bring her along. However, that would necessitate relying on Master and Brother de Zhuang for their care, and the round trip would be quite exhausting. The return journey, especially in the afternoon, involved a considerable amount of walking, which could be quite taxing even for an adult, let alone for the little girl. Upon discovering that a bus could be taken to the city, and after listening to the stories, her earlier discontent dissipated. As drowsiness began to envelop her, she obediently retreated to her room to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, the couple arose early. After washing their faces and brushing their teeth, Chen Wang busied himself with packing, while Lin Xiuqin prepared breakfast. Subsequently, Chen Wang called the little girl to wake her, and they sat down together for their meal. If you feel hungry at noon, feel free to visit Brother de Zhuang for a meal. There's no need to feel shy. He often comes over to our place as well, Chen Wang advised her. I understand. The little girl mumbled, nodding her head while sipping her porridge. If we return late tonight, don't worry. Just close the door securely and go to bed. If you feel scared, you can wait for us at Brother de Zhuang's. Chen Wang reiterated. I'm not scared. I have Jixiang and Rui with me. She confidently responded, looking up at him. That is wonderful. But you two should return early. The little girl said earnestly. We know, don't worry. Chen Wang replied with a smile, and Lin Xiuqin nodded in agreement. Just as they finished their meal, the sound of a tractor rumbling outside reached their ears. The three hurried to the front. Chen Wang offered a cigarette to old Zhao and inquired if he had eaten breakfast. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they began loading the tractor with their belongings. Not only the items bought the previous day, but also the remaining wild boar, bear meat, lamb, pine mushrooms from home, and a considerable quantity of nuts gathered from the squirrel's nest. The tractor's rear compartment was nearly half full. Following this, Chen Wang helped his wife aboard, then climbed into the trailer himself. The little girl clutched the puppy Rui, while Jixiang squatted nearby, all three pairs of dark, glossy eyes fixed upon them. Xiaoyu, we're off. Keep an eye on the house. Chen Wang called out from the edge of the trailer, smiling at the little one. Lin Xiuqin, sitting beside him, waved gently with a warm smile. The little girl nodded, her expression impatient as she waved her hand, saying, Hurry up, I want to go out and play too. As the tractor receded into the distance, the little girl's gaze gradually dimmed. This was her first time being home alone. Sniffling, she mustered her courage, telling herself, I mustn't cry. They will be back in the afternoon, and I'm already a big girl. Suddenly, the little monkey beside her tilted its head and chattered, seemingly offering her comfort. The little girl cast a glance at it, gently stroking the head of the puppy she held in her arms, and said, Let us go back to the house. I shall tell you a story. With that, she led the dog and the monkey back indoors. Meanwhile, Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin were seated on the tractor, and by now, the little girl was no longer in sight. A hint of concern flickered across Lin Xiuqin's delicate face. It's all right. The little girl is quite sensible. Chen Wang observed her thoughts and smiled reassuringly. Lin Xiuqin nodded slightly. Is it cold? Chen Wang grasped one of her hands, noting its coolness. The morning air was still rather chilly, and sitting at the back of the tractor, exposed to the breeze, was indeed quite cold. Lin Xiuqin shook her head gently, her warm smile contradicting the slight chill she felt. The joy and anticipation of soon reuniting with her family far outweighed any discomfort. Your hands are so icy. Yet you claim it's not cold, Chen Wang chuckled, folding her hands together and enveloping them with his own, which were still quite warm. Lin Xiuqin gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her expression brimming with happiness. Oh, Wang, where are you taking your wife? Old Wang, who was having breakfast at his doorstep, called out jovially as they passed by his home. I'm accompanying my wife back to her family. Chen Wang replied with a smile. Ah, I see. Yes, it's about time for a visit. Wow, you've brought quite a lot with you. You are indeed very kind to your wife. Old Wang teased, his surprise evident. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and she shyly lowered her head. Of course, my wife treats me even better, Chen Wang grinned widely. Oh, Xiuqin, you've finally endured the hardships and are now reaping the rewards. Remember to tell your family all the good things about Wang when you get home. Old Wang's wife chimed in with a beaming smile. Lin Xiuqin's face grew even redder, and she nodded in acknowledgement. As they continued, they encountered several villagers who greeted them and exchanged playful banter. Chen Wang responded with a smile, maintaining a humble yet confident demeanor. Once they departed from Qinjia village, the road became increasingly difficult, littered with uneven, muddy terrain. Fortunately, the weather had been dry for the past few days. Otherwise, navigating the tractor would have been quite challenging. The jolting motion of the tractor left Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin feeling slightly dizzy. This was Chen Wang's first experience on such a tractor, and he had somewhat underestimated the hardships of this era. Are you two all right? Old Zhao, who was driving the tractor, turned to check on them with a cheerful expression. He had already grown accustomed to it. We're fine, Chen Wang replied, forcing a smile as he turned to Lin Xiuqin and asked, Wife, how do you feel? Lin Xiuqin offered a faint smile, indicating she was okay, though her expression revealed some discomfort. Have some water. Chen Wang retrieved a water bottle he had brought along, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Lin Xiuqin took a few sips of warm water, her complexion improving slightly. Uncle Zhao, will the entire journey be on such roads? Chen Wang also took a sip of water and inquired of old Zhao ahead. It's a mix, Generally, the roads are better in inhabited areas. Old Zhao replied with a smile, suggesting, let us travel about halfway and find a place to rest. You all just hold on a little longer. It's all right, you can drive without worry, came the response. You seem to be handling it well. Some people on this vehicle end up vomiting uncontrollably. Chen Wang found himself momentarily speechless, managing only an awkward smile. He certainly couldn't disclose that he had been commuting daily without ever feeling car sick. After approximately half an hour, Lin Xiuqin could no longer suppress her nausea, her complexion turning somewhat pale. Chen Wang quickly urged old Zhao to pull over, then jumped out of the vehicle to carry his wife down, offering her some water to rinse her mouth and to rest for a moment. Just as Lin Xiuqin spat out the rinse water, she bent over, retching silently. Chen Wang gently patted her back, his brow furrowed in concern. How can this be so unbearable? In truth, a tractor should cause less motion sickness than a small car or a bus. It must be the bumpy road that is causing this discomfort. Initially, Chen Wang had felt a bit queasy, but he had nearly acclimatized. However, Lin Xiuqin appeared to be worsening. I find it rather strange. It shouldn't be this severe, old Zhao remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, Chen Wang pondered a possibility. Could it be that his wife was pregnant? He had only been in this era for about half a month, and typically, nausea due to pregnancy would manifest around 5 to 6 weeks. Perhaps the jolting of the tractor, combined with the cold wind and the potential pregnancy, was overwhelming her system. He decided to keep this thought to himself for the moment, planning to take Lin Xiuqin to the clinic upon their return. After resting for about 10 minutes and emptying her stomach of breakfast, Lin Xiuqin gradually began to look better after sipping some warm water. Once he confirmed she was truly all right, Chen Wang lifted her back into the vehicle, instructing old Zhao to continue on their journey. As they traveled the remaining distance, Chen Wang held his wife close, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. Lin Xiuqin no longer exhibited such severe reactions, though her complexion remained somewhat pale as she closed her eyes, pretending to nap. After approximately 2 hours, the tractor finally arrived at Lin Xiuqin's family village, known as Linjia Village. This village bore resemblance to Qinjiakan, but it was significantly more prosperous, as evidenced by the well-maintained houses lining the streets. Situated farther from the mountainous region, transportation was more convenient, with the gravel roads being well kept. Upon entering the village, the tractor attracted considerable attention from the villagers. Some recognized Lin Xiuqin. Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Lin family? The one who doesn't speak? Yes, that's her. She's so striking. There's no one else like her in the village. Why has she returned? Didn't she marry a fool? She hasn't been back in 2 years. I heard that her in-laws passed away soon after her marriage. Is that true? How peculiar. Shouldn't her life be miserable? Yet here she is, arriving by tractor? Who knows? Perhaps life became unbearable, prompting a return. The villagers gathered together, engaged in fervent discussions. On the tractor, 2 individuals could not discern the exact nature of their conversation, yet it was apparent that it was not favorable. Chen Wang furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. Lin Xiuqin gently patted the back of his hand, offering him a warm smile and subtly shaking her head, indicating that he should disregard the idle gossip. Ever since she fell ill and lost her ability to speak, she had overheard similar discussions within the village. Some villagers even presumed her to be deaf and mute, uttering unkind words in her presence. Consequently, her 2 brothers often stood up for her. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wang smiled and inquired, "Where's our home? How much farther is it?" Lin Xiuqin raised her hand, pointing ahead, and gestured to indicate that it was not far off. Before long, the tractor came to a halt in front of a relatively new house. The structure, built from bricks and tiles, comprised 3 rooms, with the main house facing the road being somewhat larger, flanked by 2 smaller rooms on either side. This was Lin Xiuqin's family home, newly constructed from a thatched cottage just 2 years prior. Lin Xiuqin's 2 brothers had yet to separate their households, residing in the smaller rooms, while her parents and grandparents lived in the main house. The sound of the tractor prompted a small boy to rush out from the left room. Upon seeing Chen Wang carrying Lin Xiuqin down from the vehicle, the boy recognized her and joyously exclaimed, "Annie, Dad, Mom, Auntie is back. You are Lin Jimin, aren't you?" Chen Wang asked the boy, smiling as he recalled his name. Last night, his wife had painstakingly listed the main family members on paper, introducing them one by one. "You are." The boy scrutinized him with a wary gaze. When Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin wed, only her parents and siblings had attended. In the past 2 years, Chen Wang had not accompanied Lin Xiuqin back to her family home. So the boy naturally did not recognize him. I am your little uncle. Chen Wang introduced himself with a grin. At that moment, a young couple hurriedly emerged from the house behind the boy. Elder brother-in-law, sister-in-law. Chen Wang greeted them with a bright smile. The man was Lin Xiuqin's elder brother, Lin Guodong, and the woman was someone Chen Wang had never met before, presumably his sister-in-law. Wang, the man said, gazing at him in astonishment. The woman, upon hearing this, also regarded Chen Wang with a look of surprise. She had certainly heard of this brother-in-law. However, at that moment, he appeared anything but foolish. In fact, he was quite tall and handsome. It's me. Chen Wang chuckled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and walking over to offer one to his brother-in-law. Lin Xiuqin quickly followed, her lips moving as if she had a myriad of words to express, yet no sound emerged. You, Lin Guodong, taken aback, accepted the cigarette, momentarily at a loss for words. It's a long story. Once everyone gathers, I'll explain it all slowly, to avoid repeating myself. In short, I am no longer foolish, Chen Wang remarked with a smile. Lin Guodong, hearing this, was filled with both shock and joy, casting an inquiring glance at his sister. Lin Xiuqin's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and she bit her lip to suppress her emotions as she nodded vigorously. That's wonderful, truly wonderful, Lin Guodong exclaimed with exuberance. Brother-in-law, please help me unload the things from the car so that old Zhao can return home first, Chen Wang said with a gentle smile. All right, let's go. Lin Guodong nodded repeatedly, placing a cigarette behind his ear and draping his arm over Chen Wang's shoulder as they strode towards the tractor. At that moment, Lin Xiuqin's parents and her younger brother's family emerged from the main house and the adjoining side room, having heard the commotion. Chapter 73. The golden son-in-law of the Lin family. Upon seeing her parents, Lin Xiuqin hurried over and embraced her long-missed mother tightly. Lin's mother felt her eyes welling up with tears as she gently patted her daughter's back, her voice becoming hoarse. It's so good to have you back, so good. Look at you, you've lost weight. Just as she intended to express her heartfelt sentiments, she was taken aback by her daughter's appearance. With a radiant complexion and fair skin, Lin Xiuqin exuded vitality, far from the image of someone who had suffered or grown thin. Lin Xiuqin blushed and pointed towards Chen Wang, who was busy unloading items with her older brother not far away. Wang. Lin's mother turned to her husband, momentarily dazed, as if questioning her own vision. Could it be Wang? Lin's father nodded in astonishment. Lin Xiuqin felt a pang of discomfort, unsure of how to convey her thoughts. While her parents could grasp simple gestures, the complexity of the situation rendered her at a loss for words. Brother-in-law, could you assist for a moment? Chen Wang addressed Lin Guodong. Sure. Lin Guodong replied with a cheerful nod, beckoning his son to come over and lend a hand. Dad, Mom. Chen Wang jogged towards the main house, greeting them with a bright smile. His mother-in-law and father-in-law stared at him with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Wang. Lin Guoqiang, the younger brother-in-law, approached with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law, it's been a while. Come, let's smoke. Dad, you should join us too. Chen Wang produced cigarettes, handing one each to his brother-in-law and father-in-law, both of whom received them with perplexed expressions. Dad, Mom, I know you have questions, and I will explain everything soon. For now, rest assured that I am no longer foolish. My mind is clear. Xiuqin and I have brought you some gifts, so let me go fetch them. With that, Chen Wang smiled at Lin Guoqiang. Brother-in-law, lend me a hand. All right, sure. Lin Guoqiang nodded, still in a daze. Together, they hurried towards the tractor. Wang, how could you afford all this? It must have cost a fortune. Lin Guodong, standing on the tractor, grumbled as he passed down items upon seeing the two approach. It wasn't too expensive. I felt guilty for not coming back in 2 years, so I bought a few things, Chen Wang replied with a smile. And what about this meat? I see there's even bear meat. Lin Guodong inquired, astonished. Indeed, after my mind cleared up, I apprenticed under an old hunter from our village and went hunting in the mountains with his son. All this meat was hunted by us, so it didn't cost anything. Chen Wang explained with a grin. What? You actually hunted a bear? With an expression of disbelief, the brother-in-law gazed at him. Chen Wang chuckled and nodded, exclaiming, What good fortune! You are truly remarkable, dear uncle. Lin Jiming, clutching a can of malt extract, gazed at him with admiration. Chen Wang smiled and remarked, There are also some double happiness candies, instant noodles, sodas, and other treats, all for your 3 little ones. Oh my goodness, uncle, you are too kind. Lin Jiming shouted excitedly. At that moment, the other two girls rushed over. One, with braided hair and of a similar age to Chen Xiaoyu, was named Lin Yumeng, nicknamed Nyonyo, the youngest daughter of the eldest brother-in-law. The other girl, quiet and appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, was named Lin Yuqing, the daughter of the younger brother-in-law. Upon seeing them, Chen Wang quickly climbed onto the vehicle, retrieved 2 large, red apples, and handed them to the 2 little girls. Here, Nyonyo, Qingqing, enjoy these apples. Thank you. Nyonyo accepted the apple but was unsure how to address him, glancing at her elder sister for guidance. Thank you, dear uncle. Lin Yuqing expressed her gratitude dutifully. Thank you, dear uncle. Nyonyo echoed sweetly. Good girls. Chen Wang smiled indulgently. At that moment, neighbors, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle. Observing the various supplies being unloaded from the tractor, they were filled with envy. Old Lin, is this your youngest sister's husband? Inquired a man in his 50s from the neighboring house. Indeed. Old Lin nodded with a smile. The man's wife instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but was quickly silenced by a tug from her husband. This child is truly filial, bringing you so many items. I see plenty of meat and many things that can only be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. The man remarked with a beaming smile. Alas, I only wish for them to come back more often. Why should they spend money on these things and even hire a vehicle to transport them? It's such a waste. I must have a serious talk with them later, Lin's father complained, though his smile never faded. Old Lin, you are being a bit hypocritical. The man looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha. Lin's father couldn't help but laugh. The man rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat discontented. He also had 2 daughters married off. But compared to old Lin's daughters and son-in-law, his situation paled in comparison. Before long, all the goods from the vehicle were unloaded. Chen Wang handed 2 cigarettes to old Zhao, expressing his gratitude. Uncle, I truly appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all. I was compensated, old Zhao chuckled, shaking his head. You all keep busy. I shall take my leave. All right, please drive safely. Got it. After watching the tractor depart, Chen Wang joined his elder and younger brothers-in-law to carry the items home. Lin Xiuqin, along with Lin's mother and 2 sisters-in-law, stood together, engaging in conversation. The 2 sisters-in-law exchanged compliments, making Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flush with pride and joy. After moving a load of belongings into the house, Chen Wang pulled out a cigarette, offering it to the neighbors on either side. He refrained from offering cigarettes to the women and children, instead presenting them with a few pieces of candy. In addition to a full pack of double happiness candy, he also weighed out some loose hard candies. Naturally, the neighbors, having benefited from his generosity, showered him with praise, though their true thoughts remained known only to themselves. At that moment, their sentiments were predominantly filled with confusion and disbelief. The fact that the youngest daughter of the Lao Lin family had married a fool was not a secret within the village, especially among these neighbors who were well aware of it. Yet now, it seemed there was no trace of foolishness about him. He appeared to be a veritable golden son-in-law. The 3 children also assisted in moving the belongings, and before long, everything had been transported into the main house. Lin Xiuqin's grandparents emerged as well. Both elderly individuals had surpassed the age of 70, yet they appeared quite healthy. Grandmother held Lin Xiuqin's hand, her smile warm as she inquired about her well-being. Come inside. Let us sit and chat, Lin's mother suggested. The entire family filed into the main room. Upon entering, they found a hall with a spirit altar directly opposite, accompanied by an 8 immortals table and 4 long benches. Wang, please sit. I will pour some tea, Lin's mother called out. Mom, there's no need to fuss. I'm not thirsty. Even if you're not thirsty, it will warm you up. Before long, Lin's mother poured the tea while also providing some snacks, such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, and egg rolls. During this time, Chen Wang recounted how he had been struck on the head by a carrying pole, after which he no longer seemed foolish. The family listened, wide-eyed and astonished, as if they were hearing a mythical tale. Uncle, if you were to be struck on the head again, would you revert to being a fool? Lin Jiming, holding a half-eaten apple, broke the silence. A hush fell over the room once more. Shut your mouth, you little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Guodong scolded his son with a face full of anger. Lin Jiming shrank back, unsure of what to mumble under his breath. Wang, I apologize. This little brat is becoming increasingly unmanageable, Lin Guodong said to Chen Wang. The elder sister-in-law smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement, saying, I'll fetch a stick shortly and give him a good thrashing. Lin Jiming grimaced, feeling as though his backside was already starting to ache. Haha, it's quite all right. Chun Wang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, there's no need to blame the child. I believe he possesses a vivid imagination, which is a good thing for a child. Lin Jiming looked at him with a mix of gratitude and surprise, as if a steed had finally encountered a worthy rider. Though it may sound a bit far-fetched, it's a blessing that you are no longer foolish, Wang, and that you have become so capable. My sister is truly being blessed by heaven. Lin Guoqiang chimed in with a sense of wonder. The others voiced their agreement. However, Lin's mother remained silent, her gaze shifting between her daughter and son-in-law, lost in thought. You've traveled quite a distance. You must be hungry, Lin's father remarked with a smile. We had a hearty breakfast, and I'm fine, but Xiaoqin was carsick on the way and must be hungry. Chen Wang cast a concerned glance at his wife beside him. Oh dear, my dear sister-in-law, Wang is truly attentive to you, teased the younger sister-in-law with a beaming smile. Lin Xiaoqin's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her head to sip her tea. Observing this scene, Lin's mother wore a gentle smile and remarked, I shall go prepare dinner. Let me make a few more dishes. I see Wang has brought plenty of meat. So let us enjoy a good drink together today. Lin's father offered a reminder to his wife. I know, no need for you to say that. Lin's mother retorted with a playful glare, turning to head to the back room. Mom, I'll help you. The elder sister-in-law promptly rose to follow her. Seeing this, the younger sister-in-law felt it inappropriate to remain seated, and she also stood up, saying, Then I shall help as well. Lin Xiaoqin glanced at Chen Wang and nudged her lips. All right, you go ahead. I will stay here and chat with Dad and Grandpa and Grandma. Chen Wang replied with a gentle smile. Lin Xiaoqin smiled back and then joined in to assist. Wang, please regale us with tales of your hunting adventures. Especially the process of hunting bears. I am quite intrigued. I once fancied going hunting in the mountains myself, but it seemed too far. The elder brother-in-law said with evident excitement. The elder brother-in-law and the three children gazed at Chen Wang with sparkling eyes. Very well, I shall share my stories with you. Chen Wang responded with a smile. Chapter 74. A harmonious gathering. After Chen Wang recounted some of his hunting experiences, he instantly became an idol to the three children. Lin's father, the elder and younger brothers-in-law, along with the two elders, listened with rapt attention. Linjia village, being relatively distant from the mountains, found the concept of hunting quite novel. The black bears, wild boars, and pheasants of the mountains were sights the three children had never encountered. Uncle, could you take me hunting? Lin Jiming tugged at Chen Wang's sleeve, his face brimming with anticipation. Of course, but we'll have to wait until you grow up. It's too dangerous for little ones to venture into the mountains, Chen Wang replied cheerfully. I want to go too. Lin Yuqing immediately raised her small hand. Chen Wang nodded with a smile, saying, Certainly, when you all grow up, come to my home to play, and I will take you hunting in the mountains. Nyo glanced at her elder siblings, her response slightly delayed, and cutely whined, And me too, Uncle. You must take me along. All right, everyone can go. Chen Wang said with a doting smile as he playfully pinched her cheek. They are all still quite young, Wang. When will you take me out to play? The younger brother-in-law, Lin Guodong, said with a cheeky grin. Sure, whenever you have time, just come over to play for a few days, Chen Wang replied with a smile. Through their brief interactions, he had already grasped a general understanding of the personalities of his two brothers-in-law. The elder brother-in-law, Lin Guodong, was relatively composed and spoke less, while the younger brother-in-law was more cheerful and playful, akin to a big boy who still enjoyed fun despite being a parent. This was hardly surprising. After all, men remain youthful at heart until the end. Activities such as fishing and hunting, which evoke a sense of anticipation and achievement, are always held in high regard and desired. Wang, did Xiaoqin's sister visit your home before? Lin's father inquired. Chen Wang smiled and nodded. Yes, my sister and brother-in-law came over a few days ago to see us. Indeed, we are primarily concerned about Xiaoqin. This child is quite stubborn. After marrying, she never shares her difficulties with us, Lin's father expressed, his eyes revealing a hint of guilt. They had agreed to let their daughter marry, mainly because they admired Chen Wang's parents' capabilities and their kindness towards her. However, they never anticipated that shortly after their daughter began her new life, both of Chen Wang's parents would pass away. This development left them anxious for their daughter, who was now responsible for a mentally challenged husband and a younger sister, all while living some distance away. Consequently, they often wished for their daughter to return. Now that Chen Wang had regained his senses and brought so many gifts to visit them, he felt a deep sense of guilt and remorse, recognizing that he and his wife had indeed erred in their previous judgments. Father, I understand. Chun Wang vaguely grasped the underlying meaning behind Lin's father's words and nodded with a cheerful smile. To be honest, it is only natural for a wife as parents to wish for her to return to her roots. He held no grievances in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have come. That's good. That's good. Lin's father smiled, speaking earnestly. Your recovery may well be a blessing from your parents in the afterlife. From now on, you both should live well and consider starting a family soon. That would put our minds at ease. Certainly, Chun Wang replied with a light laugh, nodding in agreement. Thinking of his wife's earlier bout of nausea, Chun Wang hesitated but decided against bringing it up. He was uncertain if she was truly pregnant. If it were merely motion sickness, it would be unwise to raise false hopes among everyone. He resolved to wait until they returned home to confirm things, and then share the good news after the spring festival. Wang, eat up, eat up. Grandmother gestured towards the pastries on the table, her expression warm and inviting. I am eating, Chun Wang replied with a smile, picking up a few peanuts to shell. Grandmother, you and grandfather look remarkably well. You hardly appear to be over 70. I believe both of you are destined for longevity. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple beamed with joy. Oh, we do not wish to live that long. It would be a burden on our descendants. Grandmother waved her hand dismissively, her smile revealing her missing teeth. Mother, what are you saying? Lin's father pretended to scold her. Grandmother, you are mistaken, Chun Wang said earnestly, shaking his head. It could never be a burden on your descendants. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Your family is blessed with such vitality. A fortune that others can only dream of. Please take good care of yourselves and await the day your great-grandchildren grow up, marry, and have children, bringing together 5 generations under one roof. Oh, look at this child. How eloquent he is. The old man laughed heartily. Grandmother, Lin's father, and the 2 younger uncles joined in the laughter, their gazes towards Chun Wang growing warmer. While the conversation flourished in the front room, several women in the kitchen at the back were also engaged in delightful banter. Certainly, Lin Xiuqin primarily plays the role of a listener, occasionally nodding in agreement. And at times, her face flushes with embarrassment at the remarks made by her 2 sisters-in-law. Sister, how has Wang changed since he became more enlightened? Lin's mother casually inquired while deftly chopping meat with a knife. Upon hearing this, both sisters-in-law turned their attention to Lin Xiuqin. They had initially thought that this younger sister was enduring a difficult life at her parental home. However, her sudden return today, accompanied by various goods transported via tractor, left them utterly astonished. In this village, their family's circumstances could be considered relatively favorable, yet the population was substantial. The primary source of income stemmed from a few acres of land, and during the off-season, both husbands would take on small jobs to earn some extra money. Even so, it was unlikely for the family to indulge in meat regularly. Seeing it once a week would be quite fortunate. Yet, the younger sister and her husband returned with an abundance of meat and an array of items that they deemed extravagant. Clearly, there seemed to be no signs of hardship. Lin Xiuqin's delicate face turned slightly red as she nodded, indicating that her husband treated her better than before. That's wonderful. Just now, I noticed he was very attentive to you, Lin's mother said with a beaming smile. Lin Xiuqin slightly bowed her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Oh dear, mother. Aren't you asking too much? Just look at the bliss radiating from our younger sister. It's enough to make one envious. The eldest sister-in-law teased with a cheerful grin. Indeed, I can see that the younger sister's face has grown rounder and more radiant. She must be enjoying meat daily at home. The younger sister-in-law chimed in with laughter. Hearing this, Lin Xiuqin's face reddened further, and she nervously raised her hand to touch her cheek. She didn't want to appear overweight. Had she truly overindulged lately? Sister, you needn't tease her. Which family can afford to eat meat every day? Lin's mother retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Lin Xiuqin felt a twinge of embarrassment at these words. It seemed she really had been eating meat daily. There was no way around it. The meat at home was simply too abundant. Dear sister, Wang is now capable of supporting this family and treats you so well. Your father and I can rest easy. You two must work together to build a prosperous household, one that makes everyone in the village envious, Lin's mother advised her daughter earnestly. Lin Xiuqin nodded seriously in response. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that you hasten to bear him a child, Lin's mother added with another reminder. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head to sort the vegetables. Both sisters-in-law wore expressions of playful mockery. Once you have a child, that is when your family will be truly complete. It's not that I doubt Wang, but based on what you mentioned earlier, A Wang has become quite capable and is undeniably handsome. Surely there will be women vying for his attention. You must be vigilant, Lin's mother advised in a hushed tone. Lin Xiuqin paused, her expression thoughtful. Sister, mother speaks wisely. You must take her words to heart. Indeed, one should not be overly naive. Although A Wang appears to be a good man, there are certain beguiling tactics employed by women outside, and men are prone to err. The two sisters-in-law chimed in with their agreement. Lin Xiuqin smiled gently and gestured with her hands. I understand your trust in A Wang. I never claimed he was flawed. However, I urge you to remain vigilant, particularly regarding the matter of children. You have been married for over 2 years, and the village undoubtedly has its share of gossip. With A Wang's increasing success, it is imperative for you to reflect on this matter. Lin's mother hesitated, words caught in her throat. After all, her daughter was somewhat reserved. And previously, A Wang was not very astute. Now, as A Wang becomes more distinguished, the disparity between him and her daughter widens, increasing the likelihood of other women pursuing him. Only when her daughter bears children will the family find greater stability. A Wang's sense of responsibility toward his wife and children will fortify his resolve in the face of temptation. With the efforts of several women, a sumptuous feast was soon prepared. Grandparents, Lin's parents, 2 younger brothers, and 2 sisters-in-law, along with Chun Wang and Lin Xiuqin, made for a perfect gathering of 10 adults. The round table could scarcely accommodate everyone, so the 2 sisters-in-law graciously opted to stand and eat. Attending to the 3 children as well, Lin's father uncorked a bottle of wine, aged and cherished over the years. Though not prohibitively expensive, it was rather difficult to procure. In addition to the wine drinkers, under the enthusiastic insistence of the 3 children, the soda brought by Chun Wang was also opened, with each non-drinker receiving a bottle. Once the cups were filled, Lin's father raised his glass and called for a toast. Everyone shared a drink before picking up their chopsticks to indulge in the meal. A Wang, do eat more. There's no need to be polite. This is your home, Lin's mother said with a beaming smile, serving Chun Wang 2 generous pieces of meat. All right, mother. I can manage myself. As you said, this is my other home, so I won't hold back, Chun Wang replied with a cheerful grin. Laughter erupted around the table, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xiuqin sat beside Chun Wang, her eyes sparkling with joy. How could she not be happy seeing her husband so comfortably engaged with her family? Wife, you should eat as well. You must be hungry after throwing up this morning, Chun Wang said with a smile, serving her some dishes. Lin Xiuqin nodded happily, bowing her head to enjoy her meal. The Lin family observed this scene, their smiles growing even brighter. Chapter 75, Salted Duck Egg and Pickled Radish. The Lin family's approval of Chun Wang only increased, and naturally, the atmosphere at the table grew more enthusiastic as they urged him to drink. The bottle of wine Lin's father had brought soon reached its bottom, and they transitioned to the medicinal wine brewed by Lin's father. Lin's grandfather, Lin's father, the 2 brothers-in-law, and Chun Wang faced off against each other, initially holding their ground, but soon found it challenging to keep pace. Grandfather, father, brothers-in-law, allow me to toast you all one last time, and then I shall eat. I truly cannot drink anymore, as I must return in the afternoon. Chun Wang raised his half-full glass, smiling as he toasted them. What's the rush to return today? Let us continue the festivities in the afternoon. Lin Guoqiang, the younger brother-in-law, was the first to urge him to stay. Yes, do stay the night. Lin's father added in agreement. This simply won't do. My sister is home alone. We entrusted her with guarding the house, and I cannot shake off my unease about leaving her, Chun Wang explained with a wry smile. Lin Xiuqin, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the Lin family refrained from further urging him to stay. Why not have another drink? I see you handle your liquor quite well. Have a drink and rest before you depart, suggested Lin Guodong, the elder brother-in-law. Chun Wang shook his head, saying, my tolerance is rather limited. Perhaps next time you can visit my place for a more indulgent gathering. All right, we are all family here. Moderation is key. Overindulgence is not beneficial, Lin Mu suddenly interjected, supporting Chun Wang's decision. Naturally, Lin Fu and the others had no further objections and raised their glasses in response to Chun Wang's toast. I shall drink to that. You may indulge as you wish, Chun Wang smiled, tilting his head back to finish his drink in one gulp, then picked up his chopsticks to take a bite of food to settle his stomach. Wang, since you aren't drinking anymore, you should eat a couple more bowls of rice, Lin Mu said with a smile. Absolutely, Chun Wang cheerfully replied. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuqin took his bowl, stood up, and quickly returned with a bowl of rice for him. The family's staple food primarily consisted of various grains, but today, they were serving steamed white rice. The three children who had not yet joined the table were already enjoying 2 bowls each, huddled together comparing the flavors of the candies in their pockets. "Mom, I want more of those square candies," Lin Jiming shouted loudly. "Just finished your meal, and you're still asking for more? Are you asking for a beating?" His sister-in-law, who was still eating, shot him a fierce glare. Lin Jiming's eyes darted around as he retorted, "If you beat me, can I still have some?" Chen Wang, who had just taken a large mouthful of rice, nearly choked with laughter. "Ha ha!" Lin Guoqiang, the younger brother-in-law, burst into laughter. The elder brother-in-law Lin Guodong and the sister-in-law wore awkward expressions, feeling the familiar urge to discipline the children after a few days of restraint. In the era before Chen Wang's time travel, children were treated like treasures, pampered by all, with parents fearing any harm that might befall them. Punishing children was unthinkable. However, times have changed, especially for boys, who could escape a periodic dose of discipline. Meals, sleep, and the occasional spanking were part of life. Even on rainy days when idleness prevailed, reasons would be found to administer a good thrashing. Children accustomed to such treatment were resilient. They would howl during the punishment, but soon return to their playful selves. Sensing the peril in his parents' gazes, Lin Jiming shrank his neck and cleverly darted outside to join his village friends. With candy in his pocket and tales of hunting from his uncle to boast about, he was eager to show off. After filling their stomachs and enjoying a brief respite with tea, Chen Wang exchanged glances with Lin Xiuqin, then seized the opportunity to bid farewell. "Why not stay a little longer? It's still early," Lin Guoqiang urged. "Unfortunately, it is already 2 o'clock. We have a long walk ahead of us. If we delay further, we might arrive home after dark," Chen Wang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Lin family felt it was futile to persuade him any longer. "It's best to return early. You can visit often in the future," remarked the elder Lin. "Wang, please wait a moment." Lin's mother suddenly rose to her feet, hastily making her way to the back room. Before long, she returned, cradling 2 large jars. "There isn't much of value at home, but these are some salted duck eggs I pickled myself, along with a jar of pickled radishes for you to take back and sample," she said. "How will they carry this? They still have quite a distance to travel. You should get a basket for them," Lin's father gently reminded her. Right. How could I forget?" Lin's mother chuckled, nodding as she turned back to the rear of the house. Soon, she returned with a basket, perfectly sized to hold the 2 jars. "Thank you, Mom. I adore these pickled vegetables. They pair beautifully with porridge in the morning." "Surely, Xiuqin learned the art of pickling from you?" Chen Wang inquired with a smile as he accepted the basket. Lin's mother beamed, her face lighting up with joy. "Of course. I taught her everything she knows. No wonder they are so delicious." Chen Wang exclaimed. "You flatter me, child. But truly, I appreciate your kind words." "No, I genuinely enjoy them," Chen Wang replied earnestly. "That's wonderful to hear. Now, we won't keep you any longer. You should head back early." "Yes," Chen Wang affirmed. Then turned to address everyone present. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, little brother-in-law, little sister-in-law, we shall take our leave now. All right, take care on your journey." The Lin family warmly bid them farewell as they watched the couple depart. Lin Xiuqin turned back every few steps, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she waved goodbye to her family until they vanished from sight. After walking a short distance, they encountered Lin Jiming running back towards them. "Aunt, Uncle, are you heading home?" he asked, his eyes filled with hope. "Yes, we are," Chen Wang replied with a smile and a nod. "May I accompany you?" Lin Jiming requested eagerly. Chen Wang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiuqin stifled a laugh and waved her hand dismissively, urging him to return home. "Oh, our house is so dull. I really want to visit you." Lin Jiming sighed. Chen Wang couldn't help but chuckle, a mischievous smile forming as he said, "Just now, I think I heard your grandmother say she was going to make instant noodles for your 2 younger sisters." "What? Sneaking food behind my back?" Lin Jiming's expression changed, and he took off running home. Lin Xiuqin smiled brightly, playfully rolling her eyes at Chen Wang, her earlier sadness at parting from her family dissipating. "Aunt, Uncle, safe travels. Next time, remember to bring back some delicious treats," Lin Jiming shouted as he turned back. "Absolutely," Chen Wang responded cheerfully. After approximately an hour of walking, the 2 arrived at the town near Lin's family village, where they boarded the only 2 buses that ran daily to the station at Chen's village. They waited a full half hour before the bus finally set off. The ride was even more uncomfortable than a tractor, but thankfully, it lasted only about 40 minutes. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the bus station in Chin's village, and their first stop was the agricultural bank. The identification card was only introduced in 1984. When the two set off in the morning, they brought along their household registration book. After filling out a form at the bank counter, they deposited a total of 250 yuan into a red-covered savings book. The remaining 30 yuan was kept by Lin Xiuqin for unforeseen needs. Upon seeing the savings book for the first time, Lin Xiuqin examined it with great curiosity for quite some time before placing it in her pocket as if it were a treasure. Once outside the bank, she felt compelled to touch her pocket every few steps, eventually resorting to placing one hand inside, as though only by feeling the savings book could she find solace. You haven't been to the town for a while, have you? How about taking a stroll before heading back? Chen Wang inquired with a smile. Lin Xiuqin shook her head, signaling her urgency to return. She felt uneasy not leaving the savings book at home and was also concerned about matters at home. All right then, let's head back. Chen Wang replied with a nod, and thus, they began their walk home from the town. As night fell earlier, darkness enveloped the sky as they reached midway. Fortunately, they arrived in the village just before complete darkness set in. Quickening their pace, they found the door to their home ajar. Xiaoyu, Chen Wang called out as he entered. Brother, came the familiar voice, followed by barking and the cheerful sounds of a dog and monkey. The little girl rushed out from her room, followed closely by a puppy and a small monkey. Brother, sister-in-law, you're finally back, she exclaimed joyfully, her big eyes darting toward the basket Chen Wang was carrying. What are you looking at? Come, let me show you. Chen Wang chuckled, presenting the basket before her. Upon seeing the jars of pickled vegetables inside, the little girl lost interest and pouted. Have you eaten yet? Chen Wang asked with a grin. I had lunch at De Zhuang's house, but I haven't had dinner yet, the little girl replied, patting her belly with a hint of grievance. So what if you haven't eaten? We haven't eaten either and have traveled for several hours, Chen Wang remarked, rolling his eyes. Turning to Lin Xiuqin, he said, Wife, please whip up something to eat quickly, and then let us wash up and get to bed. I'm utterly exhausted. With a radiant smile, Lin Xiuqin nodded, first placing the savings book in a safe spot before heading to the back kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon, a fragrant pot of wild boar meat noodles was ready. Each was served a generous bowl, and Chen Wang also opened the pickled radishes and salted duck eggs gifted by his mother-in-law. With a mouthful of noodles and a piece of meat, he savored the crunchy and tangy pickled radish, then cracked open a salted duck egg oozing with golden yolk. Picking a piece with his chopsticks to enjoy. So delicious, one could hardly let go. He exclaimed, Delicious, delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is the best, the little girl chimed. Her cheeks puffed out as she mumbled her praise. What did you eat at De Zhuang's house for lunch? Chen Wang asked curiously. Just noodles, but they weren't tasty. The little girl replied, blowing on her noodles to cool them down. How bad could noodles be if they were simply cooked through? Chen Wang wondered, still somewhat skeptical. Brother Da Zhuang added too much salt. It was excessively salty. He even poured some water into my bowl, claiming that a little more water would alleviate the saltiness. Chapter 76. The village clinic. I went to bed early and awoke the next morning as dawn broke outside. After delivering the remaining meat to my wife's family, there was little left at home. I had originally intended to venture into the mountains with Chen Dezhuang, but alas, the weather turned unfavorable and rain began to fall. Wife, let us visit the clinic shortly, Chen Wang casually suggested while we were having breakfast together. Lin Xiuqin looked up, a look of confusion etched across her face. Brother, are you unwell? Where do you feel discomfort? The young girl inquired, her face filled with concern. I am not ill, Chen Wang replied with a smile. Turning to his wife, on the way to your family's home, your reaction in the car was rather severe. I suspect you might be pregnant. Since we cannot go into the mountains today, let us check at the clinic. Lin Xiuqin was taken aback by his words. The young girl wore a bewildered expression, seemingly not grasping the situation. Soon, however, joy illuminated Lin Xiuqin's face, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded eagerly. Being a woman, she understood the implications of pregnancy far better than Chen Wang. When her sister had been pregnant, she had returned to her family home for confinement, and Lin had taken care of her throughout that time. She had not considered this possibility until Chen Wang's remark prompted her to reflect. The likelihood began to dawn on her. The relatives who were supposed to visit this month had yet to arrive, which she had assumed was merely a delay. Moreover, she had noticed some changes in her own body, such as increased drowsiness and an unusual craving for sour foods. The oranges brought by her sister and brother-in-law were slightly sour. which both Chen Wang and the young girl found unappealing, but Lin Xiuqin relished them. Additionally, she now found the sight of rich meat unappetizing, whereas previously she would have deemed it a delicacy. Brother, sister-in-law, what are you discussing? What do you mean by having it? Why must we go to the clinic? The young girl asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. Why do you need to know? Chen Wang shot her a dismissive glance. Oh, come on, just tell me. Don't speak in whispers I can't understand, the young girl complained, looking quite aggrieved. Lin Xiuqin, with a gentle smile, glanced down at her abdomen, her heart swelling with happiness and longing. Yesterday, while at her family home, she had paid close attention to the words exchanged between her mother and two sisters-in-law. She yearned to give Chen Wang a child, preferably a son. In September of this year, the government had announced a family planning policy, and many walls in the village were painted with red slogans. Henceforth, each couple might only be permitted to have one child. I believe your sister-in-law might be expecting, but we must confirm with the clinic, Chen Wang explained with a smile. Is it true? Sister-in-law has a little baby in her belly? The young girl's eyes widened in excitement as she looked at Lin Xiuqin's abdomen, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I'm going to be an aunt. Don't get too carried away. It's merely a suspicion. Chen Wang shot her a disapproving glare. Come on, eat quickly, then we can go for a checkup. I want to go too, the little girl urged impatiently. It's raining, why would you go? Stay here and guard the house. Chen Wang's tone brooked no argument. What? You want me to guard the house again? She protested in dismay. What else? Who will take care of Ji Xiang and Rui? They can't enter the clinic. It's so annoying. Why is it always me who has to guard the house? The little girl complained, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Well, who told you to be the youngest? He retorted. Humph. Then hurry up and have the baby, so I won't be the youngest anymore. Let him guard the house in the future. Is it that easy to hurry? Chen Wang chuckled, casting her a sidelong glance. Besides, even if the baby is born, he will be just an infant, and you will still need to help care for him. I know, I will help. Sister-in-law, you must do your best to give birth to a lovely baby, the little girl said earnestly, cheering for Lin Xiuqin. Lin Xiuqin's cheeks flushed, feeling both shy and amused. After breakfast, once they had tidied up the dishes, the couple prepared to head to the clinic. The rain had intensified outside, so they certainly needed to bring an umbrella. Moreover, Chen Wang insisted that his wife change into a thick cotton coat and put on a raincoat over it. Lin Xiuqin shot him a resentful glance, feeling it was somewhat exaggerated. It's not unnecessary. With the rain falling so hard, if you accidentally get wet and catch a cold, it would be troublesome. You are now a key protected individual, Chen Wang said with a smile. Lin Xiuqin's expression turned somewhat speechless, yet her heart was sweetly content. Xiaoyu, we're leaving. Keep an eye on the house, Chen Wang reminded the little girl as he turned around. The little girl, holding the puppy Rui, pouted and reluctantly replied, Got it. Beside her, the little monkey Ji Xiang also chirped in agreement. We will be back soon, Chen Wang smiled, opening the large black umbrella with his left hand while holding his wife's slightly chilly hand with his right, stepping out the door. In this era, every village had a clinic overseen by the township clinic. Naturally, the village clinic was rather rudimentary. The Chun family village's clinic was situated in the center of the village, a dilapidated house of merely 30 square meters, run by a barefoot doctor named Zhang, who was the head of the clinic. Compared to Western medicine, Dr. Zhang was more adept at traditional Chinese medicine. He had fled here with his father, who was well-versed in medical principles, when he was only 10 years old, and had settled in Chun family village for nearly 50 years. For decades, Dr. Zhang and his father had treated the villagers, charging fees that were barely sufficient for their livelihood. Moreover, the medical skills of the father-son duo were exceptional. They could typically cure common ailments with just a prescription of 1 or 2 doses of medicine. Dr. Zhang's deceased father only practiced traditional Chinese medicine, while Dr. Zhang himself had learned Western medicine in his youth, creating a blend of both practices, not only in Chen family village but also in the surrounding villages. The locals held great respect for this father-son pair. Dr. Zhang, are you home? Chen Wang called out as he approached the clinic. Yes, come in. A steady male voice resonated within. Chen Wang entered the clinic accompanied by his wife. The clinic, appearing somewhat cramped, housed merely 2 single beds and a medicine cabinet. On the opposite side lay the personal space of Dr. Zhang, who was currently seated at a table, sipping tea while his wife sat beside a bed, knitting. Dr. Zhang had wed in his 30s. His wife, having been married before, became a young widow shortly after moving to Qinjia village, as her husband succumbed to illness. This young widow, surnamed He, endured considerable hardship in her previous marriage, as her harsh mother-in-law believed she was responsible for her son's death and frequently berated her. After a few years, unable to bear the torment any longer, she attempted to take her own life by ingesting pesticide. It was Dr. Zhang who revived her and arranged for her to leave her former home, disregarding the village gossip, and wed her. To this day, despite not having children, their marital bond remained strong. Chen Wang learned of these village tales from Chen Dazhuang, who enjoyed recounting such stories during their hunting excursions. And Chen Wang was always eager to listen. Dr. Zhang, enjoying your tea? Chen Wang greeted him with a smile. Ah, Wang, it's you. Come. Join me for a cup of tea. Dr. Zhang beckoned warmly. Chen Wang grinned broadly, leading his wife over to take a seat opposite the doctor. His wife approached and poured tea for both men. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Wang expressed his gratitude with a smile. Lin Xiuqin also conveyed a thankful glance. Not at all. He Guifan replied with a gentle smile and inquired, would you like some peanuts? No. Auntie, please don't trouble yourself. We've just had breakfast. Chen Wang quickly declined with a wave of his hand. He Guifan nodded with a smile and returned to her knitting, casting a curious glance at the couple. Many in the village, including He Guifan, were intrigued by Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin's somewhat unconventional relationship. In her view, Lin Xiuqin's experience bore some resemblance to her own. Shortly after marrying, her in-laws had passed away. At that time, whispers circulated in the village, suggesting that this girl had brought misfortune upon her in-laws. However, over the subsequent 2 years, Lin Xiuqin gradually reshaped her reputation through her actions, and the villagers began to speak of the once dim-witted Wang's mute wife in a more favorable light, perceiving her as a good person. The once talked-about fool had transformed into the most promising young man in the village, adding layers of mystery to Wang's persona. What brings you here today? Dr. Zhang inquired with a smile. Half a month prior, when Chen Wang had been struck by a load from Wang Fugui's shoulder pole, Dr. Zhang was away tending to patients in another village. Thus, he had only heard the news upon his return. Learning of Chen Wang's miraculous survival and newfound clarity, the doctor was understandably curious. Recently, he had heard much about Chen Wang, who had undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the village. Chen Wang set down his teacup after taking a sip and briefly shared his aspirations for the future. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang and his wife looked at Lin Xiuqin with astonished expressions, while He Guifan's gaze revealed a profound envy. Realizing the situation, Dr. Zhang, regaining his composure, smiled at Lin Xiuqin and requested, please, allow me to examine your wrist. Lin Xiuqin promptly nodded, pulling up the sleeve of her right arm with her left hand. Offering her wrist, Dr. Zhang placed 3 fingers gently on her wrist, quietly assessing her pulse. Both Chen Wang and Lin Xiuqin instinctively held their breath, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they focused intently on Dr. Zhang. Soon, a warm smile spread across Dr. Zhang's face, and he nodded, saying, you are indeed correct. It appears to be a pregnancy pulse, likely around 2 weeks along. The time is a bit short, so the pulse is not yet very pronounced. Haha. My dear wife, this is splendid news. We are having a child. Chen Wang exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily as he enveloped his wife in a tight embrace. Calculating the timeline, it seemed he had struck gold on his first attempt. Truly, the vigor of his 20-year-old body is remarkable. Lin Xiuqin also nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. Dr. Zhang, you are certain she is truly pregnant, correct? Chen Wang asked, striving to calm his overwhelming excitement and seeking confirmation. His emotions were understandable, as this news held immense significance for him. Dr. Zhang nodded with a smile, assuring him, trust in my expertise. However, if you remain apprehensive, I can also perform a Western medical examination for your wife. No, Dr. Zhang, thank you very much. Chen Wang joyfully expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. I'm not sure what fee should be appropriate for this. Dr. Zhang waved his hand with a serious expression. All right then. I shall bring you and your wife some game the next time I hunt in the mountains, Chen Wang said with a grin as he withdrew his hand. Really, there is no need to be so polite. In fact, your father and I have been old friends. He has sold me many medicinal herbs from the mountains, and I have greatly benefited from his generosity, Dr. Zhang remarked with a smile. Is that so? Chen Wang replied, surprised, as he was unaware of this connection. Dr. Zhang nodded, sighing, it is a pity. Your father was truly a wonderful person. Uncle, if there are any medicinal herbs you require in the future, please let me know, and I will gather them for you from the mountains. Chen Wang changed his address respectfully. Excellent. Dr. Zhang nodded with a bright smile. Uncle, aunt. We shall take our leave now, Chen Wang said as he stood to bid farewell, with Lin Xiuqin following suit. Take care of your wife, ensuring she remains healthy throughout the pregnancy. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me, Dr. Zhang advised as he also rose. Certainly. Wang. There is an elderly gentleman surnamed Lu from the neighboring village who frequently goes fishing. You might consider purchasing some crucian carp to prepare soup for your wife, He Guafan suggested. Chen Wang's expression brightened, and he nodded gratefully. I will go shortly. Aunt, thank you. What thanks are necessary? Quickly take your wife home. And be cautious not to let her catch a chill, He Guafan replied with a cheerful wave. All right, let us depart, Chen Wang said, taking his wife by the hand as they turned to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, he unfurled an umbrella and embraced his wife as they stepped into the curtain of rain. Inside, Dr. Zhang and his wife watched them go, one returning to her tea while the other continued knitting. Dr. Zhang glanced at his wife, seated beside the bed, and with a gentle smile remarked, You are lost in thought again, aren't you? He Guafan lifted her gaze to her husband and shook her head, replying, I have long surpassed that sentimental age. That is good to hear. Yet, seeing that girl so blissful makes me wish that if heaven could grant me a child with you, I would willingly remain mute for a lifetime. What foolishness you speak. Dr. Zhang chided gently. He Guafan smiled brightly, choosing not to elaborate further as she skillfully continued her knitting. Over the years, she had harbored a sense of guilt towards her husband. It should be noted that in his youth, Dr. Zhang had never lacked the admiration of women. Yet, he chose her a widow, granting himself a second chance at life and a stable, happy existence. However, due to her health issues, she was unable to provide him with an heir. Her inability to conceive and the untimely death of her former husband were the reasons she endured her mother-in-law's abuse back then. While continuing the family line is significant, for me, our current life is truly sufficient, Dr. Zhang stated, sipping his tea with a calm yet tender tone. He Guafan's hands trembled slightly as she knit. Her voice husky as she said, If there is a next life, I hope to meet you sooner, and I long to bear your children. Silly woman, he replied. Upon returning home, he immediately shared the joyful news with the little girl. The girl danced with glee, her exuberance prompting the dog and monkey, though unaware of the reason, to join in the merriment. Lin Xiuqin, too, felt a surge of happiness as she returned to the bedside, her face blooming with joy as she took up her needle and thread to knit. Wife, I will go to the neighboring village to buy some crucian carp for you. Please stay indoors and avoid the wind, Chen Wang instructed his wife. Lin Xiuqin raised her eyes to him, gesturing towards the heavy rain outside, indicating that he should wait. It's fine. With an umbrella, what is there to fear? I must bring it back. The weather is cold, and fish soup will be good for your health, he insisted. Then turned to the little girl. Shall you stay home and keep your sister company? I understand. Don't worry. I will take care of my sister and the baby, the little girl exclaimed, puffing out her chest as though accepting a noble and arduous mission. Chen Wang smiled with satisfaction, grabbing a handful of hard candies from the table and stuffing them into his pocket before turning to leave the room, opening the umbrella as he stepped outside. Humming a classic song by Jay Cho, Listen to Mama, he walked briskly towards the neighboring village. At this moment, Jay Cho was merely a 3-year-old child, blissfully unaware that his future hit songs would soon grace the world. On this rainy day, the villagers mostly stayed indoors. A woman sat at her doorstep weaving nets and greeted Chen Wang as he hurried by under his umbrella. Wang, where are you off to? To the neighboring village to buy fish. Buying fish. My wife is expecting, so I'm off to purchase some crucian carp to prepare a nourishing soup for her. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Oh, what a momentous occasion this is. Haha, come enjoy some candy. Chen Wang chuckled heartily, hurrying over to offer a handful of sweets. The middle-aged woman accepted the joyous treats, smiling as she expressed her warm congratulations once more. After a brief stroll, they passed by a small shop. Hey Wang, Lao Qian called out, peering from the window. Lao Qian, Chen Wang replied cheerfully. What's with all the joy? Any good news? Huh, what did you say? How did you know my wife is expecting? Come, have some candy. Chen Wang hastily approached, placing a few hard candies into the still-dazed Lao Qian's hand before continuing on his way. Huh, I have both a son and a daughter. What do you have to show off about? Lao Qian snapped back to reality, chuckling as he called after Chen Wang's retreating figure. Unfazed, Chen Wang kept walking, raising his right hand and curling 4 fingers, leaving only his middle finger upright. Middle finger? What does that mean? Lao Qian pondered, momentarily taken aback. Before mimicking the gesture with his own hand, suddenly enlightened. Hey, this gesture is rather amusing. Upon reaching the neighboring village, Chen Wang encountered a group of children frolicking in the rain, their spirits high. He waved at them. What is up? One boy with a round face inquired, puffing out his chest. Come here, you lot. I've got candy for you. Chen Wang called out, revealing a handful of hard candies. The children rushed over with glee. As he distributed the sweets, he was met with a chorus of delighted praise. Why do you give them candy and not me? The round-faced boy protested, running up to demand answers. Because you spoke to me too loudly. It lacked respect, Chen Wang replied nonchalantly. The boy paused, wiped his nose with the back of his hand, and asked, what would be respectful, then? Think for yourself. Chen Wang rolled his eyes, then turned to the other children with a smile. Do you know where old Lu, the fisherman, lives? I know. It's over there. A little girl with pigtails exclaimed, pointing toward a direction in the village. I know too. His house isn't far from mine. Hey, if I take you to find old Lu, will you give me candy? The boy with the runny nose asked loudly. Chen Wang cast him a sidelong glance and replied, do you really think they would want to take me if I asked? I would. I'll take you. The little girl raised her hand eagerly. How sweet. Chen Wang smiled affectionately, pinching her cheek and handing her a few more candies. Thank you, big brother. You're the best. The girl beamed gratefully. Seeing this, the other children clamored to lead him as well. Shut up, everyone, just shut up. The boy with the runny nose shouted angrily. He had always been the leader among them, and now he felt betrayed by his own followers. I'll take you to find old Lu. I don't want candy. Only little kids like candy, and their teeth rot away. The boy, with snot dripping from his nose, tilted his head and spoke to Chen Wang. That's not acceptable. Chen Wang shook his head in response. What do you mean? The boy retorted, visibly irate. It's nothing. Seeing you so angry, let them take me instead. I am not angry. Mind your tone, Chen Wang replied. I apologize, big brother. Would you allow me to accompany you then? The boy's demeanor instantly wilted as he hung his head, pleading pathetically. Well, I shall grant you this opportunity, Chen Wang replied with a stern face, retrieving a piece of candy to extend towards him. I don't want it. Then I shall share it with them. No, I want it. The boy immediately snatched the candy and stuffed it into his pocket, beaming a sycophantic smile, reminiscent of a dog that had just received a bone. I still prefer your unruly nature. Lead the way. Sure thing, brother, follow me. The boy pranced ahead, leading the way. Chen Wang followed, contemplating how daughters were indeed preferable. However, he thought that having a son was not a misfortune either. He felt he had mastered the art of discipline, akin to handling a dog. The other children trailed behind, and the snotty boy occasionally turned back to scold them, telling them to scram, only to turn to Chen Wang with a flattering smile. Such behavior diminished his authority as the self-proclaimed king of children. The others paid him no heed, munching on candy while discussing the snotty boy, deeming him a fool. Among them, two boys quietly conspired to team up and give the snotty boy a beating, intending to usurp his title. Listening to these children's whispers only heightened Chen Wang's amusement. Chapter 78. Carp and Tofu Soup, Braised Yellow Catfish Brother, this is the place. The snotty boy pointed to a thatched cottage ahead, addressing Chen Wang. All right, you all may return now. Don't catch a cold in the rain. Chen Wang waved his hand. The children bid him farewell, then scampered off, indulging in playful antics. Approaching the cottage door, Chen Wang found it ajar and did not enter immediately. Instead, he gently knocked. Who is it? Came an elderly voice from within. Do you have any carp? Could you sell me some? I've come from the neighboring village. My wife is pregnant, and I wish to make her a soup, Chen Wang stated directly. After a brief silence, the voice replied, Come in. Thank you. Chen Wang expressed his gratitude and stepped inside. The interior was exceedingly simple and rather disordered, suffused with an unpleasant odor mingled with a hint of fishiness. At the far end, there was a bed piled high with thick quilts and some clothing. An elderly man, around 60 years old, sat at the head of the bed, appearing as though he had just risen. Were you sleeping? I apologize for the intrusion, Chen Wang smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, the old man replied with a nonchalant shake of his head, gesturing towards a water tank beside the stove, saying, The fish are in the water tank. You may catch them yourself. Just pay me whatever you deem appropriate. Chen Wang paused momentarily, then nodded and turned to approach the water tank, peering inside. The water is home to a variety of fish, including crucian carp, common carp, and silver carp, among others, as well as some yellow catfish. Could you sell me a few of these yellow catfish? Inquired Chen Wang. This particular fish, with its tender and flavorful flesh, is well suited for braising or making soup, making it a delightful delicacy from the river. While meat is plentiful at home, fish and shrimp have been rather scarce. Certainly, replied the old man with indifference. Nodding his head. Thank you, Chen Wang said with a smile, scanning his surroundings for something to carry the fish. Having been accustomed to shopping without any hands free before his journey, he realized that in this era, it is best to carry a basket or cloth bag when venturing out. Spotting some hemp rope not far away, he asked the old man if he could borrow it. The old man readily agreed. Thus, Chen Wang found a knife to cut 2 lengths of the rope and, after retrieving 2 crucian carp from the water tank, threaded the rope through their nostrils. The aquatic resources of this era are indeed abundant. Wild crucian carp are considerably larger than he had recalled. He felt the weight of the rope. The 2 fish must weigh over 2 pounds combined. Nowadays, fish are quite affordable, significantly cheaper than meat, as long as one is willing to put in the effort to catch them. The market price for crucian carp is approximately 4 to 5 dimes, not exceeding 5 dimes per pound. Next, Chen Wang discovered a tattered fishing net and placed several yellow catfish inside, securing the opening. Would 2 yuan be acceptable? He asked, pulling out a 2 yuan bill and casting an inquiring glance at the old man. 2 pounds of crucian carp would roughly be worth 1 yuan, and a few yellow catfish are evidently not worth a full yuan, so this offer was quite generous. The old man nodded in agreement. Chen Wang then approached and handed him the money, which the old man casually tucked beneath his pillow. Do you fish every day? Chen Wang asked with a smile. As long as the weather is nice and it's convenient to go out, I do. Why? The old man replied, looking at him with surprise. Oh, I simply meant that I might come back to buy fish again in the future. It's best if you come after dinner. I may not always be home. Or you can find me by the river directly. All right, I shall return home now. Please continue to rest. With one hand holding an umbrella and the other carrying several pounds of fish, Chen Wang hurried back home. The little girl sat on a small stool in the room, playing with a puppy. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up at Chen Wang with a face full of delight. Wow, so many fish, she exclaimed. We've had plenty of meat lately. Today let's change things up and primarily eat fish. Chen Wang said cheerfully. Yay, fish. I want to eat fish. The little girl cheered excitedly. Lin Xiuqin, sitting on the edge of the bed, rolled her eyes at Chen Wang, finding his words absurd. What do you mean change things up after eating so much meat? If the villagers heard you say that, I wonder what they would think. Lin Xiuqin set down her needlework, rose to take the hemp rope and fishing net from him, and went to the kitchen in the back to prepare the fish. The crucian carp and tofu were placed in a clay pot for slow simmering. By noon, when the dishes were ready, the crucian carp and tofu soup would also be ready to serve. After simmering for nearly 2 hours, the soup emerged with a milky white hue, exuding an enticing fragrance. Lin Xiuqin retrieved 3 bowls and served the soup. The trio settled around the dining table, spoons in hand, as they savored the delightful broth. With the first sip of fish soup, they felt an overwhelming freshness that almost made their eyebrows quiver with delight. Upon finishing a bowl, a warm and comforting sensation enveloped them. Wife, do enjoy more. I shall go fetch the rice. Chen Wang remarked to Lin Xiuqin beside him before rising to serve himself some rice. Lin Xiuqin also prepared a dish of yellow catfish, braised with potatoes and mushrooms, which looked utterly appetizing. Chen Wang placed a generous piece of catfish in his mouth, immediately revealing a blissful expression. The fish melted in his mouth, its savory and spicy essence surpassing even that of wild boar meat. Dear readers, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. Chen Wang devoured mouthfuls of rice, then returned to selecting more fish. Observing this scene, the little girl eagerly lifted her bowl and gulped down the remaining fish soup, attempting to slip off her chair to fetch some rice. Lin Xiuqin gently took her bowl, raised her hand to signal her to stay seated, and kindly served her a bowl of rice. Thank you, sister-in-law, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, then added a large piece of fish to her bowl. The golden fish soup seeped into the fluffy white rice below, creating a visually stunning combination. Unable to resist, the little girl swallowed hard, then opened her mouth wide, shoveling the fish and rice together, cheeks puffed as she chewed heartily, radiating a blissful and satisfied smile. Seeing the siblings relish their meal brought joy to Lin Xiuqin, who sipped her fish soup leisurely, her eyes sparkling. Although her appetite had diminished slightly since becoming pregnant, this soup felt exceptionally comforting. Brother, this fish is so delicious. Can you buy more tomorrow? The little girl asked, beaming as she swallowed her food. Chun Wang shot her a playful glare, replying, Who eats this well every day? Tomorrow we shall have vegetables. Oh no, without fish, I can manage with meat. The little girl protested, We didn't go hunting today, so where's the meat? It's either fish or meat. You're making it hard for me to adjust. Brother, you're teasing. I know there's still meat at home, she pouted. There's no meat. Dear wife, tomorrow let us just stir-fry some greens and see if she eats them, Shin Wang said with a serious expression to Lin Xiuqin. She played along, nodding with a smile. Humph, greens are fine. I've eaten them before, the little one huffed discontentedly. After their fill, with nothing else to do, they retreated to their room to snuggle under the covers for a nap. Lin Xiuqin, who previously had no habit of napping, had gradually grown accustomed to being pulled into bed for a forced embrace, especially since her pregnancy made her more prone to drowsiness. Awakening from her afternoon nap, she noticed the rain had temporarily ceased outside. Chun Wang stepped out to visit Chen Dazhuang, having arranged to go hunting together the next day, weather permitting. Meanwhile, Chun Wang conveyed the joyous news of his wife's pregnancy to Chen Dazhuang and his master. After their initial astonishment, both expressed their happiness and delight for him. Chun Wang discerned the intense envy reflected in their eyes, particularly in his master's gaze. The master, having exhausted his savings to secure a bride for his son, not only faced the disappointment of not holding his grandson, but also the departure of his daughter-in-law. Master, I've discussed it with Dazhuang. Once the new year arrives and both our families have built new houses, he can find another wife. It won't be difficult. Rest assured, Chun Wang cheerfully assured his master. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun turned to his son with a look of surprise and hope. After his daughter-in-law's departure, he had indeed contemplated encouraging his son to seek another partner and had broached the subject several times, but his son had always shown resistance. I didn't agree to anything. Wang, don't speak carelessly. Chen Dazhuang hurriedly denied. Hey, what do you mean by carelessly? We've discussed this topic before. Are you pretending to be oblivious? Chen Wang shot him an irritated glare. We did discuss it, but I certainly didn't agree to anything, Chen Dazhuang stubbornly retorted. All right, fine, you want to play this game, huh? Chen Wang pointed at him and reminded. Do you remember our 2 bets? You still owe me 2 favors. Chen Dazhuang's expression shifted. I'm giving you the chance to fulfill our wager. First, after the new year, take the time to seek out your ex-wife and finalize the divorce. Second, let Master find a matchmaker for you to propose another marriage. Or you could find someone you fancy and have Master approach her. Chen Wang articulated his demands while raising 2 fingers. Wang, we made those bets just for fun. It shouldn't be like this. Chen Dazhuang looked at him with a pitiful expression. Who said it was for fun? A man's word is his bond. Do you intend to go back on your word? Chen Wang retorted. Look at Master. Can you bear the thought of him never holding his grandson? Chen Wang gestured toward his master. Chen Dazhuang, upon hearing this, glanced at his father, only to receive a stern glare in return. You are 2 years older than Wang. Why are you being so spineless? It's just a woman. Is it worth hanging yourself on one tree? She no longer wants you and has left. You should find someone even better and live well to show her what she's missing, Chun Jianjun declared with frustration. Well said, Master. Chun Wang enthusiastically concurred, then jestingly added, Winter is approaching. As a vigorous man, can you truly find warmth in your bed? Can you sleep soundly? Chen Dazhuang remained silent for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and nodding. All right, enough of this. I'll listen to you both, after the new year. I will seek her out and resolve this matter.